I found myself thrust into the world of immortal cultivation, and guess what treasure I stumbled upon? The Golden Book of Cause and Effect. Here's the twist: instead of enduring the typical trials and tribulations of cultivation, I can push all that suffering onto my enemies. While I relax and revel in my newfound abilities, they're left dealing with the consequences. Pretty great deal, right? Of course, there are dangerous techniques out there, like the blood-burning secret, which could wreck one's cultivation foundation, or the soul-swallowing blood magic art that disturbs the natural order. But I don't have to worry, my fellow cultivators can shoulder that burden while I sit back and enjoy the ride. Meanwhile, outside Kingshufang City, deep within the Yunwu mountain range, 5 monks moved cautiously through the dense forest, chatting in hushed tones as they progressed. "Donzi, are you sure this kid really inherited a talisman master's legacy?" one of them, a sharp-faced monk with monkey-like features, asked. Donzi nodded solemnly. "We've worked together for years. I wouldn't lie about something this important." To reassure them further, he added, the boy's father was a first-level talisman master, but he passed away recently. "I'm not worried about any tricks he might have left behind. If I thought I couldn't handle it alone, do you think I'd have brought you all in?" The group relaxed a little at this explanation. While they knew Lu Dong wasn't exactly the most trustworthy person, he wasn't reckless enough to lie about something this serious. The boy in question was named Lu Ming, the son of Lu Dong's late friend. Lu Dong was known for being cunning, hiding his true intentions behind a facade of righteousness. To the world, he appeared to be an honorable Taoist cultivator, and even Lu Ming's father had believed him to be trustworthy. Before his death, the father had asked Lu Dong to take care of his son. And Lu Dong did take care of him, though not out of altruism. The father had been a renowned talisman master in Kingshufang City, and Lu Dong coveted the man's inheritance and treasures. Luring Lu Ming to the Yunwu mountain range under false pretenses, Lu Dong had intended to kill him and claim the inheritance for himself. But things didn't go as planned. Lu Ming, who should have perished in the mountains, somehow returned to Kingshufang City alive and unharmed. This unnerved Lu Dong. At first, he considered fleeing the city altogether, but as he observed Lu Ming, he noticed something peculiar. The boy's behavior seemed off, as though he was no longer the same person. Lu Dong eventually concluded that Lu Ming had been possessed by the soul of a powerful cultivator. It was a widely known phenomenon: when a great cultivator dies, their soul sometimes lingers and takes over a new host. That must have been what happened here. Now even more on edge, Lu Dong was desperate to eliminate Lu Ming before his own secrets were exposed. No one could find out that he was the infamous robbery cultivator of the immortal world. If word got out, his reputation and his life would be in ruins. Determined to finish the job, Lu Dong enlisted a group of monks to assist him. No one knew what abilities the possessed Lu Ming might have gained, so the monks would serve as a test run, allowing Lu Dong to strike at the perfect moment. If possible, he also wanted to interrogate this senior soul inhabiting Lu Ming's body to extract secrets about advanced cultivation techniques. But then, something unexpected happened. A strange sensation crept over Lu Dong, a warning that something was amiss. Suddenly, a low shout interrupted his thoughts. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a dense fog spreading rapidly, engulfing their group. Instantly, his hair stood on end, his spiritual sense trembled, and he felt a fatal crisis coming. Lu Dong reacted quickly, pinched the magic formula in his hand, and patted the storage bag with his hand. 2 talismans with green light appeared in front of him. He pointed his finger and injected magic power. A gust of wind was born out of thin air, trying to blow away the fog, but it had little effect. The white fog swept by the wind just shrank back slightly and rushed towards them again. The faces of the 5 people changed immediately. Formation. How is it possible? The middle-aged monk with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks screamed sharply. He stared at Lu Dong with hatred. "Lu Dong, is it you who did it?" The other 3 also looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Lu Dong was startled by the fierce eyes of these people, but he quickly calmed down. He knew he had to give an explanation. These people were not kind people. If he gave a bad answer, he might be attacked by them. And now was not the time for internal strife. He hurriedly swore the heart demon oath to prove his innocence. But it was obvious that someone did not want to waste time with them. Whoosh! Several sword lights carrying the power of Gengjin shot out from the thick fog, accompanied by several fire crows attacking them. The 5 people felt the fatal crisis and tried to avoid it. Unfortunately, due to the thick fog blocking their vision and the extremely fast speed of the swordlight and fire crow, 2 people could not avoid it. One person was pierced into a sieve by the swordlight, and the other was hit in the head by the fire crow, and the whole head exploded like a watermelon and broke into pieces. Both of them died without a scream. The remaining 3 people were shocked. In just a moment, they lost 2 people. However, the attack in the fog did not stop, and without giving them a chance to breathe, several golden swords came again. The 3 of them used their own defensive magic weapons to resist. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew, and the sound of metal clashing continued in the thick fog. Before the 3 of them could breathe a sigh of relief, several thick vines spread out from the ground and instantly entangled the 3 of them. Accompanying them was a water curtain that enveloped them. The 3 were trapped by the vines, and just as they were about to use their means to break free, they were suddenly enveloped by the water curtain. A feeling of suffocation came, the mana was stagnant, and the action of recalling the magic weapon was interrupted. Swish, a ray of black light flashed across, and the limbs of the 3 people were cut off at the root, and the scarlet blood dyed the water prison red. However, the 3 people with severed limbs were trapped in the water prison and could not make a sound. They could only stare with bloodshot eyes. There was a low and rhythmic sound of footsteps. Tap, 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 every step that fell seemed to step on the hearts of several people. They looked at the figure walking out of the mist with horrified faces. The person who came was a young man of about 20 years old, with a handsome face and sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. But at this time, his face was abnormally pale. The young man walked straight to the water prison and raised his hand to recall the black light. It was a short blade that was as black as ink. He looked at the 3 people in front of him, and finally his eyes fell on Lu Dong, with a smile on his handsome face. "Uncle Lu, long time no see." The young man bared his teeth and smiled gently at Lu Dong. Lu Dong stared at the young man in front of him with his lips moving, trying to say something. But because he was in a water prison, when he opened his mouth, water would pour into his mouth. He can only use his spiritual sense to transmit sounds. Ming, don't kill me, listen to my explanation. A weak fluctuation of spiritual consciousness was transmitted into the young man's mind. Lu Dong's voice mixed with shock and despair rang in his ears. Looking at his pleading eyes, the young man grinned. "I don't listen. You, phew." Without any intention of speaking, he thrust out the short blade and stabbed it into Lu Dong's heart, twisting and smashing it into pieces. A hole was created in his chest by the short blade, and his mouth opened unconsciously due to the suffocation of his body. The water seemed to have found a breakthrough and poured into Lu Dong's mouth crazily. Not long after, Lu Dong's life was gone, but his staring eyes revealed his unwillingness and regret before his death. It's not that he regrets killing Lu Ming, but that he regrets not escaping from King's Hufang City. He should hide as far away as possible, and should not provoke this person who took his body again. Lu Ming stopped paying attention to Lu Dong, and like the King of Hell, he followed the same process to the remaining 2 people. Boom! After the mana was dispersed, the water prison stained red by blood had no mana support and shattered suddenly, turning into a rain of blood and scattering. The 3 corpses that had been chopped into human sticks also fell down. Looking at Lu Dong's dead head looking towards him. His eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment, as if he wanted to remember this face. "How dare you stare at me?" Bang! He stepped down hard and crushed Lu Dong's head. Lu Ming shook off the red and white stains on his shoes with some disgust. After seeing the mess all week, the tense nerves relaxed a little. But he didn't leave just yet. After groping around on several bodies, he took out a few storage bags. Muttered to himself. "This time it's a waste of time and money. I hope that thing can give me some strength, otherwise I will have to tighten my belt." After collecting several people's belongings, Lu Ming took out the last few fire crow talismans from the storage bag on his waist. Burn the broken limbs and limbs scattered on the ground to ashes to ensure that they have no chance of survival. After cleaning the scene again and taking back a few formation flags, Lu Ming left quickly after finishing everything. King's Hufang City. East District, Qingyu Lane. There are dozens of independent courtyards scattered here, several meters apart from each other. Lu Ming came to the door of one of the courtyards in the alley with familiarity, pushed the door and walked in. The courtyard is not big, but it has everything it needs, and it has basic daily facilities. There is a small pavilion with stone tables and stone chairs in the courtyard, a kitchen and a washroom in the inner room, and a training room and a talisman making room in the side room. Before crossing over, I spent most of my life without owning a house of my own. After crossing over, I inherited the property of my cheap father. It's really unpredictable. Lu Ming was a little emotional, but he also knew that this was just a false illusion on the surface. The least valuable thing in the world of cultivation is land and houses. Shaking his head without thinking about it, he took out a few formation flags and began to arrange them according to the previous formation base. Soon, a faint mist began to fill the courtyard, like a fairyland. After arranging the formation, Lu Ming could not wait to sit down on the stone chair. Come on, he rubbed his hands to ease his nervousness. Then he began to concentrate and calm down, and his consciousness gradually sank into the sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, a golden book rose and fell in it, emitting a soft light. This is his golden finger, the culprit who brought him through. That's right, he is not a native of the world of immortal cultivation, but a visitor from another world. And the original Lu Ming did die in Lu Dong's hands, and was occupied by the Lu Ming from another world. As for the origin of the Golden Book, it is unknown, and it is only vaguely known that it is a Taoist creation. But what about its function? He doesn't know. Yes, he doesn't know. A silk thread tightly bound the Golden Book like a button, making it unable to unfold. At first, he tried countless ways but couldn't do anything about this silk thread. It was not until later that he gradually understood that this was the causal line between Lu Ming and his predecessor. If the cause and effect of the previous life is not eliminated, the present life cannot be opened. Lu Ming also knows how to eliminate it, that is to kill Lu Dong, the culprit who killed the previous life. In fact, Lu Ming didn't want to care about the grievances and cause and effect of the original life. He just wanted to live well in this dangerous world when he first entered the alien world. But he also understood that the Golden Book might be the foundation of his life. He did not deny that he was a mediocre person. He was just an ordinary worker before crossing over. There was no reason for him to be prosperous after crossing over. So killing Lu Dong became a hurdle that must be overcome. And Lu Ming also knew that even if he did not take the initiative to provoke, Lu Dong would trouble him one day. After all, in Lu Dong's eyes, he was a dead man. There might be some changes, so it's better to strike first. For this fight, Lu Ming went all out, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was desperate. So he started planning from that day on. As a talisman master, his father left many good things in the relics of his predecessor. He found several different types of talismans, including defense, attack, and enemy trapping. Among them were the used first-grade medium-grade Genjin sword talisman, the first-grade high-grade water prison talisman, and a first-grade medium-grade magic weapon black light blade. For safety, he even dismantled the first-grade medium-grade mist formation that guarded the courtyard. He was also worried about sudden unexpected changes, and this formation was just in case. If he couldn't beat Lu Dong, Lu Ming would directly choose to abandon the formation and escape. This trap formation could give him a lot of time to escape. After everything was ready, Lu Ming went to the Yunwu Mountains in advance to choose the place to set up the formation, buried the formation flags, and arranged the formation. He even caught some monsters and practiced several times. When everything was ready, he deliberately revealed some whereabouts to lure Lu Dong to come. But Lu Dong was extremely cautious and did not come alone. Instead, he called 4 other companions. However, Lu Ming almost emptied all his family's assets for this day, and his preparations were sufficient. And with his intentions, the ending was just as he expected, and he killed everyone in a crushing manner. And now, it's time to harvest. He hoped that the Golden Book would bring him a surprise, but he was also afraid that he would be disappointed because of his high expectations. With a nervous mood, Lu Ming looked at the Golden Book, and saw that the silk thread that looked like a knot began to gradually dim until it disappeared completely. The Golden Book was no longer bound and slowly unfolded. Everything in the world has cause and effect, cause is the result is the cause, replace the cause and return the result, steal the result and take the cause. A line of ancient golden seal characters emerged. Lu Ming also knew the meaning of the information in it instantly. In simple terms, the Golden Book of Cause and Effect can record people who have a very deep cause and effect with Lu Ming, transfer all the negative effects brought about by the practice process, and only retain the essence. And except for parents, what cause and effect can be as deep as the enemy. Good deeds may not necessarily bring good results, but bad deeds will definitely bring bad results. Lu Ming was filled with endless surprises. This Gue was a bit beyond the scope. He wanted to try the effect immediately. Because a name had already appeared in the Golden Book. Chang Yun, he knew this person very well. He was a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining. He was a member of the King's Hufang City Talisman Cultivation Association. The Talisman Cultivation Association was formed by several independent cultivation organizations in King's Hufang City. It brought together half of the independent talisman masters in King's Hufang City and also mastered a large number of resources on talismans. His father, as a first-level talisman master, naturally joined in. But because he couldn't stand some of the Fu Shou Association's ways of doing things, he had several conflicts with his nephew Chang Yun, the leader of the Fu Shou Alliance, and then Chang Yun held a grudge against him. Now that his father is dead, Chang Yun will find ways to make trouble for Lu Ming. Especially in recent times, it has become even worse. Lu Ming was only thinking about dealing with Lu Dong a few days ago and had no time to pay attention to Chang Yun. Now, a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He returned to the practice room, sat cross-legged on a cushion, closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. He practiced the 5 elements Chao Yuan Gong, which was his practice method and also a common practice. In the air, strands of heaven and earth spiritual energy were extracted and drawn slowly into Lu Ming's body. Along the meridians of the body, from the inside to the outside, it began to complete the cycle, and finally slowly gathered towards the dantian. Lu Ming could feel that his dantian was craving for the nourishment of spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy washed over him, Lu Ming also felt that his body was being constantly tempered and transformed. The spiritual energy flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians made him feel very comfortable. But after only half an hour, a burst of swelling pain came from all over his body. This feeling was very uncomfortable, just like being interrupted halfway through doing something. Lu Ming inherited everything from his predecessor, including that terrible talent. The most useless spiritual route, the worst comprehension, whether it was cultivation or talisman making, was a mess. If it weren't for the blessing of his father, his predecessor would have fallen into the shantytown in the south to be a spiritual farmer. If he had practiced to this point in the past, Lu Ming would definitely stop to rest to prevent the meridians from being damaged by forced practice. But now it's different. He didn't stop running the exercises, and even increased the speed of the exercises, and the speed of swallowing spiritual energy suddenly increased by a few points. But the tingling in the meridians did not continue to intensify, but gradually recovered comfort as he practiced for a longer time. On the other side, Chang Yun walked out of Chungxianglu with a happy face, feeling refreshed. Looking at the hurried casual cultivators in the streets of the market, Chang Yun's eyes showed a trace of contempt and disdain. While mobilizing his magic power to dispel the smell of powder on his body, he walked towards the trading area, thinking about how much membership fee he should collect later. According to the rules of the Fu Shou League, as long as you sell talismans in the trading area, you must pay 10% to 20% of the sales price as membership fees. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Lu Yunli. It was this person who raised objections and refuted him in front of many talisman masters, making him lose face. When he thought of this, his originally happy mood suddenly became unhappy. His steps to the trading area also paused, and he turned around and walked towards the East District. The hatred is not over even if the person is dead. If you can't find trouble with Lu Yunli, go and deal with that kid. Chang Yun's eyes gradually showed a trace of coldness. That kid also inherited his dead father's legacy. It's time to squeeze it out. Without the spirit stone and the talent for talismans, that little waste could only wait for death. The smile on his lips gradually became ferocious. But suddenly, the upturned corners of his mouth froze. He felt as if countless needles had pierced his body's tendons and veins. The intense pain made him kneel down in public, curled up like a shrimp. The people around him didn't know why, but they didn't dare to step forward because of Chang Yun's usual style, so they could only watch him twist and roll on the ground. The pain lasted for more than half an hour before it gradually subsided. Chang Yun's whole body was already wet with sweat. He lay on the ground with his eyes dull, looking like he was played. After a long time, Chang Yun, who had recovered, got up from the ground. Looking at the strange eyes of the people around him, he felt a burning sensation on his face. He wanted to scold these mud legs, but when he thought of the strange symptoms of his body, he immediately lost the idea of staying. He rushed to his residence worriedly. He suspected that something went wrong with his practice and was ready to go home for a check. Cool. After finishing his practice, Lu Ming felt relaxed all over. This is what practice is. I used to live a hard life and could not feel the joy of practice at all. Every time I practiced, it was like fighting against the disease. Seeing that Chang Yun's name on the Golden Book was a little dim, he had a guess in his mind. It seems that the side effects have caused Chang Yun to suffer a lot. I am afraid that when his name fades or even disappears completely, it will be the day of his death. But Lu Ming did not do that. He wanted to continue to exhaust all the fish. Now he is only at the 3rd level of qi refining. It is not appropriate to make enemies everywhere to add a name to the Golden Book. Use Chang Yun first, and then cross out his name when a suitable replacement is found. As long as it does not threaten Lu Ming's life, you can leave it alone without rushing to kill him. This is also a kind of torture. But Lu Ming sighed again. This damn talent held him back. Although the speed of practice has increased, it is only much faster than before. Looking at the long-term line, it is afraid that he will not be able to break through the middle stage of qi refining in 1 or 2 years. Unless he takes pills. However, Lu Ming, who had just finished a fight, was so poor that he had no money to buy those pills. A bottle of pills used in the early stage of qi refining costs at least 10 spirit stones, and he now has less than 3 spirit stones in his pocket. Hey no! Lu Ming suddenly slapped his head. Why did he forget the storage bags of several people? He was a little too excited when he first got the golden finger. He quickly took out the storage bags of Lu Dong and others, intending to count them carefully. He first used his spiritual sense to erase the soul imprints on them one by one, and open them with great expectations. He did not use his spiritual sense to explore them, but directly poured out the contents of the storage bag. Lu Ming was also worried that Lu Dong would leave some tricks in the storage bag. Just looking at the trophies that appeared on the table, Lu Ming's face suddenly darkened. 5 people could not get a set of useful magic tools. In addition to the few defensive magic tools taken out during the previous fight, there were only 3 items that he had never seen before. An iron umbrella magic weapon, a flying knife, and a bone nail. In addition to these, there are 3 ancient jade slips in 4 jade bottles. After opening them and taking a look, he found that 2 of them were just ordinary healing pills, and the remaining 2 were common spirit gathering pills. This kind of pill is used to assist in cultivation, but the quality is extremely poor. Long-term use will accumulate pill poison in the body. The remaining sundries, talismans, and dozens of low-grade spirit stones. After a rough glance, Lu Ming's ugly face eased a little. The quality of the things is not good, but the bits and pieces can barely make up for some losses. He just needs to find an opportunity to sell some useless things for cash. As for how much he can sell, he doesn't have much hope. Each of those defensive magic weapons is scarred, and even a tortoise shell shield is cracked, as if it will be broken into slag at a touch. The iron umbrella and flying knife are just first-level low-grade magic weapons, and Lu Ming doesn't like them. However, there are still some good things in the shit, which Lu Ming intends to keep for himself. Especially the bone nail with an evil shape. Lu Ming used his spiritual power to control the bone nail to come in front of him and looked at it with interest. This is a one-time magic weapon. His predecessor had read the relevant classics, so he naturally inherited the memory and knew it clearly. This bone nail requires the finger bones of the monks, and then the resentment, blood, and mixed earth evil poison gas are used to refine it, which takes a lot of hard work. It is a very vicious magic weapon. Although it is a one-time attack magic weapon, its power is comparable to the full force of a first-level medium-grade magic weapon. And it is specially used to break the monk's protective spirit shield and dirty magic weapons. However, activating the magic weapon requires a lot of blood and energy from the monk, and it will reduce his lifespan if he is not careful. I don't know if Jinshu can transfer this cost. If he can, then this item will be perfect for him. However, when Lu Ming thought that this was found in Lu Dong's storage bag, he couldn't help but feel a little late. It is also estimated that this is Lu Dong's trump card to sneak attack the monk. He hid in the mist array throughout the fight with them, constantly changing his position to release spells and talismans. Direct firepower coverage solved them. In the end, he cut off their limbs before he dared to close in to finish them off. Maybe Lu Dong was thinking of using bone-piercing nails to sneak attack him when he begged for mercy. Thinking of this, Lu Ming felt his scalp numb. If he faced the bone-piercing nail head-on, he would surely die. Lu Ming, who was only at the 3rd level of qi refining, could not resist it at all. Don't underestimate any cultivator. Try to avoid fighting in the future if you can. But once you fight, you must go all out. You can't show off like today. Lu Ming reviewed today's fight and felt that it was too inappropriate to get close to him in the end. He did have the mentality of showing off as a winner. After all, being stared at for so long was really unpleasant. After sorting out the harvest, Lu Ming finally picked up the 2 jade slips and read them. He picked up one of them and put it between his eyebrows. Blood-burning secret technique, a common life-threatening secret technique, only of the 1st level, can only be used by those in the qi refining stage. The function of the blood-burning secret technique is to burn one's own qi and blood, and burst out a powerful force far beyond the previous strength in a short period of time in order to defeat the strong enemy. When the secret technique ends, one's own cultivation strength will be at a low point and will be very weak. It is necessary to use pills that strengthen the body and nourish the essence or monster meat that increases qi and blood to make up for the deficiency of qi and blood. And this book of blood-burning secret technique is still a fragment, the effect is not reduced, and it is even better, but the corresponding price is also greater. After using it, the caster will lose essence in blood. If it is not restored in time, it may even shorten his lifespan. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was still wondering whether the side effect of shortening his lifespan could be transferred out before. It's really a pillow for someone who is sleepy. Lu sang, a great and kind person. Test it first, and see the effect. If you can't transfer it, stop immediately. Although the secret technique has different proficiency levels like magic, it is divided into entry level, proficiency, minor success, major success, and perfection. But the secret technique is easy to learn and understand, and the difficulty of getting started is extremely low. Except for the high price, everything else is perfect, even better than most magic. The blood-burning secret technique is naturally the same, and it is even easier to get started than the 5 elements Chao Yuan he majored in. He first chose Chang Yun as the one who bears the price. Then, according to the operation method described in the secret technique, he began to stimulate the blood and mana. Soon, Lu Ming noticed that the blood and mana in his body began to riot, like wastewater evaporating. An unprecedented sense of power and fullness came from his limbs. But a fierce and brutal emotion began to grow in Lu Ming's heart, and his eyes began to turn blood red, wanting to destroy everything he saw. Fortunately, the next moment, the golden book trembled, and all negative emotions disappeared. Lu Ming regained his clarity and quickly ended the secret technique. What a close call! Lu Ming felt a little scared, and then wanted to curse. Is this a secret technique? This is probably not a magic skill. Why didn't he even introduce it clearly? If there was no golden book, he would probably have maintained this state under the influence of negative emotions until his blood and chi were exhausted and he died. It is indeed a life-threatening secret technique, just fight, not life. But it is really strong. Lu Ming can feel that after performing the blood-burning secret technique, his cultivation level is close to the 4th level of chi refining. Even if he can't reach it, it's not much different. Lu Ming is very satisfied with this secret technique. And he also found that the blood and chi he just consumed came back out of thin air after the end. He didn't know the reason, he could only say that the golden book is awesome. In this way, he will not be afraid of those skills that consume life, and he can focus on collecting some related methods in the future. After getting the blood-burning secret art, he looked at the remaining 2 jade slips with great expectations, but this made him a little disappointed. A technique Shui Yuan Gong and a geography book. Shui Yuan Gong is not even as good as his 5 elements Chao Yuan Gong. He lost interest in the geography book after taking a look at it. This is the map of King's Hufang City. King's Hufang City is built on a 2nd-level spiritual vein and is controlled by the foundation building family Morong family. The market is divided into 5 areas, east, south, west, north, and core. Spreading outward from the core, the further out, the lower the concentration of spiritual energy. And the entire King's Hufang City is built next to the Yunwu Mountains. The Yunwu Mountains are an endless mountain range with a large number of monsters living in it, which is extremely dangerous. But this also means that there are a lot of resources in it, spiritual medicines, minerals, and even monsters themselves are also a kind of resource. Countless cultivators flock to it and explore tirelessly. It also makes King's Hufang City gradually prosperous. Lu Ming had led Lu Dong to the outskirts of Yunwu mountain range before. But if it was not necessary, he really didn't want to step out of the market, it was too dangerous outside. He didn't look at the map more. He knew everything he should know, and there was nothing he didn't know. After counting all the gains, Lu Ming began to plan his future life. In addition to cultivation, there is the problem of resources. Although he got a little money back from opening treasure chests this time, it was only a little. And those stolen goods can't be sold in a hurry before there is a suitable channel. Lu Ming didn't know if they had accomplices yet, so he had to be careful. So it became a top priority to master a skill to make money as soon as possible. He was thinking about whether to pick up the talisman skill. After all, he was not a real immortal who could live without food and drink. Spiritual rice and fasting pills had to be bought with money, and it was fortunate that this small courtyard didn't cost money to rent, otherwise he would really have to sleep on the street. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out the spiritual ink, talisman paper, and talisman pen. There was also a 1st-level talisman true solution left by his cheap father. Lu Ming had tried to draw talismans before, but his spiritual consciousness was often unable to bear it first, resulting in failure. Now that he has the golden book, he can try again. He flipped through this so-called true explanation of the way of talismans, which actually only recorded a few methods of drawing talismans. The first level inferior ones include the mud swamp talisman, the breath holding talisman, the wind walking talisman, the thorn talisman, and the fire crow talisman. The higher level ones include the Gangjin sword talisman and the water prison talisman. Lu Ming will not consider the Gangjin sword talisman and the water prison talisman for the time being. Even if there are side effects of the golden book transfer, his mana quality is not enough, so there is no need to waste time on this. The right way is to concentrate on mastering the first 5. Having made up his mind, Lu Ming began to act. Adjust your state to the best when grinding the spiritual ink. Then spread a piece of talisman paper, pick up the talisman pen dipped in spiritual ink, pour mana into it, and start to draw on the talisman. In this process, the spiritual consciousness spreads out to monitor the details of each stroke. The tip of the pen wanders on the talisman paper, sometimes gently like flowing clouds in water, sometimes quickly like a storm. Complex runes appear on the paper, and there seems to be a Taoist rhyme. Half a minute later, Lu Ming stood up with a happy face, rubbed his aching right arm, looked at the fire crow talisman suspended in the air, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, it was not the last step to complete it at this time. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness and mana poured in, and he pointed at the center of the talisman. Derivation of spirit. The quality of a talisman depends on how much power the talisman can exert after the talisman is derived. Whether the runes on the talisman paper can carry the flow of mana is the most difficult and critical point in refining the talisman. Lu Ming also failed at this step before. His spiritual consciousness and mana were weak and eventually led to failure. He looked focused and did not relax at all. His mana and spiritual consciousness were consuming rapidly, but the dizziness and fatigue that would appear in the past did not come. The runes drawn on the talisman also lit up one after another. When the spirit was completed, a fire crow phantom jumped on the paper and then disappeared. It's done! Lu Ming was very happy. This was the first time he successfully refined a talisman. Although he had the help of the golden book, he still felt a sense of accomplishment. Even if the fire crow talisman can only be regarded as an entry-level talisman for talisman masters. Looking at the fire crow talisman floating in front of him, Lu Ming took out the fire crow talisman drawn by his cheap father before he died and compared it. From the appearance, the fire crow talisman made by Lu Ming is exactly the same as the one made by his cheap father. But when the spiritual consciousness scans it, it will be found that the spiritual power fluctuation contained in it is much smaller. Lu Ming was not discouraged. It was normal that he couldn't compare now. He just needed to practice a few more times. As he said, he began to draw the next one. As a result, it didn't take long. Shie! With a slight sound, the talisman paper ignited out of thin air and turned into ashes in a few breaths. Too anxious. Lu Ming summed up his failed experience, took out a new talisman paper, and began to concentrate on drawing. The third one succeeded. The fourth one failed. The fifth one. Drawing for an hour in a row. During this period, there were constant successes and failures, but Lu Ming's skills were rapidly improving. And the mana and spiritual consciousness consumed during this period were quite terrifying. If it were an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of qi refining, he would have become a fool. In the past, Lu Ming would not joke with his body. But now, everything has changed. The light of the golden book flowed in the sea of consciousness, and Changyun's name continued to dim. Lu Ming's mouth corners slightly curled up, but his hands did not stop moving. Rustle! In the small courtyard, there was only the rustling sound of the spiritual pen rubbing against the talisman paper. In the second floor of an attic in the north district of Fangshi, the Fuxiu League. Why do my meridians suddenly hurt? Changyun returned to his residence and checked himself several times, but found nothing. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out what was going on. He planned to go out and relax, and talk to Lady Yu about life to relieve his boredom. But just as he walked to the stairwell on the second floor, he felt extremely weak and dizzy. He stumbled and rolled down the stairs. If it weren't for the fact that the bodies of immortal cultivators are different from those of ordinary people, he would have knocked out a few teeth. Damn it! This is a manifestation of excessive consumption of essence, energy, and spirit. What's going on? He hurriedly took out a few bottles of pills to restore mana and spiritual consciousness from his storage bag and poured them into his mouth. After a while, his body gradually recovered a little, but he was still like an eggplant hit by frost, with no energy. What sin have I committed? Changyun wanted to cry but had no tears. First, the pain in his meridians made him look bad, and those peasants would definitely laugh at him in private. Then, his spiritual consciousness and mana were exhausted, and the dignified cultivator almost fell down with a bruised face. All of these happened for no reason, and there was no clue to the symptoms. Half a minute later. It's happening again. Chang Yun, who had just recovered a little, felt dizzy again. He had no time to feel sorry for the precious pills, so he could only swallow them with a sad face. Because as a talisman master, he knew best how serious the consequences would be if his spiritual consciousness was exhausted. But the strange phenomenon continued, and his precious pills could only barely maintain a balance between income and expenditure. In the talisman-making room, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief after completing the spirit creation for the last piece of talisman paper. Even though it had the effect of diverting the negative effects of the body, making talismans for a long time made him feel a little unbearable. Moreover, he also noticed that his Dantian sea of consciousness was empty at this time. If you think about it carefully, you will understand that the consumption of mana and spiritual consciousness is not a side effect, it is just normal practice. What is really transferred out are the symptoms after the mana and spiritual consciousness are exhausted. After his own mana and spiritual consciousness are exhausted, the people on the list will replace him to provide him with the continuation of his mana and spiritual consciousness. This is also considered a bug. But there must be a problem. Once the person who bears it for him cannot bear it and no one is available, all the consequences will be borne by Lu Ming himself. It seems that one person is really not enough. We need to bring in a few more backers. Lu Ming murmured to himself. He looked into the void, and the golden book projection appeared in front of his eyes. Chang Yun, on the other hand, although his name is dim, he is still strong. It seems that he has taken a lot of pills. He is a big dog. Then he shook his head and ignored it. He didn't try to make talismans again. Studying the talismans was not something that happened overnight, and he still had to be relaxed. When he came to the training room, Lu Ming sat down and ran his exercises, absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding world to restore his own consumption. In the following days, Lu Ming practiced making talismans every day. He also kept an eye on Chang Yun's condition. As soon as he showed signs of collapse, he stopped making talismans and started practicing meditation. And with such a lot of practice, no matter how poor his understanding was, his mastery of the fire crow talisman gradually became more profound. Chang Yun on the other side was in unspeakable pain. He collapsed on the bed like a useless person, his face was like gold paper, and his eyes were empty and lifeless. If it weren't for the fact that he had a lot of savings, plus his nephew, who was the leader of the Fushu Alliance, he secretly squandered a lot of resources within the association. After constantly swallowing a large amount of valuable elixirs, I can barely hold on until now, otherwise I would have been squeezed dry long ago. Moreover, his cultivation is at the 6th level of qi refining, which is much higher than Lu Ming, otherwise he would not be able to withstand such oppression. Although Lu Ming didn't know Chang Yun's status at the moment, he could make a rough guess based on the feedback from the Golden Book. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. This man had always disgusted him before, and now he has come back with revenge. Looking at the stack of drawn talisman papers, Lu Ming decided to sell them to replenish resources. Now that the talisman paper and spiritual ink are almost used up, some spiritual rice and bigu pills need to be prepared. By the way, there are also pills for practice. And he also had an idea, since the consumption of qi and blood can be transferred, what about erysipelas? Although the erysipelas of the waste pill is more powerful than the medicine, if you take too much, you will become seriously ill, and in the worst case, your foundation will be destroyed. But if it can, then this will be an unprecedented path to immortality. Lu Ming simply packed up and went out. All the way to the market outside the trading area. As soon as we entered, all kinds of bustle and noise came to our faces. There is a constant flow of monks on the street, and there are various shops on both sides of the street selling cultivation items. There are also street stalls on both sides, and monks are shouting about business. There is no fairy scene at all, more like a microcosm of an ordinary city. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. Immortal cultivators are no more free than ordinary people, they also have to run for life. The magic sword is sold cheaply, only 80 spirit stones. Buy all kinds of spiritual plants and elixirs at high prices. The monster meat is sold cheaply, 10 spirit stones and 20 kilograms. Just as he was about to pass through the market area, a rough voice came from the side. Xiao Lu? Lu Ming looked sideways. I saw a tall, muscular, shirtless, middle-aged man with a beard standing behind a meat stall. There was half a bull demon on the meat stall, with blood flowing and a fishy smell. Lu Ming quickly ran through the memories in his mind, his expression changed, and he shouted quickly. Uncle Zhang. This person's name is Zhang, a demon hunter in the late stage of qi refining, and he used to have some friendship with Lu Ming's father. After Lu Yunli died, Zhang helped his predecessor for a while. It's just that Ado, who was unable to support his predecessor, gradually stopped paying attention to Zhang, and the relationship gradually became estranged. Lu Ming also felt that it was normal. In this world of immortality and private life, Zhang Li's willingness to help was already the most benevolent thing. He had no obligation to support Lu Yunli's surviving son. In addition, your previous talent was mediocre. If you have no value, why should others look up to you? Xiao Lu, where are you coming to the trading area? Hey, didn't I successfully draw some talismans? I plan to sell them in exchange for some spiritual stones. Lu Ming looked shy. When Zhang Li heard this, his eyes were confused. This kid actually succeeded in drawing. He couldn't be using the resources left by his father to sell them again. Seeing his look, Lu Ming knew what he was thinking, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In my predecessor, I had such a supporter in the late stage of qi refining, but I didn't cherish it. He took a look at the golden book, and there was no name on it. Although Zhang Li could not be said to have good intentions, there was definitely no malice. It seems that there is still a chance to repair this relationship. After all, a person with connections in the late stage of qi refining is still a bit thin in King's Hufang City. Uncle Zhang, look. With that said, he took out 3 fire crow talismans and handed them to Zhang Li. Zhang Li took it and looked at it carefully. Although he was not a talisman master, his cultivation in the late stage of qi refining was here, so at least he still had good eyesight. After looking at it for a moment, he nodded slightly. This was indeed not Lu Yunli's handwriting. His eyes were somewhat gratified. It seemed that this kid had enlightened and no longer lived in a muddle-headed way every day. Then he congratulated Lu Ming. Congratulations, you will be Master Lu from now on. Uncle Zhang is too praised. This boy is just a newcomer to the Tao of Talisman. Lu Ming quickly waved his hand. Now he can only draw the fire crow talisman. How can there be a spiritual talisman master who only knows one kind of talisman? Seeing that Lu Ming was humble and not arrogant because of his successful drawing of the talisman, Zhang Li was even more satisfied. He has a good friendship with Lu Yunli, but that doesn't mean he wants to transfer this friendship to his younger generation. However, he didn't want his former friend's son to let himself down, and he was quite relieved to see Lu Ming take the right path. He thought about Lu Ming going to sell talismans, and said teasingly as if he remembered something funny. Chang Yun, I heard that something went wrong in his cultivation, and he went crazy on the street a few days ago. He hasn't been here for several days. Although Chang Yun belongs to the Fu Shou Alliance, he has always been domineering and likes to bully some low-level casual cultivators. As a monk in the late stage of qi refining, Zhang Li, Chang Yun didn't dare to provoke him, but his behavior was disgusting. Seeing him unlucky at this time, he naturally took pleasure in his misfortune. Obsessed? Lu Ming felt a slight movement in his heart, and he didn't know whether it was caused by practicing the exercises or making talismans. But the effect of the Golden Book has also been verified, and it can really transfer all the negative effects to Chang Yun. It's a pity that I couldn't see Chang Yun wailing in pain, but it's better to do this less lively, and it would be great to do things quietly. After chatting with Zhang Li for a few more words, Lu Ming said goodbye and left. However, before leaving, Lu Ming shamelessly stuffed a transmission talisman into Zhang Li and asked him to help pay attention to some strange skills and secrets. He did not mention the reward, but Lu Ming did not take away the 3 fire crow talismans. As for the transmission talismans, they were 2 talismans left by Lu Yunli that could communicate with each other within a kilometer. However, the number of times is limited and can only withstand a period of time or a few summonses. As a demon hunter, Zhang Li has a complicated circle, but he is absolutely well informed. If there is any news that Lu Ming doesn't know, you can try to learn it from him, and you can even ask him for help if necessary. Of course, we don't know whether the other party is willing or not, it's just an extra layer of preparation. After leaving the market area, Lu Ming did not stop, passing through the stalls on both sides and arriving at an unoccupied open space. After walking and looking around, I determined the location, then spread a carpet on the ground and placed the 27 fire crow talisman that I had drawn recently. He didn't pay much attention to it. He sat on the ground and put a wooden sign aside. Selling the fire crow talisman, 5 spiritual crystals per piece. It has been more than 2 months since he traveled through time, and he has a general understanding of the market, and he also knows the price of talismans and seals. A fire crow talisman is worth about 4 to 6 spiritual crystals, and the price difference is judged based on the quality of the talisman. With his current level of talisman making, it's not bad, but it's not great either. The price tag of 5 spiritual crystals is just right. The so-called spiritual crystals are fragments of spiritual stones. Generally speaking, 10 spiritual crystals can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spiritual stone. But basically no one is willing to trade like this unless they are willing to pay more. There's something wrong with the damn exchange rate. Lu Ming complained in his mind and began to wait quietly for customers to come to the door. Only half a quarter of an hour passed, and still no one came. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. The fire crow talisman was very common and the supply exceeded the demand. Most of the people selling talismans and seals in King's Hufang City had a few of them. Just seeing that many nearby stalls have more or less completed some transactions, it is inevitable that I will still feel a little envious. Lu Ming was bored and began to look around. To his left was a stall owner selling herbal medicine. An old man who looked like an old farmer was smoking a brass-mouthed dry pot, with wisps of green smoke coming out of the pot. Seeing Lu Ming, he showed his big yellow teeth. "Little brother, do you want to buy some elixir?" Seeing that he misunderstood, Lu Ming quickly waved his hand. "But this is your first time setting up a stall to sell talismans and seals?" "Senior, I have a keen eye. This is my first time setting up a stall. What do you think?" Lu Ming answered politely. He didn't pretend to be an expert. There was no need to pretend to be a problem that could be seen at a glance. The old man smiled and waved his hand. "Don't call me senior, I'm just older. My surname is Zhou. You can call me Old Man Zhou. I can't speak of opinions. I have stayed in King's Hufang City for most of my life, and I haven't achieved anything famous. However, if a talisman master like you sells talisman seals in the trading area, he will eventually have to hand over 10% or 20% of the proceeds to the Talisman Show Alliance, otherwise he will be suppressed by the Talisman Show Alliance." Lu Ming naturally knew this rule. The original intention of establishing the Talisman Alliance was to unite and protect the interests of casual talisman cultivators. However, the path became more and more crooked and it gradually became a monopoly and oppressor. Although he couldn't stand it when his cheap dad was here, he was the beneficiary after all. It's just that the situation is different from the past, and now he is the oppressed. As for joining the Fusho Alliance, forget it, there is no need to make yourself uncomfortable. At first, his cheap dad was not very popular there, and he would only get a blank look if he went in. While Lu Ming was thinking, Old Man Zhou whispered to Lu Ming quietly. "Of course, you can also choose to sell talisman seals in a store. This way you can avoid paying taxes. Talisman Xiumeng cannot cover the sky with one hand. However, the price is lower than selling at a stall, but it sells faster, but this is considered a violation of the rules of the Fulisho Alliance. But if you are a late-stage qi refining monk, this will no longer be a problem. After all, the leader of the Fusho Alliance is only in the late stage of qi refining. Shop. It is indeed a way to make quick money. You can try to get in touch with it." Lu Ming cupped his hands and thanked Old Man Zhou. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for informing me. Hey, you're not afraid of offending Fu Xiumeng?" Old Man Zhou was a little anxious, he didn't want to hurt this kid because of himself. "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I'll save you the trouble, I know what I'm doing." Lu Ming smiled. He really planned to visit those shops. Not only did he need to sell talismans and seals, but he also needed to buy some spiritual rice elixirs and the like. But then a discordant voice sounded. "Hey, there's a new guy here." Lu Ming turned around and saw a thin black-clothed monk with triangular eyes who had reached the middle stage of qi refining walking towards them. When he looked over, the monk in black also saw Lu Ming's face clearly, and couldn't help but be stunned, and then a joking expression appeared on his face. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Lu?" With that said, he walked to Lu Ming's stall. He bent down and twisted a piece of talisman on the stall and looked at it. "Why, you've also started selling talismans and seals, and did you draw this?" Lu Ming's face darkened, and he secretly thought it was bad luck. I thought Chang Yun was so tortured that he couldn't go out, but he didn't expect that his henchman Huang Quan was here today. However, the situation was stronger than the situation, and Lu Ming immediately showed a simple and honest smile. Replying to Brother Huang, "I drew the talisman seal." Huang Quan was a little surprised when he heard this. Didn't he say that this kid didn't have the talent to draw talismans? Was it a mistake? But he didn't take it too seriously. No matter how bad the talisman master's son was, he couldn't be any worse. "You must know the rules better than anyone else, so you don't need me to talk nonsense anymore. Give me 10% of your profit today. Don't make it difficult for your brother," Huang Quan said threateningly. Lu Ming bowed his hands to him. I just arrived today, and I haven't sold the talisman yet. So you mean you don't have to give it anymore? Huang Quan sneered. How can this be possible? Brother Huan, please keep it. This is to honor you. As he spoke, he stepped forward and quietly handed over 2 talismans. Huang Quan was a little stunned. When did this kid become so capable? However, Chang Yun had no idea what happened to him these days. He had not been out of the house. Instead, he asked him to collect the membership fee, and he took this opportunity to quietly make a profit. Not bad, not bad. You are more capable than your dead father. He patted Lu Ming's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Since Lu Ming was sensible, he did not mean to embarrass Lu Ming. Looking at Huang Quan's back as he left, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Although he had never met his cheap father, not everyone could insult him. In a place that only he could see, a name suddenly appeared on the golden book in the void. Huang Quan, right? I will make you go to hell later. Old Zhou watched the whole scene, but did not laugh at Lu Ming. Having been in King's Hufang City for most of his life, he had seen all kinds of dirty things. The fact that Fu Xiuming did not collect membership fees from him was not because they were merciful, but because they were different exploiters. There is also a Shinnon gang in King's Hufang City, which is responsible for these spiritual farmers. He took a puff of dry tobacco leisurely, knocked the pipe on the ground next to him, and spoke slowly. I thought that since Chang Guanshi hadn't shown up for a few days, Yu Sanren Fusher had a good time, but I didn't expect that today. Hey! You are also unlucky. You just happened to encounter a change of people. You wouldn't have met him if you came 2 days earlier. Lu Ming was silent. He didn't have the ability to predict the future. How could he know that Huang Quan would come today, but he couldn't say for sure in the future. Half an hour later, Lu Ming and Old Man Zhou chatted while waiting for customers to come. But few people were willing to stop. Perhaps because they saw that he looked young, they instinctively felt that he was unreliable, and they all shook their heads and left. Lu Ming didn't want to waste time like this, and noticed that Huang Quan had left and went to other places. He packed up the items on the ground, said hello to Old Man Zhou, and left. Leaving the trading area, Lu Ming squeezed out of the crowd, came to several shops to look around for a while, and finally walked into the Yufu Tang. The reason for choosing this place is that it seems to be a talisman shop, and there is a demand for talismans. Secondly, there is a green bamboo mark on the plaque. Lu Ming guessed that this is related to the Qingzhou market. If it is an official channel, then naturally all aspects are guaranteed. Lu Ming walked into the store and saw rows of shelves with various colors of spiritual light flashing on them. Under the protection of the spiritual light of the shelves, there are talismans of different colors and runes. Sir, what kind of talismans do you need? At this time, a girl with bright eyes and white teeth came over. I want to sell talismans. Do you accept the Fire Crow talisman? Of course, but it depends on the quality of the talisman. The girl was startled. She didn't expect that the boy in front of her was still a talisman master. That's all. Lu Ming took out a stack of talismans and handed them over. Well, although the painting techniques on some of the pictures are a bit unfamiliar, the overall spiritual patterns are smooth and the quality is medium. For spiritual crystals per piece, a total of 10 spiritual stones, is that okay? The girl checked them one by one and then gave a price. Sure. Lu Ming did not hesitate. Although each piece only cost 4 spiritual crystals, he gave low-grade spiritual stones, which was not much worse than selling them at a stall. Then he asked again. How much are the spiritual ink and talisman paper? 1 spiritual stone for 1 knife of talisman paper, and 2 for spiritual ink. Give me some of both. Lu Ming did not bargain. You get what you pay for. He looked at the quality of the talisman paper here and found it was much better than the inferior talisman paper on the stalls outside. After leaving the Jade Talisman Hall, Lu Ming went to the spirit rice shop and bought 10 kilograms of spiritual rice, spending 1 spiritual stone. Finally, he came to the pill shop leisurely, where various jade bottles of elixirs were placed. I have all the elixirs for qi refining, such as Huangshan pill, Juling pill, Peiyuan pill, etc., here. Would you like a bottle? The shopkeeper was a middle-aged cultivator with a kind face, and he was filled with the fragrance of elixirs. He must be an alchemist. What are the elixirs for auxiliary cultivation? Lu Ming asked. I see that you are at the 3rd level of qi refining. Juling pill and Peiyuan pill are enough, while Huangshan pill and Xingyuan pill are for the middle stage of qi refining. You can also prepare some. The shopkeeper introduced enthusiastically and took out several jade bottles and pushed them in front of Lu Ming. What are the prices? Lu Ming asked. Juling pill, Peiyuan pill, etc. are suitable for the early stage of qi refining. They are all 3 spirit stones each, and there are 10 in a bottle. Lu Ming felt depressed when he heard this. The elixirs are really profitable. This is still the cheaper one among the early stage elixirs. I can't imagine how expensive the middle and late stage elixirs are. But now he only knows one thing, that he, Lu Ming, does not deserve to eat good elixirs. Do you have that kind of, waste pills? Lu Ming asked a little embarrassedly. The shopkeeper was stunned when he heard this. Although he didn't understand, he still explained very seriously. Although the waste pills still have medicinal properties, they have basically been ruined and are harmful to the body. Lu Ming was happy after hearing this. It was good that the medicinal properties were still there. As for the pill poison, there were kind people who took it for him. Then will you sell it here? I will use it for other purposes. Lu Ming asked. I can sell it, but it's really not edible. It's not that the shopkeeper cares about Lu Ming's health, but he is afraid that he will ruin his body and ruin his reputation. However, he has the idea of not being a bastard when he has business. He took out a few porcelain bottles from under the counter. These 4 bottles are Juling pill and Peiyuan pill, this one is Xinyuan pill, and the other one is Huangshan pill. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Juling pill and Peiyuan pill are worth 6 spirit stones, Xinyuan pill and Huangshan pill are worth 8 spirit stones. 7 spirit stones in total, you can't sell them anyway. Okay. Lu Ming secretly said, what a guy. He agreed even after it was cut in half. But he still gave 7 spirit stones and put the pills in his arms. He spent all the spirit stones he earned from selling talismans in one trip, and even paid a spirit stone. It's true that you make money in the market and spend it in the market, and you want to take it home after each one. But the mission this time has been completed, and it's time to go back to practice in seclusion. In a corner, 2 sneaky figures watched Lu Ming's back as he left. Brother, this guy is only at the 3rd level of qi refining, and he is buying pills and talismans. I think his storage bag is destined for us. The thin monk who was speaking looked eager to try. The big man next to him raised his hand and slapped him on the back of his head. This is broad daylight. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Besides, he will have a few coins left after buying. Although he was slapped, the thin monk still looked unwilling. Brother, the previous Taoist friends were all poor, and we haven't opened for a long time. In my opinion, we still have to find such Taoist friends who can sell pills, so that we can use them. The big man thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. The 2 brothers are robbery cultivators who are mixed in this area. Their strength is in the middle stage of qi refining. The elder brother Lin Beihai is at the 6th level of qi refining, and the younger brother Lin Yuanshan is at the 5th level of qi refining. It's just that the performance this month is not ideal, and the 2 brothers are going to King's Hufang City to find a destined person. After arriving, they stared at the people coming and going in major shops to select targets. Lu Ming, who was only at the 3rd level of qi refining, naturally came into their sight. Do you remember his aura? Let's wait until night to take action and ask this Taoist friend to borrow some pills to taste. Don't worry, big brother, the pills will be yours, and I'll take the spiritual stones. I haven't walked the waterway of Lady Yu for a long time. He. Back to the courtyard. Lu Ming came to the kitchen, took out the spiritual rice he bought today, and cooked a pot of rice for himself. The spiritual rice is green bamboo spiritual rice, each grain is like emerald jade, and a bamboo leaf fragrance diffuses in the room. Lu Ming quickly filled a bowl, looking at the crystal clear and full spiritual rice in the bowl, he suddenly felt a little hungry. After taking a big bite, the spiritual rice melted in his mouth, with a strong rice fragrance, and the taste was very sweet. Especially after eating, in addition to a warm feeling in his stomach, there was also a faint spiritual energy rising. Taking this opportunity, Lu Ming quickly came to the practice room and prepared to retreat and refine. Just after sitting down, he was ready to choose Huang Quan to replace Chang Yun to bear the price of the pain in the meridians during cultivation. When did 2 more people appear, Lin Yuanshan and Lin Beihai? Lu Ming suddenly had an idea and opened the golden book, but he didn't know when 2 more people were on the list. Lu Ming's heart was heavy. He didn't know these 2 people at all. When did he offend them? Could it be? He reviewed what happened today. After Huang Quan was on the list, he didn't come into contact with too many people. The owners of the talisman shop, the pill shop, and the spiritual rice shop would not be greedy for those spiritual stones. That means he was targeted by someone for showing off his wealth. Lu Ming cursed in his heart, this group of Taoist friends in the cultivation world were really rude. I don't know how this trend of buying for 0 yuan was formed. He didn't know who these two people were, and he didn't want to know. Since they targeted him, he might as well die. Lu Ming took out 8 porcelain bottles. There are 2 bottles each of the first-grade low-grade spirit judging pill and Peiyuan pill, 1 bottle each of the mid-grade Zinyuan pill and Huanshendan, as well as the inferior spirit judging pill previously seized. He first opened a bottle of waste spirit gathering pill, and a burnt smell hit his nostrils. Lu Ming took out a spirit gathering pill first. The elixir is gray-white in color, and its shape is not round or even somewhat irregular. Lu Ming frowned, but decided to try one first to confirm the effect of the golden book, so as not to lose it later. However, he did not use the waste elixir first, but chose the inferior spirit gathering elixir he had obtained before. Select Lin Yuanshan and Lin Beihai, and then throw the spirit gathering pill into their mouths. Lu Ming began to run the 5 elements Chaoyuan Gong to refine the power of the spirit gathering pill. It was a little uncomfortable at first, as if I had eaten something dirty, but gradually the medicinal power began to become milder, the medicinal power nourished the meridians, and a faint aura began to spread in the body. Lu Ming was delighted, it really worked. Just 1 pill has minimal effect and is not enough. Then, he raised a bottle of spirit gathering waste pill and poured all 10 pills inside into his mouth. After chewing it, a burnt smell filled the mouth. Lu Ming frowned and swallowed, resisting the urge to vomit. Boom! Suddenly, an exciting and violent energy swept through his belly. Lu Ming did not dare to delay and used all his strength to run the technique. It's so fast, so cool. Lu Ming felt the spiritual energy stirring, and felt extremely excited. This speed is far faster than self-cultivation. I am afraid that it will not be long before I can break through the cultivation level and break through the mid-stage bottleneck of qi refining. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Ming had the intention of killing the 2 of them, and the waste elixir wasn't strong enough. Blood-burning secret technique starts. Qingyu Lane, in a small courtyard not far from Lu Ming. 2 brothers, Lin Yuanshan and Lin Beihai, were sitting cross-legged and adjusting their breaths, quietly waiting for nightfall. The reason why the 2 brothers took action in a hurry was that they were worried that the elixir would be refined by someone, and then there would be no point in snatching it. But what they didn't expect was that a certain monk surnamed Lu generously shared the elixir in order to prevent their trip from being in vain. Good brothers are meant to share joys and sorrows. At this moment, the expressions of both of them changed. The aura on his body suddenly dropped, his energy and blood declined, and his magic power dropped sharply. At the same time, manic and violent emotions burst out. What's going on? Lin Beihai frowned and relied on his cultivation at the 6th level of qi refining to suppress the strangeness. But his younger brother Lin Yuanshan was a little worse, and he tried his best to use his skills to resist the sudden negative emotion. The elder brother frowned and thought, but his hand movements were not slow. He took out a condensing talisman and activated it, turning the talisman into a green light that enveloped Lin Yuanshan. After Lin Yuanshan woke up, he looked at his elder brother nervously. Brother, have I gone crazy? Lin Beihai looked serious when he heard this but shook his head. One person can explain it when his practice goes wrong and goes crazy, but it's absolutely impossible for 2 people. That means someone is up to something, and I'm going to kill him. Lin Yuanshan looked ferocious. Don't be impulsive, this little problem won't affect you, ah. Lin Beihai wanted to hold his brother, but at this moment, a sharp pain came from his limbs, and the 2 of them screamed almost at the same time. Brother, what is going on? Do you feel severe pain all over your body? Brother Lin Yuanshan's voice began to tremble. The unknown is the scariest thing. This weird symptom has no origin or reason. No, I don't know, ah. The 2 screamed again, and they felt a terrifying energy brewing in their dantian. Violet energy rushes into the meridians throughout the body, causing turbulent flow of energy and blood, and bursting of blood vessels, which is as painful as being torn apart by life. The 2 of them were twitching all over, trying to use their magic power to adjust their breath. But the feeling of sluggishness in their magic power became stronger and stronger, as if something was attached to the meridians, preventing them from using their magic power. They took the elixir, but like hot oil meeting boiling water, 2 conflicting forces entangled in their bodies, making their situation worse. At the same time, the North District Fushou Alliance. Master Godan, how is my nephew doing? I'm sorry for my blindness. I didn't see anything serious about your nephew. It's just that the spiritual consciousness was consumed too much and the pressure was too harsh. And, don't go to Chuanxiang Tower anymore, pay attention to rest and adjust your breath. Chang Yun heard this conversation after his consciousness emerged from the chaos. Standing in the room were an old man wearing a green robe with a red furnace embroidered pattern, and a burly man wearing a black robe. The latter's face was somewhat similar to Chang Yun. Chang Yun knew both of these two people. One was Gu Cheng, a well-known alchemist in Fang City, and the other was his uncle, Chang Wei, who was the leader of the Fushou Alliance. There are also a few members of the association who have more or less relationships with him. Second uncle, I must have been harmed by someone. I don't want to become a useless person. Seeing his uncle, Chang Yun seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and tried his best to sit up while talking intermittently. Chang Wei pushed him down on the bed and prevented him from sitting up. Listen to Master Gu. You should cultivate yourself well. Don't think too much about anything else. My second uncle will handle everything. Chang Wei comforted him, but he also had a headache. By the way, think carefully, have you offended anyone, or caused any trouble? No, I've always been low-key. Chang Yun opened his mouth, but seeing the stern eyes of his second uncle, he changed his words. I won't provoke those powerful people. He was also very aggrieved. Why would he suddenly become useless? Although the feeling of spiritual exhaustion gradually disappeared in recent days, there are many sequelae left. Now his sea of consciousness is still aching, and what scares him most is the attack without reason, which is hard to prevent. Since you don't know, then take a good rest. I will send someone to investigate. Chang Wei's eyes flashed coldly. Although his nephew is usually domineering, he still has a good eye and knows who to provoke and who not to provoke. So it is probably not done by outsiders. He suspects that it was done by someone inside the Fushou League. Although he is the head of a meeting, there are many people who want to take his position. Maybe they didn't dare to attack him, so they wanted to use their nephew to threaten or restrain him. He didn't believe that Chang Yun would appear in this situation for no reason. He was about to leave, and suddenly remembered something and asked, have you not collected membership fees in the past few days? This is a considerable source of income for the Fushou League. If you don't collect it for a day, you don't know how many spiritual stones you will miss. Chang Yun looked at the person next to him, and it was Huang Quan. Huang Quan saw Chang Yun looking at him, and first bowed to Chang Yun and Chang Wei, then took out a storage bag from his arms, held it up with both hands and handed it over. He said flatteringly, Alliance leader, I went to collect it today, and it's all here. Chang Wei nodded with satisfaction, and then said in a deep voice, well done, you will collect membership fees on behalf of Chang Yun in the future, but remember to collect the ones that were delayed a few days ago. Although Huang Quan is only at the 5th level of qi refining, his cultivation is lower than Chang Yun, but the majesty of the Fushou League has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Those talisman masters will obey orders as long as they are not stupid. Okay, thank you, leader. Although he collected the membership fee on behalf of Chang Yun, it still caused dissatisfaction among many people, who felt that it was not legitimate. Now that the leader has spoken personally, let's see what those people dare to say. Moreover, this is a lucrative job, which can get a lot of benefits. He is very grateful to the guy who harmed Chang Yun. Suddenly he remembered something, his eyes turned, and while Chang Wei was still there, he hurriedly said to Chang Yun, Brother Chang, guess who I met in the trading area today? If you have anything to say, hurry up. Chang Yun is not in the mood to guess now. Yes, I met Lu Ming in the trading area today. Lu Ming, is Lu Yuli's son? Chang Wei had not left yet, so he naturally heard Huang Quan's words. Reply to the leader, it is this person. Huang Quan hurriedly responded. What's wrong with him? This guy has already mastered the talisman, and he is selling it in the trading area today. Look, this is it. He took out 2 fire crow talismans from his arms, one to Chang Wei and one to Chang Yun. The two took them and looked at them carefully, then raised their eyebrows. Look at this spirit, he has indeed mastered the talisman. Chang Wei nodded. Chang Yun, however, looked unhappy. He didn't expect that the boy had mastered the talisman, which was not a good thing. He hurriedly said to his second uncle, Lu Yunli opposed the collection of membership fees at the beginning. Chang Wei thought of this person when he heard this, and his face didn't look good. But he would only lower himself to deal with a young boy. He said to Huang Quan in a meaningful tone, please take care of this person in the future. After all, he is the son of an old friend. Huang Quan's face showed a solemn look when he heard this, and he promised, please rest assured, leader, I will take good care of him. He emphasized the word observation. He had deliberately said this in front of the two of them, just to make the leader value him more. He didn't want to be Chang Yun's lackey for the rest of his life. As for whether this would harm Lu Ming, He didn't care. Lu Ming, who was practicing, looked slightly moved. Why is there another person on the list? He thought that Chang Yun was not enough before, so he wanted to collect more death substitutes. But don't keep coming one after another. Those on the list are those who have malice and murderous intentions towards him. Who is this again? He did not stop practicing, but just split a little of his mind to look at the golden book. Chang Wei? Chang Yun's uncle, the leader of the Fu Xiu League. Lu Ming was startled, and his technique went wrong due to his unstable state of mind. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would not only go crazy but also get a side stitch and suffer minor injuries. However, Lu Ming did not feel anything, because there were two good men who were suffering for him at this time. He did not care about these, but thought about the reason why Chang Wei was on the list. It must be Huang Quan who told him about his affairs. Lu Ming could not think of any other reason except this. But now it is better to have more debts than to be burdened. Since he is on the list, he should not leave. For now, I'd better kill the two good brothers first, and then slowly deal with the uncle and nephew. Oh, and Huang Quan. Without thinking anymore, he closed his eyes and continued to refine the medicinal power in his body. He could feel that he was not far from the bottleneck of the fourth level of qi refining. Time passed, and 7 days passed. Xingyu Lane, in the courtyard of the Lin brothers. At this time, the two were in a particularly miserable state, almost like a dried corpse. His face was haggard, his cheeks were sunken, his bones were protruding, his eyeballs were full of bloodshot, and his skin gradually began to turn blue and black. Brother? I'm going to die. I don't want to. I don't want to die. Lin Yuanshan's lips moved, and only vague words came out. After 7 days of inhuman torture, he was now weak. But the will to survive still made him hold on, and he took out a bottle of pills with difficulty again. At this time, his body was already full of various used pill jade bottles. However, no matter how much he took, it could not change the fact that his qi and blood continued to be deficient. What made him most desperate was that not only was his blood and qi flowing away, but his meridians seemed to be blocked by a large amount of poison. When he would die depended on how many pills he had left. Lin Beihai also looked desperate. He thought more. Their current state was very similar to the art of witchcraft. Someone must have cursed them. Whether it was an enemy or something else, it didn't matter now. He was betting that this curse could not last for a long time. Since they killed people in this way, it meant that the other party was not sure of their strength to kill them head-on, so they could only use this despicable method. And he didn't believe that this endless curse would be without cost. He had to wait. As long as the other party couldn't hold on, he could survive. But, could he really wait? So cruel. In fact, as mid-stage qi refining cultivators, the two would not be so miserable. Even the waste pill poison could have some resistance. It's just that they not only had to resist a large amount of pill poison, but also the negative effects brought by the blood-burning secret art. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame a certain cultivator named Lu for chewing the waste pills as candy beans and activating the secret art to help digestion. They thought about asking for help, but the formation in the courtyard guarded them diligently, not letting any sound out. Another 7 days. Fuck, it's gone. Lu Ming, who was practicing, was suddenly awakened. He found that the names of Lin Yuanshan and Lin Beihai disappeared from the Golden Book. They are really alive, but now is not the time to celebrate. He could feel that he was almost about to break through that layer, so he couldn't stop here. He quickly switched to Chang Yun, Chang Wei, Huang Quan. After swallowing another bottle of Xinyuan pill, Lu Ming pinched the seal with his hands. The Zhoutian cycle repeated, feeling the changes between the meridians in the body, and the mind became peaceful and calm. Calm your breath and concentrate your mind, and your heart will be as clear as a mirror. No demons in your heart, wisdom will arise. The spiritual energy around you began to surround you and quickly gathered towards Lu Ming. Crack! I don't know how long it took, but a small sound came from Lu Ming's body. The five-colored spiritual energy lingered in the dantian, and suddenly expanded a circle, and the meridians also widened a little. The aura on his body suddenly rose, and the robes around him moved without wind. A powerful aura surrounded Lu Ming in the training room. The fourth level of qi refining, it's done. After a long time. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes full of joy. Finally done. Lu Ming didn't expect to break through so quickly. His predecessor is only 17 years old now. He started practicing at the age of 10, and he only reached the third level of qi refining when he traveled through time. And it has been 5 years since his predecessor broke through the third level of qi refining. God knows how difficult it is for a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots to practice. Even if he had a golden finger after taking over, he still needed to endure for a year or two. Unexpectedly, he broke through the bottleneck with the waste pill and the secret technique of burning blood. But I still have to thank the 2 good brothers. Without them, Lu Ming would not have been so determined to practice for so long. It is still worthwhile to consume 2 mid-stage qi refining cultivators for 1 bottleneck. But this incident also reminded Lu Ming. When I go out in the future, I may run into people who are greedy for money and have bad intentions. Fortunately, this is in the market. Although it is not absolutely safe, there are still basic protections. But if he leaves the market and encounters a tough guy, the other party will not give Lu Ming the opportunity to use waste pills and secret techniques to reduce his blood. His golden book can only ensure that his cultivation will not be negatively affected, but it cannot guarantee safety. Otherwise, when he encounters a life and death crisis, at most he will know who killed him before he dies. He must have a strong means of protecting the way, and he must consider spells, magic weapons, and talismans. The original body only knows a few basic spells such as Fireball, Water Arrow, and Sharp Gold Finger. But at present, these spells are still at the level of minor success, not even major success. To pick up these spells, not to mention practicing them to perfection, at least they must be major success. And the maximum utilization rate of the golden finger is far from being achieved. He needs more secret methods like the secret art of burning blood, or even magic skills. The characteristic of magic skills is that the cultivation level is improved very quickly, but there are many side effects and sequelae. But it happens that Lu Ming is least afraid of these. If he practices step by step, the speed is really touching. Even if he relied on the waste pills, it was not a long-term solution. And there was another benefit to practicing those techniques with great side effects. In the future, whether it was fighting against the enemy or using blood-grinding tactics, the efficiency would be much higher than now. So it was imperative to find a technique that suited him. But before that, he had to get the spirit stones first. Without spirit stones, what dream could he talk about? Lu Ming planned to practice and refine spells and draw talismans for a period of time. The most important thing was to restrict those 3 people and not give them the opportunity to make trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Ming looked at the Golden Book. At this time, only these 3 people existed in the Golden Book. And Lu Ming also noticed the changes that were different from the past. In the past, Chang Yun, Huang Quan, Ling Yuanshan, and Lin Beihai were all arranged in parallel in the same row. Lu Ming thought that this was arranged by first come first served. Now it has all become Chang Wei on top, Chang Yun, Huang Quan on the bottom. So now it is arranged by cultivation? The higher the cultivation, the higher it goes. But it's also good, it's convenient for him to observe and choose. Chang Wei is in the late stage of qi refining, and he doesn't know the exact amount, but he can sit in the position of leader, and qi refining level 7 should not be able to do it. Since the higher your cultivation level, the greater the responsibility, then you will naturally shoulder the burden of Lu's cultivation. Lu Ming made a plan. Chang Wei was responsible for the consumption of spiritual consciousness and making talismans, Chang Yun was responsible for practicing the skills, and Huang Quan was responsible for practicing spells. As for the durability, it depends on their own performance. It is not suitable to go out now. We need to wear down these 3 people first. However, we must have a clear division of labor and control the intensity, so as not to kill them all at once. These people are all members of the Fu Xiu League, especially Chang Wei, who is the leader of the Fu Xiu League. If he dies, it may be a big trouble. Although it is almost impossible to think that he is the one who did it, no one knows whether there are any means in this world that can use corpses to divine or trace the source to find the enemy. He should hide as much as possible, and always pay attention to the changes in the Golden Book. He can only hide behind the scenes when doing such things. Once people know that he has such a strange ability, you don't need to think about it to know that his ending is not very good. Now Chang Yun's name in the Golden Book is extremely dim, and it is estimated that he is half useless. It can be slowed down for a while. Chang Wei has the highest cultivation and the greatest threat, but the countermeasures are limited. In the late stage of qi refining, the spiritual consciousness has gradually transformed into the divine consciousness. It is probably not so effective to rely on the talisman making to consume the spiritual consciousness. It is also necessary to add the blood-burning secret art. I just don't know if it will affect the talisman making in that state. As for Huang Quan, his cultivation level is the lowest among these people, but he is at the 5th level of qi refining, and he is also the easiest to deal with. You can consider crippling him first, it won't take much time anyway. Then practice the sharp gold finger first. Although the sharp gold finger is only a small first level spell, it is one of the most powerful basic spells. The gold system is mainly for killing, it is powerful and has great damage, but it also hurts others and yourself. He currently has few choices in spells, only the sharp gold finger will cause damage to the body. Thinking of the desperate look of his predecessor when practicing the sharp gold finger, Lu Ming wanted to laugh. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes, and he immediately urged his magic power and began to cast spells with the trajectory of the sharp gold finger. The 5 elements of power in the dantian circulated, and a wisp of gold magic power was transformed. Whoosh! A golden light flew out from the index finger of his right hand, leaving a deep hole on the ground of the practice room. Lu Ming felt the strength of the spell. The sharp gold finger with a small success can hardly break the defense of the same level opponent. But if it is practiced to the great success or even perfection, the power is comparable to the first level medium grade spell, which is also a good little trick. But at this time, Lu Ming felt a slight tingling in his right arm and even his index finger. This is the sequelae of practicing the sharp gold finger. During the casting process, the gold energy will hurt the tendons and veins. If it is used for a long time without stopping, even the right arm will not be saved. So the predecessor was very resistant to practicing the sharp gold finger, but he didn't care. He didn't stop. As he continued to cast, he could feel that his understanding of the sharp gold finger was getting deeper and deeper. Lu Ming was ready to make a concerted effort to master the sharp gold finger. And Huang Quan's name on the golden book began to flicker slightly, and the color began to gradually dim. In the evening, King's Hufang City, Chuanxiang Tower. The sound of piano music drifted out from the pavilion, and the lights reflected the windowsill of Chuanxiang Tower. A woman dressed in gauze and dressed coolly stood in front of the door, welcoming the hakas coming in and out. At this time, Huang Quan, led by a charming woman, walked upstairs. Mr. Huang, which girl do you like today? As long as you ask, Yun Yang will arrange it for you. Huang Quan laughed when he heard this. This was the time when he was most proud. Not only did he get the job of making money, but he also showed his face in front of the leader. But in the afternoon, he suddenly felt a little unwell and a little irritable. So tonight he planned to reward himself and come to Chungxiangla to relieve his heat. What girl do you want? Yun Yang is good. As he said this, he took out a spiritual stone and stuffed it under Yun Yang's cheongsam that was split to the thigh. He pulled out his hand and wanted to pat her round in perky buttocks. But at this moment, Huang Quan felt a little tingling in his right arm, and his hand unconsciously exerted force. Ah! Master Huang, you hurt me. Madam Yu was a little angry because of the pain, and she rolled her eyes at Huang Quan. Huang Quan frowned, not understanding what happened just now. But with the beauty beside him, he didn't think too much, and was taken to a guest bedroom by Madame Yu. A few minutes later. Master Huang, are you too tired recently? Madame Yu's tone was a little resentful. Ahem, I'm busy with the affairs of the club recently. Huang Quan covered his right arm at this time. His face was not very good, but he still defended himself. At first he thought it was nothing, but the pain came every once in a while, and it was more severe each time, and it became stronger and stronger as time passed. The pain made him have no mood to have fun at this time. No matter how hard Madame Yu tried, he couldn't draw his sword. Huang Quan felt something was wrong, and hurriedly looked inside to check himself. But he didn't get anything from observing for a while. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of Changyun, and his face suddenly changed. Although the symptoms were different, they were both sudden and without any signs. Huang Quan's face turned pale at this time, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Why is it like this? I didn't provoke anyone. Who wants to harm me? Thinking of Changyun's miserable condition, Huang Quan didn't dare to think about it anymore. He didn't want to become a useless person. Moreover, the other party had the second uncle of the alliance leader as a backing, and there was no shortage of elixir resources. But he had nothing. Huang Quan was even more terrified when he thought of this. He couldn't stay here any longer. He suspected that someone in Chungxiangla had done something to him. Chang Yun's initial symptoms also began to flare up after he left Chungxianglu. Yes, leave, if you leave, no one can harm me. He saw that Lady Yu was about to open her mouth, and her eyes became sharp. Hey, how dare the evildoer harm me? He kicked Lady Yu, who was kneeling in front of him, away with a rude kick, tied his belt and rushed out of the door, running towards his residence. Inside the house, Lady Yu covered her stomach and climbed up with difficulty. At this time, her face was hideous, and she was no longer as charming as before. She cursed in the direction where Huang Quan left. Huang Quan, you eunuch, if I continue to do your business, my cultivation will never improve. At this time, there were still a large number of guests in Chungxianglu who were attracted by the movement here, and then everyone began to whisper. The one who just ran away with his pants up is Huang Quan from Fuxiu League, right? How did he make Lady Yu so angry? What else could it be? Didn't you hear Lady Yu scolding him? Just looking at his skinny appearance, you can tell he's a silver-plated spearhead. Now he's going to be famous in King's Hufang City, and Fuxiu League is embarrassed. Don't tell me, Fuxiu League has been making a lot of noise recently. I heard that Chang Yun, everyone was full of gloating and teasing. 3 days later. In the training room. Go! Lu Ming flicked his finger. A sharp and condensed golden light shot out, cutting through the air with a sharp piercing sound, and slashed on the wall. The wall of the training room made of hard ore was left with a very deep mark. The perfect sharp gold finger has greatly increased in both power and casting speed, which is very different from the small success. The two are incomparable. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with joy. After 3 days of continuous practice, he had mastered the sharp gold finger, which was at a minor level of proficiency. Although this was just a basic spell and was easy to master, it would not have been classified as a basic spell if it had not had a large side effect. But all this was thanks to the Golden Book's transfer of side effects, allowing him to practice without any worries. Thinking of this, Lu Ming opened the Golden Book to check. Huang Quan, at this time, his name had obviously faded a lot. Although he was not as good as Chan Yun, he would not be able to make trouble in the short term. You've worked hard. You should take a rest first. I'll ask your leader to help. Lu Ming pretended to comfort him in the void, and then switched the cost candidate to Chang Wei. Fuzhuan still needs to be diversified in order to be competitive. Lu Ming took out the true interpretation of the talisman seal and thought about it while studying it. Fire crow talismans are so common that any stall that sells talismans and seals will have a few of them on display. So Lu Ming was not satisfied with drawing the fire crow talisman, he was going to start drawing the mire talisman, the breath condensing talisman, the wind talisman, and the thorn talisman. Can be used for sale or for personal use. Even though it is only a first-level low-grade product, it has been tested in actual combat. If you don't believe it, ask Lu Dong. As for the mid-term talisman and seal script, Lu Ming's skills are still not very good at the moment. But he was not in a hurry, he had to eat the food one bite at a time and draw the talismans one by one. Lay the foundation first, and then think about the rest. After making up his mind, Lu Ming started his great business of making talismans, but he did not abandon the good and the bad. Cultivation was not left behind in the process of making talismans. Cultivation strength was the foundation, and spells and talismans could only be considered as means. In the following days, he lived a very regular life, practicing during the day, making talismans at night, and honing his spells in his free time. Fu Xiumeng. Dingyu was sitting in a hall at the entrance of the hall, muttering dissatisfiedly. What's going on with Huang Quan? It's been 2 days since the dues were handed in. Why haven't you sent them over yet? There are many casual talisman cultivators in Feng City. Even if they only earn 10% or 20% of their income as membership fees, they still have nearly 100 spirit stones in a day. In 1 month, there are thousands of spiritual stones. Although most of them will be handed over to the Morong family, it is still a lot of income. Dingyu is a direct subordinate of the alliance leader Chang Wei. He is responsible for the overall management of the storage of spiritual stones and is a proper butler. And every half-month, he is responsible for collecting the dues from the people below, which is in compliance with the rules of the Shou Alliance. But now 2 days have passed since the deadline for handing in, and Huang Quan hasn't come yet. Ding Yu's eyes were a little cold. Could it be that Huang Quan dared to be so negligent because he thought he was favored by the leader of the alliance? He thought he was Chang Yun, the nephew of the alliance leader, and even Chang Yun didn't dare to be so procrastinating. Moreover, there have been some bad remarks circulating in the market recently, pointing directly at Huang Quan. As a result, the Fuxiu Alliance is now being ridiculed along with him. Looks like it's time for a good beating. However, this matter still needs to be reported to Chang Wei first. He stood up and walked out of the hall and walked towards the leader's residence. Kingsufang City North District is the main district, second only to the core area. There are many high-rise small attics here, and there is a faint aura flickering on the bluestone tiles. The aura is much richer than other areas. As the leader of the Fuxiu Alliance, he naturally lives in a place with the strongest spiritual energy. Dingyu walked all the way and came to a courtyard with an extremely luxurious appearance. He was about to summon Chang Wei to see him, but he was suddenly stunned. At this time, a curtain of light had risen outside Chang Wei courtyard, covering the courtyard tightly. Formation. Ding Yu recognized that this was a first-level high-grade formation, and it was also a defensive formation. Anyone who dares to get close at this time will be blown to pieces by the formation's autonomous defense. He did not dare to move forward. He, a mid-stage chi-refining monk, could not withstand the offensive of the formation. Ding Yu's eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty. Why did you activate the formation and didn't receive instructions from the alliance leader to break through the cultivation level? Could something have happened? He is Chang Wei's chief steward, so he naturally knows some of the recent events. Chang Yun's sea of consciousness is inexplicably exhausted and his magic power is declining. The alliance leader was obviously still investigating the matter a few days ago, but today he activated the formation and stayed behind closed doors. One can't help but wonder if something is wrong with him too. Some guys in the Fuxiu Alliance are eyeing the position of alliance leader. If anything happens to Chang Wei, he, as Chang Wei's steward, will naturally bear the brunt. Ding Yu's eyes flickered, and his hand holding the jade slip tightened and loosened. As if he had made some kind of decision, he turned around and left. Instead of returning to the Fuxiu Alliance, he walked towards the retreat of Liu, the deputy leader of the Fuxiu Alliance. At this time, in the courtyard training room, Chang Wei looked extremely ugly. You have accumulated a lot of erysipelas in your body, which is already somewhat obvious. It should be that the quality of the pills you swallowed is not high. Moreover, your energy and blood are depleted, and your sea of consciousness is exhausted, just like Master Gudan. Tell me, what is it like? Chang Wei said, suppressing his anger. It's like practicing some kind of magic skill or forbidden technique that consumes essence, energy, and spirit. If it weren't for your 9th level cultivation of qi, you might have been like your nephew. Fellow Taoist Yun, I advise you not to practice demonic techniques. This is not a noble and righteous way. Master Gudan said with a serious face. Chang Wei opened his mouth, wanting to explain that he had never taken inferior pills, nor had he practiced any magic or forbidden techniques. He is only 50 years old and has enough time to sprint through the foundation building bottleneck. In addition, as a first-level high-grade talisman master, his status is respected, and his future is bright. He was crazy to do such stupid things that damaged his foundation and ruined his future. But he knew that the other party wouldn't believe him if he told her now. After all, he didn't even see the cause of the disease. He really couldn't understand why it was like this. At first, he only noticed signs of decline in energy and spirit, but it was not serious. Later, his mood began to become irritable. Only then did he become a little alert, suspecting that his inner demons were at work. Don't be careless about this, as your cultivation level will be greatly reduced if you are not careful. So he no longer even thought about investigating the cause of his nephew's illness, and quickly went to retreat to practice. But the energy are still flowing away like a leaky vat. Half a month has passed, and his condition has not improved, but has become worse. Could it be a curse? Chang Wei thought, because this doesn't seem to be something that can be done by poisoning. He doesn't believe that the guys in the Fuxiu League have this ability. In addition to being concerned about his own physical condition, he is also worried that he will lose his current position. He has been in seclusion for more than half a month, and I'm afraid that someone will start to get suspicious. Although cultivators sometimes go into seclusion for 10 days, half a month, or even months or years. But that's also for breaking through the realm. But what did he break through? The next level is foundation building. And his cultivation is now almost down to the 8th level of qi refining, and now he doesn't dare to go out at all. Chang Wei's eyes showed fear. If those people in the Fuxiu League knew his current situation. Seizing power is a small matter, but I'm afraid it will be fatal. He has occupied a lot of resources of the Fuxiu League over the years, and those guys have been eyeing his storage bag. Send away Master Gudan. Chang Wei took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and drank it in one gulp, then began to regulate his breathing and meditate. He didn't know how much of this first-grade spiritual liquid he had swallowed recently, but it was still not very effective. He just hoped that this bad situation would not continue to get worse. The reason he was looking forward to it was because his nephew's previous situation was over in just a few days. But what he didn't know was that his nephew Chang Yun had now become a fool with dull eyes and drooling. The maids and servants who served and took care of Chang Yun were worried about being severely punished, so they all ran away, resulting in no one discovering Chang Yun's miserable condition. Qingyu Lane, courtyard, talisman making room. A faint golden light flickered in the room, and Lu Ming's face was solemn at this time, and he kept pinching the magic formula in his hands. At this time, he was trying to draw the first-level middle-grade attack talisman Gangjin Sword Talisman. And the Gangjin Sword Talisman in front of him had obviously reached the most critical step. As long as the spirit is successfully derived, the first-level middle-grade talisman will be completed, and Lu Ming can even call himself a first-level middle-grade talisman master. Lu Ming's face was solemn, and the endless mana and spiritual consciousness on his body flowed into his fingertips. Finally, he gently pointed at the talisman floating in front of him. Derivation of spirit. He looked focused, without any relaxation. The first-level middle-grade talisman refining consumed much more mana and spiritual consciousness than before. Feeling the rapid loss of mana and spiritual consciousness, Lu Ming's face was calm, as if he did not feel any pressure at all. And with the rapid consumption of mana and spiritual consciousness, the runes drawn on the talisman also lit up one after another. However, at the critical moment of the soul-inducing, the rune began to flash violently. Oh no, it's going to explode. According to the previous experience of making talismans, this is a sign of failure. He hurriedly took out an iron umbrella from the storage bag and covered himself with it. But after a while, the expected explosion did not come. Lu Ming showed his head from behind the umbrella and took a careful look. I saw that the talisman had completed the soul-inducing at this time. A golden sword phantom jumped on the paper, and a sharp aura of Gangjin came, and then disappeared. Don? Lu Ming did not retract the iron umbrella. He slowly approached and used his spiritual sense to look at the talisman. Don't ask him why he is so careful. He was blown up by a dud when he set off firecrackers during the New Year before he crossed over. After a period of exploration, it was determined that the talisman's spiritual pattern was contained, and the soul-inducing was successful. It is now quite stable and will not explode. Lu Ming retracted the iron umbrella and picked up the suspended talisman. He showed a happy smile on his face, although this first-level medium-quality Gangjin Sword Talisman was of very poor quality, basically a low-quality talisman. But once there is a chance, there will be a second chance, just practice a few more times and it will be fine. Then he took out a small notebook and began to write and draw in it. It was already full of the experience of drawing several first-level low-quality talismans, the experience of spiritual evolution, and the insights of refining. And this time, it was to record the experience and insights of refining the Gangjin Sword Talisman, and reflect on the mistakes and details during refining. Lu Ming knew that his comprehension was not good and his talent was also very poor. If he didn't have the golden book, he wouldn't be here now. So he could only use this stupid method to record it. After constant reflection, summary, and correction, there will always be rewards. This was also the first success after he refined the Gangjin Sword Talisman for the 11th time, so he naturally had to record it for easy reference later. However, he didn't have to use a small notebook to record it, but his spiritual consciousness was not yet able to record the jade slip, so he could only write it down honestly. After recording, he put the small notebook and the talisman into the storage bag. Lu Ming planned to reward his stomach with some spiritual rice. He had been practicing in seclusion for more than a month, relying on the fasting pills to support himself, and his mouth was almost dry. But at this moment, he felt something tremble in his arms. Lu Ming took out a palm-sized talisman paper from his arms, and the talisman was flickering with spiritual light. He injected a trace of spiritual power, and a rough voice sounded from it. Xiao Lu, I have information about the practice you are looking for. It is not convenient to say it in the talisman paper. You can take some time to come to the market and we will talk in person. The voice was obviously Zhang Li's. Lu Ming was a little surprised when he heard it, and replied with a thank you Uncle Zhang and said nothing more. The communication talisman only has a few opportunities to use, and the less you say, the lower the consumption. Lu Ming didn't plan to cook. Since there was news, it would be better to rush there as soon as possible. He had previously asked Zhang Li to keep an eye out for some powerful spells or secret methods to increase the speed of practice. The reason given was simple: he had poor qualifications and could only take shortcuts. Zhang Li would not find it strange after hearing this. He wanted to live comfortably but did not want to pay. There is no such good thing in the world. A cultivator named Lu, actually, there is. In fact, Lu Ming also wanted to find an excuse to improve his cultivation level or his talisman skills in the future. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching if an ordinary person suddenly improved his cultivation level and skills. However, if possible, he should get a book of breath-retaining technique as soon as possible. Being too strong in the market will attract attention and be envied, while being too weak will make people bullied. Moderation is the best, and it is a moderate person who relies on secret methods to improve. However, the scale must be grasped. Since he is going out, Lu Ming plans to sell some talismans and buy some supplies. Moreover, he does not know what the price of the skills Zhang Li mentioned is. If there are not enough spirit stones, it will be useless. Lu Ming began to sort out the talismans he had drawn in the past month. He can now skillfully draw the first-level low-quality talismans such as the Swamp Talisman, the Breath-Suppressing Talisman, the Wind-Surfing Talisman, the Thorn Talisman, and the Fire Crow Talisman. 7 or 8 out of 10 can be drawn successfully, and the quality is also excellent, which can be regarded as fine products. As for the first-level medium-quality talismans, it has become a Gangjin Sword Talisman at present and can be ignored. He does not plan to sell all of them, and some will be kept for his own use. He is currently at the 4th level of Qi refining, and drawing first-level talismans is not eye-catching, even if the talismans are of high quality. This time, he took out 30 pieces to sell, and if there are more, it will be easy for people to be concerned. After finishing these, Lu Ming took a look at the golden book and saw that there was no newcomer on the list. Then he walked out of the courtyard. Walking towards the market area, Lu Ming smelled the aroma of wine and food on the way, and his appetite was immediately aroused. He swallowed his saliva and touched his empty stomach. Or, wait a little while before going? When he thought about this, his steps had changed and he walked towards the restaurant. After such a long period of seclusion, he should reward his stomach. Sir, please, the waiter greeted him respectfully. Lu Ming walked to the 2nd floor, chose a seat by the window, and ordered a few signature dishes and a pot of spirit wine. He wanted to order more, but felt that it was too ostentatious, so he held back. Hey, have you heard that Fu Xiumeng is fighting internally recently? When did it happen? How do you know? When the dishes came up, Lu Ming vaguely heard a few conversations, which immediately attracted Lu Ming's attention. Especially when he heard the words Fu Xiumeng, it was like a keyword was triggered. Following the sound, he saw 2 drinkers sitting not far from him, talking quietly. He did not use his spiritual sense to listen, which was very rude in the world of immortal cultivation and would be regarded as a provocation. Lu Ming pricked up his ears and listened to their conversation attentively. Hey, I'm well informed. The man who spoke was arrogant. Hurry up and tell me, I'll buy you a drink. The companion next to him hurriedly urged. I'm telling you, the leader of the Fu Xiumeng, Chang Wei, is suspected of practicing and going astray, and has disappeared for more than a month. The other 2 deputy leaders have begun to fight for power, and now the Fu Xiumeng has begun to mess up. If Chang Wei doesn't come out again, I'm afraid the leader of the Fu Xiumeng will have to be replaced. The man said gloatingly. Really? Isn't it normal for a late-stage Qi refining cultivator like Alliance leader Chang Wei to be in seclusion for a month? What's normal? His nephew Chang Yun has become an idiot now, and he hasn't even come out to see me. If someone hadn't discovered that Chang Yun was not in good condition, he, a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi refining, would have starved to death in his room. And that Huang Quan, Lu Ming was stunned when he heard their conversation. Being possessed, seizing power, starving to death? He hurriedly checked the situation of the 3 people in the Golden Book. He saw that the names of the 3 people were still on the Golden Book at this time. But the names of Chang Yun and Huang Quan were almost disappearing. What's going on? I didn't try hard. Why can't I hold on? He basically tilted his center of gravity towards Chang Wei, and he didn't care much about the 2. How come one became an idiot and almost starved to death, and the other got the title of a eunuch of the Talisman Path? I really want to see how miserable they are now. Forget it, I'd better find a time to help my good brother get rid of it. It's so pitiful. Lu Ming pretended to be compassionate for a while and then thought about other things. Chang Wei disappeared for a month, and Lu Ming certainly knew why. He played blood-burning secret art when he had nothing to do. If he had mastered it, he would have completed it long ago. If it weren't for the late stage of Qi refining, Chang Wei would have died long ago. However, judging by the color of the name on the Golden Book, he should be able to hold on for a while. But now the Fu Xiu League is in chaos. I don't know if it will affect his sale of talismans. I hope not, otherwise I'll send you to accompany my good brother. While Lu Ming was thinking about things, the food had been served one by one. The aroma of the food was overflowing, and the smell of wine was tangy. Lu Ming temporarily put aside his complicated thoughts and ate seriously. If there was anything, he would talk about it after he was full. So he buried his head and ate with relish. Market. After a big meal, Lu Ming did not delay any longer. He went to the market after paying the bill. When he arrived at the stall, Lu Ming saw Zhang Li was slaughtering a monster. He did not rush to disturb him and waited quietly. After a while, Zhang Li skinned the monster wolf in front of him, chopped off its tendons, chopped its bones and removed its meat, making blood all over his body. Zhang Li did not use his magic power to remove the bloodstains on his body. He rubbed his hands in front of him casually. He saw Lu Ming coming and waved at him. When Lu Ming approached, Zhang Li took out a black token from his storage bag and threw it to him, explaining, "This is a black market token. The skills you are looking for are not common on the market. I think you can go there to look for them. There should be what you want." Lu Ming looked at a wooden black token and asked in confusion, "Black market?" The black market is a place outside the Qingzhou market, which belongs to the gray area of the market. There are all kinds of monks in it, but the corresponding rare treasures are also varied. You will most likely find the skills you want, but I have to remind you that there is no order there. After saying that, he smiled at Lu Ming, and with his demon blood, he looked particularly terrifying. Lu Ming didn't react to his appearance, but was interested in the black market he mentioned. He still had a batch of stolen goods that he hadn't been able to sell, and he had been struggling to find an opportunity. Now the black market is a good choice. Zhang Li saw that he didn't scare Lu Ming, and felt bored. He picked up his magic weapon, the boning knife, and began to sharpen it. He spoke while sharpening the knife. "You have to think it over. Learning those skills that the vice presidents use very much may affect your future path. Although your cultivation speed is slow now, you still have a good skill of talismans, at least you can live a stable life. There is really no need to practice those secret skills." Listening to these caring words, Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. Lu Ming had only seen Zhang Li twice since he traveled through time, but he looked pretty good. He put away the black market token and thanked Zhang Li solemnly. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhang. I know how talented I am, and I may not have the opportunity to build a foundation in my lifetime. Life is short, and since I have embarked on the path of cultivation, I will not be willing to give it a try. Ha, you kid, you are still so elegant, I am just a rough man. But since you have made up your mind, I won't stop you, but the black market is not a good place, you should be prepared before you go." Zhang Li laughed and scolded, and wanted to reach out and pat Lu Ming on the shoulder, but found that there was still blood on his hand and stopped. Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He bought 10 kilograms of monster meat from Zhang Li, left a newly drawn talisman on the table, and turned to leave. Zhang Li did not take it seriously at first. Seeing that another customer came to buy monster meat, he went to do his own thing. He took the talisman to have a look after he was done. The spiritual charm was abundant and the runes were smooth. Although it was a low-grade first level, it was a fine product among talismans. This kid, it turns out that he has such a good talent. It seems that he didn't learn anything before. Lu Ming walked on the road in the trading area, but his eyes were always fixed on the golden book. Seeing that there was no movement, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't want to think that people were so bad, he had to be on guard against others. The black market token was given by Zhang Li, and he wanted to verify Zhang Li's character again. The purpose of leaving the talisman was to show Zhang Li that he had a strong talent for talismans. Not to mention investment, it was also worth making friends with. But it was also possible that the other party felt that he had another opportunity, which led to the increase of his talent for talismans, and then he became greedy and raised murderous intentions. He didn't want to do any human nature test, human nature can't stand the test, but he came to this world, very insecure. He wanted to make sure whether this person was worth making friends with, so he used some tricks. Facts proved that he was a cautious person, and he apologized to Zhang Li in his heart. Zhang Li was really a good person. Although they were fathers, Lu Ming still regarded him as a friend in his heart. After all, he was the same age as Zhang Li in real age. Lu Ming shook his head, put aside his complicated thoughts, and walked towards the trading area without thinking anymore. As a result, when he arrived at the trading area, he immediately noticed that the atmosphere here was wrong. Without the usual hustle and bustle, everyone was quietly doing their own things. Lu Ming quietly came to the place where he set up a stall last time, and saw that old man Joe was there. He asked in a low voice, "Old Joe, what happened?" Hearing this, old man Joe looked up and saw that it was Lu Ming, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He moved to Lu Ming's side and whispered, "Have you heard about the recent events of Fuxiu League? Is it an internal strife in Fuxiu League?" "Yes, the power of the original leader Chang Wei is now divided between the two vice leaders, but the two are unwilling to give in to each other in collecting membership fees in the trading zone. After all, the membership fees collected every day are a large amount, and the two are naturally unwilling to give up. As a result, it has become that the two gangs each collect their own membership fees. Alas, in the end, we, the group of casual cultivators, are the ones who suffer. Old Man Joe sighed, and even stopped smoking the pipe bag that he usually kept in his hand. Lu Ming was a little puzzled. Isn't Old Man Joe a spiritual plant husband? What does it have to do with Fu Xiu League? How did he get involved? Has Fu Xiu League extended its hands elsewhere? Lu Ming asked puzzledly. No, but other organizations saw what the Fu Xiu League did and followed suit, demanding an increase in membership fees, from 10% to 20% to 30%. We casual cultivators already have a hard life, how are we going to survive now? Old Joe started to wipe his tears. Lu Ming was silent. If there was no golden book, he would be oppressed endlessly like Old Joe, and he would be full of despair for the future. Lu Ming did not comfort Old Joe, and he did not know what identity or reason to comfort him. He would not say anything like tomorrow will be better, as long as you persist, you will win, don't bully the elderly and poor. This is a typical example of talking without any pain in the waist. Otherwise, when Old Joe came back from the false poisonous chicken soup, he would be even more sad. Everyone is a contender on the immortal path, but he is just luckier. At this time, Lu Ming had not set up a stall, so naturally no one came to collect membership fees. He did not stay there for too long, pretending to be a person who came to buy supplies and picking and choosing along the way. When he left the trading area and was about to sell the talismans in the talisman shop, he found some ghostly figures wandering in front of some shops. He looked at the people coming in and out with a cryptic look, and he was shocked. The Talisman Repair Alliance is too extreme. There weren't so many people following him before. He probably went there by chance because Chang Yun got into trouble, which led to him, the fish that slipped through the net, taking advantage of the loophole. Now, if anyone dares to sell talismans in the talisman shop, he will definitely be targeted by the Talisman Repair Alliance. Although he has the golden book that can transfer the side effects and grind those who are targeting him to death. But there is no need to deliberately go up and cause trouble. Lu Ming cursed these people in his heart for delaying his selling of talismans. He only has 28 spirit stones on him now. Is it funny to go to the black market with such a small amount of spirit stones? A common skill book sells for 40 spirit stones or more. He may not have enough to buy those secret skills and skills. He thinks he has to think of other ways. Without staying there for long, he turned and walked towards his residence. There was no need to spend money on supplies until the talisman was sold, so he should save as much as possible now. According to Zhang Li's introduction, the black market in King's Hufang City is located in the center of Qingyue Lake on the periphery. It only opens on the first day of every month, and you need to hold a black market order to take the ferry boat to enter the real black market. At this time, there are still more than 20 days before the next black market opens, and the spirit stone problem must be solved as soon as possible within the deadline. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the training room and pondered. Since the normal path doesn't work, let's find another way. At night, the moon and stars are sparse. Zhou Yang walked out of the little futon, like countless other times, walking with exhausted steps and dragging his tired body towards the shanty towns in the South District. Day after day, it's like inertia. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought about how he was happily brought into the world of immortality by his cousin. This place is not as beautiful as I imagined, nor is it what the picture book says about immortals traveling to Kangwu in the morning and traveling to the North Sea in the evening. It's full of oppression and helplessness. In fact, this was exactly the case. He was sold by his cousin to a futon hall and became a handyman. Nowadays, he is either serving tea or pouring water, and he has to do all the chores. Every day from Chun hour to high hour, you have to be busy for 8 hours a day. Only half a quarter of an hour is left for eating and resting, and only 1 day of rest is allowed in every 10 days. The owner of Fu's shop was as stingy as any old rich man he had ever seen in the world. Every month I work very hard to welcome and deliver various guests, and also serve the boss with tea and water. The reward is only the chi and blood pill, the body tempering pill and 2 spiritual crystals used by mortals. It took him 5 years to save up for a book of exercises, and it took another 3 years to break through to the first level of chi refining. He is really tired now. He has lost the vitality that a young man should have as he sees the future at a glance. With his head lowered, Zhou Yang slowly walked towards his dilapidated wooden house in the shantytown. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. At some point on the path ahead, a figure shrouded in black robes stood quietly. The aura coming from his body was powerful and manic. At the first level of qi refining, he felt like he was facing a volcano that was about to erupt. The middle stage of qi refining. Zhou Yang felt a chill in his heart. He came into contact with many customers every day and had some understanding of the aura of various cultivation levels. This person is estimated to be between the 5th and 6th levels of qi refining, but no matter how many, he is not someone he can provoke. Moreover, this situation reminded him of a notorious person in the world of immortality. Jie Xiao. But this is a shanty town. They were all inhabited by a group of poor lowly monks, a place that even a dog would dislike. Zhou Yang never expected that this robbery cultivator would not even spare the shantytowns. He became more and more frightened and cried out in his heart, "My life is over." However, the muscle reaction caused by long hours of work still made him stand at attention and bow down to salute. "Senior, I don't know what your instructions are." The other party seemed to expect that he would react like this. After a moment of silence, a deep voice sounded. "Zhou Yang, the handyman of Xiafutang." Zhou Yang didn't expect that the other party actually called him by name, and even found out his identity and work. Sure enough, he was here for him. "My life is at an end. You only have a few mortal elixirs and 2 spiritual crystals every month. My life is at risk. You can live if you work for me." "My life is at risk, huh?" Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized that this person was not here to kill him. And it seemed like there was still something he needed to do. "But since Zhou Yang can live, of course he doesn't want to die," Zhou Yang quickly answered respectfully. "I wonder if the seniors have anything to do down here. Although the juniors are low in strength, they will definitely try their best to complete it." The other party didn't answer, but just threw a cloth bag towards him. Zhou Yang quickly caught it, and when the man in black robe nodded, he opened the bag carefully. I saw a pile of talismans stacked up inside. The wind talisman, the fire crow talisman, and the breath-gathering talisman. As a handyman in the Xiaofu Hall, although he has never been exposed to talisman making, he has seen a lot and has a certain ability to identify talismans and seals. He recognized at a glance that there were 3 common first-level low-grade talisman seals inside. And he also saw that although they were only first-class low-grade talismans and seals here, they were all high-quality products. Once they were put on the shelves, they would definitely be sold without any worries. Does senior need to sell talismans?" Zhou Yang asked anxiously. "Does this senior want him to sell it in Xiafutang? He can't do this." There were so many pairs of eyes staring at him in the store, and he, a handyman, took out so many talismans and seals and designated them to be finished. "It's easy to talk to smart people. You sell the talismans for me. I don't care how you sell them. I only care about the results, but I won't let your work go in vain. You will definitely get the benefits," the man in black robe said in a low tone. Zhou Yang was relieved when he heard this. He didn't just let him sell it in the store. As for how to sell it, he already had an idea in mind. Although his cultivation level is low, he has come into contact with a lot of people of all kinds, and he already has a way of life and a circle of contacts that are unique to low-level monks. Zhou Yang felt a little hot in his heart. Although any one of them contained several months of his salary, he was not greedy. Since the other party dared to do this, he must have restraint measures, and there was no need for him to do so. He just realized that this might be his only chance to turn around in his life. It is not difficult to guess that the man in black robe did this because he did not want to be controlled by the Fushou Alliance. People like him who work in the Talisman and Seal Script shop are most aware of the recent developments in the Talisman Alliance in Fangshi. But this is not important to him, and he will not delve into the specific identity of the man in black robe. If he wants to live well, he must learn to pretend to be deaf and dumb. I wonder how much the senior plans to set the price of the talisman and seal. Zhou Yang was no longer afraid at this time, and there was a hint of hope in his eyes. The wind talisman has 8 spiritual crystals each, the qi gathering talisman has 9 spiritual crystals each, and the fire crow talisman has 6 spiritual crystals. There are 25 wind talisman, fire crow talisman, and breath collection talisman inside. I don't care how you sell them. In the end, I will only get 50 low-grade spiritual stones, came the other party's calm voice. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He quickly calculated the price in his mind. If all were sold at the price specified by this senior, there would be a total of 57 low-grade spiritual stones. In the end, the senior only took 50 spiritual stones, which meant that he had a commission of 7 spiritual stones. And when he works as a handyman in Xiafutang, he can only earn 2 spiritual crystals a month, which is worth 3 years' income. How could he not be happy about this? Thank you for your trust, Senior. I will definitely live up to your trust. Zhou Yang solemnly assured the man in black robe. You only have 10 days. If you complete it well this time, you can still do things for me in the future. How to find you, Senior, after I sell out? I will come to find you. Also, I am a witch Taoist. Gujing Bubo's voice came faintly, and when Zhou Yang came back to his senses, the black-robed figure had disappeared. Under the cold moonlight, Zhou Yang clutched the small bag tightly, as if to control his own destiny. He grinned. A new life is about to begin. Not far away, a black-robed figure stood in the shadows and stared at Zhou Yang quietly. Don't disappoint me, otherwise, a long voice came from under the black robe. This person is Lu Ming. As he spoke, he ended the blood-burning secret technique. He had been using it just now to increase the momentum of cultivation and change a certain breath. If the realm is not enough, the secret technique will make up for it. The senior's style must still be there. And this Zhou Yang is exactly the sales agent he found. But he is not the first one to find. In fact, he has already contacted several casual cultivators before. But unfortunately, those greedy guys had the wrong thoughts when they saw the talisman at the first sight. Lu Ming was also helpless. It's my problem that I tempted you with the talisman, but it's your fault that you are greedy. So he can only send them into reincarnation. And Zhou Yang, he also considered it many times, so he had contact with him today. His cultivation is not high, easy to control. He has a plain appearance and a medium build, not easy to attract attention. He has no power, no influence, and a miserable life. He was sold to a small talisman hall by his cousin to do odd jobs. He used to work diligently and had hardly heard any negative comments. The most important thing is that he is poor. He worked hard for a month, but his salary was only 2 spirit crystals. It was an exaggeration to say that he could barely make ends meet. Now he can earn 10 or dozens of times the spirit stones of his usual salary by selling talismans for him. He will know how to choose. Lu Ming knows that people who can be tied by interests are far more reliable than verbal loyalty. As for the problem of him running away with the money, Lu Ming is not worried about it. If the other party has this idea, he will appear in the Golden Book instantly, and then Lu Ming will make him wish he could not live or die. There are already former colleagues who have proved it for him. Moreover, even if he really ran away with the money, Lu Ming would only lose spirit stones. Now he can draw first-level low-grade talismans with ease. And the reason why Lu Ming went around in such a big circle is that he has his own considerations. It's not impossible to sell talismans by yourself. At most, you have to pay some membership fees, but you can't always sell a few or dozens of them in the future. And you can't always sell first-level low-grade talismans. He doesn't want to be exposed to too many people, even if there is a golden book that can distinguish good from evil. And if everyone who has contacted him has problems, he may be caught after a careful investigation. It's easier to deal with Zhou Yang with a layer of separation. No one knows Lu Ming's true identity. They only know that there is a witch Taoist behind Zhou Yang. The reason why the name witch Taoist is reported is also to facilitate those who have bad intentions to have a clear direction. Zhou Yang is him who is released to attract attention and can do things for him at the same time. He can just sit behind the scenes and make a fortune quietly. The Golden Book is now in need of new people. As for whether Zhou Yang will die, Lu Ming can only say that he will try his best to protect him. If he can beat Lu Ming, he will solve the trouble for him. If he can't beat him, he can't help. And even if he really dies, it's okay. He will avenge Zhou Yang and then look for the next one. Zhou Yang is a smart man, so he naturally knows the risks of this matter. But as the saying goes, there is no reward without effort. The next day, Zhou Yang, who had never asked for a day off before, asked for a day off for the first time. Even though this would deduct half of his salary and he was insulted by his employer, he didn't care. Life is about giving and taking, and he knew what was important. He quickly rushed to his residence, feeling nervous and excited. Back to the shantytown, he walked into the cramped cabin. Zhou Yang pushed his clothes and bedding aside, gently moved the bedboard away, revealing a wooden board covered by mud and sand on the ground. He carefully uncovered it, and a hole that only one person could pass through appeared. Zhou Yang turned over and went in. Inside was a small cellar, which he had spent several years digging out, and it was also where he hid his savings. But he didn't go to the place where his savings were stored, but with the help of the weak light of the night pearl, he groped in the rock and soil above his head. Finally, he touched a small bag, took it out and opened it, confirming that the talisman inside was still there. Zhou Yang was happy, and finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. He didn't carry the talisman with him because he was worried that it would trigger the forbidden induction in the small talisman hall. But he was afraid that the cellar would be found if he hid it in the cellar. So he put his savings in the open as bait, and hid the talisman in a more hidden place. After leaving the cellar and restoring everything to its original state, Zhou Yang began to dress up in disguise. Makeup, shoulder pads, height increase, and finally took out a hat mask and put it on. Looking at himself in a bronze mirror, Zhou Yang sighed. It's a pity that his cultivation is too low, otherwise there would be no such trouble. But he touched the cloth bag in his arms, and his eyes became more determined. As long as he completes the task of Senior Wu, he will have a chance to turn over. After leaving the cabin, Zhou Yang did not go to the trading area, but walked to the west area of Fangshi. He has been struggling at the bottom for so many years, so naturally he has some channels of his own. Even though these channels were low level, they were enough. Zhou Yang came to a small courtyard in the west district with ease. He showed a gray wooden sign and was taken into one of the rooms. The room was quite spacious, but there was no decoration or furnishings, only a dozen cushions were placed inside. At this time, there were already many people sitting inside, both men and women, old and young. But without exception, everyone's cultivation level was not high, and no one's cultivation level exceeded the initial stage of qi refining. And the mid-stage qi refining already looked down on their small circle. This was a trade fair for low-level casual cultivators, and it was also the first time he came into contact after he officially entered the cultivation stage. In the past, he was short of money and rarely made a move, and he came more to broaden his horizons. But this time, Daoyu Luo is here. Brother Luo, sit here. In the past few gatherings, Zhou Yang, under the pseudonym Luo Xiong, has also made a few friends. Seeing him take off his mask and reveal his disguised face, he naturally recognized him and greeted him. Zhou Yang also responded one by one and then sat down. After another cup of tea, it was seen that most people had arrived. Someone spoke first. I have reached the bottleneck of the second level of qi refining. I need to exchange some pills that can improve the speed of cultivation. I am willing to trade with the poison sac of the green-scaled snake. As he said, he took out a poison sac that was still stained with blood and began to show it to everyone. I believe you all know the reputation of the green-scaled snake. The poison in the poison sac will kill a cultivator of the first level of qi refining, and even a cultivator of the third level of qi refining will die if he is not careful. I will exchange this for either the gathering spirit pill or the pei yuan pill. I want 3 gathering spirit pills. No, at least 5. Okay, Zhou Yang watched the two bargaining with cold eyes. After the two successfully traded, several more people began to exchange what they needed. When it was Zhou Yang's turn, he took a deep breath and stood up. I have some talismans for sale here. The wind talisman, the breathing talisman, and the fire crow talisman are all high-quality talismans. They do not trade items, only spiritual stones and spiritual crystals. With that said, Zhou Yang first took out a few talismans and put them in front of him for everyone to see. All the monks present looked at Fu Zhuan one after another. Although they were separated by some distance, as a cultivator, his ears and eyes were clear, which was far superior to that of ordinary people. He could see the general outline at a glance. The aura is rich and the runes are smooth. It is truly a masterpiece. Where did fellow Taoist Luo get this? I wonder what fellow Taoist Luo's price is. I was entrusted by a senior named Woodmaster to sell the talismans on my behalf. If you are interested, you can take a look. I guarantee that the quality of each piece is the same. Zhou Yang also revealed the pseudonym given by Lu Ming. He was afraid that he would not be able to control the situation, so he had no choice but to do so. And since the senior gave the Taoist number without hesitation, he must have had this intention. After everyone on the field took a few glances to confirm that it was correct, they all showed great interest. Although they are all first-level low-grade talisman seals, they are high-quality talisman seals, which are relatively rare except for a few talisman shops. Moreover, their cultivation level is also low, so it is just right to use upper and lower-grade talismans and seals. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhou Yang became more confident and revealed the price he had already thought of. The Wind Talisman has 8 spiritual crystals each, the Qi Gathering Talisman has 9 spiritual crystals each, and the Fire Crow Talisman has 6 spiritual crystals. It will be cheaper if you buy more. If you sell 3, you will lose 1 spiritual crystal, and if you sell 5, you will lose 2. After the words fell, there was silence at first, and then several people spoke. Fire Crow Talisman, give me 5. I want 3 wind charms. This price is cheaper than outside, and there is no need to worry about selling this small boutique. Come one by one. It was also the first time for Zhou Yan to encounter such a battle. He was a little confused at first, but he gradually became more comfortable with it. Not long after, all the talismans were sold out, and the small bag in his hand was filled with large and small spiritual stones and crystals. After sitting down, Zhou Yang felt excited. A total of 55 spiritual stones were sold this time. According to the wizard, 5 of them belonged to him. This is his salary for 2 or 3 years. Earned in just one day. But before his excitement had passed, he felt some vague greedy and blazing eyes. Thinking about it, ordinary casual cultivators are reluctant to use some spiritual stones. The appearance of more than 50 spiritual stones has aroused their greed. Moreover, he is only at the first level of qi refining, and he is considered one of the lowest cultivation among them. He is the kind of soft persimmon who is best to be pinched. Zhou Yang's expression tightened, knowing that he was being exaggerated. Fortunately, the rules of the meeting are that you are not allowed to take action here, otherwise you will be attacked by other people. But he didn't dare to stay long and left quietly immediately. At the rear, some people also left one after another and followed Zhou Yang's footsteps. Seeing this, the remaining people in the field couldn't help but look at each other, with a playful look in their eyes. It was obvious why the group left, but none of them stopped. Some people who were jealous of Zhou Yang's gains even started to ridicule him. You dare to show off such wealth at the first level of qi refining. You really don't know what to say. Alas, I won't be able to see fellow Taoist Luo next time. Fellow Taoist Wang and Dao Yuchen are going to get rich now. Even though he left through a secret passage. But he still noticed 2 people following closely behind him. Zhou Yang was anxious, but he didn't dare to stop. Fortunately, there is a law enforcement team in Fang City, so these 2 people don't dare to commit murder in the street. Thinking about countermeasures in his mind, Zhou Yang began to circle around the city with the tail behind him. But as time passed, he became more and more anxious. He dare not return to his residence now, otherwise his original identity will be exposed, and there will only be more trouble in the future. If the talisman seals are being sold like this today, if someone here leaks it, it might attract the attention of the Talisman Alliance. He is just a little ant at the first level of qi refining, but he cannot compete with that kind of existence. I don't know where Senior Wu is. Zhou Yang thought in his mind that the Woodmaster did not leave any contact information, but only said that he would come look for him. If the wizard can be found, today's crisis will naturally be solved. Behind them, there were 2 figures with dark eyes locked on the figure in front of them. A middle-aged monk and an old man in linen clothes. Their auras are all at the second level of qi refining. Seeing Zhou Yan leading them around in circles, they felt extremely depressed. The law enforcement team in Fang City was patrolling, but they didn't dare to take action. But they were unwilling to give up that pocket of spiritual stones. More than 50 coins are a huge sum for them. How can they give up so easily? Moreover, a mere monk at the first level of qi refining can easily solve the problem as long as he seizes the opportunity. That bag of spirit stones is within easy reach for them. As for the witch Taoist mentioned by the other party, the 2 of them laughed inwardly. Who can't make up stories? Even if there really is some kind of witch Taoist, so what? He was just a weak talisman master, and it was not like they had never killed him before. The 2 of them followed Zhou Yang for some distance, and suddenly noticed that his pace accelerated and he turned straight into an alley. Their eyes lit up and they were ecstatic. He is anxious. I started to panic and choose a way out. No one passed by that alley, so it was a good opportunity to make a move. The 2 looked at each other, the emotions in their eyes unmistakable. Mana circulated around them, and they all sped up and chased into the alley. Just as the 2 of them entered the alley one after another, a figure in black robe passed them by. The 2 of them didn't take it seriously. They only saw the 55 walking spirit stones. But at this moment, the middle-aged monk walking in front suddenly froze. The old man in sackcloth behind him accidentally bumped into him and immediately cursed in dissatisfaction. "Shenhu, why are you so damn?" But he stopped talking before he finished speaking. In his sight, Taoist Chen's body began to tremble violently as if he was suffering from great pain. Then he fell to his knees and let out heart-rending wails. The old man in sackcloth had no idea why this man suddenly woke up. But he still instinctively took out his magic weapon to guard the surroundings, and then he slowly walked towards the middle-aged monk who was kneeling on the ground. But when he saw clearly what the middle-aged monk looked like, his expression changed drastically. At this time, Shenhu looked haggard and his body shrunk, like a mummy, as if all the energy and spirit had been drained out of his body, and his appearance was very horrifying. This The old man in sackcloth looked frightened, his liver and gallbladder were trembling, and he was stammering and couldn't say a word. Is this still Chun-Hu? Why did it suddenly become like this? Suddenly something seemed to come to his mind and he trembled. It must be him. It must be him. That wizard. Except for the Taoist witch, the old man and Mike could not think of anyone who would suddenly attack Chun-Hu. Their behavior must have offended the Taoist witch behind fellow Taoist Luo. Looking at Chun-Hu's miserable appearance, the old man in sackcloth began to lose his balance and took several steps back. How can he still concentrate on chasing Zhou Yang now? He just wants to escape from this place quickly. This Taoist witch was so terrifying that he drained away all the blood and essence from Chun-Hu without even leaving any trace of his attack. This person must be a demon cultivator. The old man in sackcloth ignored Chun-Hu's desperate eyes. He could see that Chun-Hu was destined to die. He was just worried that after Chun-Hu died, it would be his turn next. He didn't know whether it was because he was scared or if it was true, but he felt that his whole body was starting to hurt. Without stopping any longer, he turned around and fled out of the alley. At this time, the movement here also attracted the nearby monks. The law enforcement team also noticed something unusual here. In a restaurant not far away, Lu Ming was drinking spiritual wine and watching all this with interest. This was the first time he had seen the miserable plight of those who had to bear the price. He had only heard of it from others before but had never seen it with his own eyes. In fact, he had followed Zhou Yang all the way since his departure. These were the white gloves he carefully selected, and he couldn't just be killed like this. Later, he also sent a message to Zhou Yang, asking him to find a remote place to start. After all, you still have to pay attention to the impact. Doing this on the street can easily scare children. After confirming that the two of them were only on the second level of qi refining, Lu Ming decisively activated the blood-burning secret technique. But since the two of them would share the damage, he randomly selected one person to transfer the side effects. But with his perfect blood-burning secret technique now, Chun-Hu, who was in the early stage of qi refining, couldn't bear it at all, and his bones were broken in a matter of seconds. Seeing Chun-Hu reluctantly take his last breath in extreme pain, Lu Ming nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He hated this kind of invisible method of killing people. This is not the golden book of cause and effect. This is obviously the book of life and death. However, although he could use the golden book to kill people invisible, there was one thing that made Lu Ming very uncomfortable, that is, it was almost impossible to touch the corpse. Sometimes you kill someone without knowing where they died, and you miss many opportunities. For someone like him who either makes money or loses money, this is the ultimate torture. Looking at the golden book unfolding in the void, Lu Ming sighed inwardly. At this time, there were two more names in the golden book under Chang Wei, Wang Quan and Chang Yun. Chen Yanping, but now Chun-Hu's name slowly faded away and finally disappeared without a trace. Don't keep Yanping. Wait for him to run away for a while. It's best to run home and die in his home. Lu Ming secretly made a decision in his heart. After killing these two people, he should be able to shock many people in a short time. Even some people with evil intentions cannot affect him and will only add new people to his golden book. The commotion this time was not small. Although only a young monk who was in the early stage of qi refining died, Kingshufang City has always cracked down on demonic cultivators. However, this is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it will increase the intensity of patrols in the city. As the owner of Qingzhou community, he will only live with more peace of mind. After taking the last sip of wine from the glass, Lu Ming threw down a few spiritual crystals and turned downstairs. When the law enforcement team arrived, they saw a mummy lying there. After questioning and investigating, they found no clues. One of the monks muttered dissatisfiedly. Which demon cultivator is so brave and dares to take action in Kingshufang City? I must find him out. At this time, a middle-aged monk in the team shouted at him. What are you doing with a few spirit stones a month? Lu Ming, who was passing by, staggered when he heard this. Well, he overestimated the professional ethics of this group of people. Yan Ping, an old man in sackcloth, was flying all the way, only hating his parents for having two legs. It wasn't until he returned to the cabin where he lived that he breathed a sigh of relief. The man surnamed Luo actually colluded with the demonic monk. I'm really angry. Yan Ping cursed, but his heart was sour. If he can also get close to such a great monk, is it important whether he is a demon or not? But thinking of the cruel methods of the sorcerer, he shuddered again. Chen, who is his old partner. They don't know how many times they have done things like this together. But today I hit a brick wall. Chen Hu was sucked alive and turned into a mummy in front of him. Such a terrifying scene lingered in his mind forever. No! We can't just sit back and wait for death. I want to report Luo and the Taoist witches to Fengshi. He knew that he had formed a deadly feud, and there was no reason why the Taoist witches would let him go. The reason why I didn't kill him today was probably because I was worried about the law enforcement team, but he couldn't hide forever. There would always be a time when he would get out. It's better to expose the matter and let Fengshi deal with him. No, there is also Fushou Alliance. At first, he and Chen Hu thought that the wizard was a talisman master, so they chased him out boldly. Moreover, the Taoist wizard asked Luo Xiong to sell the talisman seal script, which was obviously to avoid the Fushou Alliance. The more Yanping thought about it, the more excited he became, so this was what he had to do. If you can't deal with it yourself, then find someone to deal with you. His eyes became ferocious, as if he saw the witch Taoist being hunted down in a panic. But at this time, a sharp pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow swept through, reaching all the limbs. His energy and blood began to burn crazily, and his mana and spiritual consciousness began to flow away rapidly. The feeling of weakness became stronger and stronger, and he was even a little unable to stand up. The already thin and old face began to wither, the skin began to sag, and the eye sockets began to become sunken. No, no! Chen Hu's miserable death state appeared before his eyes again, and only then did Yin Ping understand the desperate look in his eyes. That's telling him, you can't escape either. Let me go, Senior Wu, I was wrong, spare me, I don't dare to do it anymore. Yin Ping hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to everyone around him, and hurriedly swallowed the few bottles of pills he had in order to alleviate the situation. Gradually, his eyes changed from panic to despair to unwillingness, and finally turned into resentment. He kept cursing Luo Xiong in his heart. You should have told me earlier if you had such a strong backer. Obviously I have escaped. A voice of unwillingness rang out, and Yin Ping's eyes turned completely gloomy, and there was no trace of life left in his body. There was only a shriveled corpse lying on the ground in the hut. No one knew. Done. Lu Ming looked at the names disappearing on the golden book and stopped using the blood-burning secret technique. In the early stages of qi refining, monks can no longer be called renewable resources. If you use all your strength to activate the secret technique, it will be gone soon. Still the leader of Chang Wei Alliance. After silently giving Chang Wei a thumbs up, Lu Ming ignored him. Now that Zhou Yang has sold the talisman, Lu Ming also plans to get the spirit stone back. I just don't know how much I bought. Before he went out, he took another stack of talismans and seals with him, and if Zhou Yang sold them out, he would continue to give them to him. Take advantage of the civil strife and the Fushou Alliance to make a profit. Once they calm down, it won't be so easy for them to take advantage of the loopholes. Zhou Yang was a little restless after returning home, pacing back and forth in the room. After receiving instructions from Senior Wu, he led the two people following him into the alley and ran away. He could only vaguely hear screams behind him, but he didn't dare to look back. He didn't know what the outcome would be and could only hope that everything would go well. He took out the cloth bag from his arms and opened it, looking at the jade-like spiritual stones and spiritual crystals inside, his eyes twinkling slightly. If something happens to Senior Wu, then these. Snap! Zhou Yang slapped himself suddenly, secretly thinking that he was really obsessed. Not to mention the senior's profound strength, he was able to deal with two people in the early stage of qi refining with ease. Even if something goes wrong, the temperament of the previous generation may not mean that there are no countermeasures. How could I have other thoughts? This is absolutely impossible. Zhou Yang reminded himself to take a long-term view and not to destroy his own future just for the sake of immediate profit. He secretly prayed that his senior would return safely, and time passed quietly. Late at night, everything is silent. Zhou Yang originally thought that he wouldn't be able to wait for the Taoist witch today, and was planning to practice meditation to relieve his restless state. Then I heard a steady and powerful footsteps coming from outside the door. Just as he was about to step forward to check, a figure in black robe pushed open the door and entered. Zhou Yang was all too familiar with that majestic aura, and he quickly stepped forward to salute. Junior Zhou Yang has met Senior Wu. Thank you to Senior for helping me this time. This is the spiritual stone obtained from the sale of the talisman. Please check it, Senior. After Zhou Yang bowed and saluted, he took out the small cloth bag and respectfully handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at him like this, with a smile on his lips. He deliberately delayed his arrival for some time, just to see what Zhou Yang would choose. He was very satisfied that there was no movement in the golden book. This boy had a future. His spiritual sense swept through the bag, and the number of spiritual stones and crystals inside was clear at a glance. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Zhou Yang had sold all the talismans, which was quite efficient. Good. He opened his mouth to praise. Afterwards, Lu Ming took out 5 spirit stones and threw them to Zhou Yang. I said that I will only collect 50 spiritual stones. The rest are yours, so you don't need to hand them over. He was very satisfied with Zhou Yang's compliance with the rules and his high efficiency, and he would certainly not deprive him of what he deserved. Thank you, senior. Zhou Yang took the 5 spirit stones with excitement on his face and put them in his arms. Sure enough, his bet was right. Senior Wu did not break his promise. He said that not a single cent of the spiritual stone he was given was missing. As long as he does things well for his seniors, he will definitely be able to change his destiny. These talismans are still the same. You can decide the price. After speaking, Lu Ming added. Also, today's incident caused some commotion. You may get more attention from now on, so you can use your skills more brightly in the future. After speaking, Lu Ming threw down a cloth bag, turned around and left without saying anything more. Zhou Yang took the small bag and looked up, but the Taoist wizard was nowhere to be seen. When I opened the bag, I saw that there were still the original talismans inside. Not only were there more in number, but there were even 2 new types of talismans. Thorn talisman, quagmire talisman. It seems that Senior Wu knows many types of talismans and seals. I just have to figure out the price. It's a bit difficult to handle. Zhou Yang thought for a while and decided to go with Xiao Fu Tang's price, which was more reasonable. And as long as you do well enough and satisfy Senior Wu, there will be more opportunities in the future. Not just the first-level low-grade talisman, but Zhou Yang showed a puzzled look. What does Senior mean by being noticed? The next day, Zhou Yang got up early, disguised himself, and then went out with a bag. He was not going to sell a large number of talismans today, as his small body could not handle it. If the senior had not been there yesterday, he might have died long ago. Zhou Yang walked on the road in the market, thinking about how to sell today, and unknowingly walked to the door of the small talisman hall. He slapped his forehead, and then he remembered that he had not asked for leave today. However, he looked at his current outfit, and it was obviously not suitable to go in with this face. His face changed for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and turned away. That stingy groundhog, whoever wants to serve can go, anyway, he won't serve. If you want to make progress, you still have to follow Senior Wu. Soon, Zhou Yang came to a gathering place for casual cultivators. Unlike yesterday, there was another group of people today. In Qingzhou Market, the most scarce thing is low-level casual cultivators in the early stage of qi refining, so there is naturally more than one gathering place for communication on weekdays. And yesterday, that group of guys just spent spirit stones here. They are probably very poor now. Today, they will be replaced by those who have the spending power. When he entered a room, he noticed something different today. As soon as he entered, almost everyone's eyes were focused on him. There was envy, jealousy, and more awe. He is Luo Xiong. He is really lucky. Yes, that Wu Daoran is suspected to be a cultivator in the late stage of qi training. Luo Xiong is rich now. I think he is just ordinary. I don't know why the senior likes him. Yan Ping is also dead, and he died in the small courtyard he shared. When he was found, seeing that people around him were whispering, some were pointing at him. Zhou Yang was a little puzzled, so he found an acquaintance to sit down. Brother Shen, what happened to them? He touched a cultivator next to him with his arm and asked curiously. Go away, why are you still showing off? The monk who was called rolled his eyes at Zhou Yang in anger. Ah? Still pretending. What happened yesterday has spread. Shen Hu and Yan Ping died miserably. Senior Wu was really cruel. Shen Hu, Yan Ping, Zhou Yang knew these two people and had seen them at the trade fair. Although they were just nodding acquaintances and did not have much interaction. But in his impression, Shen Hu was a simple and honest middle-aged monk, and Yan Ping was a gentle old man. I didn't expect that they were the ones who followed me. It's true that you can't know a person's heart by his appearance. But he finally understood what Senior Wu meant by being in the spotlight last night. Not only did they both die, but they died without any signs. No one had seen anyone attack them from beginning to end. And from the discussions around them, they died quite miserably. Their blood and qi were drained away and they turned into dry corpses. Zhou Yang's eyes showed shock and awe. It turns out that Senior Wu was a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining, much stronger than I thought. With such a strong strength, this thick thigh must be held tightly. However, this behavior of turning cultivators into mummies is very similar to the behavior of demonic cultivators. As for whether Senior Wu is a demonic cultivator, he will not think too much. This is not a problem he should care about. Only by doing his job well can he live long. And after this incident, there should be fewer cultivators who will pay attention to him in the future. He can also complete the tasks assigned by Senior Wu more smoothly. But he should be more cautious in the future. It is too noticeable to always have a face. Maybe he should consider getting a disguise technique. When Zhou Yang thought about this, the trade fair began. This time, it didn't take long for him to get his turn. It can be seen that someone present did it on purpose. Zhou Yang was not polite and took out the talisman that he had prepared long ago. Although only a quarter of it was taken out this time, it was sold out in a short time. Not only because the talisman was of high quality, but also because it was endorsed by a cultivator who was suspected to be in the late stage of qi training. Zhou Yang held a small bag full of spiritual stones in his hand and looked around cautiously, but found that the eyes of the people around him were calm and there was no greed. If others knew his thoughts, they would be very speechless. Who dared to pay attention to him? Chen Hu and Yan Ping were the lessons of the past. They dared not offend the Taoist Wu. Instead, many people began to take the initiative to talk to Zhou Yang and wanted to build a good relationship. Zhou Yang also experienced the influence brought by power and status for the first time, but he restrained his somewhat inflated heart. He warned himself not to get carried away in his success, because all this was given by the Taoist Wu. He rejected some invitations to parties and banquets, left in a hurry, and rushed to the next trade fair. Trading area. The market was still as lively and noisy as usual, and the crowd surged like a tide. There were endless calls for selling monster meat, magic tools, and elixirs. Lu Ming walked in the trading area and looked around. The number of stalls selling talismans is much less than before. It seems that the Talisman Cultivation Alliance has had a great impact. Lu Ming sighed and guessed the reason. Perhaps only after the two vice leaders of the Talisman Cultivation Alliance have decided the winner and the power is reshuffled, there will be some recovery. However, it has little impact on him for the time being, as he currently has a relatively stable sales channel. As for the future, let's talk about it later. This time he came to the trading area firstly to try his luck and see if he could find what he needed, such as magic techniques, magic weapons, secret techniques, and the like. Secondly, he was preparing to get some more waste elixir cha-cha. There were still about 20 days before the black market opened, but Lu Ming also figured out that he didn't need to go to the black market in such a hurry. When you go to a place where fish and dragons are mixed, your own strength is the guarantee. Why don't you try to sprint down to the 5th level of qi refining, and then activate the blood-burning secret technique? Your strength will be almost the same as the 6th level of qi refining, which is safer. After making up his mind, Lu Ming started shopping slowly. However, although I had expected it, I was still a little disappointed. Sure enough, these things are hard to find on the market. It seems that we can only look for them on the black market. Without thinking anymore, Lu Ming turned around and went to the Jade Talisman Hall to buy some talisman paper and spiritual ink. Zhou Yang's talisman seals were sold very quickly, and he couldn't hold back. He had to prepare a batch of talisman seals. Then he went to the Lingmi shop to buy some green bamboo Lingmi, and finally came to the door of the alchemy shop. The boss was still the same person, and he seemed to greet Lu Ming quickly when he saw him. "Here comes my little brother. Do you want to buy waste elixirs this time?" He still had some impression of Lu Ming. After all, this man bought a lot of waste elixirs from him. Lu Ming felt a shiver in his heart. It seemed that his previous behavior of buying waste elixirs was too unconventional, and he might have to change stores in the future. However, there was no expression on his face, and he smiled and said, "Why did you buy that thing? I regretted it last time. Give me 2 Huan Shenden this time." The boss felt it was a pity that no one would buy his useless elixir and he could only keep it to gather dust. However, he didn't think much about it. This was the behavior that a normal monk should have. No one would be willing to waste spiritual stones on buying a bunch of useless things. It would be strange to keep buying useless elixirs. He smiled and took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Ming. 10 spiritual stones from Chenghui. Lu Ming felt a little sad in his heart. The pills in the middle stage of qi refining were really expensive, but this time he had to buy them to dispel his boss's doubts. Although you can walk away, there is still a hidden danger after all. After buying the elixir, Lu Ming turned around and left. Walking in the trading area, he was thinking about one thing: should he consider refining pills? Refining pills is too profitable, much faster than making spirit stones from talismans. And you can eat the waste pills yourself, and sell the good quality pills. Talismans are too common. Compared with the noble alchemists, talisman masters can only rely on quantity to earn enough spirit stones. And this situation will only improve when they become high-level talisman masters. A normal talisman master can actually earn not many spirit stones after counting the consumption of refining spirit talismans. This is also why there are many people who study talismans among casual cultivators, but very few can make a lot of money from it. If Lu Ming had not relied on the Golden Book to practice constantly, his situation would be no different from others. Now he has an 80% success rate in making talismans, which can be regarded as a happy ending after all the hardships. However, there is a problem facing Lu Ming. That is the inheritance blockade. The 100 arts of cultivating immortals such as pills, instruments, talismans, and formations are firmly controlled by a few people or forces. If Lu Ming had not borrowed the help of his cheap father, he would not know how long it would take him to find the talisman inheritance. This matter cannot be rushed, but we must pay attention to this aspect. Now even if he is given the alchemy inheritance, he can't refine it. There is a saying that has been circulating in the world of immortal cultivation. Talismans make money, refining tools ruin the family, alchemy hurts money, and persuading people to learn formations will be struck by lightning. From this sentence, it can be seen that except for the relatively low difficulty of talismans, other skills require talent and strong capital to support. At present, Lu Ming is still a little karami who has to worry about spirit stones. Let's go to a well-off life first and then look forward to the future. When Lu Ming was thinking, he had already left the alchemy shop for some distance. He found an empty alley, changed his clothes, and finally took out a hat and put on a veil. Although the hat and veil are ordinary things and have no effect on blocking spiritual consciousness, ordinary cultivators will not casually explore the other party, which will cause hostility from the other cultivator. And he has the Golden Book, which can judge who has bad intentions towards him. After getting dressed up, Lu Ming slapped a breath-retaining talisman on himself, and went to several stalls to buy a batch of waste pills. There were some from the early to middle stages of qi refining, and fortunately, no one noticed in the process. Back to the courtyard. Lu Ming stewed the monster meat and steamed a pot of spiritual rice. After a delicious meal, he came to the practice room leisurely. This retreat will not be too long. Although the goal is the 5th level of qi refining, he still needs to make talismans and take time to find Zhou Yang to get spiritual stones. Lu Ming plans to buy him a sound transmission talisman later, so that it is convenient to contact him, but the premise is that Zhou Yang passed the internship inspection. Finally, he looked at the Golden Book and saw that no one was on the list. He chose Chang Wei and began to swallow the waste pills and practice the skills. 50 days passed in a flash. Fu Xiu League. According to the decision of the elders, Chang Wei's cultivation has fallen and he is not qualified to continue to serve as the leader of the Fu Xiu League. From now on, his status as leader will be stripped and Li Yu will take over the responsibility of leader. In the hall, many high-level people of the Fu Xiu League gathered. After the elders of the Fu Xiu League finished reading, a middle-aged monk with a handsome face and a tall figure, wearing a white robe with cloud embroidery and a jade crown on his head, slowly stood up. He came to the leader's seat on the high platform and sat down, looking at the people below and said in a gentle tone, "Thank you all for your kindness. I, Li Yu, will try my best to solve the problems left by the previous leader and promise to bring the Fu Xiu League to a new height. And from now on, your salary will be increased by 10% on the previous basis. Congratulations to the leader, we are willing to serve the leader." Looking at the compliments and respectful eyes of the people below, Li Yu smiled and felt very happy. After nearly 3 months of internal struggle, he finally overthrew another deputy leader, snatched power from him, and ascended to the position of leader. At this time, he had great power in his hands, and thought that the spirit stones would flow into his pocket continuously in the future, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. This is also thanks to Chang Wei's practice at this critical moment. Thinking of this, Li Yu looked in a place where a skinny monk stood. And the people present were already paying attention to Li Yu's movements, and everyone turned their heads in the direction of his gaze. Then they all showed teasing and sarcastic eyes. Chang Wei lowered his head and said nothing at this time, silently bearing it. Alliance Leader Chang. "Oh no, Elder Chang Wei, you have no objection." Li Yu raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and looked at Chang Wei. Chang Wei, who had not been seen for a long time a few days ago, suddenly showed up, and scared Li Yu at the time, thinking that Chang Wei was here to settle accounts with him. Unexpectedly, Chang Wei's cultivation level fell again and again, from the original 9th level of qi refining to the 7th level of qi refining. Moreover, his spirit and energy were seriously depleted, let alone recovery, it would be difficult to maintain the late stage of qi refining. So he immediately launched an attack, solved his opponent in one go, and swallowed up all the power of Chang Wei's remnants. And called him here today, in addition to reading out the successor leader for the sake of justice, but also with the purpose of deliberately humiliating Chang Wei. Stepping on the previous leader to get to the top will only make his position more stable. Congratulations. Congratulations to the leader, I have no objection. At this time, Chang Wei was roaring in his heart, feeling very aggrieved and unwilling, but helpless. That strange symptom started 3 months ago, tormenting him like a maggot, causing his cultivation strength to decline again and again. At this time, his blood and qi were declining, and his magic power was turbid, as if he was suffering from the 5 declines of heaven and man. No matter how many elixirs he took, he could not stop this strange phenomenon. He invited many alchemy doctors, but they were helpless, and they all concluded that he had practiced magic and suffered backlash. The elixir poison accumulated in his body was also caused by taking inferior elixir. Although he explained it, no one believed it. Otherwise, did the elixir poison come out of thin air? It's a fool. And Chang Wei's spiritual herbs and elixirs were all consumed in these few months. He wanted to come out to get some resources and then go back to retreat to heal his injuries, but he didn't expect that the Fu Xiu League had changed its master. In the past, he relied on his highest cultivation, profound talisman skills, and deep prestige to suppress the 2 deputy leaders. But he had disappeared for nearly 3 months. And when he faced Li Yu, who was at the 9th level of qi refining, he had no power to resist, and now he could only obey. This year, on the 48th, I will stand like a minion in the Fu Xiu League. Chang Wei secretly swore in his heart that he would take everything back with his own hands when everything got better. Li Yu didn't care what Chang Wei thought. However, seeing Chang Wei so humble, Li Yu nodded with satisfaction, and did not target him again, lest he be spread out to say that he was narrow-minded. Then he looked at the people of the Fu Xiu League and said loudly with a smile, "See you all tonight at Chuanshan Tower." The eyes of the cultivators below lit up when they heard this, and they knew that tonight was the time to redistribute power. After the meeting, Chang Wei walked out of the hall and looked at the members of the Fu Xiu League who used to be respectful to him, now ignoring him as if he were air. Chang Wei was angry and then sighed. "Alliance leader, it's bad," Brother Chang suddenly screamed, as if he had endured great pain, and now he has fainted. At this time, a subordinate hurried over, even forgetting to change the address. He said anxiously, "Chang Yun, why is he in trouble again?" Chang Wei frowned. He was furious when he heard this name now. Chang Yun was like a weird source, anyone who was close to him had trouble. Huang Quan was like this, and so was he. Even if Chang Yun was his nephew, he was not very willing to visit him at this time. But after hesitating for a moment, he still planned to go, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to the family, and it would also make his subordinates feel disappointed. If all his subordinates ran away, he would really be a commander without troops, and then what about the return of the king? But just take a look, just one look. Time moved forward an hour. Looking at Zhou Yang, who had changed his appearance, Lu Ming fell silent. If it weren't for the fact that his aura remained the same, he would have thought that Zhou Yang had been replaced. He used his spiritual sense to scan Zhou Yang's body, but he didn't find any flaws, which made Lu Ming curious. "Tell me, what's going on?" Zhou Yang smiled, his flesh and bones moved, and he returned to his original appearance from a burly man. "To answer Senior Wu, this is the disguise technique I specifically looked for in order to change multiple identities and sell talismans. But I didn't want to spend spirit stones to buy spells, so I chose immortal martial arts." Looking at Zhou Yang's grinning appearance, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. This kid has some tricks. He didn't find any decent disguise techniques in the market. Either they were incomplete or they were easily seen through. He had never seen any technique like Zhou Yang's that could achieve a change of appearance by moving muscles and bones. Moreover, this is not a spell at all, it is purely a change of bones and flesh. No matter how much you use spiritual consciousness to detect, you can't see any abnormality. But this does not mean that others can't find it. Cultivators judge by their breath, and the change of face alone cannot hide from the cultivators. But this is very useful to Lu Ming. The secret technique of burning blood can change the original breath, but he lacks the technique of changing his appearance. "It's interesting," he praised and then said, "Show me the technique." Zhou Yang didn't expect Senior Wu to be interested in this, but he didn't study it in detail. He quickly took out a booklet from his arms and handed it over, but he still reminded him, "Senior Wu, this is just a mortal martial art, and there are certain disadvantages for cultivators to practice." Lu Ming took it and flipped through it. This moving bones and shrinking bones is just as he guessed, it is to change the appearance through the change of bones and muscles. He also knew what the disadvantages Zhou Yang just mentioned were. The physique of the cultivator has been baptized by spiritual energy, and has already begun to change the muscles and marrow, which is no longer comparable to mortals. The higher the level of cultivation, the stronger the physique and the more self-consistent the density of bones and flesh. If you want to change your appearance by moving your muscles and bones, you will suffer unimaginable pain. Zhou Yang was only at the first level of qi refining, and he was grimacing in pain. Now that he has broken through the fifth level of qi refining, you can imagine how it feels. However, Lu Ming smiled. He closed the technique, and took out a spirit stone from the sail of the talisman and threw it to Zhou Yang. I want the technique. Senior Wu, don't give me the spirit stone, it's not worth it. Zhou Yang waved his hand and wanted to refuse. Lu Ming ignored him and took out another stack of talismans from his storage bag and handed them to Zhou Yang. You should be careful recently. The Fu Xiu League may have a result. It's best to keep silent for a while. If there is anything, use the communication talisman to notify. After saying that, Lu Ming turned around and left. Back in the courtyard, Lu Ming went into the practice room and couldn't wait to take out the booklet to study. If it wasn't for keeping the senior calm, he would have wanted to practice on the spot. I'm planning to go to the black market, so this is a pillow for me. Lu Ming has gained a lot in the past 2 months. Not only has his cultivation successfully broken into the fifth level of qi refining, but his talismans have also improved greatly. It is no problem to refine the Gengjin sword talisman. He also earned a lot of spirit stones by selling talismans through Zhou Yang. Including this time, he has a total of 356 low-grade spirit stones. I originally planned to go to the black market in 2 days, but I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain before I went. Zhou Yang is good, he should get a raise. Chuanxiang Building. In a hall on the top floor, it is extremely spacious. Many people present are dressed in luxurious clothes. At this time, they are toasting and drinking. There are beautiful maids around them, which is a luxurious scene. Li Yu is sitting in the first seat at this time, hugging a beautiful woman, accepting toasts from several high-level people of the Fu Xiu League. Looking at the members around him, Li Yu is not very happy at this time. Because Chang Wei didn't come. Humph, I'm afraid he's too embarrassed to come. Li Yu sneered inwardly, and he used a little more force to hold the beautiful woman beside him. Lady Yu frowned slightly, but didn't dare to say much. She just cursed the Fu Xiu League for being a group of vulgar people who didn't know how to cherish women. And those senior leaders were also people who knew how to read people's expressions. Seeing that Li Yu was unhappy, they knew what it was because of a little thought. One of them felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, so he planned to explain for Chang Wei. It was not that he had a good relationship with Chang Wei, but that he could not let Chang Wei's absence make Li Yu feel bad, thus delaying the division of power for a while. Alliance leader, something seems to have happened to Chang Wei, and his nephew seems to be dying. Li Yu's expression eased a little after hearing this, but he still couldn't help but stab. I think his nephew is a disaster star, and he will only cause trouble. Our Fu Xiu League will develop slowly because of this cancer. That's right, the leader is right. Only under the leadership of the leader can our Fu Xiu League become bigger and stronger. Yes, create glory again. Li Yu listened to these compliments, and his gloomy mood was swept away. He laughed and began to touch Yun Yangzi next to him, making her coquettish. After a full meal and a good meal, the guests were happy. Li Yu waved away Yun Yangzi and other maids. Now all the people present are high-level members of the Fu Xiu League. Li Yu smiled slightly and began to speak in the face of everyone's expectant eyes. Everyone, although our Fu Xiu League has experienced some turmoil, as long as we work together, we may be able to become the master of King's Hufang City in the future. Here, let me talk about a few points. Half an hour later. When everyone's eyes began to disperse, Li Yu finally began to assign tasks. Chen Xingliang, you are responsible for making the Fu Hall, coordinating the production of Fu paper in the future, and mixing spiritual ink. Thank you for the trust of the Alliance Master, I will definitely complete the task. A middle-aged cultivator smiled and saluted Li Yu respectfully, then raised his glass and drank it all. Shinan, you are responsible for establishing the Fu Zhuan Hall and recruiting Fu Xinren Club. If we want to expand, we can't stick to King's Hufang City. We need to cultivate our own Fu masters. Yu Qing, you are responsible for, Li Yu began to assign them one by one. Those who got good tasks were all happy, while those who got bad ones were a little unhappy, secretly thinking that they were unlucky and didn't get a lucrative job. Finally, Dingyu, you are still responsible for the storage of spirit stones, especially the collection of membership fees. Dingyu, you still need to store the talismans and spirit stones, and collect the membership fees. At this time, Liu looked at a skinny middle-aged man with 2 mustaches. Dingyu, Chang Wei's former butler, was the one who turned from darkness to light and informed him that Chang Wei's practice had gone wrong. Subsequently, he also assisted him in quickly collecting the power that Chang Wei had delegated. Let him seize the initiative in the next competition for the leader. But Dingyu, a person who sells out his master for glory, would not be reused by him. But after all, Dingyu has the merit of following the dragon, and he cannot leave people with the handle of killing the donkey after he has done his work. So re-employing Dingyu at this time makes him look like he is a man of virtuous people and open-minded. Dingyu did not expect Liu to reuse him again, and thanked him repeatedly with excitement, almost kneeling down. The others also showed envious eyes, because you know that the membership fee that Dingyu is responsible for is the most profitable job. After all, how much the membership fee is collected, isn't it up to him? Chang Wei gave me a list before, you should collect according to the list, don't miss any. Some may have been missed before, remember to ask them to pay all the dues. Yes, leader, there will be no fish that slip through the net. Dingyu promised hurriedly. He then remembered something and said to Liu. Leader, someone below reported that some talisman masters have been selling talismans privately at the casual cultivator trade fair in recent days. Liu frowned slightly when he heard this. How can this be allowed? More than half of these dues will go into his pocket, and he feels distressed if he loses a penny. People who seriously disrupt the market really deserve to die. Who are they specifically? Do you know? It has not been investigated clearly yet. At present, there are only a few known casual cultivators, Shaolin, Li Rue, and Gu Hong. By the way, there is also a man named Wu Daorun, who has also become famous recently. But it is said that he is a demon cultivator and has killed 2 casual cultivators in the early stage of qi refining. Liu waved his hand and said with disdain. I've never heard of any sorcerer or demon cultivator who only targets those in the early stages of qi training. Most of them are rumors. No matter who they are, they must not give up a penny less. You can bring some guests from the association with you. If you don't obey, you know what to do. Don't worry, leader. Dingyu didn't take it seriously. These casual cultivators were the softest. In the training room. In the polyp skeleton, Lu Ming squirmed, and he changed from a handsome young man to a short and fat middle-aged man. After playing back and forth several times, Lu Ming stopped changing and returned to his original state. Wow, the combination of moving bones and shrinking bones and burning blood secret technique is perfect. Now I don't have to worry about my identity being exposed when I go out. Lu Ming thought happily. Just looking at the golden book, he saw that the names of Chang Yun and Huang Quan had disappeared. He sighed with some melancholy. 2 more good brothers are missing. People nowadays are so fragile that they can't even bear the pain. They are useless. However, this also reminded Lu Ming that it was time to add new people, preferably those in the late stage of qi refining. Now even the cultivators in the middle stage of qi refining could not withstand his cultivation. Just as he was thinking this, the golden book changed. 2 names gradually emerged. Liu, Dingyu, what goes around comes around? Where did this cultivator in the late stage of qi refining come from? Looking at the name listed alongside Chang Wei, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. Liu, I remember it. Zhang Li sent him a message a few days ago, asking him to pay attention to the changes within the Fu Xiu League, and he went to find out. One of the 2 deputy leaders is called Liu. But who is this Dingyu? Lu Ming has never heard of him, but since the 2 of them are on the list at the same time, they are probably from the Fu Xiu League. As for the reason for being on the list, Lu Ming has 2 guesses, either it is aimed at the independent Fu Xiu master, and he is just affected, or it is aimed at him personally. But it will definitely not be him, but the identity of the Wu Daorun. It seems that I have been noticed. But Lu Ming didn't care at all. What the witch Taoist did was none of his business. He was just an honest and decent child. Lu Ming closed the golden book, stood up and walked out of the practice room. Looking at the bright moon hanging high, he smiled. Welcome to join. He didn't think about these things anymore. The black market this month was about to open. He would not practice in the last few days. He planned to relax. Speaking of it, I have been an ascetic monk since I crossed over. I haven't enjoyed it well. This body seems to be a virgin. It's really embarrassing. I don't know what the fairy Zizia tastes like. Lu Ming is thinking about finding a time to take a look. He doesn't know if the Golden Book can transfer the negative effects caused by the loss of essence. After all, dual cultivation is also practice. But it's better to conserve energy before going to the black market. We have to prepare what we should prepare. 3 days later. Qingyue Lake, outside King's Hufang City. At this time, the moon is setting in the middle of the sky. Lu Ming looked at the bridge on the lake in front of him with a slightly expectant look. Following Zhang Li's instructions, he came to the Qingyue Lake outside King's Hufang City and waited for the guide. Although it was called the periphery, it was actually quite far away, about 10 miles away from King's Hufang City. At first, Lu Ming thought he had gone to the wrong place, because he said that there was a lake outside the market. I didn't expect that the cultivation world had no concept of the distance between the boundaries. 10 miles is relatively close, dozens or hundreds of miles is not far, hundreds or thousands of miles is far. However, after searching for a while, he still saw a huge lake. There was a faint mist on the lake, and the distance seen was not clear. At this time, he wore a hat and a black robe. His figure under the black robe was burly and tall, and his face had also been adjusted. The aura on his body had changed after activating the secret method of burning blood. After waiting for a while, he saw a black sailboat slowly approaching him. When he got closer, he saw only an old man holding a bamboo pole on the boat. The immortal path is like a mayfly crossing in all kinds of ways. The old man said in a hoarse voice. Lu Ming knew that this was a black market code, and answered without hesitation. It's as small as a grain of sand in the vast ocean. Do you have a certificate? Lu Ming flipped his right hand, and a black token appeared, and then threw it to the old man. The old man took a look, nodded, and returned the token after confirmation, and motioned Lu Ming to get on the boat. At this time, there were several men in black on the boat, keeping a certain distance from each other and all silent. Lu Ming's appearance did not attract their attention, and he did not speak, waiting quietly like the others. After another 3 sticks of incense, several people came on the boat again. The old man then held the bamboo pole and let the black sailed boat leave in the moonlight, heading towards the bridge under Qingyue Lake. A layer of mist gradually rose, and the surrounding environment began to change, and all kinds of lively noises came to the face. Lu Ming noticed that they were sailing on a river at this time. There were pavilions and towers on both sides of the river, all kinds of shops, selling cultivation items, and there were monks coming in and out of them. We're here. At this time, the old man's voice came. Lu Ming got off the boat and stepped on the bluestone steps beside the riverbank. Looking around, the black market seemed to be on an island in the middle of the lake. Is it the formation that covered up the island in the middle of the lake? He guessed that the black market must be closely related to the Morong family. How could they allow others to sleep beside their bed? How could they dare to build it without their permission? Lu Ming thought to himself, and his figure had already mixed into the crowd and walked towards a street. The street is not big, but there are many shops on both sides, and the ground is also full of various stalls. A large number of cultivators gather here to sell or trade various items. However, everyone here is very good at restraining their breath and hiding all traces of themselves. After all, those who come to the black market are not serious people, and serious people generally do not come to the black market. He did not look around, and did not want to appear to be here for the first time. Walking to the main road, there were constant hawking on the street. Top-grade magic tools are sold at a low price, only 888 spirit stones. To explore the foundation building cave, we need a few strong Taoist friends. Secret treasure map, which contains the inheritance of half-Dan strongmen. It is no longer a delusion to establish a Taoist tradition and be honored as an ancestor in the future. First come first served, 50 spirit stones are the only price. Lu Ming passed by the stalls and listened to these hawking voices, and his mouth twitched. Since he came to the world of immortal cultivation, he has never entered any secret realms or explored the caves of his predecessors. He just felt that it was unreliable. What falls from the sky may not be a pie in the sky, but more likely a trap. It may be a trap set by others, just waiting for you to fall into it. There may be a very small probability of picking up a leak, but as long as you don't gamble, you will never lose. He doesn't have the innate protagonist holy body, he can find amazing skills by falling off a cliff, and he can pick up a heaven-defying treasure by walking on the street. And what realm is this half-elixir? Lu Ming's complaints at this moment are about to reach the top. The things in this area are also mixed. True and false, all depends on the eyesight. Lu Ming did not buy it, he did not think that his eyesight was more astute than others. Buyers are never as smart as sellers. He first took a general look at the black market and learned about the prices of magic tools, elixirs, and talismans. After knowing the situation, he began to pay attention to where he could sell the stolen goods he had obtained before. After observing for a while, Lu Ming finally came to a small shop. In an incense stick, he saw several figures coming in and out. He vaguely saw that they were selling items. He guessed that these people were here to sell stolen goods. The owner was a middle-aged man with a late stage of qi refining. Seeing a customer coming, the owner was already smiling and welcoming him enthusiastically. "My fellow Taoist, what do you want? I have a batch of magic tools that I want to sell. Do you accept them?" "Yes, of course. Give me an estimate." Lu Ming spoke in a hoarse voice, and then he threw out a storage bag. The owner took the storage bag, checked it one by one with his spiritual sense, and then thought carefully, and said after a while, "The grades of these magic tools of yours are not high, and many of them are damaged. Some of them are seriously lacking in spirituality and almost need to be remelted. There are a total of 5 magic tools in it, so I will give you 213 spiritual stones," the boss said gently with a smile on his face. Lu Ming's mouth twitched fiercely under the black robe. This was too dark. Even if they were all crooked, they wouldn't be so cheap. Ordinary first-grade low-grade magic tools cost about 100 spirit stones, and the expensive ones were close to 300 spirit stones. But he also knew that there was an unwritten rule in the black market. No matter where the items came from or where they came from, the price would be much lower. Thinking of this, he didn't answer immediately, but threw out another storage bag, which was full of useless things to him. "How much are these in total?" The shopkeeper checked again and said, "A total of 240 spirit stones." "Okay, let's go with this price." Lu Ming didn't mean to bargain, as long as he could sell it. After paying the money in goods with the shopkeeper, Lu Ming took the spirit stones and planned to leave. But at this time, the shopkeeper suddenly called Lu Ming. "If you have any items in the future, you can sell them directly to me. The price I offer is still very fair." Lu Ming nodded, didn't say much, and turned to leave. He didn't know whether it was fair or not, but the shop owner seemed to be quite obedient and didn't ask any nonsense questions. As for whether he would come in the future, let's talk about it later. After leaving the shop, Lu Ming began to wander around the black market. He didn't forget that the purpose of coming to the black market was to find various techniques that could improve quickly but had great side effects. And the places he mainly went to were the stalls that sold techniques and secret techniques. Compared with shops, the stalls sold cheaper and more diverse items. After getting some treasures, casual cultivators would first try to set up stalls to sell them. If they couldn't sell them, they would consider selling them to shops. Because shops were very hard to sell, the profit would be much less. This was also what Zhou Yang mentioned inadvertently, and Lu Ming remembered it in his heart. Not long after he left, Lu Ming was attracted by a technique on a stall. He squatted in front of the stall, picked up a booklet and flipped through it, and saw that it was a first-level technique, so he picked up the blood-colored jade slip next to it and looked it up. The jade slip only has a small part at the front, and the back is blank. This is just a sample for the cultivators to check, and the full version can only be obtained after purchase. This is also a preventive measure. Most casual cultivators are thick-skinned. If you don't take some precautions, he can read the whole thing in front of you. Fellow Taoist, do you like this soul-devouring art? The stall owner is a yellow-robed cultivator with a hooked nose and a mole on his nose. This person did not cover his face, and Lu Ming didn't know whether he was confident or had a disguise skill. Fellow Taoist, you have such a good eye. This is what I got by accident while exploring caves with my friends and accidentally entering a cave of a senior Jindan. For this inheritance, my best friend unfortunately died in the cave, and I also went through a lot of hard work to get the inheritance. The yellow-robed monk sighed as he spoke. Okay, let's talk about the techniques. Seeing that the yellow-robed monk was going to talk nonsense, Lu Ming interrupted him impatiently. Whoever wanted to know his experience just wanted to shout about the high price for a while. The yellow-robed monk was not annoyed at being interrupted by Lu Ming. He chuckled twice and began to introduce Lu Ming. Practice spirit swallowing art can speed up your practice by absorbing the blood of living beings. The more you absorb, the faster your strength will increase. Magic techniques? Lu Ming pretended to be displeased, but actually he had something on his mind. No, this is a blood technique. If you practice it to the extreme, you can turn blood into a sword, which is extremely powerful. Moreover, fellow Taoists can use the blood of monsters and beasts to replace the blood of monks, which can also avoid random killings. The yellow-robed monk looked compassionate. The cost of practicing this kind of skill should be extremely high. Why didn't you tell me? Fellow Taoist, don't be impatient. Listen to me. You can make rapid progress in practicing this skill, but your foundation may not be that stable, and you may also breed some inner demons. But Taoist friends can reach the point of perfecting Qi faster than others. When the time comes, there will be more than enough time to slowly polish the foundation of mana. And what's a small price to pay for longevity? Seeing Lu Ming's heart move, the yellow-robed monk's eyes lit up and he began to follow suit. Lu Ming knew that this man hadn't finished what he said, but he didn't care. This technique suited him very well. Those so-called costs were nothing to him, he was just worried that the yellow-robed monk was making things up. How can you be sure that what you said is true? Lu Ming asked. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, I will swear an oath to confirm that all the above are true. Lu Ming nodded. Taoist oaths are not something that can be uttered casually. Once violated, the inner demon will backfire, and it is even more false to claim a realm breakthrough. Generally, monks who are not desperate will not engage in such self-destructive behavior. Therefore, it is basically certain that he really has such a skill in his hand, but if he just swears randomly, just pretend that he didn't say it. How to sell it? 150 spirit stones. Lu Ming turned around and left. Hey, don't go, fellow Taoist, please stay, the yellow-robed monk hurriedly persuaded. Lu Ming's mouth twitched, he didn't want to say this. I want 70 spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, how could you cut it in half like this? This is what my beloved relatives, friends, brothers and sisters paid for with their lives. Taoist friend, 103 spiritual stones, took it away. 80. No, at least 102. Lu Ming and the yellow-robed monk bargained for a while and finally settled on 90 spirit stones. After watching him make an oath, Lu Ming took out the spirit stone, and the yellow-robed monk also handed over the blood-colored jade slip. After the two completed the transaction, the yellow-robed monk suddenly grinned. Fellow Taoist, we have both money and goods. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched, but he didn't say anything more. Instead, he put the blood-colored jade slip between his eyebrows and read it. At this time, the ban on the jade slips has been lifted and all can now be viewed. Not long after. Boom, the magic power was trembling. Lu Ming held the jade slip tightly, raised his head and stared at the yellow-robed monk, as if he was going to violently attack in the next second. How dare you harm me like this? The yellow-robed monk looked confident and said with a smile. Brother Taoist, what you said is wrong. I'm not lying, and don't forget the rules of the black market. Money and goods are cleared and there will be no refunds or exchanges. Fellow Taoist, please don't mess around. The yellow-robed monk put on a look like don't slander me. You have sworn an oath. Lu Ming said with gritted teeth. I'm not wrong. This is indeed a blood technique. There is nothing wrong with the technique I gave you. It's not as easy as you said, you, Huang Pao interrupted Lu Ming with a sneer. I didn't force it to be sold to you. You wanted to buy it yourself. Who's to blame? Lu Ming was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Okay, I admit defeat. We can't change the situation. Lu Ming snorted and walked away. Seeing Lu Ming's fleeing back, the yellow-robed monk sneered. You're still trying to play tricks on me, what the hell? After turning several directions in succession, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief when he was far away from the stall. Performing is really a technical job, he muttered. All the angry and aggrieved expressions in front of the stall just now were of course just an act. He had long known that this person had evil intentions. From the time he talked with the yellow-robed monk, there was already another name in the Golden Book. Xin Lian, but Lu Ming's goal was this skill, so he naturally acted with him. It would be abnormal if someone left calmly without any response. Lu Ming touched the storage bag and felt the blood-colored jade slip in it. The corner of his mouth was even harder to press than the AK. But the method of cultivation is really marvelous. The full name of the technique is Spirit Swallowing Blood Demon Kung Fu, and it is a technique that can be practiced to the point of perfect Qi refining. Its function is to improve cultivation and strength by absorbing the blood of living creatures. When a cultivator feeds his body with the blood and energy of all spirits, not only will it harm the harmony of heaven and earth, but his own magic power will also become mixed, and his temperament will become manic and bloodthirsty as he practices. In the end, he will only become a monster dominated by blood. And once you practice, you can't stop craving for blood. Once you don't draw enough blood, it will be backlashed by the practice, and your own blood essence will be forcibly used as training material. Therefore, what Xin Lian said before is simply deceiving consumers. However, he did not violate his oath. He just downplayed the serious consequences of the price, so he felt confident. But what Xin Lian didn't know was that for Lu Ming, regardless of the cost, this magic skill was the most perfect fit for Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming obtained his favorite technique by accident, it does not mean that Xin Lian can deceive him. If Lu Ming didn't have the golden book, he would have no choice but to suffer the consequences. He would not even think about practicing this technique and embarking on a path of no return. After all, one can imagine how precious 100 spiritual stones are to a casual cultivator, so, since the technique was given by you, let's turn the original soup into the original food. Lu Ming had already made up his mind to make Xin Lian the first sacrifice for the spirit-swallowing blood demon technique. Although the technique has been obtained, Lu Ming is not in a hurry to leave. He plans to collect more techniques like this. These are basically not seen in the city, at least not on the surface, and his level is not high enough for high-end circles. Lu Ming's figure shuttled in front of various stalls. Instead of seeing magic skills, he saw many secret skills. Among them is the blood-burning secret technique he practiced. This blood-burning secret technique is a complete version, and it also comes with an escape method, the blood-burning escape technique. By burning essence and blood, he can gain speeds that are several times faster than his own, and can escape quickly in a short period of time. Short time? Lu Ming smiled. This escape method is almost unlimited for him, but he doesn't know how many fellow Taoists it will consume per 100 kilometers. And he happened to need an escape method to improve his ability to save his life. Although he usually stayed in Fangzhou and never went out, he still had to prepare the necessary means. But the full version of blood-burning secret technique is of no use to him. The effect is the same, but the cost has become lower, and it is like useless to him. Unfortunately, the stall owner firmly refused to sell them separately. Lu Ming could only spend 65 spirit stones to buy the complete version of blood-burning secret technique. Within the next hour, Lu Ming harvested 3 more spells. One is Turtle Breath Condensing Chi technique, the other is Yin Thunder Palm, and the other is 3 Yin Fires. There is nothing special about Turtle Breath Chi Condensation technique. This is the secret method of Chi condensation. When practiced to perfection, one can completely control one's own breath and even vitality. It can shield the prying eyes below the foundation, and if the foundation monk does not check carefully, his aura will not be detected. Lu Ming's cultivation level is improving a bit quickly, so he still needs to pay more attention in the city. However, there is one thing you need to pay attention to when practicing the turtle breath condensing chi technique, that is, the time for the turtle breath to condense vitality cannot be too long, otherwise you may really become a dead person. Yin Thunder Palm is a first-level high-grade spell that condenses Yin Thunder in the palm to fight against the enemy. It can also activate mana to release a giant Yin Thunder Palm. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the power. Lu Ming took a closer look at Yin Thunder Palm and found that it was quite difficult to learn and master this spell. This spell targets the Thunder Spirit root, but it does not require talent to practice it. It's just that it's easier for Lilian monks to get started in practicing Yin Thunder Palm than other spiritual root monks. Other spiritual root monks will also have certain objections when practicing and displaying their magic power. Somewhat similar to Rapid Gold Finger, the training process is extremely painful, and it is easy to accidentally injure yourself. But Lu Ming didn't care and decisively bought the technique. And the last one, 3 Yin Fires, was what moved Lu Ming the most. This is a second-level spell, but it is an evil technique, more sinister than the spirit-swallowing blood demon technique. It is necessary to use monk's souls, essence, blood, and bones as resources to condense the 3 Yin Fires. The more resources you invest, the stronger the flames will be. However, the caster usually needs to use his dantian to cultivate the flame, and he himself must always bear the scorching flames. In order to obtain this technique, Lu Ming spent nearly 200 spirit stones. This trip to the black market was very fruitful. Not only did I buy 5 books of exercises, but also some rare talismans and elixirs. But correspondingly, the spiritual stones are almost spent. And Shen Lian Yang Hong Yu Xia, Lu Ming looked at the nearly 10 names on the golden book, and the corners of his mouth twitched crazily. There are bosses who sell his magic, monks who are eyeing his storage, and others who appear out of nowhere. The group of casual cultivators really amused him. Fortunately, the ones with the highest cultivation levels are only 2 in the late stages of chi refining, Shen Lian and Yang Hong. The others are all early and middle stage monks. Lu Ming decided not to leave yet, but to digest the proceeds in the black market before leaving. The black market is open for 10 days, but the monks will not be driven out as soon as the time is up. Those with fixed residences can stay in the black market for a long time, such as those working in shops. The monks can also choose to stay at the inn and leave when the next black market opens. So Lu Ming was looking for a place to stay, and he came to the door of a cyclamen inn. A young man from the first level of chi refining walked over with a warm smile on his face. Will this guest please come in, or stay in the hotel? Stay in the hotel. Hello, sir, our hotel has Class A, Class B, and Class C guest rooms. May I ask which one are you staying in? Class A guest rooms are equipped with spirit gathering arrays and hidden spirit arrays. If a guest needs to break through in cultivation, it is best to choose a Class A guest room. The internal aura can achieve the effect of first-level high-grade spiritual veins and only requires 10 spiritual stones a day. Level B only has the spirit gathering array, the internal spiritual energy reaches the first level mid-grade, and you can get 3 spiritual stones a day. Level C has no formations, and its spiritual energy is no different from the outside world. 1 spiritual stone per day. Moreover, hands-free are prohibited in our store, so please feel free to check in. Lu Ming chose a second-class guest room and paid 10 days of spiritual stones. He was not sure whether he would leave the black market in 10 days, so he decided to see if the rent was renewed then. Outside the Class B guest room, Lu Ming opened the door with the prohibition token and walked inside. The surrounding spiritual energy was dense, gathering into a mist. He took a deep breath and felt ecstatic. Is this the effect of the spirit gathering array? It would be great if I could master it. Then I can also arrange one in the small courtyard of Fangshi. His eyes quickly scanned the room. The room was very simply furnished and divided into a bedroom and a practice room. After a rough inspection, he found nothing wrong, but Lu Ming still planned to arrange it. Naturally, he would not believe what the young man said so easily. You have to be on guard when you need to be on guard. Lu Ming took out a talisman from his storage bag and activated it. Divine Talisman, a first-level high-grade talisman. The function is very simple. Whenever someone uses spiritual or spiritual consciousness to spy on you, the Divine Talisman can produce fluctuations. It is most suitable to be used in this situation, at least you will not be noticed by others without being noticed. Lu Ming bought this on the black market. After confirming that there was no feedback from the Divine Talismans, Lu Ming took out the mist formation disc and arranged it in the room. Yes, he dismantled the formation in the small courtyard again. Anyway, it was a fool's operation, and there was no need to understand the principles of the formation. After the arrangement is completed, 3 spiritual stones are embedded in the formation plate. Once activated, a layer of enchantment emerged as the aura flickered, and then a faint mist began to fill the room. Lu Ming entered the training room. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, he took out a bloody jade slip. He decided to practice the spirit-swallowing blood demon technique first, as other spells could not be mastered in an instant. Moreover, those spells all have some yin attributes, so switching to the spirit-swallowing blood demon technique will be more suitable. Lu Ming carefully looked at the cultivation methods in the jade slips. He does not need to use up the magic power gained from the 5 elements Chaoyuan Gong by practicing this technique. It only needs to be transformed slowly. During this period, you can use elixirs to speed up the process, and then use the blood-burning secret technique to forcibly increase your cultivation level and refine the medicinal power. It took Lu Ming a stick of incense to read them all and understand how to practice. Although the spirit-swallowing blood demon technique is only at the first level, it can be practiced to the point of perfect chi refining. But it is much more profound than the popular martial arts technique such as 5 elements Chaoyuan Gong. However, as a magic technique, it is easy to learn but difficult to master. The main reason is that there are too many hidden dangers, and few people can practice it to the end. As for how to obtain the blood of living beings needed for cultivation, what monk's blood is more suitable than your own blood essence? I'm so fierce that I even suck myself. After figuring out how to practice, Lu Ming opened the golden book. Sucking yourself is out of the question. But looking at the rows of names above, Lu Ming fell into difficulty in making a choice. Shen Lian is a must-choose. Chang Wei, almost forgot. Li Yu, how about adding it too? Yang Hong, this is the old man who sold me 3 yin fires. Yu Xia is still charming, choose your ass, want them all. I am afraid that the amount of energy and blood required to change the martial arts this time is huge, and Lu Ming is worried that 1 or 2 of them will not be able to hold on. Unity is strength, and the price they bear together will be much smaller. After selecting them all, Lu Ming first swallowed a bottle of waste elixir, closed his eyes and began to practice according to the operation path of spirit-swallowing blood demon technique. After completing a weekly operation, Lu Ming's face turned pale, and he felt a powerful swallowing force coming from his dantian, sucking out his own energy and blood like a whale swallowing him. It's backfired. This means that there is no external blood energy to supplement, and it can only be supplemented by counterattack itself. Energy is conserved, fellow Taoist, help me. Next breath. As if replying to Lu Ming, the names of the monks on the golden book trembled slightly and began to fade. Ha! After exhaling, Lu Ming's face turned rosy again, and his overall condition was better than ever. The soul-swallowing blood demon art was also running faster and faster, and the magic power in Lu Ming's body began to gradually transform from 5 colors to a touch of scarlet, at the same time. Whether it is Li Yu and Ding Yu who are in the Fuxiu Alliance in King's Hufang City, or several monks on the black market in the center of the lake, they all felt palpitations, then their faces turned pale, and they all covered their chests. Their cultivation levels are different, but they can all vaguely feel that something belonging to them is beginning to pass away. But they can't see or touch it, they just feel that a disaster is coming and doom is coming. Xin Lian was the same at this time. He didn't even care about the fellow Taoist who had already fooled him. He rolled up the stall on the ground and ran towards his residence in the black market. Hey, fellow Taoist, your spirit stone has fallen off. There was a faint call from the fellow Taoist behind him, but Xin Lian, who was running wildly, couldn't care less. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Xin Lian roared in his heart. As a 7th level Qi refining monk, he was even more aware of the strangeness in his body. This is a sign that longevity begins to decline due to the loss of essence and blood. Running all the way back to his residence, Xin Lian condensed a water mirror in front of him. Looking at myself in the mirror, I don't know when a few hairs on my temples have started to turn white. Although it is not particularly obvious yet, the signs are beginning to show, and this is not a good thing. Xin Lian stroked a few white hairs with trembling fingers, feeling frightened in his heart. He is only in his 40s, and there are still about 10 years before the qi and blood decline at the age of 60. This phenomenon should not and may occur. Since it's not his fault, it's due to external factors. Witchcraft, or curse, as a casual cultivator, Xin Lian naturally has a lot of experience, but he knows that some monks in the world of immortality are good at using strange witchcraft and can injure people from a distance or even kill them with curses. But he has never met them before, and he shouldn't mess with these people. Although he is a bit cunning in his business, who on the black market is not like this? The palpitations in his heart continued, and Xin Lian quickly took out the elixir to replenish his energy and blood and began to swallow it. Xin Lian is no longer as panicked as before. Although blood essence was still flowing away, it was not as terrible as he imagined, at least it was still within his tolerance. He has been working at the bottom of the world of immortality for decades and has never seen any intrigues or bloodshed. Although his life is not as good as those of the children of aristocratic families and sect disciples. But the state of mind is not comparable to that of the trash in the greenhouse. Xin Lian's eyes gradually turned sinister, and he swore in his heart that he would find the culprit when it was over. He didn't believe that this curse was priceless, and the other party must also be suffering corresponding pain. Ah, so cool! Lu Ming, who was practicing, let out a cry of joy. He could barely feel this kind of cultivation speed that was unique to geniuses. If you practice at this speed, you will probably be able to break through another level in a month or two. This speed is quite exaggerated. It has only been half a year since he traveled through time, and he has already broken through from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 5th level of Qi refining. The speed of cultivation is not much slower than those dual spiritual root geniuses. After nearly 10 days of cultivation, Lu Ming has successfully switched to the soul-swallowing blood demonic art. The mana in his body is like a sea of blood surging in his dantian, and the mana in his meridians is like a blood wave that is constantly flowing after a flood. When Lu Ming raised his hand, a scimitar condensed by blood appeared in his hand. The blade was scarlet, and its sharpness and fierce aura were all over the blade. It felt stinging when it was slightly close to the skin. Is this the blood transformation demonic knife? Its power is no less than the black light blade. Lu Ming muttered to himself. However, he did not try to release it in the training room. Destroying private property will cost money. But he could feel the power contained in it, which has faintly surpassed the level of the middle stage of Qi refining. This is the effect of him not activating the blood-burning secret technique. Once it is activated, he will officially have the combat power of the 7th level of Qi refining. I also have the strength to fight against a higher level. But that's just thinking about it. If he really has to choose, he is still willing to defeat a cultivator of the 1st level of Qi refining with the strength of the late stage of Qi refining. But Lu Ming frowned again, looking at himself helplessly. After practicing this soul-devouring blood demon art, he is now surrounded by Yin Qi, and when he activates his magic power, there are bursts of blood light. He doesn't look like a good person at first glance. He dare not go back to the market with this look. As long as others are not blind, they will know that he has a problem. It seems that I can't leave for the time being. I must first learn the turtle breathing chi condensing technique. At least let me look like the honest child before. Lu Ming pondered. Then he withdrew his magic power and stood up, and after the blood demon knife lost its magic power, it automatically disintegrated into blood-colored mist and drilled into his body again. The black market is about to close. Since he wants to stay, he has to renew the rent to avoid being kicked out. It didn't take long for Lu Ming to go out and pay the rent and come back to get into the training room again. This time, in addition to practicing the turtle breath condensing chi technique, I also need to practice the blood escape technique. With the blood burning secret technique as a foundation, it shouldn't be too difficult to practice. As for the remaining 2 spells, Een Thunderpalm and 3 Een Fires, just let it go and practice it when you have time. Outside the Cyclamen Inn, the second floor of the Zui Shenju restaurant, a pale old man sat in front of the window on the second floor. His expression was gloomy and his eyes looked towards a certain room in the inn from time to time. Old man Yang, I'm afraid he won't leave. At this time, the old man surnamed Yang spoke to a beautiful woman opposite with a soft tone. The beautiful woman was wearing a translucent purple cheongsam. Her tightly wrapped figure was plump and round, and a touch of snow white on her chest was looming. It's just that this woman now wears a veil, covering most of her face and only revealing a pair of eyes. But those fox eyes that were originally alluring now had a faint trace of wrinkles in the corners of their eyes, which greatly ruined her charming temperament. The old man surnamed Jiang did not seem to be attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of him, and his eyes were still fixed on the inn opposite. After a moment, a hoarse voice came out. Fellow Taoist you, please accept your charm skills. I am an old man now and have no interest in you. The beautiful woman was not embarrassed to ask for trouble, so she put aside her charm and continued talking. I'm afraid that person won't leave until the next black market opens, and we can't do anything in the market. It's pointless to waste it like this. The old man surnamed Zhang turned his head to look at the beautiful woman and said in an inexplicable tone. So, you're not at all curious about how he did it? The beautiful woman was silent. She stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently touched the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, her face uncertain. The old man surnamed Zhang continued without waiting for his answer. I don't have many years left to live, so I am doing these dirty things to save resources for my descendants. But now I see the hope of new life, taking away lifespan from the air. This method is so exciting. How can you be sure it's him? What if it's a coincidence and we make a mistake? It's like trying to get water out of a bamboo basket. The beautiful woman said in a cold tone. If I hadn't met Taoist you, I would think it was a coincidence, but, before the old man surnamed Jiang finished speaking, his thoughts returned to 10 days ago. It was just an ordinary day, an ordinary black market transaction. He sold a book of magic spells that had been accumulated for a long time to a man in black robes and hats. Things should have ended here, but he got greedy. The monk paid 200 spirit stones to buy a book of magic spells, so he set his sights on this fat sheep. He has practiced a spiritual eye spell to confirm that the other party is indeed at the 5th level of chi refining and has nothing to hide. As long as he leaves the black market, he can easily defeat the opponent with his 7th level chi refining strength. So he secretly left a little scent of spiritual incense on the other party for tracking. The incense that attracts spirits is not a means of cultivating immortals, but a common thing. It is colorless and tasteless after being lit, and has no aura fluctuations. Monks rely most on their own spiritual consciousness, so they will not attract the other party's attention. This method has been tried repeatedly during most of his life, and this time was no exception. The other party was not alert. He followed quietly along the way and saw the other party buying a lot of things, which made him more sure that the other party was rich. Then they went all the way to the inn. Although he was a little annoyed at the other party's delay, he was very patient and decided to wait until he left the black market before taking action. But the accident happened at this moment. He noticed that his essence and blood were flowing away rapidly, as if he was being swallowed by an invisible giant mouth. He panicked at that time. Although he didn't have many years to live, he didn't want to die inexplicably like this. But as time went by, although the power of swallowing air and blood was not strong, it was continuous, and he gradually became desperate. He originally wanted to wait for death quietly, but he was unwilling to think of such a worthless death. So he made up his mind to finish this job and save some resources for his descendants before he died. But at this time, he noticed Yu Xia, who was looking for beauty pills everywhere. The other party is Kuan Xiao, who is well known in the black market. He also took care of the other party's business when he was young. They know each other well and are naturally familiar with each other. After some questioning, he was shocked to find that the other party was in the same situation as himself, or even more obvious. Looking at the wrinkles at the corners of Yuxia's eyes, he thought of many things at once as he grew older. Since this is not a condition that occurs in one person, it is most likely caused by man. So he began to look at the black market to see if there were other people in the same situation as him. After searching like this, I actually found a few. There was Daoist Chen, whom I met while setting up a stall together, and there was a father and son Jieshio who had been hanging out in this area all year round. Strange phenomena appeared on them. The immortal cultivator has a strong memory. He began to recall recent events, and after a little investigation, they all pointed to one person. That's the man in black robe who bought his magic. He had seen people in black robes trading several times while following him, and most of them had this phenomenon, and the same was true for Yuxia. Now his dead heart began to come alive. This kind of method is unheard of, and if it is a witchcraft, it will not be able to do this. And for no reason, at least on the surface, there is no grievance or enmity. How could he do such a thing that is harmful to others and not beneficial to himself? Unless, he can profit from doing this. He had a bold guess, which made him tremble all over. That is, lifespan seizure. And the other party's collection of magic skills seemed to further prove this guess. He didn't have many years to live, but that was why he was more afraid of death as he got older. But if he could get this ability, how could immortality be a lie? The greedy desire was out of control, and he must get this fortune. In his opinion, this was a chance to change his fate against the will of heaven. Even if the guess failed, if he didn't fight, what was the point of cultivating immortals? He began to wait quietly for the other party to leave, but at this time Yuxia came to the door. Although he didn't want to share this opportunity against the will of heaven, some of his previous actions still aroused Yuxia's suspicion. However, after thinking it over again and again, he still revealed the matter. The reason was that he was old, and his blood were lost, and his strength was no longer as good as before. He was worried that he couldn't take it alone, so he would rather take a bigger share than lose it. Moreover, Yuxia was only at the 6th level of qi refining, and would not pose much of a threat to him. Although Yuxia was skeptical, she still decided to participate. However, Yuxia did not understand what happened, which made her increasingly impatient as she aged. Wait for it yourself, and send me a message if you have any news. After saying that, Yuxia hurried away. She still had to continue looking for the beauty pill. She heard that there would be an underground trade fair recently. She wanted to try her luck, but she didn't want to wait here with an old man. Looking at Yuxia's departing back, Yang Hong's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. If he was not unsure, he would not have brought this stupid woman with him. But after everything was settled, this woman had to be eliminated. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the spacious room, a blood shadow flashed and moved. The space is too small, I can't use it. With an abrupt stop, the blood shadow dissipated, revealing Lu Ming's handsome face. Lu Ming, who had mastered the blood-burning secret art, had no difficulty in understanding the blood-burning escape art from a high-level perspective. It was just that there was not much space in the room to use it, which made him very unhappy. But, snap! Lu Ming snapped his fingers at the same time, and a dark flame rose from his left hand, and a black lightning arc flashed from his right hand. This is the real harvest. Lu Ming murmured and retracted the thunder flame. Calculate the time, the black market should be open again. Lu Ming counted with his fingers, and now it was the 8th day of the black market's opening again. He didn't plan to stay any longer, because he had no money. Otherwise, he wanted to practice in the black market until the 6th level of qi refining before leaving. But it should be okay to leave now. I've tortured those guys a lot recently. Lu Ming looked at the golden book. Except for the few late-stage qi refining cultivators, the names of the others on the book were much darker. He nodded with satisfaction. These were all the blood bags he cultivated. He was also going back, so let them rest for a few days. Lu Ming took back the formation in the room, his face moved for a while, and changed his image again. Afterwards, he took back his breath, and there was no more fluctuation on his body, and even no vitality. If you use spiritual consciousness to scan it, you can't even detect that there are living people in the room. Forget it, if there is no vitality, then it's not a dead person. Let's not do it too much. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, and still let go of a breath. He had already mastered the turtle breathing and qi concentrating technique, which was enough to return to the market. Without thinking anymore, Lu Ming pushed open the door of the room and walked out. At this time, the outside was back to the bustling and noisy day, with vendors everywhere shouting. While walking through the bustling crowd, Lu Ming was looking at other things. Did that group of people leave the black market, or go to heal their wounds? Lu Ming was not disappointed that he didn't see any familiar people. After all, it was all his fault. On the way back, he naturally took a boat first, and he came all the way to the river bank to wait. In less than a cup of tea, a familiar black-sailed boat came over, and the old man was still the old man. Lu Ming got on the boat directly, and this time he didn't ask for a token or a secret code. Not long after, people arrived one after another, and the old man left with a bamboo pole. After driving along the river for a while, he passed through a layer of fog again and appeared in Qingyue Lake. After getting off the boat, Lu Ming saw that the monks who came with him had dispersed one by one, and there was a lot of vigilance in their eyes when they looked at each other. Lu Ming did not delay and left on his own. After leaving the group of cultivators, he quickly concealed his breath, then went into a deep mountain with towering ancient trees, and rushed towards the direction of King's Hufang City. After walking only 3 or 4 miles, Lu Ming felt something was wrong. He took out the Divine Mind talisman in his arms, which was emitting bursts of fluorescence. Lu Ming's face changed. He was being targeted. And the other party also locked his position. Who is it? Lu Ming hurriedly wanted to use the golden book to check who was on the list, but found that there was no change, and there were still only the original few people. His pupils shrank slightly, and Lu Ming had a guess in his mind. Not knowing how many people were behind him, or who they were, Lu Ming did not turn back rashly, and it was better to leave now. He did not care about hiding his body, and the burning blood escape technique was immediately activated, and his body instantly turned into a blood-colored escape light and rushed away. It seemed that he knew he was discovered, and the pursuit behind him was no longer concealed. 2 escape lights appeared and chased behind blatantly. Lu Ming looked behind him and wanted to curse. Why do they have transportation? Isn't this bullying an honest person? I've been a otaku for so long that I've forgotten that there are flying magic tools in the world of immortal cultivation. Don't be so closed-door in the future. You're out of touch with the times. Lu Ming was urging the secret technique to escape, while still teasing himself in his heart. After seeing that there were only 2 people, he was no longer panicked. But he would not act rashly. He had to confirm their identities first and then slowly prepare. The 2 people obviously covered their faces, but one of them could tell who it was by looking at his figure. It's so big, who are you hiding it for? The golden book unfolded. Yuxia, selected. Blood-burning secret technique, open. Blood-burning escape technique, open. Soul-swallowing blood magic technique, open. Boom! Lu Ming's momentum began to rise to the 6th level of qi refining. And behind. Damn it, it's coming again. Yuxia and Yang Hong were chasing Lu Ming in front of them, and suddenly felt weak and dizzy. She felt a hole in her body, madly devouring her blood and magic power. The magic power was turbulent, and even the Qingling boat under her began to become unstable. She quickly swallowed the next pill, trying to refine it to stop this strange power from depriving her of her blood and blood. But the devouring power was more turbulent than ever before, and the speed of blood regeneration could not keep up with the speed of being swallowed. No, no! Fellow Daoist Yang, help me! Yang Hong, who was standing aside, looked at all this with a deep look in his eyes, and ignored Yuxia who asked him for help. Instead, he increased the mana infusion into the gourd magic weapon under him, carrying him to chase forward quickly. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. He doesn't know what the other party's methods are. Yuxia was originally brought in by him to share the damage and protect him from disasters. After dealing with Yuxia, we can't do anything to him. Lu Ming knew he had made the right choice when he saw the speed of the escaping light behind him plummeting. As for the rest, if you are not sure, then do the elimination method. First of all, they ignored the 3 people in King's Hufang City. He targeted the few people who entered the black market at the beginning, starting from the late stage of qi refining. Shenlian no, change it. Yang Hong no, right. Lu Ming looked at the pursuit of Dun Guang behind him, and suddenly felt happy. As luck would have it, I picked the second one. Then he flew into a rage. Lao Dang, you are looking for death. The old bidden who sold his 3 fires actually had other ideas. Lu Ming took out a blood-red pill bought from the black market. I swallowed it without hesitation. The energy, blood, and mana in the body suddenly began to boil, and violent power surged out of the body. Violent blood pill. It is also called the elixir of death together. The effect after swallowing is the same as the blood-burning secret technique. At this time, the blood-burning secret technique plus the violent blood pill is no longer 1 + 1 = 2. The two's Krypton lifestyle has begun to produce a chemical reaction, and Lu Ming's aura has increased exponentially. He used all his strength to activate the soul-swallowing blood demon technique, constantly changing the techniques in his hands, and a scarlet full moon scimitar appeared in front of him. He pointed at Yang Hong. Go! Zheng, the sharp blood light flashed across the forest, slashing straight at Yang Hong. Wherever it passed, ancient spiritual trees were broken one after another. Although Yang Hong felt that his energy were flowing away rapidly at this time, he felt weak and dizzy like a wave. However, in my career as a casual cultivator over the years, I have fought countless battles. When I saw the blood coming, my spiritual sense warned me, and my instinctive reaction was to use my spiritual shield to protect myself. Boom! There was a loud bang. Yang Hong felt an indescribable force in front of him pouring through the spiritual shield. Later stage of Qi refining. His face changed slightly, feeling the power level that belonged to the late stage of Qi refining. He didn't have time to think about how this person suddenly reached a higher level. His hand seal changed, and several talismans were pinched out by him. Vajra talisman. The golden light curtain quickly enveloped Yang Hong's body, as if a barrier was protecting him inside. Boom! The power of the blood knife fell on a layer of golden light shield through the spirit shield, rippling, but still stable. Before Yang Hong could breathe a sigh of relief, a huge palm surrounded by countless black thunders condensed in the air and pressed down on him. It did not have the grand feeling of thunder, but was surrounded by a cold and gloomy air. However, it looked bluffing, but in fact it was not very powerful, and the barrier of the Vajra talisman was enough to resist it. Yang Hong showed a sarcastic look at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this person's means were just so. He pinched the seal with his hand and prepared to control the magic weapon to fight back. Suddenly, a dark light flew out. Its momentum was extremely shocking, and it hit the light curtain of the Vajra talisman at a speed faster than lightning. In this dark light, there was a dark bone nail, which pierced through the light curtain of the talisman almost without any hindrance. Yang Hong's eyes widened. What is that? However, before he could react, the black thunder palm had arrived. In thunder palm, fall. With a crackling sound, the golden shield released by the Vajra talisman began to shatter. And Yang Hong also fell with the gourd-shaped magic weapon under him, and smashed it hard on the ground. Puff! Yang Hong, who was already weak, was shocked at this time and spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, it was not over yet. Command! At this time, a piece of talisman soared into the sky, and 5 colored lights suddenly appeared. The talisman began to evolve in the air, and golden swords and fire rain fell one after another. Yang Hong tried his best to call back the spirit shield to resist. But the ground beneath him also collapsed suddenly, wrapping around his ankles like a swamp. Swamp talisman. Swish! At the same time, thin thorns like pythons began to emerge from the swamp, binding Yang Hong's legs and feet. The key is that these thorns are covered with sharp thorns, which directly pierce into the flesh and blood. The more he struggles, the more flesh and blood will be torn off. In just a moment, Yang Hong's legs and feet have been bloody and blood is pouring out. The golden sword and the rain of fire fell, and his robes protected the master by themselves. But it only lasted for a few breaths before it broke into pieces. The golden sword fell, starting from the shoulder, piercing his body and nailing it into the ground. Yang Hong was dizzy at this time by this set of combos. This is different from what he imagined. He knew that this person had strange means and could devour other people's blood and qi from a distance, and he had made many preparations. But he didn't expect that the means were so fierce, not giving him any chance to fight back. And this devouring power was obviously much stronger than when he was in the black market. His expression began to become distracted, and he looked at the blood shadow rushing towards him in front of him with confused eyes, and his vision gradually blurred. Yang Hong wanted to speak, but found that he had no strength. His hair began to fall off, his skin began to crack, and he felt the vitality in his body gradually disappear. Yang Hong smiled bitterly in his heart. Are you going to die? He thought he was going to die like this, but he heard a whisper in his ear. Lao Dang, taste the taste of your own skills. As the voice fell, Yang Hong saw a small handful of dark green flames fall on his body, but the flames spread rapidly and covered his body like falling into a handful of firewood. An indescribable pain that penetrated the soul came. 3 in ghost fire. Yang Hong was terrified. This person actually dared to practice, and he succeeded in practicing. But he had no time to think about it. The ghost flame began to burn from his soul, blood, and bones. In the crackling sound, the ghost flame expanded slightly. As the former owner of the 3-in ghost fire, Yang Hong had already known it by heart and understood his own ending. He smiled bitterly and made an indistinct sound. Hee, Chang. Changsheng regrets. After saying that, he fell into darkness and was swallowed up by the ghost flame. Lu Ming ignored Yang Hong and took a set of handsome combos from him. He was able to hold on for so long because he was a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining. He went straight to Yu Xia. Yu Xia was only at the 6th level of qi refining. When he dealt with Yang Hong, he just took extra care of her, but she couldn't stand it. At this time, Yu Xia's face was full of wrinkles and her hair was full of white hair, like an old woman. She fell to the ground, twitching with pain. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, who was walking towards her with a smile. Please, spare my life, I can do anything for you. She begged for mercy from Lu Ming and tried to make a pitiful expression to win a little sympathy. But Yu Xia forgot that she was no longer the beautiful mature woman in her prime. She was like a withered flower, gradually dying. So what Lu Ming saw was an old woman with wrinkled face and yellow skin, who kept flirting with him. What *****? Lu Ming cursed at a wave of mental attacks. He picked up a huge rock next to him and smashed it at Yu Xia. I'll make you sick. I'll make you sick. The sound of bangs and curses echoed in the mountains and forests. After a while, a breeze blew by, blowing up Lu Ming's long hair. He threw the boulder in his hand to one side, and the boulder made a dull bang after landing. Looking at the mosaic in the pit, Lu Ming felt a little nauseous. But in line with the principle of not wasting, he still threw a small ball of green flame into it. But before the flames engulfed it, he took out the storage bag in the mosaic. The spoils cannot be burned by a fire. Yang Laodang had already taken them away when he lit the fire. Looking at the mess on the ground, Lu Ming sighed a little. This was his second battle in the world of immortal cultivation. No skills, all output. Use whatever you have, and cooperate with the Golden Bookstar absorbing art to successfully solve the two enemies. He can see that Yang Hong died a little aggrieved, and he should have prepared a lot of means. But Lu Ming's main goal is to cover with firepower. No matter what means, don't think of using them. He has never felt safe. He will not take action if he can avoid it, and once he does, he will fight quickly. He checked the surrounding relics, Yang Laodang's magic gourd, and Yu Xia's Qingling boat. He was very envious, watching others flying in the sky while he was running on the ground. What kind of talk was that? Those who didn't know would think that he couldn't afford it, but now, one in each hand. He didn't stay there for long, wondering if the movement here would attract other people. Lu Ming swallowed a pill to restore his magic power, and once again turned into a blood shadow and disappeared on the spot. Qingzhou Market. This fellow Taoist, please pay a spirit stone to enter our Qingzhou Market. In front of the gate, 2 monks were collecting tickets from people entering the market. The 2 monks were in the middle stage of qi refining, wearing green robes with a green bamboo embroidered on them, representing that they were from Qingzhou Market. The one who spoke to Lu Ming was one of them, and his tone was polite. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Why did he have to pay for going out and coming home? But he felt relieved when he thought about his current appearance. Lu Ming did not plan to use the market token, so there was no need to let others know that he had been out. Anyway, he would have money soon, so it didn't matter. Seeing that he had paid a spirit stone, the monk became more polite and took out a green token from his storage bag and handed it to Lu Ming. This is my Qingzhou Market token. It allows you to stay in the market for 12 hours. If you exceed the time limit, you will be expelled by the market law enforcement team. Those with fixed residences can stay in the market for a long time. When handing over the token, the market monk did not forget to remind him. Lu Ming bowed his hands and thanked him, hung the token on his waist, and stepped into the market. Maybe I should really get a legal identity in the market. His identity as a Wu Daoren needs to be confirmed, even if the probability of suspecting him is very small. Thinking of the Wu Daoren, I don't know how Zhou Yang is doing after a month. Before leaving, I informed him that I would be away for a while, so let Zhou Yang play by himself. Forget it, I'll ask him after I'm done. Lu Ming didn't want to pay attention to Zhou Yang now. His mind was full of going back to open the treasure chest. Yang Hong and Yu Xia have been in the black market for many years. I don't know what good things they have in their pockets. After this battle, the two of them basically didn't play much, which greatly saved resources for Lu Ming. Seeing that he was about to reach the East District, Lu Ming first found a corner to change his appearance and adjusted his cultivation to the 4th level of qi refining. When he arrived at Qingyu Lane, he saw bursts of noise inside, and a dozen cultivators surrounded a small courtyard. The death of these two Taoist friends was too tragic. They must have been killed by the evil cultivators. These evil cultivators are just a group of reptiles who can only hide in the dark. Hey, don't say anything. Be careful of being targeted. Maybe the evil cultivator is among us. Many cultivators cursed. Listening to the shouting and talking, and watching the King's Hufang city law enforcement team bring two mummies out of the small courtyard. Lu Ming's eyelids jumped. Why does this mummies look so familiar? And that person, don't talk nonsense. Be careful or I will sue you for slander. I can't live with the evil cultivators. Lu Ming didn't look at it anymore and turned to walk towards his own courtyard. When he arrived at the gate of the courtyard, just as he was about to enter, a man and a woman walked out of the courtyard next door. They looked like a couple. The man was tall and strong, with dark skin and a backpack on his back. The woman was dressed more gorgeously, with a curvy figure, and she held the man's arm intimately. Lu Ming looked at the two of them, his eyes moving slightly. Has the neighbor next door changed? He remembered that there was a skinny old man living here before, who seemed to be a talisman master. He was just arrogant. He looked down upon Lu Ming and never paid any attention to him. Gradually, Lu Ming stopped interacting with his neighbors. There was no need to be so eager to please. It seems that the old man has moved away? I am Feng Ping, and this is my wife Chen Yumei, who moved here recently. Does this young man live next door to us? The two naturally found Lu Ming, and the man spoke first, clasping his fists to greet Lu Ming. Seeing Feng Ping's kind attitude, Lu Ming did not respond coldly, and also clasped his fists in return. Lu Ming greets the two Taoists. I do live here. That's a coincidence. Our two families should visit each other more often in the future. Feng Ping seemed very generous, and then took out a spiritual medicine from the basket behind him. My husband and I are both medicine seekers. This is a little gift. I hope you won't refuse it. Lu Ming wanted to refuse, but when he saw that it was just a common first-level low-grade spiritual medicine Kingling Ko, which was not worth much, he didn't refuse it. But he also took out a first-level Fire Crow talisman as a return gift. So you are a talisman master. I'm sorry. Feng Ping's eyes lit up when he saw the talisman, and he took it with a smile. It's just a small way. I just study and teach small skills to earn a little spiritual stone to barely make ends meet. Lu Ming said with a distressed look. It's not easy for us cultivators. We either work hard to master our skills or go into the mountains to risk our lives like my husband and I. Feng Ping nodded with empathy, but he didn't take Lu Ming's words seriously. Although cultivating immortality by hundreds of arts, whether it is alchemy or talisman making, it consumes resources extremely. But this is only for those cultivators who are not skilled. Looking at the talismans given by this neighbor, it is obvious that his skills are very advanced. He doesn't believe that he is just trying to make ends meet. But Feng Ping didn't say anything, and the beautiful woman Chen Yumei beside him suddenly spoke. By the way, a mineral vein was found outside the market. I wonder if fellow Taoist Lu is interested in going to see it together. This sudden invitation made Lu Ming alert. Is this person sick? We have only met once, do I know you well? Lu Ming politely declined. I am not strong enough, so I won't hold you back. I wish you two can gain something. Feng Ping glared at Chen Yumei, then laughed dryly and apologized to Lu Ming. It was a bitch who acted rudely. I apologize to fellow Taoist. It doesn't matter. Then the atmosphere between the three of them became a little stagnant because of this sudden invitation. Afterwards, the few people didn't talk anymore, and after being polite to each other, Feng Ping took Chen Yumei and left. Looking at Feng Ping and the other two people leaving, Lu Ming's eyes gradually became dark. You invite others when we meet for the first time. Do you think others are stupid? After leaving Qingyu Lane, Feng Pingkai said to Chen Yumei with a dissatisfied look on his face. Brother Feng, I didn't do it on purpose. Chen Yumei held Feng Ping in her arms and acted coquettishly. Feng Ping wanted to scold her a few more words, but seeing her looking like she was about to cry, he finally didn't say anything. He sighed, this kid is a bit wary. Don't act too hastily. Let's get along well first. Everything depends on you, Brother Feng. I couldn't hold back because I saw another talisman master. After all, the old guy had a lot of money. Chen Yumei thought of something and pursed her lips with a smile. That's right. Although this kid is only at the 4th level of chi refining, he can draw fine talisman seals. The inheritance of talisman seals he carries may not be that simple. We need to investigate carefully to avoid any trouble. If it is someone from the Fushio Alliance, there will be some trouble. But if not, Feng Ping put his arms around Chen Yumei's slender waist, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. After rearranging the formations in the small courtyard, Lu Ming returned to the training room. He sat cross-legged on the futon, looked into the void with a calm expression, and murmured to himself. It's on the list. He originally thought they were an honest herb collector couple, but Fengping also looked honest and easygoing. You know people, you know faces, but you don't know hearts. Lu Ming sighed secretly. There are not many sincere people in this world of immortality, and everyone is too scheming. These two people must have practiced the qi condensation technique, and their cultivation levels cannot be clearly seen, but Lu Ming is not worried. In the Golden Book, they were classified as being in the middle stage of qi refining. Even if they were at the 6th level of qi refining, Lu Ming was not afraid. His current heart strength is comparable to the 7th level of qi refining, and with a few more days of practice, he can reach the 6th level of qi refining. But what about the mineral veins Chen Yumei mentioned? Lu Ming felt that Chen Yumei was not that stupid and made up a lie to deceive him. He took out a communication talisman and prepared to ask Zhang Zhang what was going on. Lu Ming didn't care about the mineral veins, he just didn't want his peaceful life to be disrupted. Looking through various ancient records, it is not difficult to find a pattern. Every time a resource point such as a spiritual vein or mineral vein appears in the world of immortality, it will cause some trouble. Uncle Zhang, do you know about the mineral veins? The message was sent to Zhangli, and it didn't take long for the message talisman to respond, with Zhang Zhang's rough voice coming from inside. Your kid has been missing for more than a month, so the news is pretty good. That's right. Half a month ago, a few casual cultivators picked up a few pieces of second-grade tungsten copper ore in the Yunwu Mountains. They took them to the market and sold them, and the news spread. Recently, many casual cultivators have gone to the Yunwu Mountains to try their luck. Even the Morong family has been alarmed, but no trace of the mineral vein has been found. Morong family? In Kingshufang City, it is impossible that no one has heard of the name of the Morong family. The Morong family not only has foundation-building monks, but they are also the founders and controllers of Kingshufang City. It's just that the Morong family usually operates in the core area of Fang City. Apart from sending law enforcement teams to patrol Fang City, they are indifferent to other things. Anyway, many forces in Fang City offer them many spiritual stones every month. They can make money while lying down, and they don't bother to participate in those bullshit things. Lu Ming also didn't expect that the matter of the mineral vein would involve the Morong family. Money and silk are so attractive. There are traces of second-level mineral veins. No wonder the Morong family has been alarmed. But it's okay now, it's just that there may be mineral veins, but they haven't been discovered yet. At this time, the voice of tension came from the communication talisman again. The Cloud and Mist Mountains have been very chaotic recently, and high-level monsters often appear. Even I haven't gone to the mountains to hunt monsters for the time being. With your little strength, it's better not to join in the fun. And I heard that demon cultivators have sneaked into the city recently, and several people have died. Please be careful. Thank you Uncle Zhang for your concern, I won't run around. Lu Ming ended the communication with Zhangli, and the big stone in his heart fell. They didn't pay any more attention to the mineral veins. Fengping and Chen Yumei probably wanted to fish him out for the reason of searching for the mineral veins. As for the demon cultivator, his skills and spells are more evil than the demon cultivator. If anyone targets him, it will only become the nourishment for the 3 Yin fires. Lu Ming rubbed his hands and took out 2 storage bags with anticipation. First, he took out Yu Xiao's storage bag. She was only at the 6th level of qi refining. Lu Ming, who had activated the blood-burning secret technique to improve his cultivation level, untied it without much effort. After pouring out all the contents, Lu Ming began to count them. But as he took stock, he gradually began to become disappointed. There are only 240 spiritual stones and a few first-level mid-grade talismans. The elixirs were only of the first-level mid-grade, and most of the jade bottles were not full. It must have been a month of torture that made Yu Xia consume a lot of elixirs. There are some healing elixirs left, as well as a large number of bigu pills. Ha! This is it? Opening a jade box, I found a pale pink pill lying inside. Zhu Yin Dan. Lu Ming recognized it. This kind of elixir was very famous. This is a kind of elixir that can delay facial aging as long as it is taken. Although it cannot extend life and is relatively expensive, it is indeed the favorite of female cultivators. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist you is also a person who loves beauty. Are you afraid of being sucked by me? I've got Zhu Yindan. Lu Ming didn't pay attention to this. It was of little use to him. He was quite handsome, so there was no need to take it. But you can keep it, maybe you can use it in the future. Lu Ming stored the things that could be used, which was better than nothing. As for the exercises and spells, they are not suitable for him. They are all related to Mei Gong, and they can only be practiced to the late stage of qi refining. Overall, it's pretty good, and there's also the Qingling boat, which can be considered a bit of a gain. Lu Ming comforted himself and took out the Qingling boat that Yu Xia used in pursuit. At this time, the boat is only the size of a palm, but after refining it will be large enough to carry 2 people. But the real winner still has to be Lao Dang, who is at the 7th level of qi refining. Lu Ming picked up Yang Hong's storage bag. This one was obviously much more delicate than the one used by Yu Xia. Not only is it exquisite, the magic imprint on it is also very powerful. It took Lu Ming more than half an hour to erase the magic mark on it and untie it. Just like before, he fell to the ground. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Spiritual stone. What you see is a large pile of spiritual stones. At a glance, there are about 600 to 700 pieces. This gave Lu Ming the feeling of opening a blind box and finding something good. Yang Hong's storage bag is obviously much larger, about 3 cubic meters in size. When the contents were emptied out, there was a pile on the ground. However, it is mixed with some blood-burning materials, magic weapons, elixirs, and even some jade slip packages. Most of them are scattered and seem to have been put in randomly and not taken care of. I don't know how many fellow Taoists this Lao Deng killed before he could collect so much wealth. However, Lu Ming was not polite at this time, and he accepted them all without hesitation. Lu Ming organized the things on the ground into categories. There are a total of 786 pieces of spiritual stones, 32 talismans and seals, a dozen bottles and jars, 8 jade slips, 7 magical instruments, a booklet, and some clothes and sundries. I casually looked through the talismans and found that most of them were first-level low-grade ones, with a total of 25. There are 5 middle-grade first-level cards, all of which are diamond talismans, which Yang Hong had used in previous battles. If Lu Ming hadn't used the bone-penetrating nail in the end, the beginner's Thunder Palm would not have been able to break his turtle shell. There are 2 first-level high-grade ones, one for the Sky Control Talisman and one for the Divine Movement Talisman. Lu Ming picked up the Sky Control Talisman and looked at it, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is a talisman that allows qi-refining monks to fly in the air without the help of magic weapons. Although the time is limited, it is extremely practical. The Divine Walking Talisman is an upgraded version of the Wind Walking Talisman, which has a very high bonus to the movement speed of the monks. These 2 kinds of talismans were very effective in escaping and chasing enemies, and Lu Ming was very satisfied. Then he looked at the bottles and jars. He opened one of them and was about to take a look inside when a strong sour and corrosive smell filled the training room. Damn it! It's poisonous! He quickly used his magic power to form a shield to keep out the poisonous smoke. Then he checked the remaining jade bottles one by one and determined that most of them contained spiritual poison. With a dark face, Lu Ming stuffed all the bottles and cans back into his storage bag and waved his hands to disperse the unpleasant smell in the training room. This Lao Dang is actually an old poisoner. He doesn't even have a few bottles of serious elixirs. Mainly, Lu Ming himself didn't know whether the side effects of taking the spiritual poison could be transferred away. This makes him a little afraid to try, at least he will only try if he is sure of the detoxification. In addition to the spiritual poison, Lu Ming only found 2 bottles of usable elixirs. Both bottles are elixirs used in the later stages of qi refining. A bottle of a Xianyuan pill and a bottle of purple ginseng spirit pill. They are all elixirs that can be swallowed in the later stage of qi refining to improve one's cultivation. The medicine is several times more powerful than the elixirs in the middle stage. Lu Ming decided to save it for later use when hitting the bottleneck in the later stage of qi refining. At present, the main method is to swallow waste elixirs. Putting down the pill, he picked up the jade slip and began to check it one by one. The front part recorded a lot of random things, miscellaneous studies, travel notes. And the jade slips of the techniques almost had all the 5 elements. Fire source technique, golden wind technique, thick earth technique. Unfortunately, it was just like the previous water source technique, and was even worse than the 5 elements qi training technique that Lu Ming had practiced before. At this time, Lu Ming already had the soul-swallowing blood demon technique, and he looked down on these things. There is only this last one left. Lu Ming picked up the last jade slip. This jade slip is not only much thicker than the other jade slips, but also has a very good texture, white jade, warm and shiny, with a hint of light in it. It is a high-end jade slip at first glance. When Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness probed into it, countless dense information suddenly emerged, with a line of golden text at the head. The beginning of refining, this is actually a first-level refining inheritance. Among the 4 arts of cultivating immortals, elixir, weapon, talisman, and array, Lu Ming only has one skill of making talismans, and there are only a few methods of drawing talismans. But he didn't expect that a volume of weapon refining inheritance would come to him. However, Lu Ming took a look and found that this was really the initial solution, which was only suitable for beginners, and the highest level of it could be used to refine a first-level top-grade magic weapon. But this was enough. If you sell it, you can make money faster than talismans. But the premise is that you have to learn it. It's a pity that it's not an elixir refining inheritance, Lu Ming thought, a little unsatisfied. Although weapon refining is good and more popular than spiritual talisman master, it is actually of limited help to Lu Ming now. He has the golden book, unless he encounters a robbery cultivator like Yang Hong and Yu Xia. Otherwise, there is basically no chance to fight head-on. The magic weapon is not useless to him, but it can only be said to be quite limited. Moreover, it is quite expensive and laborious to learn. He doesn't think he is a genius in qi refining and can learn it right away. But it is different when refining pills. If the pills are not refined, you can eat them yourself. If the pills are refined, you can sell them. You can produce and sell them yourself, and there is no waste at all. Unfortunately, this is just Lu Ming's beautiful vision. If others knew that Lu Ming was like this, they would definitely scold him for being ungrateful behind his back. Lu Ming also looked at the remaining 7 magic weapons, and only 2 of them interested him. One is the green scale shield and the other is the black leather gourd. However, there is a deep knife mark on the green scale shield at this time, and it is also filled with the cold blood evil spirit. And the culprit who caused all this evil is Lu Ming. The green scale shield is just a first-level medium-grade magic weapon. When Lu Ming activates the blood-burning secret technique and activates the blood-transforming magic knife, its strength is comparable to the full-strength attack of the 7th level of qi refining. It is inevitable that the first-level medium-grade spiritual shield will be damaged. However, Lu Ming thought of the first solution to refining he just obtained. This old dang is really. He broke his things and gave him a refining inheritance. I can't ask you to fix it myself, can I? Without dwelling on this question, Lu Ming picked up the black skin gourd that interested him the most. The spiritual consciousness poured in, and 8 spiritual pattern restrictions appeared inside. The definition of the grade of a magic weapon is based on the number of restrictions. The first-grade magic weapons of lower, middle, upper, and top grades correspond to 3, 6, 9, and 12 restrictions respectively. The black light blade on Lu Ming has only 6 restrictions, which is a medium-grade magic weapon. And this black skin gourd is a high-grade magic weapon. In the market, even the cheapest high-grade magic weapon costs 500 spirit stones. Lu Ming has not yet refined the gourd and cannot use it, but he knows its effect after a spiritual consciousness exploration. After activating the black skin gourd, a group of black evil spirits can be released. The evil spirits have a strong corrosive effect. The monks who are enveloped will die in a short time. However, Lu Ming did not care about this. Instead, this black skin gourd can be used as a flying magic weapon, which is much faster than the Qingling boat. It's a pity that this is stolen goods, which cannot be seen in public and cannot be used openly. Usually, he can only use Yu Xia's Qingling boat for transportation. The appearance of the Qingling boat is not as recognizable as the black skin gourd. However, when necessary, the black skin gourd should be used. In this way, including my own black light blade, a set of magic weapons for attack, defense, and travel are all gathered. And at the end is a booklet. Lu Ming took a look and felt like he had met a fellow Taoist. Sure enough, serious people have to write diaries. But he is not really a diary, he is just taking notes, but this is a real diary. It records Yang Hong's records of killing and robbing over the years, his experience in selecting Taoist friends, and some methods of tracking and sneak attacks. Even how to deal with the aftermath of killing and selling stolen goods are mentioned. Talent! Lu Ming exclaimed sincerely. This thin booklet can almost be called the entry manual for the tribulation cultivation in the immortal world. Lu Ming was reading it with great interest until he saw a series of things that happened after Yang Hong met him. It recorded in detail how he targeted him, then checked for physical abnormalities, and finally found clues to lock onto the target, and finally his guess about Lu Ming's ability. The content described between the lines made Lu Ming sweat. He never thought that someone could find him through clues without opening the god's perspective. If it weren't for the fact that Jin Shu's ability was too unpredictable, he might really fall for it. I underestimated the cultivators in the world. Lu Ming began to reflect on himself. Since opening the Golden Book, he did not take anyone seriously. It is said that old people are more clever and spirited. If Yang Hong is not poor in aptitude, his achievements will not be too low. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything turned out well. Yang Hong did not tell anyone except Yu Xia about this. He did not even tell his descendants. No wonder this old man has so many spirit stones in his pocket. It turns out that he left them for his descendants. It's a bargain for me. Putting down the diary, Lu Ming found a half-burned fragrant wood from the debris on the ground. He twisted his fingers, and a small green flame appeared. Lu Ming lit the fragrant wood. The fragrant wood burned, but there was no unique smell, and there was not even any smoke. Is this the spirit-attracting incense? It is indeed mysterious. No wonder I didn't notice it. This is the record of the spirit-attracting incense he saw in the diary, and he finally understood how he was tricked without knowing it. This spirit-attracting incense is a good thing. It has no spiritual fluctuations and is even more concealed than some tracking spells. Lu Ming pinched out the fragrant wood and decided to keep it. It might be useful in the future. This time the harvest is quite big. The spiritual stones alone make him 1,000 yuan household. Although there are no items that are particularly suitable for him in the spoils of war this time. But its value is also considerable. As long as those useless low-level magic tools and elixirs are sold, there will be a large amount of spiritual stones in the account. Now that the startup capital is available, it is indeed possible to consider learning. Introduction to refining equipment. Refining tools is the same as refining pills. Before becoming a foundation-building cultivator and being able to produce foundation-building spiritual fire, you need to find earth fire to refine. Does this count? Lu Ming looked at a cluster of dark green flames in his hand. The 3 in ghost fire has only devoured 2 cultivators so far, from the small flames at the beginning to the big flames now. The power has increased a little, but not much. Subsequent cultivation still requires the great help of fellow Taoists. Lu Ming plans to start trying to refine tools. Now he has a lot of materials in his pocket, so it's good to practice with them first. And he doesn't need to use earth fire forging like others. The 3 in ghost fire is enough to melt most low-level materials. Lu Ming started refining after studying, the beginning of refining tools. Melting materials first, refining, shaping, engraving. 3 hours later, Lu Ming frowned and looked at the black claw knife in his hand, and fell into silence. Originally, he wanted to refine a flying sword. And why did the material become ghostly after being smelted by the 3 in ghost fire? How can I sell it in the future? Others would think I was an evil weapon refiner. And I really don't have the talent for refining weapons. It's rare for me to be able to refine spiritual materials into ordinary things. Forget it, let me go first. Lu Ming decided not to waste time internally, and wait until his realm is up, and then consider refining magic tools. He contacted Zhou Yang first, and planned to practice first after confirming that everything was fine. The gains from this black market trip have not been fully digested. I have just started to learn In Lei Palm and 3 in ghost fire. Fighting with Yang Hong is more about using the secret art of elixir to forcibly raise the level of mana, otherwise with this level of proficiency, it would be difficult to scrape Yang Hong. Practice the soul-devouring blood demon art to improve your cultivation, and practice the In Thunder Palm in your spare time. As for the 3 in ghost fires, it takes too much effort, so you can take it slow. Select Xin Lian as the nutrient for the soul-devouring blood demon art. Fengping, Chen Yumei as the recipients of the In Thunder Palm. After planning, Lu Ming began to practice. In the daytime, the sun shines brightly. The cloudy mountains. This continuous mountain range presents a dark and oppressive feeling, as if a giant beast that chooses people to devour is crawling between heaven and earth. Especially, the halfway point of the mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist, which makes this oppressive feeling of facing the giant even better. A giant sword is flying rapidly in the sky, chasing a huge monster bird in front, and looking at its flying direction. It is the cloudy mountains. At this time, Xin Lian and the other 3 people are sitting cross-legged on the giant sword, each using their own methods to deal with the giant eagle. Brother Xin, try harder, this beast won't last long, we can't let it escape. One of the black-robed monks finished casting the ice arrow spell, turned around and said to Xin Lian with some dissatisfaction. In his field of vision, the spells cast by Xin Lian were weak, not to mention hurting the silver-ringed green-winged eagle, and even failed to break the defense. Those who didn't know would think that he was just stroking the silver-ringed green-winged eagle. This is obviously just paddling, working without effort. Shenlian felt a little suffocated, but still forced himself to take a breath and cast a spell to hit forward. Maybe it was too much force or serious consumption of mana. After casting a spell, Shenlian's face was a little pale, and he began to cough violently with his mouth covered. "Brother Shun, are you okay?" A monk next to him saw him like this and asked with concern. Shenlian took a pill and then waved his hand. "It's okay." Seeing him like this, his companions stopped talking and concentrated on dealing with the monster in front of them. The sky was full of brilliant light, and various magic spells and magic tools were shining. After another round of chasing, the few people finally killed the silver-ringed green-winged eagle. Cry! The eagle beast let out a sharp wail, and the blood-stained sky and the lifeless body began to fall downwards. The three monks jumped off the giant sword and came to the body of the silver-ringed green-winged eagle, intending to start distributing the fruits of war. But at this time someone suddenly asked, "Brother Shin, aren't you coming down?" Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and saw that Shenlian was still sitting cross-legged on the magic weapon giant sword, with no intention of coming down. "I didn't do much, you can distribute it, I will be responsible for the vigilance," Shenlian said righteously. Everyone didn't say much after hearing this, and began to distribute it on their own. They would rather have one less person to distribute. But only the black-robed monk looked at Shenlian meaningfully. Shenlian sat cross-legged on the giant sword, swallowed a handful of pills, and looked at them with some envy as they divided up the beast carcasses. Those were all spirit stones. But he was so weak now that he was afraid of exposing his flaws, so he could only give up his current interests to delay his recovery time. These people in front of him were not kind people. If he was fine, it would be fine, and everyone would still be good Taoist friends. But if any problems were found, it would be hard to say in this desolate mountain. When Shenlian thought of his own situation, his face darkened. Why is this damn symptom not getting better? Since a month ago, his blood and chi have been constantly draining away. Not only is it difficult to make progress in his cultivation, his magic power is also sometimes violent, and his body is getting weaker day by day. No matter how many pills he takes, it is not enough, and he should have retreated and recuperated. But unfortunately, the consumption of elixirs and spirit stones was too great, and they were no longer able to support his cultivation, so this trip was made. Hunting down the monster was just an accident, and their group of people were not interested in this. And when he thought of the next destination, his heart became hot. There might be elixirs or spirit medicines to treat this strange phenomenon, and there might even be a chance. While he was thinking, the following people had finished their division and returned to the giant sword with smiles on their faces. Half an hour later, the four came to a seemingly ordinary mountain wall, just waiting for the four to approach. Rumble! The ground trembled slightly, and the scene in front of them had changed. A gray-white light curtain enveloped the entire mountain wall, blocking them out. And originally in the center of the mountain wall, a huge cave appeared. The scene inside was blocked by the light curtain, a little blurry, and it was not clear. But it didn't matter. In this environment, the appearance of a cave guarded by a formation may not be enough to explain anything. Most of the cultivators are easygoing and can sleep in any cave they dig, but who can use a second-level formation to protect it? What it means is self-evident. Foundation building cave. Foundation building opportunity. This is the consensus of all of them. If you can become a great cultivator of foundation building, it is almost the lifelong pursuit of all chi refining cultivators. But the natural chasm of foundation building has stumped countless cultivators with poor qualifications. Even in King's Hufang City, which has tens of thousands of people, there is only one cultivator who builds foundation. Once you enter the foundation building, you are no longer an ordinary person. That is the real transformation of the ordinary, that is the transition of life level, that is the symbol of power and status. After a while, the four gradually came back to their senses, but the heat in their eyes did not subside at all. But at this time, the formation became a roadblock, blocking their steps into the new world. "Brother Shen, it depends on you," the black-robed monk's voice was a little hoarse. Shenlian nodded, knowing that it was time for him to do his part. He took out a round bead from the storage bag. The inside of the bead was translucent, and there were countless tadpole-like runes wandering inside. Breaking formation bead. This was also the reason why the other party was willing to take him to play. This was obtained by Shenlian by chance. At first, he didn't know what it was and almost sold it as scrap. Later, he found relevant records in the classics and understood what it was. Breaking formation bead, as the name suggests, is a treasure dedicated to breaking formation. Its principle is also very simple, just like the talisman is the carrier of the spell, and the breaking formation bead is the carrier of the formation. A large number of array patterns were condensed in it, integrating the power of the array into one strike, in order to achieve the effect of breaking the array with the array. And the first level top grade array earth-shaking array was condensed in this array breaking bead. The purpose was to destroy the earth veins, block it from providing energy to the array, and then destroy the array base and array flags. Make it completely disordered and finally collapsed. Although Xinlian knew that this bead was precious and rare, he had no place to use it and had been collecting dust at the bottom of the box. Until this black-robed monk came to invite him to explore the cave together, on the premise that he had to contribute the array-breaking bead. And he just needed to seek resources, so he hit it off and joined the team. Now it was his turn to take action. Buzz! The mana was poured into it, and the array-breaking bead shone brightly. The bead was suspended in the air, and the earth-yellow light began to gather, and the array patterns began to gradually evolve on it. As the strong spiritual light flashed, the array texts began to be arranged and combined autonomously, and finally an illusory earth-shaking array condensed in the air. Go! The array-breaking bead escaped into the array, as if it had made up for the last flaw. The earth-shaking array crashed into the gray-white light curtain and began to go deeper underground along the mountain wall. Rumble! The ground shook, as if a dragon turned over, and the bottom of the mountain wall began to tremble violently. The second-level array guarding the cave abode cried out, and its power dropped sharply. It was unknown how long this array had existed, and there was no one in charge of the array. After the ground veins were broken, the array lacked energy support and had long lost its previous power. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering sounded, and the huge gray light curtain began to dim, and countless cracks began to appear on it. Another roar sounded. The array was completely broken. It's done! The four people were overjoyed and rushed straight into the cave abode the moment the light curtain dissipated. But the next moment, it seemed as if some ferocious creature was lurking in the dark and spying on its prey, and had already revealed its ferocious fangs. Hiss! As the hissing sounded, a strong and ferocious spiritual power erupted from the cave in front. Stones and soil flew in the cave, and several figures quickly attacked the four people, along with several white sticky substances. This attack came very suddenly, and the white sticky poison spread in a web-like shape. Even if the four people reacted, they could only use magic weapons to parry. Sizzle! The sticky poison made a sizzling sound when it came into contact with the magic weapon. Everyone's face changed slightly, and they hurriedly retreated to keep a distance. Gold-devouring spirit spider. Only then did they see clearly what attacked them. 5 black spider bodies, a meter long, and 8 sharp spider legs that looked like they were cast in metal formed a huge monster. The ferocious mouthparts and the 8 bloodthirsty spider eyes all showed that they had regarded the few people as delicious delicacies. The 4 people's eyelids were twitching. According to the aura they exuded, although 3 of them were still in the middle stage of the first level, they were also approaching the late stage of the first level. The remaining 2 had already reached the late stage of the first level. Why is there a living thing inside? Xinlian roared. Didn't they say that the formation had existed for a long time? Why can there still be living things inside? But he was puzzled and no one explained it, because 5 gold-eating spirit spiders attacked again. The 4 people showed their magical powers, and the magic power surged in the cave. The talismans fell and turned into fireballs and wind blades flew out. Xinlian controlled the giant sword and slashed at a gold-eating spirit spider that pounced on him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing came. Xinlian flicked his finger, and the giant sword flew back, drew a circle in the air, and slashed at the gold-eating spirit spider again. Under the attack of everyone, several gold-eating spiders began to show injuries. Xinlian and his friends were ecstatic. If they could impress them, then they had a chance. Xinlian stuffed his few pills into his mouth and used his magic power to refine them. He wanted to burn his boats. Several people once again faced several gold-eating spiders and launched a new round of offensive. The gold-eating spiders were also very ferocious and began to bite and fight regardless of their injuries. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of collisions was endless. The situation on the field was also beginning to change. Gradually, they began to gain the upper hand. During the period, they worked together to kill one, and even cut off the legs of another gold-eating spider, making it no longer able to fight. The 4 people were excited and their fighting spirit was surging. 4-3, the advantage is on their side. But suddenly, Xinlian felt that his eyes went dark and he was overwhelmed by extreme fatigue. Damn, this abnormality is coming again. Xinlian's face changed wildly. He felt that his spirit was being drained away quickly, and it was fading away at a speed dozens of times faster than usual. Although it had happened before, it was not so strong. And now he was still in battle. This abnormality was simply going to kill him. Xinlian's mood sank to the bottom, his eyes began to turn red, and he frantically used his magic power to suppress it and make himself more sober. He had already given up. Now was not the time to covet the opportunity to build a foundation. Only by living can there be a chance, and death will be the end of it. But he wanted to leave, but some people didn't want him to leave. At this time, the four people had already gained the upper hand, and the black-robed monk's attention was no longer just on the gold-eating spirit spider. He noticed Xinlian's abnormality, and his eyes flickered slightly. At this time, there was another round of collision. Xinlian's old strength had gone and the new strength had not yet been born, and the gold-eating spirit spider pounced on him again. The sharp spider legs stabbed at Xinlian like a spear. Xinlian quickly offered a few talismans and was about to activate them when he heard a loud shout from behind. "Dao Yu, I'll help you." Xinlian was delighted and paused in activating the talisman. As long as his companions came to support him, he could take the opportunity to find an opportunity to withdraw. But along with the sound of breaking through the air, there was a dull sound. Bang! Xinlian only felt a huge force coming from behind him, and he flew forward unconsciously. The spider leg fell, and the sound of blood, bones and flesh being pierced was heard. Xinlian was pierced by the spider leg from the shoulder. Ah! Xinlian screamed heartbreakingly. He looked at the black-robed monk who attacked him with bloodshot eyes. "How dare you do that?" The black-robed monk took advantage of Xinlian blocking the spider leg attack and quickly controlled the magic weapon to smash the gold-eating spirit spider. He had a smile on his lips. "Brother Shen, I will remember that you helped me build my foundation." Xinlian was desperate. He never expected that he would not die at the hands of the strange state, but was stabbed in the back by his companions. He did not even give him a chance to survive. "You want me to die, then die together." Xinlian shouted with a ferocious look on his face. Seeing the madness in Xinlian's eyes, the black-robed monk instinctively sensed a hint of danger. The next moment, two black round beads appeared in Xinlian's hands. A violent breath instantly filled the cave. After seeing the black round beads, the black-robed monk's pupils suddenly shrank. "Yin Lei Zhu. Are you crazy?" The black-robed monk did not expect Xinlian to have such a trump card in his hand. The mother-child Yin Lei Zhu is a special one-time treasure. The round bead contains huge Yin Lei power. Once it is detonated, the attack generated instantly can destroy everything around it. Quickly retreat. The black-robed monk wanted to retreat with a terrified look. But at this time, he had replaced Xinlian to fight the gold-eating spirit spider. He wanted to retreat, but the gold-eating spirit spider was unwilling. The gold-eating spirit spider, which did not have much intelligence, could not tell where the danger came from. It only felt that the crisis was coming, but it rushed towards the other party even more frantically. With Xinlian on its legs, the spider rushed straight to the black-robed monk. "No!" The black-robed monk looked at all this with a distorted face. Boom! A loud roar, a huge roar was like a thunder in the misty mountains. All the creatures in the cave were annihilated in an instant. The mountain was shattered and the cave collapsed. The already damaged ground veins were affected again and were implicated. The mountain seemed to have cracked a dark hole, like a wound, and began to break and collapse downwards. The huge vibration sounded for several miles, and thick smoke and dust began to spread. There were many monks who heard the sound, and they all stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look. Thick smoke rose from a distant mountain area, attracting attention like a beacon tower. There is an opportunity. This strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of nearby monks. The monks in the Yunwu Mountains heard the news and rushed to the place where the sound came from, thinking that there was some opportunity. One by one, they performed escape techniques, and some even directly set up spirit boats to hurry on their way. Half an incense stick later, a monk rode a flying sword and arrived at the place where the sound came from first. When he used his magic power to disperse the smoke and dust, the scene he saw made him freeze on the spot. He muttered to himself in a stuttering tone. This is tungsten copper vein." Under the collapsed mountain wall in front of him, in the crack that looked like a deep hole, countless tungsten gold stones were dazzling under the sunlight. "Ha! Why is it gone?" In the training room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the futon, with a cold blood spreading around his body. But not long after he started practicing, he was awakened by the strange movement of the golden book. Looking at the golden book in the void in front of him, Shen Lian was quickly dimming until it disappeared. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and his expression moved slightly. Shen Lian is a late-stage qi refining monk, and he is not inferior to Yang Hong or Li Yu at all. But I never thought that not long after I started practicing, people would disappear. Even those monks who were in the early and middle stages of qi refining have been holding on for a long time, and they are still in the golden book. There is no reason why Shen Lian can't hold on. It's definitely none of my business. Lu Ming had a vague guess. Lu Ming was not the only one who could kill the monks who were able to get into the golden book. Fighting among monks is a common thing, and there are not many home cultivators like him. Perhaps the Shen Lian was fighting with others when I happened to be training with him. The blood essence and mana were seriously lost, resulting in a sharp decrease in combat power, and he was killed by others? Lu Ming felt that this guess was the most reasonable. I just said don't fight with others casually, who knows who will come first tomorrow or the accident. Even Shen Lian, who was in the late stage of qi refining, died. Lu Ming was filled with emotion and then anger. You brave thief, how dare you kill my blood bag? This was the food reserve for the later stage of qi refining. If it was gone, it would have to be found again. Lu Ming was a little depressed. If he knew who it was, he would definitely seek justice for fellow Taoist Shun. However, the only late qi refining monks on the list now are Li Yu and Chang Wei, two former and current leaders of the Fushou Alliance. Then you should pay off the debt for fellow Taoist Shun. Lu Ming suddenly chose Li Yu, and Chang Wei, closed his eyes and continued practicing. Anyway, they are all thinking about him, and no one is innocent. Those monks in the early and middle stages of qi refining will also die, it's just a matter of sooner or later. Time passed quietly. Before I knew it, it was already dusk. Ding Yu was walking towards the residence of Alliance leader Li Yu. He is in a very bad mood now and feels that everything has been going wrong recently. First, the abnormal symptoms that had appeared in the past month made his health deteriorate. He felt like his body was losing energy, and thinking about it he could only attribute it to excessive indulgence. Because he became the chief steward of the Fushou Alliance and once again held the power, he felt a little complacent. He lingered in Xuanxiang Tower for a long time. Indulging in wine and sex made him feel exhausted. Fortunately, he woke up in time. No, the physical abnormalities disappeared as soon as he quit sex. But the reason for his bad mood was that there was a problem with collecting membership fees. He was furious when he thought that those people dared to disobey him. In order to express himself in front of the new alliance leader, he personally led his men to collect membership fees. Everything went well at first, the casual talisman cultivators all paid their dues honestly. But there are a few thorns in the side who would rather not set up a stall than cooperate. He wanted to use his power to suppress others in the name of Fushou Alliance, but the other party was not afraid at all, and bluntly said that he did not dare to take action in King's Hufang City. These words hit the point, he really didn't dare to do anything in Fangshi. Even though the Fushou Alliance is a major force in King's Hufang City, there are several elders in the late stage of qi refining in the association, and the leader Li Yu is a great monk at the 9th level of qi refining. But compared with the Morong family, the owners of King's Hufang City, it was nothing. Even at the peak of qi refining, he has no power to resist in front of the foundation building monks. Otherwise, how could the big forces in the city be so obedient, providing resources to the Morong family on time every month, and not even daring to violate the Morong family's rules? Frustrated, he could only say a few harsh words and leave. But I never expected that from that day on, those casual cultivators who were quite obedient in the past would also follow suit. Most of them simply stopped setting up stalls and began to trade privately to fight against Fu Xiumeng. As a result, in the past month, he had collected less than half of the membership fees before, which made him very angry. His position as the great butler was not honorable, and there were even bad rumors about him in the Fushou Alliance. This kind of profit-making job has also made many members of the Fushou Alliance salivate, just waiting to see their own jokes. If Li Yu is dissatisfied with the membership fee, he can be relieved of his position with just one sentence. He didn't want to lose everything he had gained, so he came up with a good idea. He planned to catch a few examples and punish them severely, so as to scare the monkeys. Although people in the market dare not take action, it is impossible for these people to stay out of the market forever. And even if you don't leave the market, you can still find someone to do it. But he didn't dare to make the decision without authorization, so he came here to advise Li Yu and obtain the agreement of the alliance leader. But when he arrived at Li Yu's residence, Ding Yu was immediately dumbfounded. I saw a formation-like curtain rising from Li Yu's residence, blocking him out. This scene seemed familiar to him. It seems like I just met a few months ago. This can't be true. Ding Yu couldn't help but have an ominous premonition in his heart. At this time, a maid came out of the courtyard, bowed slightly to Ding Yu, and then said, "The master has been ill recently and is practicing in seclusion. No one is allowed to come near. Manager Ding, please come back. Weren't you doing well before? Why did you suddenly go into seclusion? I have something urgent that I need to inform the leader of, please let me know." Ding Yu said anxiously. "I'm sorry, this slave has not received the master's order and must not be disturbed." Ding Yu saw that the maid was not interested, so he did not continue to speak. "I hope the leader is fine. I think too much." He was worried. If something happened to Li Yu, would he have to go to the new master again? This is impossible. Li Yu has just taken office. Now the voices in the meeting are still the same. Even the various factions in the past are gone. Where can he go? Why do you feel that Fu Xiu League has been in trouble recently? The position of leader is like a curse. Whoever takes it will be unlucky. He glanced at the courtyard again and finally turned away. It seems that he can only act first and report later. As long as he gets things done, the leader should not blame himself. 2 months later. In the training room, the surging spiritual pressure filled the room. The 6th level of qi refining finally broke through. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant spiritual power in his body, and Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. He had been practicing with Li Yu and Chang Wei for the past month. He thought they would not last long, but he did not expect them to be so durable. But I guess they are running out of energy. Lu Ming looked at the 2 names on the golden book that had dimmed to the point of being almost transparent, smiled, and did not care. Lu Ming stood up and went outside. At this time, the morning light was already dim outside, and the sky was full of morning glow. Lu Ming first made himself a spiritual meal and ate it deliciously. Now that he was not short of spiritual stones, his quality of life should be improved. Moreover, he had been practicing hard every day for the past few months. Although the side effects of practicing would be transferred out, he would inevitably feel depressed and irritable. He planned to go out for a walk. It's just right to give the talisman to Zhou Yang. I haven't sold it for 2 months. I'm really lazy. I can't live off the fat of the land. Lu Ming felt that he was a little arrogant. With thousands of spirit stones on his body, his desire to make money dropped to the freezing point. This time he went out just to give the accumulated talismans to Zhou Yang to deal with. Although he has been in seclusion to improve his cultivation, he has not given up practicing talismans, but he is not as active as before. Except for the 1st level top grade water prison talisman, the relevant talismans in the true explanation of the talisman have not been drawn yet, and the others are already very proficient. It's time to think about how to get the subsequent talisman inheritance. This is not only a skill to make money, but also the foundation of protecting the way. Only by updating and iterating his own means can he live more freely on the basis of safety. After notifying Zhou Yang through a message, Lu Ming planned to go directly to him when he learned that he was at his residence. He took out a bamboo hat and put it on his head. His body squirmed for a while and turned into a tall figure. He activated the turtle breathing and qi condensing technique to retract the blood evil energy from his body. He looked around for a week before leaving, and only left the courtyard after making sure that no one was around. As soon as he walked outside, Lu Ming's brows under his bamboo hat frowned. He could clearly feel that the number of cultivators in the market had increased a lot. What happened? Lu Ming felt a little uneasy in his heart, and he couldn't help but speed up his pace a bit, ready to ask Zhou Yang about it when he saw him later. Zhou Yang no longer lived in the shanty town. He had already moved to a new residence after selling talismans for Lu Ming for a few months. Lu Ming didn't walk for long, and he came to Zhou Yang's courtyard after crossing several streets. Zhou Yang had been waiting in the courtyard. He hadn't sold talismans for nearly 2 months, and his income had shrunk by half. In order to concentrate on selling talismans, he had given up the work of the small talisman hall. Although life is much better now than before, cultivation resources are still in short supply. Moreover, the number of cultivators in the market has increased significantly recently, and the demand for talismans has also increased day by day. If he sells talismans at this time, it will definitely be very popular. If he sold less for one day, he would earn less spiritual stones. He was anxious, but he couldn't urge Wu Daoren. He could only keep the communication talisman every day, hoping that Wu Daoran would remember him. So when Zhou Yang received the communication from Senior Wu again, he was very excited. He really wanted to make progress and couldn't wait any longer. Not long after, he saw Lu Ming push the door in. Zhou Yang hurried forward to welcome Lu Ming in, and then opened the courtyard formation. Senior, these are the spiritual stones sold by the talisman before, a total of 76 pieces. I didn't touch a penny. Having dealt with Wu Daoran for a long time, he had long been accustomed to the other party's habit of never dragging his feet. He took out a bag of spiritual stones neatly and handed it over respectfully. Lu Ming's face was calm, but he was complaining about himself in his heart. Sure enough, I slacked off. I wasn't even active in collecting spiritual stones. Zhou Yang didn't say that he almost forgot that he had given Zhou Yang a stack of talismans before going to the black market. Lu Ming nodded calmly, waved his hand and took away 70 spirit stones, and the remaining 6 were such rewards. He took out a stack of talismans and handed them to Zhou Yang. Among them were not only the talismans he drew himself, but also some low-level talismans in Yang Hong and Yuxia's storage bags. Lu Ming didn't like them, so he just gave them to Zhou Yang to sell together. Zhou Yang took the talismans and looked at them, and his heart moved. Some of these talismans are obviously not drawn by the senior, and the senior can't buy these low-level talismans, so they can only be obtained from others. As for how to get them, Zhou Yang didn't bother to care. Whether Wu Daoran was a demon cultivator or a robbery cultivator or not, it had nothing to do with him. He only needed to do things for Wu Daoran honestly and get rewards. Has anything happened in the market recently? While thinking, he heard Lu Ming asking. Zhou Yang didn't react and said subconsciously. What do you mean, senior? Tell me everything. Lu Ming didn't know what to ask. He couldn't say that he didn't care about what was happening outside and only focused on cultivating the way of immortals. And judging from his reaction, I'm afraid a lot of things have happened. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and began to talk. To answer your question, there are indeed 2 major events in recent months. One is that the leader of the Fuxiu League, Chang Wei, stepped down and was succeeded by the leader Liu. The second is that the second-level tungsten copper vein was discovered in the Yunwu Mountains. I also heard that there is a foundation-building cave in the tungsten copper vein, but I don't know whether it is true or not. Because the Morong family has begun to block the entrance to the vein, cultivators are not allowed to enter, so they can only move around on the periphery. Veins. Foundation-building cave. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He didn't even care about Liu's succession to the leader. Anyway, he would die sooner or later, so what did it matter who became the leader? On the contrary, the tungsten copper vein and the foundation building cave were what he cared about most. What you fear will come true. And this time there are 2 more. What does this mean? Lu Ming naturally knows. No wonder there are more monks in the market. I am afraid that the market will not be too peaceful for a long time. Lu Ming no longer wants to stay here, and he doesn't even think about relaxing and enjoying himself. He has been in seclusion for too long and has been out of touch with the news. He has only learned about this major event now. It has been nearly a month since the mine and cave were discovered. I don't know how long the news has been out. It is expected that it will definitely attract the attention and concern of various forces. And no matter how powerful the Morong family is, it is just the king in a corner of Qingzhou market. There are more than just their foundation-building families around. When the time comes, there will be a mix of good and bad people, and order will be meaningless. What Lu Ming needs to do is to improve his strength as much as possible before the chaos comes. He even wants to leave this place of trouble. But where can he go? It would be even more dangerous to go out now. Although he doesn't want to rely on a family for his safety, the best choice at present is to stay in the market and wait and see how things develop. After all, the Morong family is a local snake, and it is not so easy to fall. Lu Ming thought for a moment and made a decision. He lacked the channel of information source, which led to his lack of reasonable judgment of the situation. It was not enough to rely on his brain. But he couldn't do it, but Zhou Yang could. In the past, Lu Ming had a single line of contact in order to prevent Zhou Yang from disturbing his cultivation. But he realized that he was close to information and still needed to make some changes. Although Zhou Yang was a low-level casual cultivator, he had his own set of survival rules. From his usual high efficiency in selling talismans, it can be seen that this kid has some skills. And if you want to make progress, you have to pay more. Lu Ming patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder and praised him. Well done. Then Lu Ming continued to instruct Zhou Yang. After the talismans are sold, prepare some sound transmission talismans. Keep an eye on the changes in the market and inform me if there is any news. Also, pay more attention to some magic skills and secret techniques. As long as you satisfy me, you will get extra rewards. Lu Ming said frankly that he was collecting magic skills, and he was not worried about Zhou Yang's nonsense. If he had malicious intentions, he would have been on the list long ago. Besides, what does the witch Taoist's collection of magic skills have to do with Lu Ming? Leaving Zhou Yang's courtyard, Lu Ming walked on the road to the trading area. He even met several cultivators in the late stage of qi refining along the way. You know, there are only one cultivator who can cultivate to the late stage of qi refining in the market, and it is not common to meet them in the past. They are of different classes from ordinary cultivators. But today is different from the past, and they appear very frequently. Are they attracted by the tungsten copper veins in the foundation building cave? When Lu Ming came to the trading area, he saw a crowd of people, which was much more lively than before. But this lively and noisy scene was like a raging fire in Lu Ming's eyes. At this time, he noticed that there were cultivators gathered in groups of 3 or 5 on the roadside, talking quietly. Lu Ming walked very slowly, pretended to be inadvertently closer, and pricked up his ears to listen. Hey, have you heard that a few longevity turtle eggs were found in the Yunwu Mountains? A few lucky guys picked them up and sold them for hundreds of spirit stones. The longevity turtle is the one that has the strength of the late stage of qi refining in its larval stage, is a second-level monster in its growth stage, and can rival the Jindanjianren in its mature stage. If I had a mature longevity turtle, I could walk sideways. Your mind is full of Dan poison, and it's still in its mature stage. Why don't you become an immortal? This thing can outlast several generations of your generations in its larval stage, and the grass on the grave can be cut more than a dozen times to feed horses. Listening to the discussions of the cultivators around him, Lu Ming was thoughtful. Although the Morong family blocked the cultivators from entering and exiting the tungsten copper vein, but there are still cultivators who have gained many opportunities in the Yunwu Mountains. He has heard several similar topics along the way. What about that so-and-so picked up 100-year spiritual medicine, and so-and-so Taoist friend got some opportunity, and then everyone gathered together and cursed, he really deserves to die. Lu Ming has always been on the sidelines regarding these remarks. Although there have always been people with great luck in the world of immortal cultivation, it is better to leave this matter of going out to look for opportunities to fellow Taoists. However, he also heard about the topic of tungsten copper veins in foundation building caves, but the cultivators spoke very quietly, as if they did not dare to talk too much. The Morong family is really overbearing. They monopolize the veins and caves, and really don't let us casual cultivators drink any soup. My foundation building opportunity, stop howling. Aren't you really afraid of being heard by the law enforcement team? I heard that several casual cultivators who talked about the Morong family behind their backs were beaten to death. They died miserably. Don't envy the Morong family. They have also been in a lot of trouble recently. Other nearby foundation building forces have rushed over, forcing the ancestors of the Morong family to come forward. It's quite chaotic in the market now. Let's take care of ourselves. Lu Ming listened distractedly, his expression was also very solemn. The appearance of the cave really attracted the attention of many people. Not only other foundation building forces, but also some casual cultivators were moved by the news. However, seeing the law enforcement team in the nearby market, whose number and cultivation level far exceeded the past, Lu Ming's heart gradually settled down. After all, Xingzhou Market is the cash cow of the Morong family, and they will not give up unless they have no other choice. Lu Ming retracted his gaze. He came here to buy some talisman paper and spiritual ink, and then see if there are any suitable things for his cultivation. He also saw Zhang Li, and there was a beautiful woman in a white dress and a little girl with a bun next to him. Lu Ming naturally recognized the big and small. The woman was Zhang Li's Taoist partner named Yang Lian, and the little girl was his daughter. Usually, they were not often seen, but Zhang Li actually brought them out today. Did he notice the chaos in the market and was worried about leaving them at home? Lu Ming thought so, but did not go forward to say hello. He was in a disguised state at this time, which was not very convenient. Came to Yufu Hall and bought 3 swords of talisman paper and some spiritual ink. He wandered around the trading area for a while, but did not see what he wanted, but he replenished a lot of waste pills on his body. What made Lu Ming feel a little funny was that the price of waste pills had slightly increased. It seemed that his previous behavior of buying waste pills in large quantities had made some people mistakenly believe that waste pills had some value. Even some alchemists came to buy them and took them back to see if they could study out some mysteries. As a result, the price of buying waste pills now was a little more expensive than before. However, Lu Ming did not bargain. He was not short of money now, and he was too lazy to waste time. Everything was ready, so Lu Ming did not stay any longer, turned around and walked towards the courtyard, quietly changing back to his original appearance on the way. Yo, isn't this Master Lu Fu? As soon as he arrived outside the courtyard, Lu Ming heard a charming voice coming from behind. He was not unfamiliar with her. She was the female cultivator of the herb-collecting couple next door, Chen Yumei. It's been a long time since we last met. You should come to my house and sit down. Old Feng is also inside. We are neighbors and should visit each other more often. Looking back, Chen Yumei was smiling, her eyes seemed to contain autumn water, and she stared at Lu Ming straightly. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. I don't want to cause trouble to you, but you want to die, right? I was already annoyed, and these bastards came to provoke him. Moreover, the market was gradually in chaos, and he would not leave any trouble for himself. The elimination plan had been arranged. Wait until I get home, I will kill you. Lu Ming was about to refuse while thinking about opening the golden book. Fuck. Lu Ming couldn't help but swear. Chen Yumei frowned, thinking that this person was so rude. But thinking of the next plan, she suppressed her displeasure and forced a smile on her face. Dao Lu, come in, Lao Feng is in need of a drinking companion. Lu Ming retracted his gaze from Jin Shu and carefully looked at the woman in front of him. Her face was delicate and charming, and her curvy figure was very enchanting. The two grapefruit-like fruits in front were half covered and half exposed under the translucent gauze, revealing a beautiful white beauty. TSK, I really didn't expect it, Lu Ming murmured in his heart. Seeing Lu Ming's eyes on her, Chen Yumei straightened up slightly, and the two big grapefruits also rose and fell. Since Dao Chen invited you, I will be disrespectful to refuse. Lu Ming's eyes were ambiguous. Dao, please come in quickly, Lao Feng is inside. Chen Yumei was stunned at first. She never thought that this cautious boy would agree so readily. Then she covered her red lips with her palm and smiled more charmingly. She stepped forward and took Lu Ming's arm, and two big grapefruits wrapped her arm in it, and led him to the small courtyard. Seeing the enjoyment on Lu Ming's face, Chen Yumei's mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm. In her opinion, this boy was obsessed with lust and was bewitched by her, but it was good this way, saving her a lot of trouble. The talisman master was weak, and it was quite easy to deal with him as long as he was not on guard. Moreover, the other party was only at the 4th level of qi refining, and she was a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining. When the time came, she would drink some wine and take some medicine, and then, entering the courtyard gate, Chen Yumei quietly opened the formation restriction to avoid making too much noise later. Fellow Daoist Chen, is the formation opened? Opened, ah? Chen Yumei did not think much and responded to Lu Ming's words, but she realized something was wrong as soon as she finished speaking. She instinctively realized something was wrong and turned her head to look over. In an instant, her face turned pale. At this time, the handsome young man had disappeared from Lu Ming's position. Instead, a demon shadow appeared, surrounded by scarlet blood mist. The demon shadow's eyes were dancing with dark green flames, and black arcs were jumping from time to time on his body. He exhaled blood mist in his breath, which was strange and sinister. Demon cultivator. Chen Yumei pointed at Lu Ming tremblingly and stuttered. She never expected that Lu Ming's true identity was actually a demon cultivator. And this was not the 4th level of qi refining, but the late stage of qi refining. Chen Yumei was terrified. What kind of monster did she let in? She forced a smile. Daoist Lu, Chen Yumei was about to say something, but her body suddenly stiffened, and an indescribable feeling of extreme weakness came over her. She was shocked and used her magic power to suppress it. But it seemed that a terrifying black hole appeared in her body, madly devouring everything of her, flesh, bones, and vitality. Along with it came the burning pain of the burning soul and the severe pain of lightning attacking the dantian. She felt that her internal organs were burning, her limbs were in great pain, her sea of consciousness was drying up, and her magic power was fading. Ah! Chen Yumei's scream of extreme pain and fear rang out in the courtyard. But it was firmly blocked by the formation she raised. What happened to her? Is this a curse or a magic spell? Chen Yumei didn't know, she only knew that if she continued like this, she would really die. Only by finding a way to suppress this abnormality, she would have a chance to survive. And Lu Ming must have been arrogant, so he didn't kill her while she was weak. Humph, just wait for me to recover and escape, and announce that he is a demon cultivator to the public. Chen Yumei tried her best to calm her inner panic and think of countermeasures. Pills? Yes. Take pills. However, she looked down at her waist and was stunned. Where is her storage bag? When she looked up, she noticed that Lu Ming was playing with a familiar small pocket in his hand. That was her storage bag. You evil demon! You evil demon! The last hope was gone, she could no longer hold on, and roared at Lu Ming with a ferocious face. You still have the strength to shout, Lu Ming spoke faintly. The next moment, the blood mist on his body became several times thicker again, as if the blood mist was ignited and began to burn. Chen Yumei could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Her delicate face began to shrink visibly, her cheekbones protruded, and her cheeks sunken. Her silky hair began to wither and fall off. It seemed that in a short period of time, she had aged countless years. Ah! Chen Yumei could only watch herself begin to age and decay, and her vitality was taken away again. The feeling of death is not terrible, the feeling of waiting to die is the most terrible. She shed tears of pain and regretted why she brought this evil demon in. It's not that she didn't think about resisting, but this strange method didn't give her any chance, and she couldn't even cast magic normally. Gradually, her eyes began to blur, and she thought of Fengping, who was killed by her. Perhaps this is retribution. Lu Ming looked at Chen Yumei, who had lost her breath, and restrained his magic. Compared with Chen Yumei's pile of dry bones, Lu Ming seemed to have eaten a 10-fold tonic pill, his face was ruddy, and his momentum was faintly increased. Alas, why is my style of cultivating immortals getting more and more wrong? Lu Ming felt that he was such an upright person, and every time he cast a spell, he was gloomy, which was completely inconsistent with his image. However, he looked at Chen Yumei's corpse and fell into deep thought. He didn't go to this Hongmen banquet because he was arrogant. From the beginning, he knew that there was only Chen Yumei in the courtyard. Because Fengping's name had disappeared from the Golden Book when he noticed it. So he accepted Chen Yumei's invitation. And Chen Yumei, who was only at the 5th level of qi refining, didn't need to be too afraid. And most importantly, he was worried that he would not be able to loot after killing Chen Yumei remotely. If this woman opened the formation, wouldn't he have worked in vain? He also took off her storage bag before entering the door, and he was not worried that Chen Yumei would have any tricks up her sleeve. Then he conducted a close observation experiment. Without thinking anymore, Lu Ming ejected a little green spark and devoured Chen Yumei's bones. What a pity, Chen Yumei was indeed good-looking, with a plump figure and a pretty face, just like a ripe peach. But Lu Ming felt a little disgusted when he thought of her being sucked dry and turned into a pile of dry bones. He weighed the storage bag in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. He searched the room and did not see the body of fellow Taoist Feng, which was a bit regretful. The 3 in Ghostfire had one less meal to eat. He did not plan to return home, so he immediately started to check the storage bag. After quickly erasing the magic power imprint, Lu Ming sat on a stone bench and poured the items on the stone table. I wonder what I can get out of it. Lu Ming was still looking forward to it. It didn't take long to count. More than 300 low-grade spiritual stones, 2 first-level medium-grade magic tools, some elixirs, talismans, and spiritual medicines, 3 jade slips, and a token. It can be seen that the things in Chen Yumei's storage bag are basically for 2 people, and there are also many men's items. Mostly Fengping's. As for why Fengping died, Lu Ming didn't care. It's okay. Lu Ming was not disappointed. He picked up a black token on the table. The black token was flickering with light, and the aura echoed with the formation in the whole courtyard. This is the formation control token of this courtyard. With this token, this courtyard is mine. Lu Ming saw the lease and could use it for a long time, and he didn't have to worry about the courtyard being taken back. With this token, Lu Ming also had an extra hiding place, which was why he came in person. Putting the token into the storage bag, Lu Ming looked at the other items. 2 medium-grade magic weapons are okay, 1 ghost claw magic weapon and 1 veil magic weapon. The ghost claw magic weapon doesn't look like something Chen Yumei can use. It is probably from Fengping. Lu Ming checked it with his spiritual sense. Its function is somewhat similar to the bone-penetrating nail. It has certain properties of breaking the law and has a certain effect on shields and prohibitions. However, the effect is not as direct as the bone-penetrating nail, and it is only a medium-grade magic weapon. Lu Ming can't use it much, so he can find an opportunity to sell it with the veil magic weapon and exchange it for spirit stones. He looked at 2 jade slips, both of which recorded spells. First-level spells Water Arrow and Clear Wind Blade. There is nothing special about them, but they can be used for practice. It is better to have more skills. he took out the last jade slip. He didn't care about it at first, and probed into it with his spiritual consciousness. But the next second, Lu Ming's eyes widened. Talisman inheritance. This is actually a talisman inheritance, and there are quite a few types. Dozens of first-level low-grade talismans, more than a dozen medium-grade talismans, and even 2 high-grade talismans. Ice Blade Talisman, Water Shield Talisman. I'm rich. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. I didn't expect to have such a harvest. Where did Chen Yumei get it? It can't be the skinny old man. Lu Ming thought of his former neighbor, the skinny old man who was a talisman master. Later, he didn't see him and didn't take it seriously. It seems that the skinny old man died at the hands of these 2 people. But this is a blessing for him. Apart from other things, the value of this talisman inheritance is so high that it is hard to imagine. It is no longer a question of whether the price can be measured with spirit stones. Any inheritance of the 4 arts of cultivation, even if it is of the first level, will be regarded as a treasure by cultivators. And those high-level inheritances are rarely circulated in the outside world, and are monopolized by major families and sections. Good people will have a peaceful life. Lu Ming silently gave a thumbs up to several people. After Lu Ming counted the items, he stayed in the courtyard. He was fascinated by the new talisman inheritance and studied the talisman art every day. In a blink of an eye, a week passed. The Vajra talisman was finally drawn successfully. The spiritual energy surged in the practice room. Lu Ming stood in the talisman making room, with a golden talisman floating in front of him. On the talisman, complex runes lit up one after another. At the moment of completing the spirit, a Vajra Dharma shadow emerged, and then disappeared into the talisman. Lu Ming picked up the talisman and felt that it was a little warm and heavy. He smiled and nodded with satisfaction. During this period, he basically did nothing except making talismans, but under this intensity, his talisman cultivation level was also different every day. He tried most of the first-level low-grade talismans, which was no pressure for his current talisman cultivation level, so he did not continue to draw. Although the first-level middle-grade talismans were more difficult, his success rate of various talismans was also rising with a lot of practice. Today, he also successfully drew a first-class medium-quality Vajra talisman. We have to try its strength first. Thinking this way, Lu Ming did not hesitate, and he injected a trace of mana into the talisman. Buzz! The Vajra talisman made a buzzing sound, dissipated into light in the air, and then evolved into a golden barrier that quickly enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming first cast a few spells, and then controlled the black light blade to attack the shield from the outside. After trying for a while, he nodded with satisfaction. Although it is not as strong as the green scale shield, it is better in speed. Theoretically, if there are enough Vajra talismans, almost no one in the same class can break the defense. The reason why Lu Ming refined the Vajra talisman was not only for his own use, but also for its commercial value. Defensive talismans are sometimes more popular than offensive talismans. And this Vajra talisman is sold at a price of 5 or 6 spirit stones each. If it is a fine talisman, it can even reach 7 spirit stones, which is much faster than the first-class low-quality talisman. In the past, he only knew one kind of Genjin sword talisman, which he kept for his own use and never sold. But now he can stockpile more and use it himself if he can't sell it all. Having made up his mind, Lu Ming spread out the talisman paper and began to draw. Another week passed. Senior Wu, this is the Soul Dao technique that I bought at a casual cultivator trade fair recently for 13 spirit stones. I wonder if it meets your needs. Zhou Yang respectfully handed over a jade book and a bag of spirit stones. Soul Dao? Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't pay attention to the spirit stones first, but picked up the jade book instead. After a few breaths, Lu Ming took a rough look. He put it into the storage bag with his backhand. There was no strange look on his face, but he was very excited in his heart. This Soul Dao technique is called Yin Lian Zimu Twin Method. What made Lu Ming most excited was that this was an extremely rare method of clone. It is a method of visualization, visualizing an Yin lotus seed incarnation. It is a soul clone, which can walk freely outside and even take over other people's bodies. But this is a broken method. To practice it, you need to cut off your soul, and it seems that you also need the soul of the cultivator to support it. However, he only took a look at it, and he still needs to comprehend it himself to know how to practice it. Lu Ming was quite happy. He originally planned to hand over the newly drawn Vajra talisman to Zhou Yang today, but he didn't expect to get something else here. However, Lu Ming was still a little skeptical. This kind of skill is extremely rare. Will it be sold at the trade fair? He glanced at the golden book, and no one was on the list, which at least showed that no one wanted to deal with him through Zhou Yang. Tell me in detail where this skill came from. Lu Ming asked calmly. Replying to the senior, this is what I got at an exchange meeting 3 days ago. It is not a unique copy, but a replica sold in bulk. According to what I have seen, this method comes from a foundation building cave that was recently unveiled. The owner of the cave was a demon cultivator. After being obtained by a cultivator, he began to copy and sell it everywhere. Lu Ming instinctively felt that there was something wrong. Logically speaking, the Morong family had already sealed the cave, so the method should not have been leaked. Could it be that someone got it by luck before they sealed it? Lu Ming pondered, but couldn't figure it out. Lu Ming never wastes his energy. If he can't figure it out, he just doesn't think about it for the time being. He finishes the things at hand as soon as possible and goes back to comprehend the Yin Lian Zi Mu Shuang Sheng Fa. He began to count the spirit stones in another small bag, and after a while, he was even more satisfied with Zhou Yang. This Zhou Yang did not use the spirit stones from selling talismans to buy the method, but paid for it with his own money. This is quite risky for him. If Lu Ming is not satisfied with the method, or takes the method but refuses to acknowledge it, Zhou Yang will lose a lot and work for a year in vain. It seems that this kid wants to improve too much. Lu Ming counted out 25 spirit stones and threw them to Zhou Yang, 13 of which were spirit stones for purchasing the method, and some were rewards and talisman shares. You did a good job this time. The extra spirit stones are the rewards for your offering of the method this time. In addition, in the future, as long as there are methods, secret techniques, and spells that satisfy the seat, there will be extra rewards. Yes, I will try my best to collect them. Zhou Yang took the spirit stones with a happy look on his face and promised in his mouth. This is the talisman this time, with some first-level middle-grade Vajra talisman and Jinjin sword talisman added. Each Vajra talisman is sold for 6 Lingling stones, and each Jinjin sword talisman is sold for 5 Lingling stones. It's still the same old rule. I don't care how you sell it. I will only take 9 out of 10, and the rest belongs to you. Lu Ming then threw a bag of talismans to Zhou Yang, and without chatting with him for long, he turned around and left. He wanted to go back and comprehend the skills now. Zhou Yang was stunned for a while holding the bag of talismans, and then his face showed ecstasy. Ha ha ha, I said that Senior Wu would definitely draw a mid-grade talisman. He had guessed earlier that as long as he completed the tasks assigned by Taoist Wu every time, there would be more opportunities in the future, and even not just first-grade low-grade talismans. The improvement of the talisman grade means doubling the price. It also means that he can earn more. It just so happens that there are more and more independent talisman masters recently, and the previous talismans are not competitive anymore. Zhou Yang had long noticed the abnormality of the Talisman Cultivation Alliance recently, because the leader of the alliance closed himself off and did not care about anything. The people below were already a little out of control of the situation. Now many independent talisman masters no longer set up stalls in the trading area, and all began to trade privately and appeared in major trade fairs. Although the talismans Zhou Yang sold were all fine products, due to their low grade, some of the previous customers were diverted away by the influx of talisman masters. He even asked the Wu Daorun about this matter, but was ordered not to pay attention. It seems that the senior has already made a plan. Let's see how you guys can steal my business. Zhou Yang smiled complacently. Returned to his own courtyard. Lu Ming entered the practice room, sat cross-legged on the futon, took out the jade book and studied it carefully. In Lotus Mother and Child Twin Method, as Lu Ming began to comprehend, various information began to emerge in his mind. This method is a visualization method, and its original name was Golden Lotus Mother Twin Method. It is to visualize a Golden Lotus Mother clone with oneself. In simple terms, it is a clone, and compared with other clone techniques, it does not need to cut the source of one's own soul to visualize it. Strictly speaking, this can be regarded as a soul condensation, which requires long-term visualization to condense. But the bad thing is that this is a residual method, and it is a modified residual method. After being modified by a great cultivator with the title of Ji Yin Shangren, it became the current Yin Lotus Mother and Child Twin Method. It requires a large number of cultivators' souls as raw materials to condense Yin Sha lotus seeds. After the successful refining, the Yin Sha lotus seed will continue to absorb the soul power of the cultivator to maintain its survival and growth until the lotus seed blooms. Finally, it will rely on it at the cost of cutting off its own soul to form a Yin lotus seed clone. After the clone is refined, the realm of the clone cannot be higher than that of the original body, otherwise the soul will be divided into two, who is the master and who is the deputy. Moreover, the clone and the original body cannot always share cognition, which is also easy to breed rebelliousness. At the same time, it is necessary to continue to provide the cultivator's soul as nutrients to maintain the growth of the lotus seed clone. Once the supply is cut off for a long time, the clone's energy will be exhausted and dissipated, and even the soul source cut out will dissipate. So evil, this extremely master forcibly changed a visualization method into a cultivation method, eliminating the threshold of enlightenment, and even geniuses can practice it. But the cultivation method has also changed from self-centered to the core of living beings providing for oneself, from the original soul clone method to an evil method. Lu Ming held his chin in contemplation. This method has many disadvantages. It's better not to use a clone that has hidden dangers and is uncontrolled. There's no need to make yourself uncomfortable. But there are solutions. The reason why it is uncontrolled and has hidden dangers is that the lotus seed is not pure from the moment it is born. It is the soul power condensed after the death of many cultivators, which is very complicated. Then using your own soul will be much purer. From a scientific point of view, there should be no rejection from the same source, and there will be no trouble of losing control. From a metaphysical point of view, forget it. It's all metaphysics, so don't pursue rationality. After all, from ancient times to the present, no madman would use his own soul as nourishment just to cultivate a clone. So no one knows what a clone cultivated with the origin of his own soul looks like. Then, let me start. However, as soon as Lu Ming had this idea, the golden book began to move abnormally. Meng Yang, Lu Ming looked at it in confusion and saw an extra name on the golden book. Moreover, he was a cultivator who had completed Qi training, and he ranked the highest, higher than Li Yu. Lu Ming frowned, puzzled by this cultivator who suddenly made the list. He had never heard of this person's name, and he rarely went out recently. Could it be that Zhou Yang was targeted again? Or? Lu Ming looked down at the jade book on his knees. The name appeared as soon as he had the idea of practicing. Is there really a problem? He felt that it was very strange that a rare clone method was widely spread. Such a good thing, who would not hold it tightly? As for whether the cultivator was short of money and sold the method, how poor would he be to sell this method for spirit stones? Lu Ming began to struggle. He knew there was a problem, so he would not practice it. To be honest, he was a little reluctant. This method helped him too much. Do it! Lu Ming did not struggle for too long. He also figured it out. No matter how much he calculated, it was just for profit. What else can be gained from practicing this technique except for the soul of the cultivator? And his way of practicing is different from the beginning. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is unorthodox. At worst, he will give up practicing. Anyway, he will not lose anything, and his fellow Taoists are all happy to fight for him. No matter how much you plan, I will only use you as a stepping stone. Lu Ming still doesn't know how much soul essence he needs to consume to condense his clone, and he is worried that no one can support his practice. He has already made preparations for the sacrifice of Li Yu and Chang Wei, and this Meng Yang is delivered to the door. Directly select Meng Yang on the golden book, and the original soup will turn into original food. However, Lu Ming did not start to cut his soul right away. Instead, he spent a few days constantly trying to figure out this method. Now I have understood it clearly and can practice. Lu Ming looked serious, closed his eyes and concentrated, and his fingers kept pinching seals. In the sea of consciousness of the Naiwan Palace, a soul seed shadow quietly emerged. Lu Ming's face turned pale. He finally understood how others felt when their spiritual power was extracted from their sea of consciousness. It was an extreme exhaustion and weakness, like a lamp that had run out of oil. However, Jin Shu did not give Lu Ming too much time to experience the hardship. After a while, his sea of consciousness was full again, and his soul seed was still slowly forming. In the Yunwu Mountains. In a hidden cave. A middle-aged monk was sitting cross-legged to practice, and the spiritual pressure around him was not restrained at all, and it was vibrating back and forth in the cave. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Is it still a little bit worse? Meng Yang murmured to himself that he had already reached the perfection of qi refining, his magic power had been polished to the limit, and he was just one step away from establishing the foundation, but this step had been bothering him for a long time. His spiritual consciousness has not yet transformed into divine consciousness. Without the foundation building pill, Meng Yang did not dare to break through the foundation building pill rashly. Once it fails, it will be the end of life and death. Seeing that he was approaching 60 years old and his energy and blood were about to gradually decline, Meng Yang began to become anxious. He came from other regions, and he also heard that there were second-level mineral veins in the Yunwu Mountains, so he wanted to try his luck. Maybe if you're lucky, you can get a few pieces to exchange for spiritual stones to buy foundation building pills. And as if God was blessing him, as soon as he arrived in the Yunwu Mountains, he encountered the birth of a mineral vein. He was the first to rush to the scene, and what surprised him even more was that there was a bombed cave deep in the mine. Before other monks arrived, Meng Yang entered it first, but because the cave collapsed too seriously, the search was too difficult. It wasn't until later that the Morong family of Kingshufang City arrived, and even the foundation building ancestor showed up and began to drive away these monks. In desperation, Meng Yang could only take away a few scattered jade slips and leave quickly. But what excited him was that there happened to be a divine soul technique among those jade slips. It's just that the difficulty of cultivation is too harsh, and it requires collecting the power of monks' souls to condense soul seeds. However, this technique is divided into two parts. One is to nourish the soul seed and conceive the clone, and the other is to harvest the soul seed and feed it back to oneself. So Meng Yang took out part of the seed soul and spread it out, letting other monks collect soul power for him to practice. He just needs to wait for time for these seeds to take root, sprout, bloom and bear fruit, and then he can finally pick the fruits. Not only is there less cause and effect for killing, but he also saves himself the effort to collect it alone. Even the monks he killed in the end can be regarded as meritorious deeds. If it hadn't been for the old ghost Morong from the Morong family to drive me away, maybe I could have found the foundation building resources directly, so there would be no need to wait here. A trace of resentment and hatred flashed in Meng Yang's eyes. In his opinion, this is the revenge of the Morong family for blocking the road. When I finish harvesting and condense the soul clone, there will be no obstacles to the spiritual consciousness barrier, and I will be sure to break through the foundation building. Then the Morong family will wait for my revenge. The reason why he chose to launch the technique in Kingshufang City was simple. He wanted to cut off the foundation of the Morong family. Rogue cultivators are the core of the city. Once the casual cultivators die on a large scale, it will definitely affect the operation of the city. As for whether those casual cultivators would practice, Meng Yang was not worried. It's basically about casting a wide net and catching as many fish as possible. This method is so profound that some monks can't help but practice it. However, this skill is not without limitations. That is, the purer the soul clone is, the closer it is to the self, and the more difficult it is to capture it. Meng Yang sneered inwardly. The soul is the foundation of a monk. No one would do such a loss-making business. Casual cultivators are mostly a group of selfish people who will definitely find ways to steal other people's soul power for cultivation. Unless there is an idiot who uses his soul power to practice, this situation cannot happen. Meng Yang was thinking about the future when he would become a great foundation-building monk after harvesting soul seeds. Suddenly, I felt that the power of my soul was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. In the Naiwan Palace, a powerful suction force was quickly devouring his soul power. He became sluggish in an instant, his vision went dark, and even visions began to appear when he saw things. Not good. Meng Yang's expression changed drastically, and he immediately sat down cross-legged again and began to exercise and adjust his breath. He didn't worry too much. It was not easy for spiritual consciousness to transform into a divine soul, and it was normal for a few things to go wrong. As long as you take care of it in time, it won't be a big problem. But as time goes by, the sun rises and the moon sets in the outside world, and day by day passes. Meng Yang only felt that his soul power was gradually being withdrawn more and more, with no sign of stopping, and his face became paler and paler. This is, Meng Yang had a flash of inspiration, but his heart sank. He remembered the content on the jade slips about taking souls and feeding them back. This symptom is very similar to what was described in the technique, except that I have changed from a caster to a harvested soul seed fruit. He looked frightened and took out many pills and spiritual fluids from his storage bag. This was the resource he prepared for his spiritual transformation, and it cost him a lot of money and effort. But at this time, he didn't care about how much it was. He poured it all into his mouth and started refining it. However, the situation did not get much relief, and the soul power quickly dissipated like a flood. If this continues, sooner or later he will be drained of his soul power and become a living dead. Why is this happening? It's a scam. Meng Yang's eyes were about to burst. He finally understood that there was no opportunity to build a foundation, everything was fake, and this divine soul technique was a complete scam. It must be a trap set up by the mastermind behind the scenes, using his hands to spread the technique. When Meng Yang treats others as fruit, he is also a fruit in the eyes of the mastermind behind the scenes. I hate it. Meng Yang roared unwillingly, and with just one final kick, he became the foundation-building monk respected by thousands of people. Now he died in such a humiliating manner, he was very unwilling to do so, and he hated the mastermind behind the scenes. I curse you to have a bad death, and you will definitely be counterattacked by the technique. Meng Yang believed that the man behind the scenes was nearby, but he couldn't find it. He could only curse this person, using the most vicious words he thought. But gradually, Meng Yanglian's curse became smaller and smaller, until his voice was as thin as a mosquito. Almost, hold on. Choose all, fellow Taoists, help me. At the same time, whether in the black market of Lake Hard Island, Kingshufang Market, or Yunwu Mountain Range, they were in retreat, gathering, shopping, or fighting. At this moment, more than a dozen cultivators froze at the same time. Then they all had hideous faces, covered their heads in pain, or knelt or lay on the ground and wailed. Some cultivators with low cultivation, the whole person's breath disappeared quickly at this moment. The surrounding cultivators were shocked and fled. The legend of the soul-devouring old demon gradually began to spread throughout the land. Half a month later, in the practice room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. A translucent phantom drilled in from his Ninewan palace and came in front of him. The figure wore a lotus crown, had a delicate face, and was white as jade, with no gender characteristics. This was the Een lotus seed identity that Lu Ming cultivated, and it looked exactly like Lu Ming. Finally, it's not that evil anymore, and it looks quite decent. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. After all, it was nurtured by his own soul, and it was reasonable that it was as decent as himself. Moreover, this clone not only shared senses, but also had a heart-to-heart with the original body. There was no possibility of the clone's rebellion, because it was a part of Lu Ming himself. Lu Ming had tested it, and controlled the clone to wander in the East District, and almost no cultivators of the same level could find it, so it was extremely concealed. However, it was also possible that no one had nurtured their consciousness, so they were all bad. He took advantage of the realm and the method. Then he tested the distance again. The farthest distance was 2 miles away from the original body, and then the signal was a little bad. Once it exceeded the range, the clone would show signs of collapse. As for whether the formation would react to the clone, Lu Ming tried the formation in his own courtyard. The fluctuation was small, but it was still possible to be discovered, so Lu Ming did not dare to test the bases of those big forces. He would lose a lot if he got caught in it. The last function is to enter other people's sea of consciousness, which is a bit similar to a spiritual attack. Lu Ming only used himself as an experiment, and he had not really faced a cultivator using it. He did not dare to be too presumptuous, and he had to treat fellow Taoists as human beings. It's just that it's a bit too costly. Lu Ming looked at the half of the cultivators who disappeared from the Golden Book, and felt a little melancholy. Although it consumed his own soul power, it threw the side effects to others, and some fellow Taoists could not hold on. He did not intend to use so many fellow Taoists to help, but Meng Yang could not hold on. Condensing the soul clone consumed too much energy. Even Meng Yang, who had reached the great perfection of Qi training, could not bear it. Later, Lu Ming added Chang Wei and Li Yu, but they were already mostly useless, and the effect was minimal. In desperation, Lu Ming selected all the Taoist friends. You can't share my wealth, Taoist friends, rest in peace. After pretending to sigh like this, Lu Ming ignored it. At present, it is only the second level of Qi refining. It needs to be constantly nurtured in the future to continue to improve its cultivation. But now his Golden Book can be said to have no one to use. Although some of these Taoist friends are still alive, they are no different from dead. So next, it is time to find new Taoist friends to be on the list, and we can't just use these Taoist friends now. At this moment, Lu Ming felt something unusual in the storage bag and took out the sound transmission talisman from it. Input spiritual power, and Zhou Yang's somewhat nervous voice came from it. Lu Ming had no expression after listening to it. He saw that the Golden Book was opened again after thinking. There were many names that he had never heard of before. Lu Ming stood in place, looking at the moonlight outside the window, and the corners of his mouth slowly opened up. Kingshufang City, Xuanxiang Tower. At this time, several monks have gathered on the top floor. But unlike the lively scenes in the past, there are no music and singing girls and concubines. At this time, the atmosphere inside is depressed, and everyone is silent. The silent atmosphere in the field lasted for a moment, and was broken by a middle-aged fat monk with a big belly. Ding Yu invited us to the banquet, why hasn't he come yet? Tianhao suppressed his anger and felt that he was neglected. That's right, we came to give him face. Don't you think you dare to show off to us by relying on the Fu Xiu League? Humph, you dare to leave us alone. Li Yu is really unruly. He can't even manage his subordinates. Tianhao opened the chatterbox, and several people around him began to reprimand. Just as everyone here was clamoring to ask for an explanation, the next moment, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open. A monk dressed in black, wearing a black eye mask on one eye, and surrounded by murderous aura walked in with a dragon-like tiger step. Behind him was a monk wearing the standard robe of the Fu Xiu League. But this person was timid and bowed at this time, seeming to be extremely humble. Tianhao and the others also stopped talking and looked at the two. Yu Qing, why are you here? Where is Ding Yu? Tianhao took the lead and questioned Yu Qing. Yu Qing had a bitter face. He was just a small manager of the Fu Xiu League, but he had to meet this group of people on behalf of Ding Yu. It was really difficult for him. Although he cursed Ding Yu countless times in his heart for failing at the critical moment, he still had to coax the people in front of him with kind words. These people were the owners behind the talisman shops and merchants in King's Hufang City, and Tianhao was the owner of the Little Fu Hall. They were not as good as the Fu Xiu League individually, but when they gathered together, the Fu Xiu League still had to be cautious. Moreover, the Fu Xiu League itself was not doing a good job, so it was understandable that the other party complained a few words. Yu Qing bowed respectfully to several people before explaining. Don't blame me, bosses and shopkeepers. Manager Ding Yu suddenly fell ill today and is now unconscious. I have to replace Manager Ding to meet you. Then, without waiting for them to speak, he immediately brought out the one-eyed monk next to him and introduced him to everyone. This is the guest invited by our Fu Xiu League. His name is Feng Sha. I'm sure you have all heard of this gentleman. Feng Sha? Could it be the younger brother of Yun Feng Xuansha Feng Sha? Tianhao was the first to react and his face changed. The one-eyed monk raised his head proudly and sat in the main seat. It's me. You are not robbers. Hey, what robbery or not, I am now the guest elder of Fu Xiu League. You can call me Elder Feng. I like this name. Feng Sha interrupted Tianhao and spoke to himself. Tianhao and the others looked unhappy when they heard this, but they still suppressed it, their eyes full of fear. Yunfeng Xuangsha, a pair of robbery brothers who came here after hearing the news of the birth of the mine cave, the elder brother Yunsha and the younger brother Fengsha. They are quite famous in the market recently, of course not a good reputation. They have robbed many casual cultivators in recent days and committed great murders. The Qingzhou Market Law Enforcement Team has issued a wanted order, and there will be a high reward for killing these two. I didn't expect the Fu Xiu League to invite this person at the risk of great disapproval. Seeing that several people were shocked by Fengsha, Yu Qing was relieved, but he didn't dare to get carried away. He was just pretending to be powerful, so he couldn't really offend these people, Yu Qing said hurriedly. Everyone, I'm sure you all know that we summoned you here to attack the Wu Daorun, who has crossed the line recently. In the past, this Wu Daorun only sold first-grade low-grade talismans privately, but our Fu Xiu Alliance appreciates the difficulties of independent practitioners, so we did not pursue his responsibility. But recently, this person has gone too far. According to the information sent by our spies, this Wu Daorun has recently started to sell first-grade medium-grade talismans privately. Currently, the first-grade medium-grade talismans in the market are basically made by us, and now I believe your business has also been affected. So Manager Ding wanted to teach this person a lesson and set a rule for other independent practitioners, so he invited Senior Fengsha. Yu Qing said righteously, as if they were the victims and Wu Daorun was an unforgivable villain. When Tianhao and the others heard this, their eyes flashed and they looked at each other. They had naturally heard of the Wu Daorun. But to be honest, they really didn't take a first-level middle-grade talisman master seriously, and how much would it affect their business? But they also knew why the Fu Xiu League was making such a big fuss. Recently, the Fu Xiu League was in a mess. The leader Li Yu didn't care about things, and the independent cultivators outside were disobedient. They were anxious. They wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys to establish their authority, but they didn't dare to do too much because of the majesty of the Morong family. That's why they dragged them in to share the responsibility and risk. But killing an independent cultivator broke the rules of the Morong family, which was a loss no matter how you looked at it. They were all smart people. When they thought about the pros and cons of this matter, they wanted to refuse immediately. Whoever wanted to do this thankless task could do it. Several people exchanged glances with each other, and finally it was Tianhao who spoke. We don't have much grudges with this witch Taoist, and I heard that this person is a demon cultivator. We don't need to wade into this muddy water. Seeing that they refused without hesitation, Yu Qing was happy and continued. We understand your concerns, but according to reliable information, the ancestor of the Morong family has left the market. The Morong family is too busy to care about us now. And our Fu Xiu League will deal with this matter, and you just need to stand up for us afterwards. As for the fact that this person is a demon cultivator, it is nothing. At present, he has only killed 2 casual cultivators of the 2nd level of qi refining. Elder Feng is a cultivator of the 8th level of qi refining, and it is easy to deal with a witch Taoist. Feng Sha snorted in cooperation, and the spiritual pressure around him was released, shaking the surroundings. Yu Qing seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes turned, and he struck while the iron was hot and said to Tianhao, speaking of which, we have already found out the identity of the small casual cultivator who sells talismans for the witch Taoist, and he has some fate with fellow Taoist Tian. Tianhao was a little surprised when he heard this. What does this have to do with him? Oh, Taoist Yu, tell me about it. That cultivator used the pseudonym Luo Xiong, but his real name was Zhou Yang. Taoist Tian must be familiar with this name. He used to be a clerk in your store. Yu Qing said with a smile. He knew that this man cared most about his face. Once he said this, most of the things were settled. Tianhao narrowed his eyes and thought of the little errand boy who was ordered around by him in his store. He said, how dare this kid leave without saying goodbye? It turned out that he found a new employer. You dare to help outsiders cut off my source of income. Tianhao was furious. He felt betrayed, especially because he was tricked by the peasant he despised the most, which made him even more angry. He felt that other people looked at him with a teasing look, as if saying, the other party would rather run errands for others than stay in your small talisman hall. This witch Taoist has indeed crossed the line a bit. It's time to warn the casual cultivators. Tianhao had a blank expression on his face, but what he said made Yu Qing's face brighten. It's done. What do those people think? Yu Qing looked at the remaining talisman shop owners. Then let's do as you wish. The remaining talisman shop owners saw Tianhao take the lead in agreeing, and although they were a little reluctant, they still agreed. They were of the same blood and could not be afraid of the Fu Xiu alliance, but they were helpless when their allies surrendered first. Yu Qing saw that everyone agreed, and the big stone in his heart fell. Ding Yu had caused trouble and he still needed him to clean up his mess, but this was also an opportunity. If he had a good relationship with these people, he might not be unable to get promoted, and Ding Yu seemed to have suffered a severe blow to his soul and was still in a coma. It's better not to wake up. Yu Qing cursed in his heart, but he acted quickly. He clapped his hands. The door opened, and a group of beautiful singers and dancers walked in. The charming woman in the lead was naturally Yun Yangzi. She walked straight to the one-eyed strong man Fengsha, and called him master with a seductive look. Fengsha laughed loudly and was about to reach out to embrace Yun Yangzi. Suddenly he frowned and uttered a soft eh. The one eye on his face scanned the surroundings, but did not find any clues, so he could only suppress this suspicion. Somewhere on the street, a shadow of soul disappeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Ha! He is indeed a monk at the 8th level of qi refining. Even if he can't see, his spiritual sense is very sharp. Of course it was Lu Ming who had just spied on their conversation upstairs in Xuanxiang. In other words, it was his condensed clone. With its invisible and invisible characteristics, it is very convenient to inquire about information. But, are you aware of it at the 8th level of qi refining? Lu Ming groped his chin, thoughtfully. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and directly controlled the clone to return. But Lu Ming thought of the conversation between them and sneered. Against me? You've hit the wall. Zhou Yang said in the communication talisman that he noticed that someone was inquiring about him recently, and when he noticed, he discovered that it was someone from the Fu Xiu Alliance. Lu Ming doesn't want to give up on this good employee yet, and plans to understand the situation first. He asked Zhou Yang about several names that appeared in the Golden Book. When he got the answers he wanted, he immediately sent a clone to inquire about the information. I saw the owners and shopkeepers of several major talisman and seal shops gathered at Xuanxiang Tower tonight, plotting against him. To be precise, he was the wood master in his vest. Tianhao, Lai Jiwen, and Wang Yue are the owners of Xiao Fu Tang, Cheng Fu Shop, and Fu Zhuan Tang respectively. There are also some people whose names are the waiters in the shop or their subordinates. As for Yu Qing and Ling Feng, they also knew each other's identities from their conversations. They are the steward of the Fu Xiu Alliance and the one-eyed monk at the 8th level of qi refining. Fengsha's original name is Ling Feng, so his brother's name is Ling Yun. This name is not very auspicious. It seems that the names shown in the Golden Book will not change due to nicknames or Taoist names. Lu Ming was also thinking about how to deal with this group of people. The safest option is to rely on blood-grinding tactics, which are more than enough to deal with such a group of people. Just feeding a few people to the Divine Soul clone can make the clone improve several levels. But he feels that this is not a high return. I've been so exhausted from practicing all day long, why don't we make things bigger this time and attract more people's attention? Anyway, the worst thing to do is to give up the identity of Witch Taoist, which means Zhou Yang will suffer a lot. However, Lu Ming was still somewhat confident that such a steady person could make this somewhat risky decision. What's more, he learned that the foundation-building ancestor of the Morong family is no longer in King's Hufang City. He has a lot less worries, and now he can run away even if he is unable to defeat a 9th-level qi refining monk. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with light. After this incident is over, there may be many people who are afraid of him, but there will definitely be more people keeping an eye on him. By then, he will have a lot more food reserves, and maybe there will be no shortage of resources to reach the 9th level of qi refining. But you still can't be careless, you have to make arrangements carefully. Lu Ming took out the communication talisman, said a few words inside, and then quickly left the place. 2 days later, Zhou Yang finished selling the talismans and seals as usual and walked towards the small courtyard. He was not as leisurely as before, his steps were a little hurried and even a little panicked. Why don't you just sell a few more talisman seals? How many customers can I steal from you? That's all. Zhou Yang cursed in a low voice. But he also knew that he had gotten a little carried away recently. To put it simply, if you have too much money, it will float away. Since he took out the first-level mid-level talisman, he has become more popular among casual cultivators. In addition, the quality of his talismans is high and the prices are cheaper than those in shops. More casual cultivators come to him for consumption than before. He also lost his usual caution, and when he came to his senses, he was already being targeted by people from the Fuxiu Alliance. In desperation, he had no choice but to turn to the woodman, who was the only one who could help him solve his dilemma. Fortunately, the witch Taoist didn't give up on him, he just wanted him to do. Zhou Yang's heart was pounding when he thought that the woodmaster had ordered him to attract the attention of these people. I hope Senior Wu can be more trustworthy. Zhou Yang prayed in his heart that the person was already approaching his residence. But as soon as he arrived around the courtyard, he saw some sneaky people wandering in front of the door. It seems like these damn guys have already exposed their identities. Zhou Yang cursed secretly in his heart. But now he has no way out. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth, pretended not to notice the group of people following him, and walked towards the small courtyard on his own. Open and close the door in one go. He leaned behind the door to calm down his nervous mood and murmured in his mouth. Fortunately, these guys are worried about the city's law enforcement team and don't dare to do anything blatantly, but they might not do it at night. That makes sense. At this time, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Zhou Yang was so frightened that he looked around and saw no trace of the Taoist witch. Senior? Zhou Yang stammered. Well, there's no need to be nervous. The voice still echoes in my mind. Zhou Yang swallowed, feeling inexplicably shocked. It is normal for monks to be able to communicate with each other through spiritual consciousness, but this distance is limited by the strength of spiritual consciousness. The wizard was obviously not nearby, but he could still transmit messages to him, which was beyond the limit of his spiritual consciousness. Unless divine consciousness transmits the message. Could it be that the spiritual consciousness of our predecessors has transformed into divine consciousness? Doesn't that mean that the senior is at least at the 9th level of qi refining? Zhou Yang had complicated thoughts in his heart, but he still managed to calm down. In the market, if you don't leave the foundation building, you are the strongest cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining. If his guess is correct, he doesn't have to worry too much. Senior, what do you need me to do? Zhou Yang asked. You don't have to do anything. I will handle the things outside. Afterwards, you. In a restaurant not far from Zhou Yang's courtyard, Lu Ming sat in a box by the window. At this time, he had changed his appearance. Now he was an old man with a hooked nose and a gloomy look wearing linen gray clothes. This was the image of a witch Taoist he specially created for himself. At this time, Lu Ming retracted his gaze and had ended the conversation with Zhou Yang. He just used the clone to enter Zhou Yang's sea of consciousness and achieve the effect of telepathy. It must be said that after having a clone, he has taken a step further in pretending to be a ghost. You can see it from Zhou Yang's fooled look. After Lu Ming explained some things to Zhou Yang, he didn't pay attention to him anymore. Zhou Yang was just a lackey and no one cared about him. Zhou Yang's role was just bait, and he didn't need to do anything else. Lu Ming controlled his clone to arrive in the air above a small courtyard and observed from a distance. He saw Fengsha practicing cross-legged inside. It seemed that he would stay inside unless Lu Ming showed up. Lu Ming snorted coldly and retracted his clone to avoid alerting the enemy. He checked the area nearby, and only Fengsha, who was at the 8th level of qi refining, posed a threat to him. The others were just small fish responsible for stalking, and the highest was only at the 4th level of qi refining. Besides, I'm not in a hurry. I just want to make a big deal out of it. I'm not stubborn, he. Lu Ming laughed strangely, and with the image of this old man with a hooked nose, he looked particularly weird and eerie. Boom! There was a knock on the box door. Enter. Sir, here comes your fried silver-tailed fish. The door was pushed open, and a waiter entered the private room carrying a plate of wine and food. After placing the food and wine on the table, the servant stood aside, waiting for Lu Ming's instructions. Lu Ming threw a few spiritual crystals on the table and waved his hand, signaling for him to retreat. After getting the spiritual crystal, the boy went out happily. After sending the boy away, Lu Ming first posted a few breath-blocking talismans in the room. Then he arranged the fog array he brought. After doing all this, Lu Ming looked at the steaming fried silver-tailed fish on the table and couldn't help but click his tongue. It's delicious, but it's a pity that such a good spiritual food, Lu Ming said as he took out several jade bottles from the storage bag. Bo! Opening the cork, a pungent and unpleasant smell suddenly filled the room. Lu Ming glanced at a dark pill in the bottle with some disgust. This was the spiritual poison he got from Yang Hong. I really paid too much. Pour out the elixir, crush it into powder, and sprinkle it on the silver-tailed abyss fish, which immediately makes a sizzling corrosive sound. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched when he saw it. If he hadn't tried it before and was sure that refining the poison pill could transfer the negative effects, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Damn it, let's fight. Open the golden book and select Ling Feng. Lu Ming picked up a piece of fried fish and threw it into his mouth, chewing it loudly. At the same time, the blood-burning secret technique and the spirit-swallowing blood demon technique were activated to start refining. Ugh, there can't be shit in here. Even if the negative effects could be diverted, the taste in his mouth still made Lu Ming physically uncomfortable. If he hadn't wanted to wear down Ling Feng, an 8th-level qi refining warrior, in a short period of time, he wouldn't have tortured himself like this. Not enough. The 3 Yin fires are burning. Yin Lotus, Sun, and Mother Twins suck. Lu Ming could detect a surge of soul power coming from the void and pouring into his sea of consciousness. The cultivation level of the original body and the clone began to increase slowly. Essence, energy, and spirit are consumed at the same time. Let's see how much fighting power you have left tonight. Lu Ming looked out the window with a faint look. I'm waiting for skills, you're waiting for death. Not far away, in the small courtyard. Ling Feng was quietly adjusting his breath, waiting for nightfall. He didn't know when the wizard would come, and he was not in a hurry. Ling Feng estimated that the opponent was a monk in the middle stage of qi refining. Otherwise, he would not have dealt with only 2 young monks in the early stage of qi refining after so long. In his opinion, this task is within reach, and after completing this business, he will be able to obtain the elixir. This group of courageous guys from Fuxiu League can achieve great things if they worry about this and that. Ling Feng sneered inwardly. Suddenly, Ling Feng, who was practicing, first turned red, and then his body twitched violently. A stream of blood slowly spilled from the corner of his mouth. Poison. Ling Feng looked shocked. When did he get hit? He quickly took out a bottle of detoxifying pills and swallowed a few pills. Before he could relax, his expression stiffened again. The mana, soul power, and energy and blood in his body seemed to have been swallowed by an unknown entity, and his breath suddenly weakened. Ling Feng's expression changed drastically, and he used his magic power to suppress it with his 8th-level qi refining skills. Something weird. Having been walking on the edge of a knife all year round, living a life of licking blood from the edge of the knife, Ling Feng quickly realized that someone was dealing with him. His face was extremely gloomy, and he knew who did this without even thinking. Which Taoist? He didn't expect the wizard's methods to be so weird. The intelligence is wrong. This is a hard problem. I can't stay here for a long time. I have to leave first. A gentleman does not stand behind a dangerous wall. Since he takes the lead, there is a high probability that the Taoist witch will be nearby. If you stay here, you can only become a living target. Stay away from the edge for now, and then come back after you recover. Ling Feng's eyes showed a fierce look, and Taoist Wu secretly made a move. He must not be able to match his strength in terms of strength. As long as you catch him, you will kill him. However, as soon as he stood up, a feeling of powerlessness came over him, and he stumbled to the ground. Before he could get up, severe pain began to hit his body, as if his soul was being ignited. Ling Feng was indeed a ruthless person. He endured the severe pain and managed not to cry out. He was trembling all over and took out the elixir from the storage bag with trembling fingers. His eyes were going dark, and he couldn't see clearly what pills there were, so he opened them and poured them into his mouth. Later, he even chewed the jade bottle and swallowed it alive. Then he activated a pure heart jade talisman to suppress his inner restlessness, and began to sit cross-legged and regulate his breathing. Since he couldn't leave, he wouldn't leave. He didn't believe that Taoist Wu's method could last long. As long as he waits for him to recover, he will catch the witch Taoist and torture him slowly, making him suffer thousands of times more pain. Time passes slowly. The sun sets in the west and the moon hangs high in the sky. The sky was dark at this time, and the cool moonlight shone through the treetops in the courtyard. There was no other sound in the quiet courtyard except for the faint chirping of insects. In the small courtyard, Ling Feng sat cross-legged. The flow of his essence, energy, and spirit had been going on for 2 hours. Instead of stopping, he was getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, how come it lasts so long? Ling Feng was roaring in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on like this for long. Just when he was about to swallow the pill again. A dozen feet behind Ling Feng, a cold light quietly emerged from the darkness and shot towards his back silently. Xing Feng Blade. Ling Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, and his bloodshot eyes were full of ferocity. He raised his hand and blasted out a palm, and a large palm of fire instantly dispersed the wind blade. Ling Feng looked up and saw that an old man with a hooked nose had stood in the air in the courtyard. The old man was standing on a black leather gourd and staring at him with a cold face. However, when Ling Feng noticed the old man's aura, he was only at the 6th level of qi refining, and he grinned. You dare to show up? You are really looking for death. As long as he killed the person in front of him, the strange phenomenon on his body would disappear. However, the next second, a strong bloody demonic aura was seen rising from the old man. Scarlet blood mist began to spread around the old man, mixed with faint green flames. Even though Ling Feng had experienced countless battles, he couldn't help but shudder at this moment. He only felt that the person in front of him was strange and gloomy. And he didn't know how many people he had killed to form the evil spirit on his body. This is not a demon cultivator, but a demon. However, it was not over yet. The old man's momentum began to rise. He passed the middle stage of qi refining and reached the late stage of qi refining. It was still growing rapidly. Qi refining level 7. Qi refining level 8. In the blink of an eye, it was already qi refining level 8, and the two were already at the same level. And this breath had not stopped yet. Crack! Qi refining level 9. Ling Feng's eyes widened, and he felt creepy. Lu Ming chewed the blood rage pill, feeling the surging power in his body, and his face showed a look of enjoyment. He now had full buffs, and it was time to end the battle. There was no time for Ling Feng to think. Lu Ming pulled his hands forward, and a blood-red crescent-shaped scimitar emerged. Cut! The blade cut through the air with a sharp hissing sound, and rushed straight to Ling Feng. Ling Feng endured his physical weakness and quickly pinched out a spell to put a layer of protective light shield on himself. However, his energy and spirit were exhausted at this time, and there was a gap in strength. When the blood knife chopped down, the thin light shield was broken in an instant. Ling Feng screamed and flew backwards. A knife mark was deeply revealed on the chest of a magic weapon inner armor on his body. The inner armor was dim and almost broken. Ling Feng swallowed the blood foam in his mouth and was about to get up. But he saw a black thunder hand in the void began to condense, and the green ghost flame also merged into it. Thunder and fire are the main killer. Enlei ghost flames fell immediately, and thunder and fire gathered into a force, thunder rolled, and ghost flames surged. Ling Feng activated the spell with difficulty, and saw flames rising from his body. With a flash of fiery red light, he was about to use the escape method to dodge. Seeing this, Lu Ming snorted coldly, and saw him roll up his hands, and a stack of talismans appeared in his hands. With the injection of magic power, the talismans spread out instantly, turning the small courtyard into a swamp on the ground. At the same time, a large amount of soil began to rise, forming a mud cage with a range of 10 feet around Ling Feng. The thorn talisman turned into dozens of thick thorns and grew out, wrapping Ling Feng in it. The talisman is mainly for trapping. Ling Feng looked terrified. This witch Taoist's methods are simply endless. He was firmly trapped by the soil and thorns under him, and his escape method was interrupted. He saw that the dark green thunder palm was about to fall. Ling Feng could only barely sacrifice a bell-shaped magic weapon, and suddenly golden light flashed, and a small bell phantom covered him, trying to resist the thunder and fire splashing around. The palm fell. Boom! The power of the thunder and fire was beyond Ling Feng's imagination, and the duration was even stronger. In a moment, the courtyard area was turned into a zone of thunder and fire. Ling Feng, who was in the center of the thunder and fire, was like a small boat on the sea. His spirit was rapidly depleted, and his magic power was exhausted. He could no longer maintain the magic weapon, and the shadow of the golden bell suddenly collapsed. Ah! The thunder and fire, which could no longer be blocked by the weapon, pressed down and raged fiercely on Ling Feng's body, and screams suddenly rang out. When the thunder and fire retreated, Ling Feng on the ground was extremely miserable, with flesh and blood torn and skin torn. Fortunately, the giant palm of thunder and fire also broke the earth, stone, and vines that bound him. Ling Feng wanted to take the opportunity to rush out of the courtyard, but Lu Ming did not give him a chance. The black leather gourd under his feet suddenly sprayed out a thick black mist, which quickly enveloped Ling Feng's body. A hissing sound rang out. The flesh and blood began to be worn away by the black evil, and in a moment Ling Feng was already a bloody mess. You are not qualified to kill me. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. Sacrifice the 5 internal organs to the spirit. Ling Feng, who was surrounded by the black evil, had a flash of blood on his body, and his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys turned into phantoms of internal organs, covering him with a layer of hazy blood. The 5 kinds of spirits intertwined in the 5 internal organs, resisting the invasion of the black evil. At the same time, blood mist began to permeate his body, and his magic power surged, also raising his own strength to the 9th level of qi refining. Ling Feng opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the black evil spirit was immediately corroded by most of it. Then Ling Feng slapped his storage bag, and a 3-foot Qingfeng magic sword turned into a streak of silk to cut through the remaining black evil, and the remaining sword energy remained sharp, and slashed Lu Ming away. Burning blood escape technique. A flash of blood flashed around Lu Ming, but the magic sword was chasing him closely behind. Control. The jade scale shield appeared in front of Lu Ming. However, the jade scale shield, which should have been of the color of Qingling, was now surrounded by black light and exuded a chill. Lu Ming was also helpless. He practiced the art of refining instruments, but the instruments refined by the 3-een Ghostfire were also evil. The jade scale shield became like this after he repaired it. But he had no time to think about it at this time. The magic power poured into it, and the spell in his hand changed. The jade scale shield turned into a 3-foot-long black giant shield. Clang sparks flew everywhere. Black light rippled on the giant shield, but it successfully blocked the attack of the magic sword. Ling Feng saw that his attack did not work, so he was about to summon the magic sword to cut again. But Lu Ming did not give him another chance. Lu Ming was not surprised that Ling Feng used the secret method to forcibly raise his cultivation. This kind of robbery cultivator is not short of the secret art of risking his life. But so what? At this time, his magic skills were running, and all the negative effects were borne by Ling Feng. To be honest, it was beyond Lu Ming's expectation that he could hold on until now. But how long can he hold on? What Lu Ming wanted today was to make a name for himself and let the Wu Daoren alias be famous in King's Hufang City. Otherwise, there was no need to do it himself, just slowly grind Feng Sha to death. But time cannot be delayed for too long, and now many cultivators have gathered outside. If it is delayed any longer, Lu Ming is worried that the law enforcement team will come. Without hesitation, Lu Ming slapped the storage bag. Dozens of talismans flew out of it and began to rotate around Lu Ming. Dengjin Sword Talisman, Yanbao Talisman, Water Arrow Talisman, Rock Falling Talisman, Wood Thorn Talisman. The power of the 5 elements lingered and turned into a 5-color light wheel, suppressing Ling Feng. At the same time, he increased the operation of the magic skills. He was like a huge mouth of the abyss, greedily devouring all of Ling Feng's vitality. No! Ling Feng was desperate at this time. He felt the vitality quickly slipping away, and he was panicked, but he had nowhere to exert his strength. He couldn't use many methods, his magic power was stagnant, and his spiritual awareness was dim. It was difficult to use both magic tools and spells. A trace of madness flashed in Ling Feng's eyes. This witch Taoist didn't intend to leave him a way out. I want you to be buried with me. Ling Feng shouted with a ferocious face. He took out a black ball, Z, which was his last resort. But before he could activate it, he heard the sound of a porcelain bottle breaking under his feet. Suddenly, colorful mist bloomed and enveloped Ling Feng. Zizi, the moment the poison spread, Ling Feng realized that something was wrong. Poisonous. Despicable. Ling Feng hated it very much. He didn't expect the witch Taoist to use such a despicable method. In a hurry, he could only support the magic shield and hold his breath at the same time, but he still accidentally inhaled a few wisps of poisonous smoke. I suddenly felt dizzy, and the shield supported by the magic power began to be unstable, and the spiritual light flickered. However, the mana injected into the Z in his hand did not stop. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance and he glared at Ling Feng. In an instant, Ling Feng felt a chill all over his body and a sharp pain in his soul. Spiritual attack. The only answer he got was a blood-red crescent scimitar that broke through the air. The blood-red blade flashed, the magic shield shattered, and Ling Feng's right hand holding the Z was also cut off. The next moment, the talisman attack arrived. Boom boom boom. Under the bombardment of the talisman, Ling Feng's body exploded and blood splashed. Only a head was left and fell heavily on the ground. The luster in the single eye began to dissipate, and he died with his eyes open. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. I'm still a little too confident. The combat power of Ling Feng, who was at the 8th level of qi refining, was a little beyond Lu Ming's expectations. But the ending is always good. Without further delay, Lu Ming quickly cleaned up the battlefield. At the same time, outside the courtyard. Who is fighting? Such a strong demonic aura. This demon cultivator dared to fight in the market. How daring! Such a terrifying evil aura. How many people have they killed? And this aura, the aura is actually the 9th level of qi refining. This Wu Dao Ren's strength is a bit beyond our imagination. Hurry up and notify him back. Who dares to mess with him at the 9th level of qi refining? Now we can only pray that Senior Fengsha can deal with Wu Daoren. Why is there no movement? Is the fight over? If this Wu Daoren survives, we will all have no peace of mind. In the alleys around, whether it is the cultivators involved in this incident or the spectators, they were shocked and horrified when they saw this battle. Any attack from there could beat them to pieces. Just as everyone was talking about it. Boom! I saw a black round object in the courtyard wall being thrown out of the courtyard and hitting in front of the crowd. Everyone looked at it, and their faces suddenly changed. Feng. Senior Fengsha was killed. Damn it, how could that Taoist Wu be so strong? What should we do? Run away. Run away, go back and ask the host for protection. Wait, what is that? Seeing this result, the monks involved were scared to death and wanted to escape. At this time, a sharp-eyed monk pointed at the air and exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw a demon shadow standing in the air with a black gourd. The demon shadow stared at the bottom indifferently, and then slowly stretched out his right hand. As the demon shadow moved, a blood mist began to spread, and finally gathered in the demon shadow's hand. Finally, a bloody heart condensed in his hand. Boom! Boom! The heart was beating continuously, dripping scarlet blood. At this time, some monks present suddenly felt a sense of impending disaster. What are you going to do? You don't want to kill us all, do you? No, the law enforcement team is coming soon, don't be afraid. However, they were destined to be disappointed, as the demon's shadow shook his hand violently. Bang! The heart in his hand suddenly shattered. At this moment, some monks present showed pain on their faces. A sharp pain came from the body, and an extreme sense of weakness emerged. The blood and qi in the body were absorbed and swallowed by a non-existent hole. The skin began to wrinkle, the body was withering, the soul was burning, and the sea of consciousness was broken. Despair began to permeate the scene. Some people wanted to beg for mercy, but they were no longer able to speak. Under the horrified gaze of the other monks. Those monks seemed to have been drained of blood, and eventually turned into a dried corpse, with no vitality. After doing all this, the demon's shadow drove the black gourd away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Senior Wu's strength, so scary. In the crowd, Zhou Yang was shocked by the scene, but he was not as frightened as others. Instead, he was filled with infinite ecstasy. He knew that Wu Daoren was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. But he didn't stay any longer. Wu Daoren had told him before that after the fight started, he should leave here and change his identity to enter the market. He was also worried about accidents in the fight, so he didn't leave. At this time, the matter was over, and he didn't dare to stay here anymore. Not long after Zhou Yan left, the law enforcement team of the market arrived late. The law enforcement team was led by a young female cultivator. After she arrived, she frowned and looked at the scene. At this time, there were several mummies lying on the streets of the market, and the surrounding cultivators were hiding far away. All of them were pale, as if they were scared. "Miss, that should be the scene of the fight." At this time, a middle-aged cultivator beside her reminded her and pointed to a courtyard not far away. "There is still a strong bloody evil spirit there, which is very conspicuous. When I came to the courtyard, I saw a mess. The ground collapsed, the houses collapsed, and the spiritual grass and trees withered. It was like it had been plowed back and forth several times, and it was no longer possible to see its original appearance. The field was like a humph. How dare he ignore the rules of our Morong family? This demon cultivator is so bold." The female cultivator frowned slightly, and an unhappy voice came out of her mouth. "Uncle Chen blames you. If you hadn't stopped us and arrived earlier, how could the demon cultivator escape?" Then she looked at the silent middle-aged man on the side and scolded him. Chen Gon was a little helpless and honestly took the scolding. The battle of the 9th level of qi refining, is this something they can participate in? If something goes wrong, they will all be defeated here. The female cultivator in front of her is Morong Yu, the third daughter of the Morong family. She has been protected too well by her family since she was a child and has never experienced anything. If she also gets involved, they will be blamed for their death. Lu Ming flew the gourd for a distance and then found a deserted place to land. He quickly changed his clothes, restrained his breath, and quietly returned to his residence. "This time, I killed a cultivator of the 8th level of qi refining. I'm sure the name of Wu Daoren will spread soon." Lu Ming sat on a stone chair in the courtyard and said with emotion with a smile. He was a fishing enforcement, and his behavior was a bit bad, which was a forced trouble. It was expected that some forces and cultivators would be afraid. But Lu Ming had done it, so he didn't want to consider right and wrong. But don't do this kind of thing in the future. There's no need to put yourself in danger, even if you were sure of it. He guessed that he had been practicing for too long and was a little bit frustrated. Looking back now, he still felt a little scared, especially when Ling Feng took out the Yin Lei Zi at the end. If he hadn't used the spirit poison and the distraction to attack the Sea of Consciousness at the end, forcibly interrupting Ling Feng from using the Yin Lei Zi, the consequences would not be life-threatening, but at least he would be injured. We agreed that the high level would fight the low level. Why do you always fight against the higher level? Lu Ming thought about it and decided to reflect on himself. In the future, if you can kill the monks on the list with the golden book, you should kill them with the golden book, and don't put yourself in danger again. If you really can't hold back and want to fight, just pick a few soft persimmons, or the kind with low blood. After reflecting for a while, Lu Ming began to review today's battle. Relying on the blood-burning secret technique, the soul-swallowing blood magic skill, the 3-yin ghost fire and the blood-blasting pill, he forcibly raised his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refining. By poisoning and transferring the side effects to one person, he managed to fight a nearly crushing battle. Ling Feng was the strongest opponent he had ever seen in actual combat, and he could hold on for so long despite so many debuffs. If he had been too arrogant today and had not suppressed his combat power in advance, he might not have been able to defeat him so quickly in terms of hard power. It would not be good for me to fight a protracted war. It's time to count the spoils. He spent some time untying the storage bag and took out Ling Feng's 2 magic weapons. A bell-shaped magic weapon and a magic sword. After a fight, the 2 magic weapons were not damaged, mainly because Ling Feng did not have the extra energy to control them. Lu Ming probed into his spiritual consciousness and found that both magic weapons were first-grade top grade, not much worse than the black skin gourd. Especially the defensive magic weapon. If Ling Feng had not been exhausted, he would not have been so embarrassed to withstand the fusion spell of the Yin Thunderpalm and the 3-yin Ghost Fire. As for this magic sword, this magic weapon is 2 feet and 3 inches long, blood-colored, with delicate scale patterns on the surface, dragon claws on the hilt, and the blade exudes a sharp aura. Lu Ming always felt that this was not a complete magic weapon, because it was a single-edged sword, and it would be more appropriate to call it a magic knife. Could it be that the other half was on his brother? He did not go into detail, as Lu Ming was not very interested in sword-like magic weapons. He poured the contents on the stone table, and there were not many things inside. There were several scrolls and jade slips, several bottles of elixirs, and 100 spirit stones. Lu Ming looked at the scrolls and jade slips with a fiery gaze, and he was very jealous of Ling Feng's sudden burst of magic. You have to know that Ling Feng's strength had been weakened, and later he was beaten like that, but he could still rely on secret methods to forcibly upgrade to the 9th level of qi refining. The scrolls and jade slips were placed in front of Lu Ming one by one, covering the cultivation methods, secret techniques, and methods of magic weapon sacrifice. The 5 internal organs demon refining true skill, blood demon refining soul sutra, blood dragon sword sacrifice refining method, sunflower water heart method, 5 elements true essence sutra, wile. The first one is the magic skill. Among them, the 5 internal organs demon refining true skill and blood demon refining soul sutra are the most favored by Lu Ming. The 5 internal organs demon refining true skill is similar to the blood burning secret art, but more domineering. The 5 internal organs of the cultivator are required as sacrifices, and the 5 internal organs correspond to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. After the sacrifice, the 5 internal organs in the body store energy, which can accommodate up to 36 cultivators. When necessary, all the power can be released to fight the enemy. Ling Feng probably hasn't sacrificed much yet, otherwise if he sacrificed 36 cultivators, I really can't imagine what the consequences will be. After reading the introduction of the 5 internal organs demon refining true skill, Lu Ming looked solemn. There are countless strange skills in the world of immortal cultivation, who knows what others have practiced. You may be lucky once, but you may not be lucky twice or 3 times. Luck will not always be on your side. If it is still like today, you may also capsize in the gutter. But I have to practice this method. Lu Ming looked at the 5 internal organs demon refining true art with a burning gaze. This method is beyond the scope, although there are many disadvantages. First of all, it is a common problem of magic skills, which will cause the magic power to be mixed and even pollute the 5 internal organs. Secondly, storing too much power will put too much pressure on the internal organs, and one burst will basically take away half of your life. However, from the upper limit alone, it is much stronger than the blood-burning secret art, but the lower limit is also very low. It is not as direct as the blood-burning secret art to sacrifice 1 or 2 cultivators. Lu Ming directly ignored the disadvantages. Is this a big problem for him? Lu Ming was even more delighted by the other blood demon soul refining sutra. This is a soul-searching secret art. It is a very orthodox magic cultivation method, which absorbs the soul of the cultivator and seizes his memory. However, the cultivators whose souls were searched by the blood demon soul refining sutra basically ended up with their souls scattered. Moreover, this is also a soul attack method. As long as you are not afraid of damaging the soul, you can forcibly wipe out the opponent's soul. The disadvantage is also obvious, that is, it cannot be used on cultivators whose realm is not much higher than yours. Secondly, too much soul searching will inevitably lead to the influence of the cultivator's residual thoughts and resentment, causing the caster's mind to be damaged. It has a great impact on future cultivation and even breaking through the realm, and it is extremely easy to go astray. This should not be so useful to me, right? Unless there is a special situation and you are not facing the enemy directly, you generally don't have the opportunity to use it. However, it is also a means, you cannot use it, but you must learn it. The remaining spells are not suitable. Let's find an opportunity to sell them. Lu Ming looked at the subsequent exercises and spells. Except for the blood dragon sword sacrifice and refining method, it is basically useless. The blood dragon sword sacrifice and refining method is just a method of refining the blood-colored magic sword. This is a magic sword that needs monk's essence and blood to feed and grow. But he has been trained by Ling Feng for a long time, and he, a third party, cannot get in. Now that Ling Feng is dead, the growth of the magic sword will be stopped. Unless you sacrifice yourself. Forget it, although it can transfer the side effects, it's too troublesome. It has to be cultivated from the sword embryo, and it will take an unknown amount of time to develop it into a magic weapon. Lu Ming shook his head and decided to give up this idea. He felt that with his growth rate, there would be no shortage of magic weapons or even spiritual weapons to use in the future. And this blood dragon sword is, as I guessed, a pair of combined magic weapons. The other half is probably with Ling Feng's brother. Putting down the jade slips, Lu Ming counted the spiritual stones and elixirs. There are about 300 pieces of spiritual stone, and the elixirs are all used in the later stages of qi refining. Ling Feng didn't consume much, so it's just right for me. Ha! Lu Ming took out a jade box. After opening it, I saw a clear white jade elixir in the jade box. There are 3 lines of elixir flowing on the elixir. In just a moment, the room is filled with the quiet fragrance of elixir. Just a wisp of elixir fragrance can make people feel refreshed. What kind of elixir is this? Lu Ming had never seen it before and was a little confused. but it looks like it should be a good thing. Keep it for now and learn more about it later when you have a chance. After counting, there was still a lot that could be used, and Lu Ming was not dissatisfied with anything. Moreover, he now has too many spiritual stones, and now he has more than 2,000 spiritual stones. You have to find an opportunity to use the spirit stones. No matter how much you have, it's just a bunch of numbers. Lu Ming is now so luxurious that he uses spirit stones to practice. King's Hufang City is still too small, and there is little chance for him to use the spirit stones to turn into strength. And consuming too much at once is too noticeable. Lu Ming began to consider moving to another place to practice. King's Hufang City was too small, so small that a person in the late stage of qi refining could make waves. Although he has traveled through time for less than a year and knows few people, the relationship between his predecessor and his cheap father here is deeply intertwined. My strength has improved so fast that it is difficult to explain unless I keep hiding it. If it comes time to build the foundation in the future, it will definitely not be able to hide it, and the noise will be too loud at that time. Although he has a golden book, he can detect malicious intentions and kill enemies silently. But trouble can be avoided or avoided. As for where to go, Lu Ming had already made a decision in his mind. Having seized so many storage bags, Lu Ming had already learned about his location from some of the jade slips that recorded geography and humanities. He is now in a land called the Southern Wilderness Territory, which is divided among the 4 golden elixir forces. They are Qingxian Immortal Sect, Ji Family of Immortal Cultivation Dynasty, Yunlei Pavilion, and Tianqing Immortal City. These 4 places are the 4 strongest golden elixir forces in the Southern Wilderness region. As for what is outside the Southern Wilderness Territory, Lu Ming does not know, and there are few relevant records. And what he wants to go to is Tianqing Immortal City, which is a force established by casual cultivators. He has too many secrets and is not suitable to join a big force, but this Tianqing Fairy City is the only one suitable for him. As we all know, casual cultivators have always been at the bottom of the immortal world. It can be said that it is extremely difficult to survive in the cracks. But only the Tianqing Immortal City in the southern wasteland is different, because this place is very special and is sandwiched between the Qingxian Immortal Sect and the Immortal Dynasty Ji family. The original Tianqing Immortal City was located in an inconspicuous place. Its spiritual energy was thin and no sect or dynasty took notice of it. Later, somehow, the spiritual energy gradually recovered, and one of the restored third-level spiritual veins was occupied by a foundation-building casual cultivator, and he was promoted to Jindan Jinren. Promised to be grateful for the good fortune of this place, this Jindan cultivator calls himself Tianqing Jinren. Then they began to form a force and began to slowly accommodate the scattered cultivators from all over the world. Over time, a gathering place for casual cultivators quickly formed here. Many casual cultivators gathered here to buy and sell cultivation items and exchange cultivation experiences. Finally, he unified all the nearby scattered cultivators and built a city of cultivating immortals, which is now the Tianqing Immortal City. When the major golden elixir forces reacted, the Tianqing Master had already condensed the golden elixir and became the golden elixir master. But the matter has come to this, and several major Jindan forces have no choice but to do anything to the Tianqing Immortal City where the Jindan Master is sitting. The reason why Lu Ming wants to go is also very simple. Even if the Tianqing Immortal City is not full of foundations, the qi refining perfection is not as good as a dog. But that is much better than King's Hufang City, which has only one foundation building monk. If you go over there and break through the foundation building, you won't attract too much attention. And with such a large amount of spiritual stones stored in his body, he should have somewhere to spend them. The most important thing is that it is easy to enjoy the shade under the big trees. A city with Jindan Jinren in charge is always much safer. Now that King's Hufang City is crumbling, the Morong family doesn't know what they are doing. Even a demon cultivator like him dares to fight wantonly in the market, let alone some real demon cultivators. But Tianqing Fairy City is thousands of miles away from King's Hufang City, and we need to cross the Yunwu Mountains. With my little strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to go very far. Lu Ming thought for a while and decided not to leave in a hurry, but to improve his strength first. There is a big difference between being promoted to the 9th level of qi refining by relying on secret methods and elixirs, and starting from the 9th level of qi refining and then opening the secret method. Wait until you have enough strength and foundation before setting off. After sorting out the loot, Lu Ming put all the items on the table into the storage bag. He came to the training room and sent a message to Zhou Yang first, asking him to keep a low profile for the time being. However, the talisman seals had to be sold. Since he was determined to go to Tianqing Fairy City, he must prepare enough spiritual stones. After the summons, Lu Ming had time to open the golden book and check it. Let any of my fellow Taoists from Kong Kong enter the elegant seat. Lu Ming's eyes were deep, staring at the golden book in front of him. Because people showed up before, pretending to be asterisk, to get rid of a lot of trash fish, so there weren't that many people on them, but they were all high-quality goods. Lu Ming only looked at the monks who were in the late stage of qi refining. In addition to the old guys from the past, there are also several futon owners who were listed on the list a few days ago. But now there are nearly 10 more: Ling Yun, Shen Xian, Morong Yu, Morong Haoren, Morong, your damn name is Ling Yun. Lu Ming was speechless. The Morong family is also on the list, Lu Ming sighed. In terms of right and wrong, it was actually his provocation that came first. The other party's position was here, and it was normal for him to be malicious towards him. But Lu Ming would not let the resources on the list go unused. I am very principled, but I have no principles. As for the other people, Lu Ming doesn't know or know them, so I'll ask them when I have time. At least none of the monks currently listed in the Golden Book will naturally be removed from the list unless they die. I don't know if it's not allowed or if those people's malicious intentions have never dissipated. And if I don't mess with you even though you're here, wouldn't it make me feel uncomfortable? Lu Ming originally had obsessive-compulsive disorder. Let me operate on you first. Lu Ming looked at Ling Yun, Yu Qing, Tian Hao, Lai Jiwen, and Wang Yue. These guys were the ones who proposed to deal with him, and they were the ones with the deepest hatred. But other people may be shocked by my methods last night, but this Ling Yun is the one who wants to kill his brother. I will kill you first. Ling Feng is dead, and his brother will be punished on his behalf. Without thinking any more, Lu Ming took out the 5 internal organ demon refining skills and began to meditate. In a wine shop in King's Hufang City, Ling Yun, wearing a black robe, sat at a wine table. He stared at a jade pendant in his hand with a gloomy look. A crack suddenly appeared on the flawless jade pendant. There seemed to be scarlet blood seeping from it, staining the white jade at the edge of the crack with a layer of red. Ling Yun's eyes were cold, staring at the jade pendant. This was a concentric jade. He and his brother each had one. If one of them died, the other jade pendant would have a crack. After hunting geese all day, he was eventually pecked by geese. Now his brother Ling Feng was probably dead. I didn't expect that a simple task of Fu Xiuming would cost a life. Ling Yun's heart was bleeding. He raised his brother Ling Feng by himself, like a brother and a father. The two of them ventured into the world of immortal cultivation together and experienced countless hardships and dangers. Although they were all doing the work of robbery cultivators, their hands were stained with the blood of many cultivators. But in Ling Yun's eyes, his brother is always the best, never a bad guy, but now, he's just a child. Ling Yun was extremely sad, and he vowed to avenge his brother. Wu Daoren. Squeezing out these words, Ling Yun wanted to eat this man alive. Ling Yun stood up and was about to walk out, his whole body boiling with murderous aura, and the surrounding drinkers looked back in shock. Where did this evil star come from? Everyone was wondering, and saw the black-robed man who was just boiling with murderous intent suddenly covered his stomach. In an extremely funny posture, he staggered and fell to the ground, his head hit the table, and the wine and food on the table covered his face. Poochie, a discordant laugh sounded, and everyone looked at the person who made the sound. The man waved his hand quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean it, I was thinking of something happy. Everyone smiled knowingly when they heard it. Isn't this a coincidence? Everyone is thinking of something happy. Ling Yun on the ground didn't care about his current miserable appearance, his expression was uncertain. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his 5 internal organs, as if someone was opening his heart to him. This is not an illusion. Ling Yun's face gradually changed. This is not an illusion, someone is really opening his heart to him. He looked inside himself to check the situation, and he could feel that his 5 internal organs were gradually not belonging to him. 5 internal organs demon refining true skill. Ling Yun felt why it was so familiar. Isn't this the method he and his brother practiced? How could it be? Until this moment, Ling Yun could no longer remain calm. Fear and panic gradually appeared on his face. He thought of the scene of countless cultivators who were hollowed out by the 2 brothers and died in pain. At that time, he didn't think it was a big deal. Those cultivators were cultivation resources in his and his brother's eyes. But now, when it happened to him, he was trembling with fear. What Ling Yun couldn't understand the most was that although this method needed to be practiced when the 5 internal organs were still alive, it also required the body to be cut open to take out the 5 internal organs. But now he was intact, but his 5 internal organs were melting, as if someone was sacrificing him alive. It must be Wu Daoren, he's here. Wu Daoren must have killed his brother and got this method. Now he wants to use this method to deal with him. Ling Yun looked around. The tavern was not big, and there were only a dozen cultivators in it, all looking at him with playful eyes. And he didn't find any cultivators who looked like Wu Daoren. But he didn't care to identify them at this time. His 5 internal organs were gradually losing vitality. Once they were completely sacrificed, even if he was a cultivator of the 9th level of qi refining, he would definitely not be able to survive. Since you are hiding, I will kill you until you come out. Ling Yun slapped the storage bag, and a blood-colored single-edged long sword was held in his hand. He looked at the cultivators present with a fierce look, grinning and revealing sharp teeth. Keep laughing. 3 hours later. In the core area of King's Hufang City, the land of the Morong family. Morong Yu, the 3rd daughter of the Morong family, walked into a hall with a gloomy face. In the hall, there were 2 more people. Sitting at the top was a middle-aged man with a dignified face and a deep aura, whose cultivation had reached the great perfection of qi refining. On the left chair, there was a handsome male cultivator in his 20s. Meet father, second brother. Morong Yu first bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man at the top, and then nodded to the male cultivator on the left chair. The leader was the current head of the Morong family, Morong Xiaoyao. His cultivation was only 1 step away from entering the foundation building stage, and he was one of the most likely cultivators in the Morong family to become a foundation building cultivator. The male cultivator at the bottom was Morong Yu's half-brother, Morong Haoren. Have you dealt with it? Morong Xiaoyao asked calmly. Please punish me, father. I failed to stop Yunsha. He escaped. Morong Yu looked frustrated. She had lived in a foundation building family since she was young. She had been well-dressed and well-fed, and had no shortage of cultivation resources. It was no exaggeration to say that she had everything she wanted. But in just one day, she witnessed the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation. First, the witch Taoist forcefully killed Fengsha, one of the Yunfeng twins, and then drained the blood of several cultivators in the street. Then, Yunsha, the elder brother of the Yunfeng twins, slaughtered low-level cultivators in the market. Do you know why Yunsha killed people? Morong Xiaoyao picked up the spiritual tea on the table, took a sip and asked. According to other cultivators, Yunsha's magic power seems to be out of control, and he kills anyone he sees, and then takes away the internal organs of the killed cultivator. However, Yunsha kept repeating the name of Wu Daoren. I guess he killed the cultivators to vent his anger because of his brother's death and the invasion of the inner demon. Morong Yu said his guess. It's this Wu Daoren again, who ignored the rules of my Morong family not long ago. Not only did he fight in the market, he also sucked the blood of several cultivators and turned them into mummies. Now he is involved with Yunsha again, causing unrest in the market. I think he doesn't take our Morong family seriously at all. The lower Morong Haoren rebuked with an unhappy look, and then stood up and saluted Morong Xiaoyao. Father, that Taoist witch is worse than Yunsha. Sucking people's blood is a demonic act. I beg father to order a warrant to hunt down Taoist witch. There are more and more demons and monsters recently. Morong Xiaoyao shook his head. He didn't care about the death of those casual cultivators, and ignored Morong Haoren's proposal. Hasn't the matter of Taoist witch been investigated? The guys from Fu Xiu League and Xiao Fu Tang caused trouble, let them solve it themselves. Also, make up for the recent losses of the market from them. Morong Xiaoyao said. Morong Yu was a little unwilling to hear this, and she said hurriedly. Father, Taoist witch is a vengeful character. He may continue to attack Yu Qing, Tianhao and others. If they die, who will pay for the offerings of our Morong family? Morong Xiaoyao's expression became more serious after hearing this. He thought for a long time before speaking. Send someone to watch first and see if you can catch the trace of Wu Daoren, but don't act rashly. That kind of method of sucking people's essence and blood from a distance is too weird. If possible, try not to provoke it. Morong Xiaoyao has never seen Wu Daoren take action, but he has never heard of any demon cultivator with such a method. It is too unconventional and evil, which makes people feel afraid. If the ancestor is here, it will be fine. Morong Xiaoyao thought to himself. It's not that he doesn't want to deal with Wu Daoren, but he is powerless now. Recently, too many cultivators have poured into the market, and the situation has gradually become chaotic. The management is already a bit stretched, and it is not appropriate to make more enemies. Only when the ancestor Morong returns can we have the strength to suppress and settle all the scoundrels. But now we can only retreat temporarily. Just catch that Zhou Yang, isn't Wu Daoren making trouble because of him? Morong Haoren felt that he had a good idea and spoke quickly. But what greeted him was the idiot look from his father and sister. When investigating Wu Daoren, they found out Zhou Yang's background. Zhou Yang was just a low-level cultivator in a shanty town in the southern district. He lived a little better after following Wu Daoren. They didn't think that catching Zhou Yang would threaten Wu Daoren. He was just doing odd jobs for Wu Daoren. If they did so, not only would the other party abandon Zhou Yang immediately, but they would also really provoke him. With his perverse and cruel personality, he would definitely take revenge on the Morong family. The ancestor is not here now, so we should be more conservative, but the dignity of the Morong family cannot be lost. Let's add a reward to the wanted list for Yun Sha. Yes, father. A trace of disappointment flashed in Morong Yu's eyes, but he still agreed. In a private room of a restaurant in King's Hufang City, Tianhao, Yu Qing and other Fuzhuan shop owners gathered together. Have you all received instructions from the Morong family? Tianhao spoke in a deep voice. Humph, the Morong family is really getting better and better. The Taoist witches are so unscrupulous. They actually didn't do anything. Instead, they let us handle it. Lai Jiwen, the owner of Qingfu store, snorted dissatisfiedly. Damn it, even Feng Sha fell into his hands. If we had known he was so strong, how could we have dared to do anything wrong? King Yue of Fuzhuan Hall had a look of fear in his eyes, and his whole body was shaking when he thought of the information he had obtained. The Taoist Wu not only suppressed Feng Sha, but also accurately found the men they sent out. None of the secret agents they sent out came back. What frightened him the most was that, except for a few of them here, the other monks involved in the matter died strangely one by one, and were all turned into mummies when they were found. Now there are only a few of them left. It seems that the witches and Taoists deliberately kept them to tease them. What's the use of talking about this now? Let's discuss how to solve it. Tianhao tapped his finger on the table and reminded. Solve it? How to solve it? If you, a fat guy like you, hadn't agreed, we wouldn't have gone through this muddy water. Wang Yue was already on the verge of a mental breakdown, and when he heard this, he suddenly became angry. Tianhao's face suddenly darkened when Wang Yue pointed at his nose and scolded him. Everyone has the same status, and no one is nobler than anyone else. But when he thought that he was the first to agree to this matter, he caused a series of troubles. He looked at Yu Qing, who was silent at the side, and seemed to have found an outlet. Guancher you Fushou Alliance are not going to do anything to watch. You must know that Feng Sha was invited by you. Yu Qing, who was just being a little transparent, couldn't help but feel bitter when he heard this. He was the most unjustly accused. This matter had nothing to do with him, but it was Ding Yu who brought it up. It turns out that bitch didn't wake up on his own, and now it's up to him to clean up the mess. But whatever he could pack, he wanted to pack up and run away. Everyone, since the matter has happened, it is better to solve it. Now we are all grasshoppers on the same rope. There is no point in blaming each other. Among the few people, only Lai Jiwen was still calm. It was not that he was not afraid of the Taoist witches, but he had more on his mind. Since the Taoist wizard did not kill them immediately, it meant that there was still talk. And maybe this is an opportunity to hook up with the wizard. As for the witch Taoist being a demon cultivator? Sorry, he is a businessman, he doesn't care about the evil way or the righteous way. Seeing that everyone's emotions had stabilized, Lai Jiwen paused and continued. The Taoist witch is also a monk, so he definitely needs resources, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sell talismans. Therefore, our best solution is to spend money to avoid disaster, provide enough resources or spiritual stones to resolve this misunderstanding, and maybe we can cooperate in the future. When Tianhao and others heard this, their eyes lit up at first, and then they showed reluctance. Regardless of their superficial appearance, in fact, the foundation they have is all based on the hard work of their ancestors. If it is passed on to them, they can barely maintain a balance of payments. Asking them to give spiritual stones to wizards and Taoists is like cutting flesh on their bodies, telling them how to part with it. Otherwise, they would not target the Taoist witches for a small gain. Although there are other reasons, in the final analysis it is still because of the word profit. Lai Jiwen saw that they were still distressed about the spirit stone, and the veins on his forehead could not help but beat. He didn't understand why he would conspire with such a person to become a Taoist. He was really blinded by lard. Guys, what's more important is your life or your spiritual stone. Now is not the time to feel sorry for your spiritual stone. Lai Jiwen spoke in a deep voice. He couldn't stand these idiots anymore. Lao Lai, how much do you want to give me? Don't call me Lao Lao. Brother Lai, how much do you think is appropriate for the Taoist witch? Tian Hao asked. 1,000 spiritual stones per person, that's not too much for us. Lai Jiwen thought for a while and said the number. This number of spiritual stones is indeed not many. It has been accumulated over several generations and is several times this number. But it does cause pain for a long time, as you can tell by looking at the faces of Tian Hao and Wang Yue. After a while, Tian Hao was the first to agree. Okay, then it will be as you said, but how are you going to give it to the Taoist witch? We can't find him. And aren't you worried that he will turn against you after taking the spiritual stone? Lai Jiwen showed a confident smile. We don't need to go out to find the Taoist witches, we just need to spread the news. And we must not only give, but also give generously. It is best for everyone in the city to know that we apologize to the witches and Taoists. Tian Hao's eyes lit up. Niawa, this way we stand on the righteousness, and the Taoist witch won't do anything to us. Lai Jiwen shook his head. We are just ensuring that we survive. We are not trying to coerce the Taoist witches with our righteousness. As long as we collect the spirit stones, we may be able to cooperate in the future. Lai Jiwen saw things more clearly. Several people discussed again, and finally everyone agreed and each took out 1,000 spiritual stones to apologize to the wizard. But at this time, a weak voice came from the side, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. Everyone, Yu Qing bit the bullet and spoke. The spiritual stones of Fu Xiu League are all with Alliance leader Li Yu. I can't make the decision. Why, you Fu Xiu League don't plan to pay this money? Tian Hao frowned, and the spiritual pressure on his body pressed towards Yu Qing. Although he looks fat and big-eared, he is still a genuine 7th-level qi refining cultivator. The other two also looked unfriendly. This time, it was instigated by Fu Xiu League, otherwise how could there be so many things? Yu Qing felt the pressure from several people, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "You all misunderstood, our alliance leader hasn't shown up for several months, and I can't contact him." He was also very aggrieved. Now everyone in the association said that Li Yu had run away with the money. Whose alliance leader would go into seclusion for several months after taking office. But Yu Qing didn't dare to say this casually. Now Fu Xiu League is dead in name only, and everyone wants to maintain the last bit of dignity, so there are not many rumors outside. Lai Jiwen listened to what Yu Qing said and thought about it. He felt that it didn't matter whether there was a Fu Xiu League or not. It was a good thing to sever the relationship. As for whether Wu Daoren would cause trouble for Fu Xiu League in the end, what did it have to do with them? They were not the same kind of people as Fu Xiu League. And they could use this matter to divert Wu Daoren's hatred. After thinking this through, Yu Qing dealt with Yu Qing a few words and sent him away. Then he told the two of them his thoughts. The three of them looked at each other and laughed strangely. Time flies, years pass by. Lu Ming didn't know what happened in the outside world, he had been immersed in cultivation for a long time. The current training room was like a demon cave, filled with evil blood and filthy demonic energy. During this period of time, Lu Ming sacrificed the Taoist friends on the list one by one, and his cultivation level rose from low to high. And his aura was also gradually and steadily rising. I don't know how long it has been, the mana in his body seems to have reached a critical point. Lu Ming picked up a bottle of pills beside him and swallowed the black and gray pills with a burnt smell. After taking it, a burning pain spread in the abdomen, but it disappeared in a moment. Only Xiao Jingxuan's medicinal power remained, spreading to various parts of the body along the meridians. Lu Ming took back the soul clone that was on guard outside, and the power of the soul began to spread. He looked inside himself, and captured the medicinal power in his body with a spiritual consciousness far beyond the qi refining period, pulling it into his limbs and bones. Boom! The powerful medicinal power converged in the dantian along the meridians, and the bottleneck of the late stage of qi refining was broken in an instant. The medicinal power that was assimilated in the dantian re-entered the meridian circulation and turned into scarlet mana. This process lasted for half a day before Lu Ming's breath calmed down. At this moment, he was truly successful after breaking through the 7th level of qi refining. Lu Ming took a long breath and opened his eyes, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Finally broke through the 7th level of qi refining. Now I can be considered a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining. Lu Ming felt the mana in his body that was more turbulent than the 6th level of qi refining, and couldn't help showing a satisfied smile. I don't know how my speed compares to the cultivators of Tianlingen. He had too little experience and had almost never met a true genius, and he didn't know what level his cultivation speed was. But I gained a lot from this retreat. Then Lu Ming glanced at the golden book and showed a look of compassion. Fellow Taoists, you have worked hard. I will take your legacy to see the scenery of the immortal way. There is no cultivator in the early and middle stages of qi refining in the golden book now. In exchange, Lu Ming and Yin Lianzi's clone have reached the late stage of qi refining, and their proficiency in various spells and secrets has reached perfection. And he felt the terrifying energy in his 5 internal organs, and a smile spread across his mouth. This is a sense of security. 5 internal organs demon refining true skill uses, Lingyun, as the first sacrifice, and then the Taoist friend's help. The mana stored in the 5 internal organs is now equivalent to the total mana of a 9th level qi refining. If used slowly, it can last for a long time at the 9th level of qi refining, if the bonus of elixirs and secrets is counted. Lu Ming feels excited just thinking about it. It is impossible to reach the foundation building stage, but it is invincible in the qi refining stage. No, I feel like I am inflated again. Lu Ming quickly recited the meditation mantra silently, crushing the idea of going out to fight now. Standing up and walking out of the practice room, Lu Ming took a deep breath in the courtyard. It's been 3 months, it's been so long, practice is timeless. Lu Ming sighed, sitting lazily on the stone chair in the courtyard. He took out a wine pot from the storage bag, poured a mouthful of spiritual wine into his mouth, and smacked his lips. I don't know what changes have taken place in the outside world recently. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out the communication talisman to check. Zhou Yang has not been responsible for selling talismans in recent days, but has been collecting intelligence for Lu Ming. There are movements in the market, news from the outside world, and information about Tianqing Fairy City. It's just that the first thing Zhou Yang said made Lu Ming raise his eyebrows. Are the 3 families of Xiafutang, King Fudian, and Fuzuantang willing to each pay 1,000 spirit stones to make amends to Wuderin? Buying money for life? And everyone knows about it. Are you afraid that I will not keep my word after taking the money? Lu Ming showed a sneer. I'm a trustworthy person. If I say I'll kill your whole family, I'll kill your whole family. The money must be taken, and the people must be killed. Since they have made enemies, it's better to die. The reason why he kept these people was not because he was kind, but because he didn't need them for the time being. Lu Ming just cleared the memory of the golden book first, and they would be useful. But what surprised Lu Ming was that the Morong family had no reaction to this. You guys are making me embarrassed to deal with you. He still has a few people from the Morong family in the golden book. I wanted to seduce the Morong family to make the first move, and then I could convince myself to fight back on the grounds of self-defense. After all, I was the first to make trouble on someone else's territory. Although someone else started the trouble first, it was indeed a slap in the face of the Morong family. But what he didn't expect was that the Morong family actually started to play dumb and didn't even issue a wanted order. Lu Ming frowned. He didn't believe that the Morong family was so reasonable. Either there was some calculation behind this matter, or there was something wrong with the Morong family. Lu Ming was more inclined to the latter. Let's get the spirit stones first. 3,000 spirit stones, it's a waste if you don't take them. Lu Ming decided to get the immediate benefits first. As for Zhou Yang's mention in the communication talisman that the Fu Xiu League had been disbanded, Lu Ming didn't take it seriously. He knew what was going on better than anyone else. Both Li Yu and Shang Wei, the 2 leaders of the alliance, had been abolished. It was estimated that those people were also afraid and didn't even dare to fight for the position of leader. After all, whoever took the position would get into trouble, and who could bear it? Lu Ming summoned his clone and planned to send him to investigate Tian Hao and others to avoid being tricked. Although they said they were apologizing, we should be on guard against others. Go! As Lu Ming thought, Yin Lianzi's clone turned into a shadow and flew out of the courtyard. After several months of improvement, the clone's freedom of movement is getting higher and higher, and the distance is also much farther. After Lu Ming controlled the clone to go out, he began to wander in the market. He found that there were more and more monks on the street, each of them was powerful, and some were full of evil spirits, not like good people. Lu Ming's heart was a little solemn, and he felt that the market was getting more and more chaotic. Without staying for long, Yin Lianzi's clone came all the way to the streets on both sides of the trading area. What he saw was a high platform in front of the 3 talisman shops, on which lay a beautiful storage bag quietly. However, the high platform was surrounded by forbidden barriers, emitting bursts of light. Once someone tried to get close, it would trigger a forbidden reaction. Are you really not afraid of being robbed? They are so blatantly leaving it there. Should we say that they are skilled and daring, or that they have a problem with their brains? Lu Ming felt that something was wrong. After a careful investigation around him, he finally found something unusual. The number of law enforcement teams from the other two nearby markets, including Xiaofu Tang, was obviously much larger, forming a siege around the platform. But it didn't look like an ambush, but rather like stalking, or more accurately, guarding. Are they waiting for me to approach? To get the storage bag, you not only have to pass through the law enforcement team, but also approach the platform to break the ban. It is almost impossible to take it away quietly. The ban will react before people get close. In the small courtyard, Lu Ming began to think. He definitely wanted to get the spirit stone, but Lu Ming didn't want to confront the law enforcement team directly. To be precise, he didn't want to have contact with the Morong family. The clone can get close to the restriction without much reaction. Unfortunately, it cannot contact the entity and can only control the magic weapon. Lu Ming was stunned when he said this, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey! That's right, wouldn't it be nice to control the magic weapon to get it back? Lu Ming summoned the clone back again and gave it a ghost claw weapon, which was captured by Feng Ping and his wife. It's been sitting in a storage bag gathering dust, with no real use for it. Its ban-breaking effect is actually suitable for today's sneaky things. But it's better to wait until night before taking action. The ghost claws flying monsters in the sky in broad daylight are scary. Lu Ming thought so and began to wait patiently. At night, the moon and stars are sparse. Yin Lianzi's clone came to the mid-air above the small futon and looked around. His eyes fell on the law enforcement team not far away. Even a monk will always get tired from such boring stalking every day. Zhang Song is like this. He has been waiting here for several days. Although it was rotated every week, he felt that this was meaningless, not only wasting time but also delaying his own practice. This is already the third time I have been on duty, so nothing happens. Zhang Song yawned, feeling sleepy and couldn't help but rub his eyes. For those who seek immortality, meditation can replace sleep and restore their energy, but it cannot withstand being watched every day. Zhang Song felt resentful and decided to start messing around. Anyway, today was like usual, nothing happened. He looked around at his teammates and saw that everyone looked listless, and a few were even practicing secretly. He immediately felt that he had found a sense of belonging. Since everyone was messing around, he could still be considered a part of the group by practicing quietly. But as soon as he entered the cultivation state, someone beside him exclaimed and pushed his arm, interrupting his cultivation. Zhang Song frowned. It was very impolite to interrupt his practice. If it was more serious, it might lead to obsession. Just when he was about to reprimand him, he saw the person who woke him up pointing his finger not far away with a look of shock on his face. Zhang Song turned his head in confusion and saw that at some point, a ghost claw had penetrated the restriction on the high platform, penetrated inside, and grabbed the storage bag inside. Before anyone could react, the ghost claws instantly pulled away, then soared into the sky with the storage bag and disappeared. After a moment, Zhang Song, who was the first to react, shouted with sweat on his forehead. Catch the thief. Then he stepped on a flying sword and chased away. It is impossible to catch. Although chi-refining monks can fly with swords, their speed cannot compare with the movement speed of their souls. He led the opponent around for 2 rounds and then lost him. In the small courtyard, Lu Ming played with the exquisite storage bag in his hand with a smile on his face. The storage bag had no mana imprint, so Lu Ming opened it directly. Although he knew what was inside beforehand, Lu Ming was still very excited when he actually saw the 3,000 spirit stones. He has worked hard for nearly a year, studying the Tao of Talismans, and with the enthusiastic support of some fellow Taoists, he has only had more than 2,000 spiritual stones. But now, in just one night, his net worth has skyrocketed by 3,000 spiritual stones. When Lu Ming thought that there was more to those guys, his heart itched. No, law-abiding citizens cannot do illegal and disorderly things. Lu Ming quickly gave up this idea. But I don't want the spirit stones anymore, so I won't mind if I take your lives as compensation. Anyway, no one saw that it was Lu Ming who took the spirit stone. If they didn't see it, it meant that they didn't give it to him. If they didn't give him the spirit stone, why should they let those guys go? This makes sense. GGG, the strange screams coming from the small courtyard were particularly permeable in the silent night sky. Unknowingly, several days passed by. There are a lot of lively things happening in Fang City every day, but the most talked about thing is that 3 famous Fujuan shop owners in Fang City were drained of their essence and blood and died in their own courtyard. And the name of the witch Taoist was once again shrouded in a layer of terror. That kind of weird and evil method that kills people invisible and cannot be guarded against is like a curse, making people tremble and frightened. Some people even call him a witchcraft Taoist in private. What's even more surprising is that the Morong family still had no response to this matter. Instead, they sent people to receive the inheritance of several people. One cannot help but wonder what the relationship between Taoist Wu and the Morong family is. Could it be that the Morong family, coveting the huge wealth of a few people, concocted a non-existent witch Taoist to deliberately stage such a drama? This makes many shop owners in King's Hufang City panic all day long, fearing that they will follow in the footsteps of Tianhao and others. However, in this way, the order in King's Hufang City has improved a lot. There were fewer people making trouble, and even the casual cultivators from outside began to behave themselves. The days pass like this. There is no shortage of new things in the city, and gradually the topics of talking about witches and Taoists are becoming less and less. Everyone is doing their own thing, and everything seems to have returned to calm. But on this day, a rainbow light streaked across the sky, heading towards King's Hufang City, and finally fell into the central area of King's Hufang City. Wherever it passes along the way, all living beings are frightened by the powerful spiritual pressure it emits. Feeling the suffocating power, some of the monks who were closer turned pale and groaned involuntarily. Even some people with low cultivation level and weak will are even urinating. The city began to commotion, and the monks all looked at each other, at a loss as to what was going on. But there was a vague premonition in his heart, which was the instinctive and dangerous intuition of an ant facing a panic situation. Buzz! As if to verify everyone's guesses, a buzzing sound sounded, and the ground began to shake violently. A layer of cyan light curtain covering the city began to slowly rise, like a big bowl holding the entire King's Hufang City. A powerful wave of spiritual power spread out, and many colorful runes were like fish, swimming in the light curtain. But every one of them brings an ultimate sense of danger to everyone. What's going on? That was a Foundation establishment monk flying over just now. It was Ancestor Morong. This is King's Hufang City's second-level protective formation, the Qingtian Cloud Covering Formation. How could it suddenly open? What is the Morong family doing? Come out and give me an explanation. Some casual cultivators said anxiously on the spot. The formations in King's Hufang City usually maintain operation at the lowest consumption, and will only operate at full capacity when encountering major events. Now that the formation is operating at full strength as soon as it comes, something is wrong. In the small courtyard, Lu Ming, who was practicing, was also awakened by the momentum just now. He quickly walked out of the training room and went outside to observe, and also saw the formation rising. At this time, the city was already in turmoil, with many monks looking panic-stricken and running around like headless flies. At this time, a group of monks uniformly dressed in green bamboo robes came with swords and shouted loudly using amplification spells. Don't be impatient. Today Fancher has launched a large formation to search for demonic cultivators. Comrades, please stand where you are and don't move around. Lu Ming, huh? When he heard about the hunt for demon cultivators, he was so frightened that he almost became nervous. No, is it possible to make such a big fuss by arresting demon cultivators, using the second-level formation to arrest them? However, Lu Ming calmed down quickly, and it probably had nothing to do with him, otherwise he should have taken action directly. What happened? That aura just now was a foundation building? Lu Ming muttered to himself, looking around and seeing no one paying attention to him. Then he quietly returned to the small courtyard. First, he arranged a few talismans near the small courtyard, and then he touched the center of his eyebrows. Go! A shadow floated out from the Naiwan Palace and flew straight into the sky. There are usually regulations in the city that no one is allowed to fly with magic weapons unless they get permission. Now that the second-level formation was activated, he couldn't fly even if he wanted to. Lu Ming had to use his clone to explore the way. With the help of the clone's perspective, Lu Ming saw that King's Hufang City was now enveloped by a green light curtain. Looking at the formation's posture, even when it is operating at full strength, it can be seen that the power of the Earth's veins is pouring in at this time, and the power of the surrounding heaven and earth is also being withdrawn. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and secretly thought something was wrong. Just as he was about to control his clone to look around, he noticed another vast aura coming through the air and staying above King's Hufang City. Foundation building. Lu Ming's face trembled, and he immediately controlled the clone to slowly fall down, and found a hidden corner to observe quietly. Under the nose of the foundation building monk, he had no confidence that the clone would not be discovered. With the help of the clone's perspective, Lu Ming looked curiously at the person in the air. This was the first time he saw what a foundation-building monk looked like. The person who came was a Taoist with yellow eyebrows. He was standing in the air with his hands behind his back, exuding the pressure of foundation building, looking down at the green formation of Fangshi below. Ignoring the monks who were as big as ants on the ground, the Huang-browed Taoist paced in the air towards the front of the formation. But at this moment, a majestic voice came from the direction of Morong's house in the center of the city. "Friend Daozhang, I don't know what's going on." The yellow-browed Taoist had a sneer on his face. "Old Ghost Morong, you know best why I'm here. Hand over the things. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being kind to me in the past." His tone was calm, but his threat was undisguised. Ancestor Morong was silent for a moment, and then his majestic voice sounded again. "I don't have what you want here. Fellow Taoist, please come back." Taoist Huangmei didn't say any more, and directly raised a large bronze cauldron and hung it around him. The magic power swept across, and the bronze cauldron suddenly became as big as a small mountain, and the falling shadow almost covered half of the city. Taoist Huangmei pressed down with both hands, and the huge bronze cauldron came down like a mountain. The target was the Big Blue Formation. Boom! The moment the giant bronze cauldron landed on the Guardian Formation, it made an eardrum-ripping roar, centering on the landing point and spreading out in all directions. The indifferent voice of Taoist Huangmei sounded in Fangshi. "I don't know why, do you think I'm discussing this with you?" The sudden attack of Taoist Huangmei was something Patriarch Morong did not expect. "Zheng Tianming, you are going too far." Outside the formation, old Taoist Huangmei ignored the roar of old ancestor Morong. The momentum around him remained unabated, and he controlled the bronze cauldron to hit the blue sky in cloud formation again and again. But the second-level formation is a second-level formation after all. Although the aura was rippled by the bronze cauldron, it still stood firm. After a moment, Taoist Huangmei stopped taking action. He knew that he would not be able to break the formation in a short time. However, he did not leave, but looked at Patriarch Morong inside the formation and grinned. "Old Ghost Morong, don't think that you will be safe just by hiding in a turtle shell." After finishing speaking, Taoist Huangmei took out a jade box with restrictions all over it, shining with the brilliance of spiritual patterns. He pinched out the magic formula in his hand and pointed on it with his finger. Suddenly, every inch of the ban on the jade box broke and dissipated. Without the restriction, the jade box opened on its own, and a lotus flower flew out. Its color is as scarlet as blood, and the 12 lotus leaves seem to break free from their restraints and stretch out. In the blink of an eye, a rich and extremely fragrant aroma suddenly spread out. Blue blood demonic lotus. "Zheng Tianming, are you crazy?" The old man Morong let out an angry roar, and his figure rose into the sky, glaring at the yellow-robed Taoist through the formation. Taoist Huangmei stared at the blood lotus in his hand, sighed, and said in a helpless tone, "Brother Morong, you forced me to do this." Then he changed his tone, stared at Patriarch Morong in the formation, and spoke coldly. "Hand over that pill-forming technique and we will share it, otherwise you will have to weigh the consequences." As he spoke, he raised the hand holding the blood lotus. Ancestor Morong's expression changed for a while, and he finally regained his composure. Without saying anything else, he turned around and returned to Morong's house, having already made his attitude clear with his actions. The yellow-browed Taoist had an ugly expression on his face, and then he laughed angrily. Okay, old Ghost Morong, I hope you won't regret the decision you made." Then he looked at the many nervous monks in Fangfang City and said in a playful tone, "The Morong family is immoral and doesn't care about your life or death. You can't blame me, ancestor." After saying that, he shook his magic power and turned the blood lotus into blood mist all over the sky. He spread it out with a wave of his hand, and the blood mist spread down. After doing all this, Taoist Huangmei left without looking back. Below, Lu Ming looked confused as he watched Taoist Huangmei leave. "Hey, won't we fight now?" His tone couldn't tell whether he was disappointed or happy. Building a foundation is rare, so it was a pity not to see a fight, but Lu Ming was worried that it would affect him, so it was better not to start a fight. But when he thought about what they said, Lu Ming began to murmur in his heart. The pill formation technique, it was expected that it had something to do with the caves and mineral veins discovered in the Yunwu Mountains, but it looked like their talks had broken down. I just don't know what he meant by his last words. Is this old guy trying to cause trouble? Lu Ming thought of Taoist Huangmei's last actions. He had never heard of the jade blood demonic lotus, but looking at Patriarch Morong's expression as if he had seen a ghost, he knew it was probably not a good thing. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression moved slightly, and he focused his gaze on the golden book in the void. I saw the golden book open, and the first page was quickly passed by as the pages were turned. In the blank space at the top of the second page, a name slowly emerged. Zheng Tianming. Damn it, open a separate page. Seeing the new changes in the golden book, Lu Ming was not excited about including the foundation building at all, but now he wanted to curse. There is no need to guess, Zheng Tianming is definitely not targeting him. That bitch must have done something. He was so malicious that he targeted the entire city, and he was just the one affected. Building the foundation and refining the qi will cause disaster. Lu Ming felt tingling all over his body and wanted to leave now. But Fengshi has activated the formation, and now there is no way to get out. Lu Ming didn't expect the Morone family to do anything for the casual cultivators. He had to find a way on his own. We have to figure out the current situation first. Making a decision, Lu Ming controlled the clone to shuttle through the city. However, it did not approach the central area, but quietly approached the edge of the formation. Wanted to see if I could find a way to sneak out. But as he walked further out, Lu Ming's expression became more solemn. Along the way, he saw many monks rushing towards the interior of Feng City in a panic. It was like something was chasing them from behind. Lu Ming didn't care that the clone might be exposed, and controlled the clone to jump up, come to mid-air and look outside the formation. Standing in mid-air, the line of sight becomes wide and unobstructed. Lu Ming stared blankly in the direction of the Yunwu Mountains through the perspective of the clone, his pupils shrinking to the size of a pinhead. I saw smoke and dust rising all over the sky on the horizon in the distance outside Feng City, like a sandstorm overwhelming the sky and overturning towards Feng City. However, this is not the key, but the culprit that creates the smoke and dust. Countless monsters in the Yunwu Mountains rushed towards Fengshi. As they approached, sand and rocks splashed and smoke swept away. A huge demonic wolf, a two-headed tiger with thunder markings all over its body, a giant bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. For a moment, as far as the eye could see, the entire area was filled with monsters. What's even more frightening is that there are more monsters hidden in the smoke and dust. I are yours. The large formation of clouds across the blue sky blocked the power and roars of many monster beasts. But the terrifying sense of oppression was almost suffocating. The world is going to change. Lu Ming's face was very ugly. He knew with his ass that this was Zheng Tianming's doing. The blood lotus was probably the reason for attracting the monster. But it was meaningless to figure it out at this time. He didn't know whether the formation could protect Lu Ming, but he knew that he had better not go out to die now. The most important thing was to survive first. Lu Ming summoned his clone to rush back to his original body. There might be a tough battle to fight next, and he had to fight the enemy in full strength. In the small courtyard, Lu Ming opened his eyes, and his body squirmed and turned into a muscular man. He might have to take action next, but it was not appropriate to bear his original appearance. But as soon as he walked out of the small courtyard, he heard screams and fighting sounds, spreading in Xingyu Lane. When Lu Ming's clone returned, he had already noticed that the order in some areas of the market had begun to collapse. The law enforcement teams of the Morone family are now too busy to take care of themselves, and have evacuated to the core area. Who cares about the safety of the scattered cultivators here? Lu Ming didn't want to care, but he couldn't stand it. Dao Yu, hand over the storage bag, so as not to hurt the harmony. Lu Ming silently looked at the three cultivators blocking him, all dressed in black, with their faces covered, and their cultivation was all at the 6th level of qi refining. At this time, they were approaching Lu Ming in a triangular encirclement. Lu Ming laughed angrily. This group of idiots, now they don't want to run, but they are learning to rob others. What are you laughing at? Hand over the storage bag quickly, we will spare your life. One of the cultivators saw that Lu Ming was surrounded by them and could still laugh, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. But looking at his companions, he felt more confident and threatened Lu Ming in a stern voice. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with them now. Activate the secret technique of burning blood, and the tortoise breath and qi gathering technique is lifted. His aura suddenly rose to the 8th level of qi refining. Before the others could react, Lu Ming turned into a bloody shadow and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of one of them, and his right hand wrapped in black lightning grabbed the man's head. Lu Ming bared his white teeth and looked at the terrified monk in front of him. Why are you looking for death? Bang! A muffled sound came, and the man's head shattered like a watermelon, and then a headless body fell limply to the ground. The black flame in Lu Ming's hand flashed, and the blood disappeared. The remaining two people came back to their senses at this time, staring blankly at their companion's headless body. 8th level of qi refining. How is it possible? The two trembled all over, full of fear, and looked unbelievable. Plop. The two knelt down hurriedly, kowtowed and begged for mercy. Dao you, no, Senior. Senior, spare my life. Senior, we didn't mean it, listen to my explanation. Lu Ming had a gentle smile on his face. You really know the situation. The two of them looked happy. But I won't listen. The next moment, Lu Ming's whole body seemed to pounce on prey, with blood and flames on his body. Thunder gathered in his palm and pressed down on the two people. Not good. One of them screamed strangely, and offered a bronze bell to cover the two people, trying to resist. You like to block, right? Lu Ming's cold words rang out in the field. The two of them suddenly had their hair standing on end, and their spiritual senses were frantically warning. Zila Zila Lu Ming approached, and then slapped the bronze bell fiercely with his palm. Dong thunder roared and bells rang in the alley. Inside the bronze bell, the two people were bleeding from all 7 orifices, and their faces were hideous like evil spirits. Lu Ming did not give them any chance to breathe. He slapped several lay palms in succession, like a force of 10,000 kilograms hitting the bronze. You like to block, right? Brotherly love, right? I'll let you block. The loud sound of a bell rushed towards the two people inside like a sea wave. The two people could no longer hear any sound, and only felt that their internal organs were broken and displaced in the sound waves. Blood mixed with internal organs kept spitting out of their mouths. Finally, the bronze bell covered with cracks dimmed, and then it shattered into countless bronze fragments and scattered. The two people in the bell knelt on the ground like dead dogs, breathing out more than breathing in. Lu Ming shook his numb hands, not knowing whether he was electrocuted or what. He ignored the two people's begging eyes and crushed their heads with one foot. All kinds of red and white things flew away and covered the ground. Looking at the 3 headless corpses in the field, Lu Ming smacked his lips. But it's really cool to fight against opponents of higher levels. I broke all the mid-level magic weapons. But when did I develop the habit of headshots? Lu Ming looked at his results, nodded with satisfaction, and had a deeper understanding of his combat power. It's just that this habit of headshots is not good, and his boots are all dirty. Lu Ming shook the red and white things on his boots. Without much delay, the battle ended quickly, but the noise was a bit loud. Lu Ming bent down to pick up the storage bags of several people, and put the bodies of the 3 people into an empty storage bag. This is the food for the 3 in Ghostfire, which cannot be wasted. If it wasn't inconvenient now, he would refine the few people on the spot. After cleaning up the scene, in order to prevent any blind guys from getting in the way, he did not activate the turtle breathing and chi condensing technique again. The magic power was activated and disappeared as a shadow. After leaving the alley, Lu Ming became more aware of how chaotic the city was now, and the scene was simply a chaos. Boom! Ping ping pong! The sounds of explosions of spells and clashes of magic weapons are endless. Suddenly, another loud noise was heard, and a small 2-story attic collapsed and turned into ruins. From the ruins, several streams of light rushed out, each with excited faces, stuffing the resources snatched from their arms into storage bags. Then they rushed to other magnificent buildings with joy. He was still shouting. Brothers, what are you doing here in a daze? You're going to fucking grab it. Lu Ming watched all this silently. Many casual cultivators who were usually honest and kind had now turned into the most greedy calamity cultivators. For countless casual cultivators, the chaos in the city is an opportunity that they may not encounter in their lifetime. Lu Ming also saw a monk who was hiding his figure. His body was filled with demonic energy, his eyes were glowing with blood, and he was killing people in his shop. Oh, I met a real demon cultivator. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He wanted to get this guy's hands and use soul searching to get his skills. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Now is not a good time. There is no need to risk your own safety for a small gain. Lu Ming quickly approached the core area, where a large number of monks were now gathered. Although there is still some chaos, at least order still exists, and the Morong family law enforcement team can be seen still maintaining order. However, there are many people who can't tell the difference. Those who are dazzled by the immediate benefits actually have the idea of the Morong family. As soon as he made a move, he was slapped into blood mist by a monk at the 9th level of chi refining from the Morong family. After a lot of efforts to scare the monkeys, the monks in the core area have stabilized a lot, and no one dares to make any changes anymore. Don't worry, everyone, as long as our Morong family is still here, we will not let you be harmed. As long as you abide by the rules of our Morong family, your safety can still be guaranteed. High in the sky, the voice of the monk at the 9th level of chi refining was spread by the amplification spell. Our Qingtian cloud-covering formation in King's Hufang City is a second-level high-grade formation. Even the foundation-building monks find it difficult to break through, and even some first-order demon beasts are even more impossible to do so. Besides, the ancestor is still here, so everyone will definitely be in peace. As if to prove that what he said was true, the monk cultivating the 9th level of Qi took out a mysterious mirror, which showed the scene outside the formation. In the picture, only the blue-green light curtain of the formation can be seen, firmly blocking many monsters from outside. Many large monster beasts continued to collide and attack, but they were not shaken in the slightest. Immediately afterwards, the runes on the light screen gathered together and turned into small blue balls, falling from the sky and striking many monsters below. Those small green balls look inconspicuous, but each blow is equivalent to a full-strength blow from Qi refining Dzogchen. Boom boom boom. Many monsters were pierced by the green balls, or exploded into minced meat, with blood and water splashing everywhere. Lu Ming was mixed in the crowd, watching this scene, and he didn't feel relaxed at all. If it was just this level of strength, then Taoist Huangmei would have underestimated the Morong family's heritage. But he naturally hopes that things will go smoothly and nothing will happen again. Once this matter is over, I'll give Taoist Huangmei some side effects. Lu Ming thought this in his heart. The list of foundation building monks is enough for him to practice, and he might even be able to try foundation building. Without looking any further, Lu Ming walked towards the central area. He had never been to Fong City for so long. Mainly, outsiders are not allowed in at ordinary times. What he now reveals is the 8th level of Qi refining. Although he is not among the top people in the city, no one will underestimate him. Wherever he passed, the monks all around gave way. Lu Ming glanced at the crowd around him and saw some familiar people. Ling Jifu's old man Zhou and Zhang Li's family were also there. All monks know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. After thinking about it, they know that coming to the core area to receive the protection of the Morong family is the right choice. However, Zhou Yang was not seen in the crowd, so he didn't know what happened to this kid. Lu Ming was too busy taking care of himself before that he didn't spare the energy to ask Zhou Yang. Hope he's okay. Although Zhou Yang had more business dealings with him and Lu Ming didn't owe him anything, after all, this Ma Zai was so easy to use that he didn't want anything to happen to him. Lu Ming would only lend a helping hand when he was able. Now that the crisis was approaching and he was unable to protect himself, he would not be overly sympathetic. As time passes quietly. 3 days passed. For the monks, time flies by in a snap. But no one had ever felt that these 3 days were so difficult. The roars of the monsters outside not only did not disappear, but became louder and louder, and the tremors on the ground continued and never stopped. Every tremor seemed like a sledgehammer hitting everyone's hearts, making many people's faces turn pale and their legs and feet became weak. Many monks have never seen a beast tied in their lives, and most of them have been recorded in ancient books. Now that we meet him, the feeling of suffocation is indescribable. Several monks from the Morong family were full of confidence at the beginning, but now their expressions are uncertain. From the very beginning, he was able to control the offensive formations and magic weapons, but now he can only struggle to defend. Their hearts gradually sank to the bottom. Although the second-level formation can stop the beast tide, the resources invested every day can only be described as terrifying. Every minute and every second is a large amount of spiritual stone investment. How long they can persist depends only on how many spirit stones they have. The cultivators of the Morong family looked at each other and exchanged glances. The reason why they gathered so many independent cultivators was not because they were kind-hearted, but because independent cultivators were also a kind of resource. If they didn't have enough spirit stones, they could take them from them. If the formation was broken, they would also be a flesh and blood barrier. At this time, they had already made plans to collect spirit stones from the independent cultivators. As for whether someone would not give, no one really thought that the Morong family was easy to talk to. Just when the cultivator of the 9th level of Qi refining was about to announce to everyone that he would collect spirit stones. Roar! A deafening beast roar far beyond the past came. Even though it was separated by the second-level formation light curtain, it made the sea of consciousness of the cultivators present confused and their consciousness blurred. Boom! At this time, there was a roar in the sky, making a huge sound of wind and thunder. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly, and they all looked up, and then their faces changed drastically. The large clouds and fog are like the waves of the sea, setting off waves of clouds. In his sight, a huge iron tower beast rolled down from the sea of clouds and crashed straight into the cyan light curtain. The shadow it cast reflected on everyone's frightened faces. Boom! The moment the giant beast came into contact with the formation, ripples appeared on the light curtain and spread around. Then, the formation let out a wail, and wherever the ripples passed, the runes on it shattered. The terrifying power trend continued unabated and spread along the formation base, and the earth began to tremble. At the same time, the monks in the main formation of the Morong family all spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. Fortunately, after all, it was a second-order high-grade formation that was not broken open and resisted tenaciously. When the monks saw this, they felt relieved, but their hearts became increasingly heavy. Lu Ming, who was in the crowd, stared outside the formation and saw clearly this unusually large beast, which looked very much like the brown bear in his previous life. It has blue and white hair and is about tens of meters tall. It feels oppressive when it stands up. Each time it roared, the sound waves sent the monk into a state of top-heavy confusion. Yunlei Demon Bear, a second-level monster. Oops, even the second-order Demon Bear is here. I'm afraid this power is not limited to the early stage of the second level. Seeing this monster bear, the crowd could no longer control their emotions and started rioting. Each took out their magic weapons and talismans, ready to escape at any time. The Morong family's law enforcement team no longer cares about maintaining order. The Yunlei demonic bear seemed to be just testing, and after one collision with no results, it did not make another move. It seemed to be stepping on clouds, hanging high in the sky, with thunder arcs surrounding it. Roar! A roar sounded. The nearby monsters suddenly fell into a violent state, as if they had lost their minds, with crimson eyes flashing with madness. They came one after another, rushing towards the formation barrier again as if they were dying. Bang bang bang! Countless monsters crazily hit the formation barrier without any intention of flinching. Even those who were unable to retreat in time were trampled to death by the monster beasts that rushed up from behind. Not long after, a mountain of meat made of monster beast corpses was formed around the formation. The flowing blood dyed the earth red, and the cyan barrier of the formation gradually began to be dyed red. Not good. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He seemed to have guessed what Yunlei Demon Bear was going to do. As a demon cultivator, I have some understanding of various evil and demonic methods. Evil spirit, resentment, and blood energy are specially used to defile the restraint, magical weapons, and even the monk's body. This demonic bear probably wants to use the blood of the demonic beast's corpse to defile the foundation of the earth vein formation and weaken its power. Didn't you say that the second-level monsters are not very intelligent? Lu Ming was a little puzzled. He read the records in the classics and found that the first-level monsters had just begun to develop their intelligence, but they were still in chaos and acted more based on instinct. Second-level monsters can absorb the essence of the sun and moon and improve their realm, but their intelligence cannot be as high as that of humans. Only third-level monsters have fully developed intelligence, able to think about problems and even speak. But this demon bear is obviously very intelligent. Not only can it control low-level demonic beasts, it is also good at making strategies. Wrong. Why doesn't Patriarch Morong come out? Do you really want to be beaten in before you take action? At this time, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. After Ancestor Morong appeared once before, he has not appeared again until now. Either he has some hidden agenda or... Lu Ming suddenly turned around and looked at where the monks from the Morong family were. No one is here at this time. Lu Ming's heart sank to the bottom and he already had a bad feeling. Buzz! At this moment, he suddenly saw a bloody barrier rising suddenly in the core area. It closed at an extremely fast speed and enveloped the Morong family. As for other areas outside, they are not within the scope, including Lu Ming and other casual cultivators, who are also isolated. Then in the horrified eyes of everyone, cracks began to appear in the barrier of King's Hufang City's mountain protecting formation and the azure cloud covering formation. The cyan energy began to decrease sharply, becoming dim and transparent as if it had been sucked away. The next moment, amid the unwillingness and roar of many monks, the azure cloud formation began to collapse layer by layer, countless green lights scattered, and the runes also fell apart. Lu Ming looked at this scene and couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Isn't this what a dead Taoist friend is but a poor Taoist? In the past, he regarded all monks as stepping stones, but now he has become someone else's scapegoat. It was obvious that the Morong family had abandoned them, or that they had never intended to protect them. The Morong family just wanted to save the market, but they decided to give it up when they saw that something was wrong. And without leaving any room, he drained away all the energy of the formation and concentrated it in one place, supplying the current bloody barrier. Moreover, the bloody formation covering the Morong clan may not be that simple. At this moment, the blood-colored barrier is still solidifying, as if the blood and evil spirits of the monster corpses have changed from the most poisonous poison to a powerful tonic. Lu Ming chuckled lightly and did not curse at the Morone family like the monks around him. People who don't do it for themselves will be punished by heaven and earth. He could understand, but that was all. Let's survive first. Now that the formation is broken, the monsters have rushed into the city and wreaked havoc, and the scene has become chaotic. But even so, there are still many monks blinded by greed. Started to rush to the shops and attics of Morone's family. Most of the wealth in the market was gathered there. People die for money and birds die for food, which was fully demonstrated at this moment. Lu Ming watched everything silently and ignored it. He was in the central area at the moment, and the monsters were not coming so soon. It's time to go. Open the golden book and select Zheng Tianming and Morone's ancestor, Morone Jingyang, who had just been on the list. The trouble caused by these two old guys put him in danger. Lu Ming wanted to kill them. Foundation building cultivators are great, I'll kill you. What Lu Ming didn't expect was that these two people could not be checked in the golden book. Just when he was puzzled, the golden book sent feedback. It turns out that the golden book can only include cultivators who are one major realm higher than me, and only one can be selected at a time, and the duration is also limited. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. It seems that he can only wait until later, or until he breaks through the foundation building stage to kill these two people. As for the duration, now is not the time to test it. Lu Ming quickly selected all the qi refining cultivators on the list. He didn't know how long the battle would last, but he just selected them all. Then Lu Ming no longer concealed himself, and released the power accumulated in the 5 organs refining demon true art, and also pushed the blood-burning secret art to the extreme. Finally, he took a blood-burst pill, activated the soul-devouring blood demon art, and his aura rose at a terrifying speed. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation level has exceeded the qi refining realm by a large margin under the blessing of various secret methods and elixirs. Then Lu Ming pinched out a talisman. Divine Travel Talisman. Quick! With the help of the blood-burning escape technique, he turned into a blood shadow and rushed to the back. The speed was so fast that it even tore out a sonic boom, and instantly surpassed the other cultivators next to him. Fortunately, the market is in chaos now, and there are battles everywhere, and the second-level giant bear is not paying attention to this place. It has a clear goal and goes straight to the blood-colored barrier, where something seems to be attracting it. Lu Ming did not choose to use magic weapons to fly. There were flying monsters in the sky, and the target was too obvious. Moreover, when he used the burning blood escape technique with all his strength, ordinary monsters could not catch up at all, so there was no need for flying magic weapons. Even if there were some monsters blocking him, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He pinched out a few Vajra talismans, and the 3-in Ghostfire covered his whole body. He used defensive magic weapons to protect his body. Lu Ming kept escaping, and he just smashed a bloody path. Boom! He smashed a monster wolf that blocked his way into a bloody mist again. A sharp hissing sounded above his head. Cry! A golden-winged vulture with a pale golden body and a wingspan of nearly 10 meters stared at Lu Ming, who was rushing down below. A trace of bloodthirstiness flashed in his eyes, and his wings flapped, turning into a golden afterimage and swooping down. As a flying monster, its speed was already very fast. Now under full strength, Lu Ming, whose speed was slowed down by the monster blocking the way, found it difficult to dodge. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes were cold. A first-class monster dares to stop me. The talisman spread out, and the spiritual energy surged and turned into a golden sword in ice rain. He kept pinching out the spells in his hands, and the fireball, windblade, golden light and other spells were all killed at the vulture. A trace of disdain flashed in the vulture's eyes. These spells and talismans were as slow as a snail in its eyes, and they didn't even have the qualifications to touch it. It wanted to retract its wings and dodge to avoid these fancy attacks. However, at this moment, its body stiffened and its speed suddenly stagnated. At this moment, it seemed that there was an extreme suction force that was madly devouring its blood and demon power. The monster's eyes were full of fear and confusion. But even if the intelligence was low, it realized the abnormality at this time. However, Lu Ming's attack would not give it too much time to think. The torrent of spells instantly wrapped around the golden-winged vulture. The last strange blood-colored scimitar split it in two, and the monster corpse fell. So strong. This person can kill a first-class top-grade monster in an instant. Who is this person? I have never seen his appearance. Is there such a person in the market? Why bother so much? It is better to follow this person than to fight alone. There were exclamations from all around, and the cultivators looked at this scene in shock. Then they looked ecstatic. With this great cultivator, they would be much safer if they just followed him. Sure enough, it is not only cultivators who can be included in the Golden Book. As long as there is hatred and karma, monsters can also be included. Lu Ming retracted his gaze from the Golden Book. This was not the time to study these. He also ignored the other cultivators around him. Although he was stronger than ever before, a tiger could not defeat a pack of wolves. Once he was entangled by too many monsters, he would not be able to escape. It was not a bad thing to have these people share the pressure. He had to escape from here before the Cloud Thunder monster bear could spare its energy. With a flip of his palm, a blood-colored single-edged long sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The sharp aura of the sword blade lingered, swallowing and exhaling the blood scattered around. Although this blood dragon sword has cut off the path of promotion, its grade is still a first grade upper grade. And in this battlefield with a strong bloody aura, it also has a certain blessing. What a pity, Lu Ming regretted not making a growing magic weapon himself. I thought it was unnecessary before, but now looking at the blood scattered around, I feel that it is all wasted. Fortunately, the sword cannot absorb, but he can. The soul-swallowing blood demonic art is running wildly, and the blood around him is swallowed by him into the Dantian meridians. Feeling his cultivation level rising at an extremely fast speed, Lu Ming did not hesitate. He poured his mana into the blood dragon sword, which turned into a blood-colored streak and slashed at the beasts in front. Wherever he passed, the bodies of the monsters turned into mummies, and then were swallowed by a green ghost flame. Look at that red flame tiger, how did it become a mummified corpse? The same thing happened to the cloud-stepping demon leopard. After being killed by this man, all the blood and flesh essence was gone. And what is that ghost flame? Why does it feel like the aura it exudes is getting stronger and stronger? I know who he is, he is, the Taoist of Witch Curses. The cultivators who followed behind felt a chill rising all over their bodies when they saw this evil and strange scene. Especially when they heard the name of Taoist of Witch Curses, their faces changed drastically. Some of the timid ones even slowed down their pace, but when they saw the beasts chasing behind them, they could only bite the bullet and keep up. Lu Ming didn't care about his identity being exposed. Now everyone was in danger, so who would care about him? Besides, this wasn't his original appearance. When he escaped and returned to his original appearance, he would be a righteous and handsome young man again. In a dense forest. Hey, hand over your property and storage bags, or you will die. At this time, a short monk with pockmarks on his face, who was at the 5th level of chi refining, looked at the group of people in front of him with a crooked smile. Why waste time talking to them? Just chop them up. Anyway, all the things are ours. On the other side of the short monk, there was a middle-aged monk with a ghost head knife and a hideous scar on his face. He leaned against a tree trunk and said impatiently. He exuded the spiritual pressure of the 6th level of chi refining without restraint. No, Senior, please let us go. Senior, we are all spiritual farmers, and we don't have many spiritual stones on us. Please be magnanimous, Senior. We can't get out of this mountain without the storage bag. 10 people were kneeling in front of them, begging for mercy from the 2 monks with fear. Although their number was 5 times that of the 2 people on the opposite side, they were all cultivators in the early stage of chi refining. No one dared to resist the 2 cultivators in the middle stage of chi refining. Zhou Yang was among them, his face full of bitterness. He didn't expect that he would fall into the tiger's mouth again just after escaping from the dead. However, he felt a small cloth bag in his arms, and his heart was slightly relieved. What a waste of time, since you don't know what's good for you, then go to hell. The scarred monk smiled grimly, waved the ghost head knife in his hand and chopped it down. A black light flashed, and one of the heads flew high, rolling to the ground, and died with his eyes open. The remaining 9 cultivators saw this scene, their faces turned pale, and the timid ones couldn't hold back their tears. I'll surrender, Senior, don't kill me. This is my spirit stone, please spare my life. Several people hurriedly took out spirit stones and valuables from all over their bodies, including the storage bag, and respectfully presented them with both hands. Ha, just these few spiritual stones? Not enough to buy your life, you better die. The scarred monk looked at these scattered spiritual stones and showed disdain on his face. He didn't pick them up, but used his magic power to chop the group of people with a knife. Wait a minute, Senior, I know who still has spiritual stones, it's him. He still has spiritual stones, and there are still a lot of talismans. One of them saw that the scarred monk had murderous intentions, and quickly pointed at Zhou Yang who was kneeling with his head down. Li San, you betrayed me. Hearing this, Zhou Yang raised his head suddenly, his eyes fixed on the person who reported him. Zhou Yang. No, brother Zhou, help me, I don't want to die. Hurry up and take out the things to honor the senior, as long as the senior is happy, we can live. The monk named Li San dodged his eyes and didn't look at Zhou Yang's eyes. Oh. Boy, it seems that you are not honest. Hand over the things, maybe we can let you go. The short monk with freckles narrowed his eyes, looked at Zhou Yang, and said with a smile on his face. Neither he nor the monk with scarred face intended to go forward. Hearing that the other party had many talismans on him, he became alert. Zhou Yang's face looked a little ugly. He had just prepared to use talismans to fight when the two were not prepared, but he didn't expect to be pointed out by his companion. He only had a first-level middle-grade talisman on him, and at this time the two were obviously on guard, and he had lost the initiative. Using talismans was no longer a threat. Although he secretly cursed his companions as idiots, he had to come forward in the face of the two people who were staring at him. Forcing himself to calm down, Zhou Yang stood up slowly under the pressure released by the two. Senior, I am the subordinate of Senior Wu, the Wu Daoren. I hope you will give me some face. These spirit stones are my tribute to the two seniors. As he said this, he handed over a small bag behind him, which contained all his wealth. Although he was unwilling, he had to bow his head at this time. He brought up the name of Wu Daorun to intimidate the two. As for handing over the talisman, that was impossible. The other party was obviously not a cultivator who kept his integrity. Giving it to them would only make them more reckless in killing people. Which Taoist? The expressions of the two people changed when they heard this. As people from King's Hufang City, they were naturally very familiar with this name. That was a ruthless man who had killed an 8th-level qi refining monk, and his method of sucking people's blood essence from the air was extremely weird, a perfect demonic monk. It once caused chaos in the city, and even the Morong family didn't step in to stop it. I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky that I caught Taoist Wu's men by chance. The two of them looked at each other and thought of retreating. But then I thought about it, now that the city is in chaos, and countless monks have died in the beast tide, it is still unknown whether the wizard is still alive. Maybe he died? And this boy is a subordinate of Taoist Wu, and he may have a lot of spiritual stone wealth. What if he still has some of Taoist Wu's resources? Moreover, the opponent is only a 2nd-level qi refining monk. If he can't deal with the Taoist wizard, why can't he be dealt with? As long as we kill these people and hide in the mountains, no one will know it was them. The greed in my heart outweighed the fear of the witches and Taoists. Seeing that the two people looked at each other wrongly, Zhou Yang felt a thump in his heart and secretly thought something was wrong. He quietly activated the talisman and was about to fight for it. But when they saw the two people opposite them suddenly changed their expressions, they covered their heads and knelt on the ground, wailing in extreme pain. Then, under the horrified eyes of everyone, their bodies began to lose weight, their faces began to grow old, and their hair began to turn gray. It was as if an invisible giant mouth was swallowing their vitality. In just a few minutes, the two middle-stage qi refining monks who had just been arrogant had turned into two mummies. Swept by a cluster of green flames, there was not even a trace of ash left. Gulu. The sound of spitting and swallowing was particularly clear in the silent forest. Zhou Yang also watched all this blankly. This scene is familiar to him. I've seen it in the market before. This is a wizard. Zhou Yang was pleasantly surprised and quickly looked around, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see anyone. Just when he was feeling a little disappointed, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Stop looking for it. I'm not here. Keep those two people's storage bags. Zhou Yang quickly asked in his heart, Senior Wu, where are you? Can I still follow you? He knew this was a bit presumptuous, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Zhou Yang understood how much he weighed. Without the help of Taoist wizards, he could only go back to being a casual cultivator. And now that the market is gone, where should he go? The voice in my head was silent, as if thinking. Zhou Yang became nervous. He clenched his fists tightly and waited quietly. After a long time, the indifferent voice of the Taoist which sounded in his mind. Let's survive to the Tianqing Fairy City first. After finishing speaking, there was no more movement. Zhou Yang was overjoyed. Did he agree? He did not ask Taoist Wu to take him away. He was only at the 2nd level of qi refining, so he was a burden. With the temperament of a Taoist witch, it is impossible to do such a thankless thing. Tianqing Fairy City. Zhou Yang naturally knew about Tianqing Fairy City, and he also collected information in this regard for the Taoist witches in King's Hufang City. There have been some speculations about this before. Maybe Tianqing Fairy City is the target of Taoist Wu. But this place is too far away from Tianqing Fairy City, thousands of miles away. However, Zhou Yang's eyes flashed. He could certainly go to other cities to settle down on the way. There was no need to take risks. But if you want to succeed, go crazy first, but then move forward. Fight once, you will be a generation of immortals, seize the opportunity and never fail. Done. Zhou Yang made up his mind to go to Tianqing Fairy City. Either die on the road, or go to Tianqing Fairy City and follow the Taoist wizard to eat well and drink spicy food. Don't witches and Taoists like to collect magic powers? Then he would try to find more doors along the way. He couldn't go empty-handed. Zhou, brother Zhou, they, are dead. Zhou Yang's thoughts were interrupted by a timid voice from the side. He came back to his senses and looked at everyone in front of him who was in shock. Grinning. It doesn't matter, it was Senior Wu who took action just now. These two are only in the middle stage of qi refining, and in the eyes of Senior, they are nothing more than ants. When everyone heard this, instead of breathing a sigh of relief, they became even more frightened. The shadow of a famous tree is not a good person. Zhou Yang ignored everyone and walked forward alone to pick up what the two had left behind. With the two people's supplies, I am more confident about going to Tianqing Immortal City. Zhou Yang pondered in his heart, and suddenly looked at the few monks present. His eyes flickered for a moment, and then he smiled gently. Everyone, we are all fellow Taoists who share weal and woe, why don't we go together? Seeing everyone's hesitation, Zhou Yang continued. Don't worry, with the protection of our seniors, we will definitely make it out alive. He started brainwashing everyone. Zhou Yang also had a sudden idea. I used to fight alone, but as the wizards and Taoists became stronger and stronger, my value became less and less. If you build a team yourself, you will not only have someone to look after you on the road, but you may also be able to train a team to work specifically for the witches and Taoists. But before that, Zhou Yang looked at Li San next to him with deep eyes. A gang cannot have unstable factors. Lu Ming didn't know what Zhou Yang was thinking. He fought his way out of the market and entered the Yunwu Mountains. He didn't know what happened in Qingzhou Market afterwards, but he had already run away. Fortunately, now that the beast tide has come out, the mountains have become much quieter, and there are fewer first-level monsters that can be seen. But there are fewer monsters, but there are many human disasters. Lu Ming used the Qingling boat to travel at first, but after killing several robbery cultivators in a row, he began to walk honestly. He used his body skills to run fast, maintaining the lowest consumption, and only used the flying boat to pass quickly when he was blocked by some big rivers or cliffs. Fortunately, he was cautious later and released his clone to explore the way, but he didn't encounter anything special. There was no story of a hero saving a beauty. After walking for several days, he accidentally ran into Zhou Yang. I didn't see this kid before, but I didn't expect him to run out. Seeing that he was in trouble, he solved it. Now he is at the 7th level of qi refining. After a fight with the beast tide, the mana in his body has accumulated to the bottleneck of the 8th level of qi refining. It is effortless to deal with 2 mid-stage qi refining cultivators. Fortunately, Zhou Yang mentioned the Taoist Wu, otherwise he would not be able to use the golden book to kill the two. If he really waited for him to rush over, it would be hard to say what the result would be. As for taking Zhou Yang with him, Lu Ming never thought about it. Tianqing Xiancheng is a long way away, and he doesn't want to bring a burden. And telling Zhou Yang that he is going to Tianqing Xiancheng is not a big deal. Let's not talk about whether there are people who will go so far like him. Even if someone really goes there, it's okay. He will definitely use the golden book when he goes to Tianqing Xiancheng, and he won't be able to hide it at that time. Besides, what does the Taoist Wu have to do with him, Lu Ming? Without thinking too much about these things, Lu Ming took out a compass to make sure he didn't go in the wrong direction. Then he used 2 minds at the same time, controlling the clone to explore the way, while he moved forward at a constant speed. It must be said that the clone is much more useful than the market in this situation. There are too many places in the market that I dare not go to, and there are formations and restrictions everywhere. Although the clone cultivators cannot see it, that is limited to low-level cultivators. For example, the great cultivators of foundation building can probably see through it at a glance, and some cultivators who have practiced pupil skills can also find traces. Now that we have entered the Yunwu Mountains, the clone has a place to use. At least the road that the clone has walked is safe on the surface. It will not accidentally step into a dangerous place, and it can also predict the enemy's moves and respond in advance when it finds danger. It is really suitable for exploring the way. It's a pity that the clone can only be useful in the qi refining stage. Lu Ming was a little regretful. In Lian Zi Mu Shuang Sheng Fa is only the first level. The clone devours the soul of the cultivator to practice, and the highest level can only be qi refining perfection. There is no clue for the subsequent exercises, so I can only go to Tianqing Xianqing to have a look. Time passed quietly. The Yunwu Mountains are continuous and foggy. Tianqing Xianqing is thousands of miles away from King's Hufang City. This is just the straight line distance. Lu Ming walked and stopped along the way, making detours, and saw a mountain after climbing a peak. In the end, he didn't know how far he had walked, but he knew that more than a month had passed. With the clones exploring the way ahead, he avoided a lot of trouble, but he also took too many detours. In a deserted cave underground, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in it, with corpses in front of him, some of which were monsters and some of which were cultivators. Although Lu Ming was always on the road, he did not fall behind in cultivation. Instead, he hunted some cultivators and monsters in the mountains. Occasionally, he could see some spiritual flowers and herbs. He would eat them directly if he knew them, and put them in the storage bag if he didn't know them. In this way, Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to the bottleneck of the 8th level of qi refining. When he felt that his cultivation was about to fail, Lu Ming found a quiet cave. After several days of continuous cultivation, the spiritual power in his body had reached a perfect state. It was only a month before Lu Ming broke through the 7th level of qi refining, but his cultivation showed no signs of being frivolous. After practicing the soul-swallowing blood demonic art, the mana in his body was as powerful as those old cultivators who had been stuck in the 7th level of qi refining for many years. Playing with the black and gray waste pill in his hand, Lu Ming swallowed it in one gulp. When I go to Tianqing Fairy City, I will establish a alchemy inheritance. The medicinal power quickly dissipated, and Lu Ming calmed down. As he practiced the technique, blood flew out from the dozen corpses in front of him, and then the corpses began to shrink gradually. The gushing blood climbed towards Lu Ming like a tide. It wrapped him tightly, as if he was still a blood man. There was a sound of rushing. The blood began to be gradually swallowed by Lu Ming into his body, and at the same time it was converted into mana and poured into his dantian, and his 5 internal organs also emitted a bright blood light. Lu Ming's breath began to grow slowly. It lasted for half an hour. Bume's surging and powerful aura spread in the cave, and Lu Ming's robe fluttered without wind. Without encountering any bottleneck, he broke through the 8th level of qi refining. He opened his eyes, and a flash of scarlet light flashed in his eyes. Feeling his current strength, Lu Ming felt that he could beat 10 of his past self. Magic skills are the right way. After a few words of self-reflection, Lu Ming restrained his aura. He condensed a water mirror and looked at his appearance inside. Although he had the cleaning skill, he was not sloppy. But after more than a month of traveling, he looked much older, with some stubble on his chin, and he looked much more mature. Handsome, Lu Ming said arrogantly, and waved away the water mirror. It's time to go. I don't know how far Tianqing Fairy City is. Lu Ming stood up and was about to use the compass to locate his current position. His expression changed, and the view switched to the clone who was on alert all around. It was late at night. The moonlight was shining brightly over the mountains. In a valley 5 miles away from Lu Ming's cave, various spells and magic weapons shone brightly in the night, and waves of air burst out, breaking the silence of the forest. On the ground, 4 cultivators in the late stage of qi refining stood outside, guarding the people inside. And the 4 faced a golden giant ape about 6 meters tall. The 2 sides were fighting fiercely. Lu Ming controlled his clone to watch from a distance. Among these people, 3 of them were familiar to Lu Ming. One of them was a tall and strong middle-aged man with a beard and a rough face, holding a long spear. It was the demon hunter Zhang Li, and behind him stood his Taoist partner Yang Lian, who was holding their daughter in her arms and hiding behind him with a nervous look on her face. They actually came here. Didn't they find a place to stay in the market? Lu Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet acquaintances after walking so far. But are they in trouble now? Yes, they didn't have a clone to explore the way. It seems that they broke into the territory of the golden-haired giant ape king and were targeted. Zhang Li is a good person and has done me a favor, so I can't just leave it alone. However, Lu Ming didn't rush to take action, as they were all quite strong. The other 3 were all at the 7th level of qi refining, and Zhang Li was at the 8th level of qi refining. The 4 of them fought back and forth with the golden-haired giant ape king, and they haven't fallen into a disadvantage yet, and they are even slightly suppressed. If I go out by myself, the other party may not think that I am helping out of kindness. Time passed slowly, and half an hour passed, and the battle in the field had entered a white-hot stage. Zhongli shook his spear, shaking off the blood on it. Then he waved the spear in his hand, and the magic power poured in. He raised the spear and stabbed it, and the golden spear light was like a meteor. It was as if it tore through the dark night and pierced the heart of the giant ape. Puff! After all, the spear was a magic weapon, and Zhongli blessed it with magic power, making it extremely sharp. Even if the golden-haired giant ape king had thick skin and flesh, it was difficult to completely block it with its hard exterior. A hole was poked in the chest, and blood gushed out. Roar! The giant ape attacked more and more angrily in pain, and the four people kept dodging and moving. While swinging the spear, several people also cast spells. It didn't take long for scars to be left on its body. If it were an ordinary beast, it would have been beaten to death by such an attack. But the golden-haired giant ape king relied on his strong physique to bear it, but its breath was obviously weakened, and it began to show a trend of being defeated. The four people and the monster were injured all over, but the golden-haired giant ape king was obviously more seriously injured. Just when Lu Ming thought the battle was about to end, something changed suddenly in the field. The golden-haired giant ape king looked up at the moon and roared angrily, and his ape arms as thick as water tanks kept beating his chest. The aura of the golden-haired giant ape king was also rising, and it was about to exceed the scope of the first-level monster. Blood oozing out of the pores gradually gathered into some kind of totem-like pattern. The fangs on the face were exposed, the ape eyes were red, and it looked at the short two-legged beasts in front of it ferociously. Not only that, its body began to expand, and in a blink of an eye, its body suddenly expanded a circle, turning into an 8-meter-tall little giant. Magic! Lu Ming in the dark was shocked. He had forgotten that some monsters with amazing talents could awaken magic. And it looks like a berserk magic. It must have been hurt by the beating, and it couldn't bear it this time. Zhongli and others also noticed something was wrong, and increased their strength. All kinds of spells and magic tools greeted the golden-haired monster ape. The totem on the chest of the golden-haired giant ape king flashed blood, and he actually grasped it out of thin air, and the soil in front of him suddenly turned into a huge rock, blocking the attacks of the four people. Bang! The huge rock was smashed into pieces in mid-air. But taking advantage of this gap, the golden-haired giant ape king attacked the few people again, and the giant ape, which had little intelligence after going berserk, was slowly disappearing. Gradually gave up defense, but the offensive became more and more violent. Zhongli was not careful for a moment and was knocked out and hit hard on a mountain wall. Brotherly! Yang Lian exclaimed, and was about to step forward, but was stopped by the people beside her. Sister-in-law, don't step forward, Brotherly is a physical cultivator, it should be fine. Yang Lian knew that she shouldn't make trouble at this time, just worrying about it. She hurriedly told, Minji, be careful, I won't cause you any trouble. Then Yang Lian hugged her daughter and retreated. Chen Minji nodded, spread the yellow flag in his hand, and the yellow sand like a long dragon flew out from it, and he and the two people around him met the giant ape. However, the giant ape looked like it had lost its mind at this time. He traded injuries for injuries, totally ignoring his own injuries, and used his body to bear all the attacks. He swung his arms as thick as a water tank and attacked fiercely, beating the three people back step by step. Zhongli struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood and cursing. This beast is so difficult to deal with, he almost stabbed me to death with one punch. Without delay, he picked up the fallen magic weapon spear and rushed forward again. The battle became more and more stalemate, and the four people gradually lost. Even the magic weapons in their hands began to dim. After a few more moves, the golden-haired giant ape king hit hard and knocked the four people away. The four people turned pale, and a trace of blood slid from the corners of their mouths. Brother Zhang, it looks like we're going to die here today. The four looked at each other, all with bitter smiles on their faces. Zhongli looked at his wife and daughter with a miserable look. The frenzied golden-haired giant ape king would not give them a chance to part with each other. It roared, blood-red chi rose from its body, and suddenly, with a strong force, a deep pit appeared on the ground. The huge body like an iron tower pounced on the four people again. Just when several people thought they would die today. Boom! The rocks at the place where the golden-haired giant ape king was just now cracked, and the soil and rocks flew everywhere. The golden-haired giant ape, which was as tall as 8 meters, fell heavily to the ground, smoke and dust rose everywhere, and the golden hair on its body was burned black by the black electric arc. The faces of the people waiting to die were stunned, and they didn't understand what happened. Tap, tap, tap. Muffled footsteps came. A figure surrounded by demonic energy walked out of the smoke and dust. The demon shadow couldn't see his appearance clearly, but he was tall and slender, and the extremely terrifying bloody aura rose and fell with him as he walked. Thank you, fellow Taoist, may I ask who you are? Zhang struggled to get up and bowed to the demon shadow incarnated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored Zhang Li's question, and now was not the time to reminisce. He didn't deliberately come to save people at a certain time, but he was a distance away from this place, and it took him some effort to rush over. Zhang Li saw that the visitor ignored him, and scratched his head a little embarrassedly, but he was not angry. Although he didn't know the other party's purpose, it was a fact that he saved them. It was just that this Taoist fellow looked a little. At this time, the golden-haired giant ape king also climbed up. I don't know if it was awakened by the electric shock, but the madness in his eyes was much clearer. It just looked at Lu Ming, the sudden intruder, with a fierce look, roared, and kept beating his chest. Lu Ming didn't want to waste time. Seeing the name of the golden-haired giant ape king appearing on the golden book, he immediately chose him as the recipient of his magic backlash. The golden-haired giant ape king's already frantic breath suddenly became chaotic, and his breath was sometimes high and sometimes low, erratic. Lu Ming's demonic shadow flashed, jumped high, and appeared directly in front of the golden-haired giant ape king. The next moment, the surging black thunder around him surged, and the dark green flame mixed with the thunder gathered a palm and suddenly pressed down on the golden-haired giant ape king's chest. A dazzling light burst out. Boom! The violent power poured down towards the golden-haired giant ape. This time, no matter how thick the skin and flesh of the giant ape king were, he could not withstand Lu Ming's terrifying power at this time. Roar! The giant ape king let out a painful wail, and his huge figure as big as a mountain was blown away several feet away, smashing a huge rock into pieces. I'll kill you while you're sick. Lu Ming wanted to beat the giant ape king. The power of his 5 internal organs burned, and his breath rose again. At this time, Lu Ming didn't know what to do with his realm. Anyway, he would use whatever he knew. Spells, talismans, magic tools, secret techniques. From time to time, in the mountains and forests under the night, there were scenes of golden light, thunder, and flying earth and rocks. Thick ancient trees were destroyed and fell in pieces, and huge roars continued to spread over a radius of 1,000 meters. After fighting for a long time, seeing that the golden-haired giant ape king could still breathe, Lu Ming gradually lost his patience. It's really too tough. Lu Ming thought about it and simply worked on the golden-haired giant ape king's weak soul. The strong physique of the monster is a natural advantage, but the fragility of the soul is also the biggest disadvantage. Lu Ming withdrew his hand, pinched his eyebrows with a spell, and released the power of the soul without reservation. The Yin Lianzi clone pounced into the giant ape king's sea of consciousness like a hungry tiger, and took a big bite on the giant ape king's already fragile soul. Roar! The golden-haired giant ape king screamed miserably, holding his head, and blood kept flowing out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. But Lu Ming did not miss this good opportunity. Burning blood escape technique. Flashed behind the giant ape and used his body skills to get closer. With one hand, he cast the blood demon soul refining sutra and pressed it on the top of the giant ape's head, while with the other hand, he kept making spells, and all kinds of obscure runes flashed in his eyes. The giant ape under the blood demon soul refining sutra felt that his soul was like being crushed by a millstone, which was extremely painful. It also made the golden-haired giant ape king scream, and his breath began to become extremely weak. As a magic soul technique, the blood demon soul refining sutra is not only for searching the soul, but also for destroying the soul, which is the most cruel torture. Gradually, the fierce aura of the golden-haired giant ape king slowly faded, his eyes became empty, and only the blood and chi in his body were still vigorous. Eat it while it's hot, don't waste it. Half an hour later. Lu Ming inhaled the last ray of blood mist, exhaled slowly, with a look of enjoyment on his face. The chi and blood of the golden-haired giant ape king are too strong, comparable to those of 4 or 5 normal monks in the late stage of chi refining. The cultivation level that just broke through the 8th level of chi refining has also stabilized. Gulu, while Lu Ming was still immersed in the happiness of improving his cultivation, he heard the sound of swallowing saliva behind him. Only then did he remember that there was someone else beside him, but he was not embarrassed. He was now covered in demonic aura and his face was covered. Turning his head to look at Zhang Li and others, he said nothing. Lu Ming was thinking about whether to leave directly. Anyway, this move was just to return Zhang's favor. Now that everything is done and the cause and effect is over, there is no need to stay here for a long time. As for their next journey, if they don't meet again, they will definitely not pay attention to them anymore. Otherwise they won't be bodyguards. However, Zhang Li and others misunderstood when they saw that Lu Ming did not speak. This wizard doesn't want to leave us here. Several people had this idea in their minds. As the leader of the demon hunting team, Zhang knew that everyone else was silent and knew what to say now. To be honest, even though the other party rescued them, they were more fearful and wary of the Taoist witches. The other party's behavior is too weird. If possible, Zhang really doesn't want to be the one who stands out. Zhang took a step forward and kept his posture very low. He hugged Lu Ming and thanked him. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping me this time." Zhang is very grateful. Then I thought about it and felt that just saying thank you was not sincere enough. A flash of physical pain flashed across his face, but he still took out the storage bag from his waist, held it up with both hands, and handed it to Lu Ming. "I have nothing to grow in my lower body, I only have a small amount of savings as a thank you gift. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving me." Lu Ming was a little stunned. Then he looked at the expressions of several people and understood what happened. He couldn't help but feel speechless for a moment. I wanted to refuse directly. After all, he was not doing this to get any reward. But Lu Ming was a little jealous when he thought of Zhang Li's powerful physique. Physical cultivation is not common in the world of immortality, mainly because of the scarcity of techniques and the high consumption of resources. Moreover, the method of fighting is simple and easy to be kite by the method, which leads to the fact that few people take this path now. Lu Ming guessed that Zhang Li's ability to move around and cultivate was related to his identity as a demon hunter. Otherwise, it would be a thankless task for a loose immortal to choose this path. Lu Ming now has no shortage of resources, and his cultivation of both body and law is not a problem. Even if there are no results, the worst thing is to learn to resist beatings. There are multiple methods and multiple paths. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming looked at Zhang Li and made a hoarse voice. "Ho ho, body cultivation." Hearing this, Zhang was startled, his body stiffened, his muscles tensed, and he subconsciously tried to use his magic power. It was not strange that he was physically cultivated, but that the person who said this was strange. He had heard that some demon cultivators liked people with strong qi and blood like him, especially physical cultivators, who were simply high-quality food for demon cultivators. Hearing this suddenly, he felt a little nervous. Lu Ming couldn't pretend to be serious when he saw his reaction. It would be bad if he lost his temper. He didn't want to fight with Zhang Li. "Give me your physical training skills." "Ah." Zhang was in a daze, and the movement of his magic power was stagnant. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that this witch Taoist was interested in his physical cultivation skills. But he didn't hesitate, at least the opponent was interested in his skills, not his person. He quickly rummaged through his storage bag and took out a jade slip. Zhang was about to hand it over when he suddenly thought of something. His eyes flickered and hesitation appeared on his face. I weighed the pros and cons in my mind and didn't hesitate for too long. Zhang Li once again took out a dark green simple jade slip from his storage bag, and handed it over respectfully along with the physical cultivation technique. He said carefully, "Fellow Taoist, this is the technique I practiced." The other one, before Lu Ming could finish speaking, he moved his hand and 2 jade slips fell into his hands. Spiritual consciousness poured into it, and the detailed explanation of the technique immediately came into his mind. Savage Beast Skill. It is a very simple body cultivation method that can be cultivated to the peak of the first level, which is the perfection of qi refining. The training conditions were not beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Monster blood was needed to nourish and temper the physical body. It's just that the cultivation process is more painful, and you have to bear the pain of tempering the animal blood into your body. This was nothing to Lu Ming, but the side effects of the technique made him a little stunned. If the yang yuan is too strong, it needs to be vented in time, otherwise the inner fire will rise and affect the state of mind during practice. He looked at Zhang Li with strange eyes, and then glanced at Yang Lian. "Is it possible that if you are good at physical training, you will still be a master in sexual intercourse? No wonder sister-in-law Yang is still so charming even though she is about 40 years old. Her feelings have been nourished." Lu Ming didn't say anything, and looked at the dark green simple jade slip again. Lu Ming saw the change in Zhang's expression just now. He thought it was because he was reluctant to take it out, but unexpectedly he gave one more. Lu Ming was a little curious and vaguely felt that this was a good thing. As expected, Lu Ming's brows hidden under the demonic aura rose slightly as his spiritual sense penetrated. Puppet control technique, puppet inheritance. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Zhang Li had such a good thing in his hands. Although the puppet inheritance is not mainstream among the various arts of cultivating immortals, there are even some side branches. But inheritance is inheritance, and its value is inestimable. However, after reading the content of the puppet inheritance, Lu Ming couldn't help but be speechless. This inheritance is not only sinister but also difficult to get started. Unlike the previous puppet inheritance, it is a mechanical creation made of various spiritual materials. And this inheritance is a puppet made of monsters, and even the flesh and bones of cultivators. To be more precise, it should be called corpse puppets. And the method of collecting materials and refining is also extremely cruel. In order to maximize the preservation of the strongest combat power of the corpse before its death, it is best to choose to sacrifice the corpse puppet alive and lock its essence before its death. The second is control, which is also a difficult task. First of all, it is necessary to give birth to spiritual consciousness, otherwise it is not enough to control the puppet's actions and even fights. Therefore, for the cultivators in the qi refining stage, before being promoted to the foundation establishment stage, this inheritance can only be left to eat dust. Zhongli did not deliberately trick him, but probably felt that this inheritance was very suitable for his current appearance. Lu Ming was right. For Zhongli, this inheritance is useless. It is better to do a favor. But it means something different to Lu Ming. As the owner of the Golden Book, he lacks the ability to resist risks. In order to seduce those fellow Taoists with ulterior motives to be on the list, it is not a good thing to always show up. Moreover, it is not easy to find an honest and motivated agent like Zhou Yang, who has to clean up his ass from time to time. Many things are timid, and sometimes you have to hold back when you want to fight. It is much easier to do with a puppet. The vest of Wu Daoren is completely cut off from Lu Ming. Things that were not dared to be taken risky before, let the puppet do it. Whether you kill someone or offend someone outside, it is Wu Daoren who takes the blame. And in this way, won't the reserve food of the Golden Book be endless? He, dangerous puppet, I will take all the benefits. Although the refining was a bit cruel, Lu Ming didn't care much. Anyway, it's not him that the devil's thieves are scolding. As for the control issue, you need to refine a puppet core, then cut off your spiritual consciousness, separate it into the puppet body and take charge of the overall situation. From then on, you can control the puppet like an arm and a finger, just like a clone. You must know that the soul is extremely important to a monk. Once it is damaged, it will have a great impact on the monk's path. But Lu Ming is not very worried about this aspect. After cultivating the Yin Lotus twin method, his soul is different from ordinary people. And why did Lu Ming want to cut the soul? Although side effects can be avoided, it is not necessary at all. Isn't the Yin Lianzi clone just in time to be used? What spiritual thought can be more suitable for becoming a puppet than the incarnation of a divine soul? This is simply a different kind of seizing the body. The most difficult part is not the issue that Lu Ming needs to consider most. The joy in Lu Ming's heart did not last for a moment. He looked at the golden-haired giant ape king who had been sucked dry by him, and his face was filled with pain. I'm still too anxious, and I'll lose a lot of money. The golden-haired giant ape king is not only extremely powerful, but also has copper skin and iron bones. Even the monks in the late stage of qi refining have difficulty breaking through the defense and are very difficult to deal with. With Lu Ming's current strength, he could barely breathe even under the indiscriminate bombardment. This rough-skinned and fleshy monster ape is perfect for refining a puppet, but it's a pity that it's too late to say anything now. However, Lu Ming was still very satisfied with the puppet inheritance, and his depression disappeared. Although the demon ape is good, he is not a monk after all, so he still has to find a suitable body-snatching partner. Thoughts lasted only a moment, and time did not pass for a long time. Lu Ming looked apprehensive and was carefully observing his tension. After thinking about it, he turned his hand and a storage bag appeared in his hand. Lu Ming would not take Zhang Li's things for free. Favors are favors, and the reward should be given. He threw the storage bag over and spoke in a calm tone. These are the rewards for buying your skills. Zhang Li took it and opened it in confusion. His face suddenly twitched and his hand holding the storage bag was a little unsteady. There are a total of 800 low-grade spiritual stones in it. Is this life money? Zhang Li was a little anxious, and I didn't blame him for thinking so. Zhang Li naturally knew what was in the inheritance given to Lu Ming. Refining corpses, puppets, living sacrifices. Zhang Li felt like crying. What is this? Are you in a hurry to deliver materials? Humph. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Lu Ming became angry when he saw Zhang Li's appearance. Why didn't he know that Uncle Zhang was so fond of imagining things? It's really chilling. Who do you think he is? Ignoring the tension, I already got what I wanted, and there was an unexpected surprise, so there was no need to stay any longer. Using his escape technique, Lu Ming turned into a demonic shadow and disappeared into the silent mountain forest. Everyone was left standing there stupidly. After a long time, Chen Minji spoke softly. "Brother Li, are we okay?" Zhang Li took out a breath slowly, nodded and said, "It should be fine." Then his eyes fell on the storage bag with a complicated expression. Unexpectedly, the witch Taoist really let them go and gave them such a large amount of spiritual stones. He actually didn't know that Lu Ming wanted to give more, and the value of inheritance was self-evident. I was just worried that there would be too many spirit stones to protect him, so I only gave him 800 spirit stones. 800 spirit stones were still acceptable to him, a late-stage qi refining monk. Seeing that the Taoist wizard had left but not returned, everyone gathered around him, but they all agreed tacitly and did not ask what was in the storage bag. Those are all tension things and have nothing to do with them. "Brother Li, where should we go next?" At this time, an honest middle-aged man in the team asked. Zhang Li looked over. This person's name was Sun Chang, one of the demon hunters he formed in Kingshufang City. But after fighting out of Fangshi, there were only 3 left in front of them. Chen Minji, Sun Chang, and Zhou Wenfeng, who is usually taciturn. I originally wanted to use my experience in hunting monsters in the mountains to take my brothers on a good hunt in the mountains, and then find a nearby place to stay. But they didn't expect to encounter the golden-haired giant ape king on the way. If the Taoist wizard hadn't come to rescue them, they might have died. Zhang Li pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind. "Let's go to Tianqing Fairy City." Calculating the distance, this place should be not far from Tianqing Fairy City. Instead of hanging around in Fang City all your life, it is better to go to Tianqing Fairy City to try your luck, where there are more opportunities. Moreover, he tugged on the storage bag in his hand. With these spiritual stones, he would have solved most of his resources for the rest of the journey, so he might not miss the chance to build a foundation. Everyone was led by Zhang Li and did not refute his proposal. Moreover, they had also longed for the city of casual cultivators and wanted to see it for a long time. It's just that I was trapped in Kingshufang City before, and although my life was average, it was not bad. They are not willing to jump out of their comfort zone, and they are not sure about leaving the Yunwu Mountains. But things are unpredictable, and a sudden tide of beasts in Fangshi disrupts their lives, forcing them to flee. But now, it might be a good opportunity to see the vast world. Zhang Li looked at Yang Lian with questioning eyes, and the other party nodded slightly to him. Seeing that everyone agreed, a smile appeared on Zhang Zhang's face. He was full of pride and waved his hand. "Let's go. Target Tianqing Fairy City." The magic weapons used by everyone turned into several streams of light and went away. And not long after they left, a figure returned to the place again. Lu Ming looked at the direction in which they were going so far and raised his eyebrows. Is this the direction to Tianqing Fairy City? In fact, he never left, mainly because he was worried that giving Zhang Lilingstone would bring him trouble. Lu Ming didn't know anyone except Zhang Li's family, and he didn't know their character. If Lu Ming gets interested in seeing Kai, he will not save Zhang Li but will harm him. So after he left, he gathered his breath and returned not far away. Once someone gets greedy, he can help solve the problem for Zhang Li and get some puppet materials for himself. But everyone seems to be following the rules. To be honest, Lu Ming was a little envious of their brotherhood. Although his cultivation has now caught up with Zhang Li's, he has been alone since time travel. And after getting the golden book of cause and effect, he became even more pathologically disgusted with human nature. He is very resistant to contacting strangers, never makes friends with Taoists, and is wary of everyone. Lu Ming also knew that this was wrong, but he was too insecure. After we go to Tianqing Fairy City and refine the puppet, it's time to go out and walk around. Cultivating immortality alone is still too depressing, but with puppets, everything is easier. As for why the friends made by the puppet are no longer friends? Without thinking any more, Lu Ming turned and left. He would not wait for Zhang Li and others. Lu Ming had to rush to Tianqing Fairy City to check out the situation first, and then find a new identity for himself. He knew Zhang Li's face. Now that he knew that Zhang Li was going to Tianqing Fairy City, he naturally had to make preparations in advance. More than 10 days later. This is the place. Lu Ming, who walked out of the Yunwu Mountains, stood on a low hilltop, looking at the night sky in all directions, wanting to shout out to vent his excitement. After parting with Zhang Li and others, he traveled through mountains and rivers for more than half a month, and finally arrived near Tianqing Fairy City according to the map. The closer to the fairy city, the more sects and families are established. And in the mountains, rivers, and spiritual veins, a number of cultivation markets are established. Across thousands of miles, there are no less than 10 markets on the road. Although he slept in the open air, he occasionally found some cities or markets to rest for a while. However, it was late at this time, so he did not rush to the fairy city, but prepared to wait for a night's rest to adjust his spiritual power. He found a cave, his spiritual power swung, cleared a clean place, swallowed a bigu pill, and began to meditate quietly to recover. The next day after a night's rest, Lu Ming was full of energy. He drove the Qingling boat over a mountain, and suddenly stopped, staring at something not far away. In front of him, there was a vast fairy city, located at the end of the horizon, emitting brilliant rays of light. The towering city wall was built around a towering mountain in the center, which was shrouded in a hazy sea of fog and could not be seen clearly. Is this the third-level spiritual vein Tianqing Peak? Lu Ming looked at the mountain that went straight into the sky, recalling the information he had collected, and the fragments of the content on it were compared with the environment of Tianqing Fairy City one by one. In front of the city wall, there were countless cultivators coming and going, some driving magic tools, some riding spirit beasts, forming a bustling flow of people at the city gate. This is a city composed entirely of cultivators. Since he had arrived, Lu Ming was not so impatient, and drove the spirit boat slowly towards the fairy city. It looked quite close, but in fact it was still dozens of miles away. Lu Ming began to look at the surrounding environment. But after flying for about a few miles, a group of cultivators appeared in front of him, driving a flying boat and approaching him quickly. The annoying flies are here again. Lu Ming looked at the group of people who were coming aggressively with a cold look. It was another Jieshio. These pests in the world of immortal cultivation are simply endless. This Taoist fellow, a leading cultivator in the middle stage of qi refining on the flying boat, stood up. Die! Lu Ming didn't listen to him finish his words. I saw a long halberd piercing through in a violent manner. Bang! Under the halberd, the leading cultivator had not reacted yet, and the body protection magic weapon exploded into pieces, and his head was pierced, and he was dead immediately. Lu Ming drove the Qingling boat to approach quickly, and jumped onto the other party's flying boat. Puffy walked forward and pulled out the long halberd, bringing out some red and white. Not good. The boss has been killed. Run! The robbery cultivators saw that the situation was not good and immediately scattered. After Lu Ming killed one person instantly, he did not delay. He activated the blood escape secret technique and swung the long halberd to chop out, killing one person with one halberd. Until the end of the battle, Lu Ming did not even have a drop of blood on his robe. Looking at these corpses, Lu Ming felt that the depression in his heart after 2 months of traveling was swept away. It's so cool to fight as a physical cultivator. In the past 10 days, Lu Ming was not only traveling, but also hunting monsters. This time, he did not devour the monster's blood, but used it to practice barbarian beast skill to temper his body. With some resources in the storage bag, without fear of side effects, his physical cultivation realm was advancing by leaps and bounds. His physical cultivation realm also reached the middle stage of the first level. Lu Ming estimated that he now has the strength of about the 5th level of qi refining. But dealing with this group of robbery cultivators who are only at the 4th level of qi refining is easy. It just so happens that they are blind enough to rob me, so it is most suitable to use it for training. Looking at the long halberd in his hand, Lu Ming shook his wrist, and the long halberd made a buzzing sound, shaking off the red and white things on it. The long halberd is much more useful than the sword. Lu Ming felt that he had found the most suitable magic weapon for him. This long halberd was found in the storage bags of many robbery cultivators. After cultivating the body, Lu Ming felt that this long halberd was handy and used it. Unexpectedly, it worked well. It's a pity that this magic weapon is only the 1st level middle grade, which is a bit unsuitable for me now. But I can refine weapons and make a long halberd myself. However, Lu Ming felt a headache when he thought that the magic weapons he made were all full of demonic energy. The demon halberd seems to be very good. After comforting himself, Lu Ming looked around. Lu Ming, who wanted to burn it with fire, suddenly changed his mind. There are many ways for people to live, so why bother with the coexistence of the body and the soul? These robbery cultivators can also be used as waste after they die. He picked some relatively intact corpses and fed the others to the 3 ghost fire. Finally, he packed up the storage bags of several people and the flying boat and took them away. Lu Ming drove the Qingling boat to leave the place quickly. This time, he did not delay and headed straight for the Immortal City. As he got closer and closer to the wall of Tianqing Immortal City, Lu Ming felt that the grandeur of the Immortal City was more shocking than the distant view. He felt a heavy sense of oppression in the air. And there was a faint pressure falling on him, which was gradually increasing. Seeing that many people around him fell before approaching the immortal city, Lu Ming followed suit. He landed in the light of escape, put away the Qingling boat, transformed into a middle-aged man in a green Taoist robe, and walked towards the main gate of Tianqing Xiancheng. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly saw a dense fog in front of him, but it did not seem to be set for cultivators, because he could sense a guidance in the fog. Soul-confusing restriction. With a flash of light in his eyes, Lu Ming carefully looked at the formation surrounding the entire periphery of Tianqing Xiancheng. He was very familiar with this kind of formation restriction. After all, he had a piece of fog array disk on him. However, the two are not the same. The soul-confusing restriction outside the fairy city is much stronger than the array disk, and the coverage area is extremely wide. Once you rush into it, you will be dizzy. This soul-confusing restriction should only prevent monsters from approaching the fairy city. He thought to himself, after all, it is not very meaningful to target cultivators. Standing under the fairy city, looking up, I saw that the walls of the fairy city were full of various Taoist marks and hideous traces. Is this left by the beast tide in the Cloud Mist Mountains? According to the information he had learned, it seemed that the Beast King in the depths of the Cloud Mist Mountains, dissatisfied with the monks' endless plundering of cloud and mist resources, had launched a beast tide against Tianqing Immortal City. I don't think the situation like King's Hufang City will happen again. The reason why Tianqing Immortal City can stand to this day is not only because of the reputation of Jindan Jinren, Tianqing Jinren. It also depends on the third-level formation of the City Defense Formation, Tianqing Forbidden Area Formation. Since he decided to come to Tianqing Immortal City, Lu Ming would not be unprepared, and he had done some research and understanding of these. There is no doubt that the forbidden air pressure and the soul-bewitching restriction came from this third-level formation of Tianqing Immortal City. The third-level formation has been connected with the earth veins and has the ability to form a small world of its own. In the third-level formation, it can easily lock the spirit veins, divide the area to distribute the concentration of spiritual energy, and even move the monks out of thin air. The formation, after reaching the third level, will produce an extremely terrifying qualitative change. For example, the great formation of the sect of Tianqing Immortal City, because it is integrated with this world, even if there is a third-level forbidden breaking talisman, the damage it can cause will be suppressed to a very low level. Even in the face of the bombardment of the third-level magic weapon, it will not have much effect. No matter how powerful the golden elixir magic weapon is, what does it mean to this world? This is the horror of the high-level forbidden formation. Passing through the city gate, there is a different world. The noise was heard, and the scene in front of Lu Ming's eyes brightened. As soon as he entered the city, Lu Ming felt that the surroundings were filled with pure spiritual energy, and the level was actually close to the first-level upper grade. This is just entering the city, which is already very good. No wonder casual cultivators flocked to the fairy city. He walked into the outer city of Tianqing Fairy City. There was a platform with a length and width of 100 meters flattened here. Many cultivators sat cross-legged on it, and there was a stall in front of them. Monster materials, spiritual minerals and herbs, elixirs and magic tools are dazzling and available. It is similar to the market he saw along the way from Qingzhou Market, but it is much more prosperous. Is this your first time in Tianqing Fairy City? As Lu Ming was looking around, a young monk dressed in gray came forward and asked respectfully. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and did not deny it. On the way to here, he passed through many territories and went in and out of several markets. He was not unfamiliar with young monks. Most of these monks were young monks in the early stage of qi refining. They introduced the basic situation to the newly arrived senior monks, led the way, etc., and earned a small amount of hard-earned money. If you meet a generous senior monk, you may be able to make a small fortune. Even if you get along well, there are many people who are accepted by the senior monks. Junior Dong Pingan. Senior, I'm new here. I wonder if I need you to lead the way. Dong Pingan was relieved to see that Lu Ming was quite kind, and asked hurriedly. Okay, then take me around first. As he said that, Lu Ming casually flicked out a spiritual stone. Lu Ming saw at a glance that the young cultivator who called himself Dong Pingan had only just entered the second level of qi refining. Somehow, when he saw Dong Pingan, Lu Ming thought of Zhou Yang. I don't know if that kid will come to Tianqing Xiancheng, or die directly in Yunwu mountain range. Dong Pingan took the spirit stone and was overjoyed. For people in their line of work, they might not see a spirit stone in more than 10 days. Some of the casual cultivators who came to Tianqing Xiancheng were also quite tight on money, so it was good enough to reward him with a few inferior elixirs. If he was lucky enough to meet a generous one, he would be given a spirit stone. Lu Ming obviously belonged to the latter. "Thank you, senior." Dong Ping'an happily took it and thanked him. He immediately led Lu Ming to visit Tianqing's Xiancheng and introduced it at the right time. Tianqing Immortal City is a holy land for independent cultivators. It is ruled by Tianqing Jinren and has set rules. Fighting is strictly prohibited in Tianqing Immortal City. The Immortal City is divided into 3 major areas. The spiritual energy concentration in the outer city is at the first grade upper level, and most of them are independent cultivators. The inner city is around the 2nd grade, and foundation building cultivators and their followers are eligible to live there. As for the core Tianqing Mountain, it is a 3rd grade spiritual vein, which is exclusively used by Tianqing Jinren and his disciples. Dong Ping'an couldn't hide his envy in his words. Lu Ming was also full of emotion. Even in a holy land for independent cultivators, classes are everywhere. There are several major Jindan forces in the city: Qingxian Xianzong, Xiuxian Dynasty Ji family. Yunlei Pavilion has also established shops in Xiancheng. If you want to buy magic tools or elixirs, you can first look at the Sanchio trading office. If you find suitable ones, the prices are generally much more affordable than the shops. If you really can't find them, you can go to the shops to have a look. Although the prices are a bit expensive, the elixirs and magic tools there are more complete. As long as they are not unpopular elixirs and unpopular magic tools, you can basically find them. Dong Ping'an took Lu Ming around the outer city of Tianqing and talked until his mouth was dry. Lu Ming saw a row of shops and attics, which sold a large number of elixirs, magic tools, and talismans. There are not only shops of Jindan sects and Xian dynasty. There are even business alliances from other regions that have established trade routes here to do business here. This place is so mixed with good and bad people, but it is more suitable for casual cultivators to survive and sell stolen goods. And Tianqing Immortal City gathers most of the casual cultivators in the southern wilderness, but with Tianqing Jinren in charge, there is order in the chaos, which is good. Thinking in his mind, Lu Ming also has a general understanding of the basic situation. Lu Ming looked at the young cultivator beside him. He just walked around for a long time, got to know Tianqing Immortal City, and was also chatting with Dong Ping'an. He knew that Dong Ping'an was born in a mortal country in the southern wilderness. 2 years ago, he was spotted by a casual Taoist and accepted as a disciple, and since then he has embarked on the road of cultivation. I came to Tianqing Immortal City with my master a few months ago, but I didn't expect that my master was attacked by a monster while collecting herbs near the Yunwu Mountains and never returned. Since then, Dong Ping'an began to practice alone. Fortunately, the Taoist monk left a 1-year cave residence right in Tianqing Immortal City before his death. Now there are about 7 months before the next rent payment. Knowing that he can't make pills or talismans, he won't have spirit stones to renew the cave after 7 months, so he might as well take advantage of his stay in the fairy city to earn more resources for himself in the future. And he has no other way to make money. In Tianqing Immortal City, he can only lead the way for some new senior monks and earn hard-earned money, and he may not be able to earn a spirit stone in more than 10 days. Once the cave residence right expires, he can only leave Tianqing Immortal City in disgrace. Perhaps like most monks, if there is no special opportunity, he can only be lost in the crowd and waste his life. No wonder he can still stay in the Immortal City to lead the way, otherwise he can't afford the entrance fee of 5 spirit stones. The entrance fee has stopped many casual cultivators who yearn for the Immortal City. However, it is none of his business. Just a thought flashing through his mind, Lu Ming didn't care much. I just arrived in the Immortal City, and I just need someone to run errands. During this period, I will provide you with a certain amount of remuneration. Are you willing? After a short time together, Lu Ming couldn't be sure of Dong Ping'an's character, but it didn't matter. He would naturally know if he had bad intentions. And in the absence of Zhou Yang, he still needed someone familiar with the environment in the city to run errands for him. As for what reward he would be paid in the end, Lu Ming didn't lack resources, and any resources he had would be enough for Dong Ping'an to use for a long time. Junior is willing. Dong Ping'an agreed without much hesitation. Although he didn't know whether Lu Ming was painting a pie in the sky for him, he didn't give up this opportunity. If he didn't agree, he could see the end at a glance. If he agreed, at least there was hope for the future. Seeing Dong Ping'an's respectful attitude, Lu Ming was also quite satisfied. Lu Ming did not continue to wander around the city, but asked Dong Ping'an to take him to the place in the city responsible for renting caves to prepare to settle down first. Tianqing Immortal City is a holy place for casual cultivators. Caves have been opened up around Tianqing Mountain for casual cultivators to live and practice. The caves are divided into 4 levels according to the strength of the spiritual veins, A, B, C, and D. Master Dong Ping'an lived in the lowest ding-shaped cave before his death. The spiritual energy was mediocre and the facilities were simple. The ding-shaped cave was undoubtedly just for people to rest, but even so, it cost 10 spiritual stones per month. The next level of C-shaped caves cost 50 spiritual stones per month, while the A-shaped and B-shaped caves not only cost hundreds of spiritual stones per month, but also required people of a certain status to live in. As for the owner of Tianqing Immortal City, Tianqing Jinren, he lived on the Tianqing peak of the 3rd level spiritual vein and practiced in seclusion all year round. The cave leasing business in Tianqing Xianshang has always been run by disciples of Tianqing Jinren, and they can earn money without doing anything. Especially the rental of caves A and B, which can be said to be a fortune. Lu Ming is wealthy and does not hesitate to spend spirit stones, but he has just arrived in Xianshang, so he is more cautious. He paid a month's spirit stones and found a cave with a number of C. Then Dong Ping'an took Lu Ming along the winding mountain road and came to the door of cave number 23 with the number of C. Sensing someone approaching, a light curtain emerged, and Lu Ming knew that this was the basic defense formation of the cave. He put the cave token close to the light curtain, and in an instant, the formation emitted a bright glow, and then gradually faded until it disappeared. After opening the formation restriction, Lu Ming placed his identity token in a stone trough in front of the cave. This damn sense of déjà vu. He felt that he wanted to complain more and more after entering the world of cultivation. Without thinking anymore, Lu Ming turned around and stepped into the cave, while Dong Ping'an stayed outside the cave. The formation is full of greenery and vitality. As soon as you enter your eyes, you will see a clear lake with fish playing in it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The secret passage was indeed a good place. If you practiced in a place like this, your mood would be much better. He walked straight in, his expression becoming more and more surprised. The space inside was much larger than expected. Lu Ming always thought that the cave was just a hole randomly opened on the mountain peak. But I didn't expect that there was a cave inside. There are training rooms, guest rooms, etc., and there is even a place dedicated to cultivating spiritual plants. Although it was only a C-shaped cave, Lu Ming felt that the spiritual stone was not in vain. He ran his fingers across the cupboards and chairs placed in the room and twirled his fingers, but there was not a trace of dust on them. Lu Ming was even more satisfied. He hated cleaning the most in his life. After walking around the cave, Lu Ming was very satisfied. He finally came to the training room, sat on the futon, and started to practice the exercises. Wisps of spiritual energy gathered towards him, and after some simple training, Lu Ming had something to worry about. The spiritual energy is indeed much richer than where I lived in King's Hufang City before. In fact, what he is most satisfied with is the sense of security. Not only is the Fairy City law enforcement team patrolling day and night, but even the cave is protected by a basic magic circle. Although the level of the formation is too low, it can still serve as a warning. Without staying long, Lu Ming walked out of the cave. Dong Ping'an was still waiting outside. I have some items that I need to sell. Do you know which shops in Fairy City have a better reputation? Lu Ming looked at Dong Ping'an and asked. He was going to get rid of some of the dirt on his body. There would be many opportunities to use spiritual stones in the future. Dong Ping'an scratched his head and said a little embarrassed. Reporting to Senior, I really don't know this. I am short of money and have never been there, but I rarely hear about the shops in Fairy City that bully customers. Lu Ming was a little speechless. Can you let me know about the shop owner's bullying of customers? But since Dong Ping'an didn't know, he would go find out on his own. I also saw a lot of shops when I came here, including Jinbao Pavilion, Baibao Building, Jubiozai. Anyway, it looks magnificent, so it should be pretty good. Without embarrassing Dong Ping'an, Lu Ming threw him 10 spirit stones and gave instructions. Go and help me collect anecdotes about the Immortal City. I want everything. Dong Ping'an's eyes widened when he saw the 10 spirit stones. Although he didn't know what Lu Ming wanted these things for, he would still do it since he was told to do so. The way of life for little people is to ask less and look less, learn more and do more. The reason why Lu Ming asked Dong Ping'an to collect anecdotes was just to prepare for future exercises, but he couldn't say it clearly to avoid arousing suspicion. The spirit swallowing blood demon technique he is practicing now is only the first level. If he wants to break through the foundation building, without the second level skills, it is difficult for a skillful woman to make a fool of herself. And some of the strange things in the Fairy City may have traces of demonic cultivation, and we can start from this aspect when the time comes. After all, the incidental value of magic power is too high, it can be improved quickly, and side effects such as backlash can be used to deal with enemies. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to act at both ends. He would first see if there were any second-level techniques for sale in the city. But it is foreseeable that magic power must be difficult to find. Lu Ming had already planned that if there was no magic power for him to practice, he would switch back to the righteous path. His bottom line is very flexible. I thought Dong Pingon would ask a few questions, but he just accepted the order and retreated. Lu Ming was very satisfied. Dong Pingon knew how to be measured in advance and retreat, no less than Zhou Yang. He decided to observe and see if he had any training value. Lu Ming will collect more martial arts books in the future. It is impossible to do everything by himself, so it would be good to train a group of subordinates to do things for him. After Dong Pingon retreated, Lu Ming returned to the cave and sat cross-legged on the futon in the training room, thinking about the next arrangements. The first is the change of the Golden Book, which is the foundation of his life and must be understood. After escaping from King's Hufang City, Lu Ming had been running around on the road and had no chance to study it carefully. He did not forget that there were 2 foundation-building monks listed in the Golden Book. However, the restrictions given by Jin Shu gave Lu Ming a headache. First of all, monks whose cultivation level is higher than a major realm cannot be included. That means that if there is a golden elixir monk or even a higher monk targeting him. No, I still know how much I weigh, but I'm not that capable. But it is undeniable that if it happens again like King's Hufang City, the great monk will be full of malice towards the creatures in the entire area. Then you can't judge it through the Golden Book. Oh, I feel so insecure. Lu Ming felt like this restriction was a headache. But there are still traces to be followed for getting on the list, and you can even seek good luck and avoid bad luck to a certain extent. But this unknown is the most uncomfortable thing. The only solution is to improve your cultivation quickly. Not only can it reduce the difficulty of survival, but you can also spy on some trends in the Golden Core stage. Lu Ming touched his chin and pondered. At least on the surface, there is only Master Jindan in the southern wilderness immortal realm. In this 3-acre land, if he can be included in Master Jindan, not only is it a guarantee of safety, it is also a resource pack with a huge amount of health. Speaking of resources, what's with the limitations? Lu Ming had tried to select 2 foundation-building monks before, but was unable to do so. Later, he also tried to select one person alone and found that there was still a cooling time. Each time you practice for 6 hours, you need to wait 2 days before you can continue to choose the same person again. However, you can change objects during the cooling period, and this has no effect. But later I found out that it was intermittent and inefficient, so in the end it was replaced by those chi refining monks. And whether he chooses the host or chi refining, it has little impact on him. He just needs a successor with side effects. As long as he can bear it, there is no difference between building the foundation and refining chi. However, disgusting people cannot be subjected to the endless torture of chi refining monks. No, it seems like this is more torture, intermittent, and disgusting, but it's hard to say whether it will have a big effect or not. At least so far, the names of the 2 foundation-building monks are still shining brightly. Lu Ming glanced at the names currently on the Golden Book list. Some were consumed by him, and some disappeared inexplicably. Lu Ming guessed that these people died in the beast wave, or were robbed and killed. For example, Chang Wei, Li Yu and others from Fu Xiu League are all gone. Seeing the acquaintances disappear one by one, Lu Ming still missed them with emotion. Apart from the 2 foundation-building monks on the list, there are only a few Morong family members still standing. But judging from how dim the name is, it's almost gone. Originally, Lu Ming still had some conscience, and felt that he was the one who stirred up trouble with the Morong family first, and that the other party was forced to be on the list, so he was somewhat at fault. But after the incident in Fangshe, he completely let go. No matter who you are, if you are on the list, you are the enemy. To borrow the words of a third young master from a certain family, when dealing with an enemy, that means there is already a way to die. But it's time to replenish resources. When they are used up, we can only use foundation-building monks, but that way of practicing is not smooth at all. If he is practicing in seclusion now, the monks in the early and middle stages of chi refining will be completely unable to withstand it. If it is a battle of skills, it will be consumed faster, and it will be gone after a few activations of the secret technique. He took stock of his current skills, spells, and secret techniques. Mainly practicing Qishi's spirit swallowing blood demon technique, minoring in divine soul in lotus sun mother twin technique, and finally the physical cultivation method barbarian beast technique. Now he is a fellow practitioner of the 3 methods of Jing, Qi, and Shen. He can achieve great results by relying on the practice without any side effects. The secret technique of exploding seeds is now based on the 5-Zang demon refining true skill, followed by the blood-burning secret technique. The secret technique of escape is blood escape technique, the secret technique of soul is blood demon soul refining sutra, and the secret technique of gathering chi is turtle breath condensing chi technique. The spells are still the same, Een thunder palm and 3 Een fires. There is even less room for bad street spells such as sharp gold finger, breeze blade, and water arrow. Not only the techniques need to be updated, but the spells also need to be updated. Except for the 3 Een fires, the others are all first-level spells. Lu Ming had just settled in Immortal City, and before he had any rest, he suddenly felt that things had become so many that he wanted to mess them up. Before time travel, I was busy all day long, and it is still the same now. But before, it was 996, but now it is 007. The longer I live, the farther back I go. Alas, there is still a long way to go, sighing, Lu Ming rubbed his face to wake himself up. First, we need to get rid of all the dirt on our bodies, exchange them for some spiritual stones, and then spend some time. But you can't just go there, you still have to make some preparations just in case. With this in mind, Lu Ming took out several monk corpses from the storage bag. These were basically the tribulation cultivators I met later, and I killed them casually when I encountered them. However, he was focused on refining his body, so these corpses had their uses. But now, his eyes looked back and forth like he was looking at goods, and finally landed on a middle-aged man with a goatee, with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. It's you! Tianqing Fairy City. Treasure Pavilion. Lu Ming came here, and after a few days of observation, he finally selected a shop called Jinbao Pavilion. This is a 3-story shop. The lobby on the first floor is spacious, and several monks are chatting. You must know that the shops in the fairy city are very expensive, and some small shops can even break a piece of land in half for use. He wished that every corner could be used to place goods, but Lu Ming didn't even have the desire to step in. And this time he had to sell a lot of things and it was a bit shady. Going to those small shops might be a lifelong mistake. At this time, Lu Ming was dressed in black robes, with no cultivation fluctuations at all. His face looked like that of a middle-aged man with a goatee. Master Immortal, welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. I wonder what you want to buy. I can introduce it to you. Not long after walking in, a woman in palace clothes walked over. Before she left, a fragrant fragrance hit her face. Lu Ming glanced at the pretty woman in front of him. This woman had a silk belt tightly tied around her waist, outlining her mature and plump waist curves. When the female cultivator in palace attire saw Lu Ming looking at her, she straightened her plump breasts, twisted her pear-shaped waist, and spoke softly. My name is Du San Yang. Master Immortal can call me San Yang. Lu Ming did not pay attention to this girl's little behavior. Beauty is extremely cheap in the world of immortality. The monks are nourished by spiritual energy. Not to mention that each of them is a handsome boy or a fairy as beautiful as a flower, but they are not far behind. There are many people like Du San Yang, who want to earn more spiritual stones while they are still young and beautiful. Moreover, in order to prevent themselves from losing their right to live in the fairy city, these monks will use everything they have to please their guests. Especially some monks who have no talent can obviously live a good life if they leave the city and go to the mortal world. But like a demon, he tried his best to stay in the city and live a life of dire straits. Some female monks pray all day long that they can be spotted by a passing monk, become Taoist companions, and then fly up the branches and become phoenixes. Even taking them as concubines is the best way out for them. As long as they can give birth to children with talents and spiritual roots, the mother will be more valuable than the son. However, Lu Ming was not so narcissistic and felt that Du San Yang wanted to curry favor with him. This was just a small sales trick. He had long noticed that the monks who entered the store to select items were always accompanied by a beautiful woman or a handsome boy, and he was just a microcosm of them. After all, the more customers spend in the store, the more commission they can get. Sure enough, in a different world, the one thing that never changes is still the workers. He said, stroking a goatee on his chin. Pindao wants to sell some items. Let's find someone who can talk to him. The look in her eyes was very meaningful. Du San Yang was not a novice in the world of immortality, so she understood it instantly. Guest, please follow me to the second floor. Du San Yang said as she led the way for him, and Lu Ming followed closely behind and climbed up the steps. When we reached the second floor, the noise suddenly became much quieter, and there were only a few people among them. This floor is obviously equipped with a soundproof array to isolate the noise from downstairs. Lu Ming followed Du Sanyang to a private room. Du Sanyang poured a cup of spiritual tea for Lu Ming and brought a plate of spiritual fruits before bowing and leaving. The steward in the building will be here soon. Guest, please wait a moment, he said softly before leaving. Lu Ming looked at the layout of the room while sipping tea and eating spiritual fruit, and sighed sincerely. I have to say, it's really impressive. Ha ha. Fellow Taoist, thank you. The door to the room was pushed open with emotion, and a burst of laughter came. Lu Ming turned around and saw a middle-aged man in rich clothes walking over. He looked about 40 years old. However, in the world of immortality, it is ridiculous to judge one's age based on face alone. I saw a shrewd look in his eyes and a smile on his face as he walked towards Lu Ming. I am Qi Yuan, the steward of Jinbao Pavilion. I dare to ask my friend's name. Qi Yuan bowed his hand. I've seen Mr. Qi, the poor Taoist Han Feiyu. Lu Ming stood up and returned the greeting. Hey, stay out of sight. As Qi Yuan spoke, he sat down opposite Lu Ming and said with a smile. I heard that my Taoist friend wants to sell something. Can you let me take care of it? Lu Ming smiled and said nothing, but took out several bulging storage bags and pushed them over. Qi Yuan gave Lu Ming a strange look, then took it and looked at it one by one. After a long time, he said quietly. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid these things came from improper sources. Lu Ming's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice. Fellow Taoist Qi, you are not the only store in the fairy city. If you don't want to do business, then I'll leave. After speaking, Lu Ming put away the storage bag on the table and turned to leave. Hey! Fellow Taoist Han stayed back because I was too talkative. I have to apologize to fellow Taoist Han. Qi Yuan quickly apologized. He felt helpless. Isn't this normal behavior of lowering prices? Why do you have to give up and leave if you don't agree with me? I'm sorry, fellow Taoist, please come back. After apologizing to Lu Ming, Qi Yuan quickly brought the topic back to the topic. There are some magical weapons inside that are pretty good, but most of the techniques are found in the pavilion, and there are also a lot of other sundries. Do you plan to sell them all, fellow Taoist? Lu Ming sat back in his seat and nodded when he heard this. They are all sold, but I hope the price will not disappoint me. Qi Yuan chuckled, with a sincere smile on his face. What are you talking about? We at Jinbao Pavilion always do business based on integrity. Fellow Taoist Han can rest assured. That's naturally best. Lu Ming had the same smile on his face. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. After Qi Yuan finished speaking, he began to make calculations. After a while. There are a total of 2,300 spirit stones. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Lu Ming did not hesitate. The price was already very close to his psychological expectations. Qi Yuan moved his hand on the table, and a pile of colorful spiritual stones suddenly appeared, which were still filled with pure spiritual energy. Lu Ming was not polite. He scanned the amount with his spiritual sense and put it all into the storage bag. After the money and goods were settled and the transaction was completed, Lu Ming did not stay long and said goodbye. In front of the Jinbao Pavilion, Qi Yuan was all smiles. Fellow Taoist Han, walk slowly and come back next time. Seeing Lu Ming's leading figure, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. He had already noticed that the items given by this person had an unclean origin, and there were all kinds of things inside. But he is a businessman, so business comes naturally. It's just that this fellow Taoist Han has too many sundries in his bag. How many fellow Taoists have he sent to the reunion? But it has nothing to do with him. He has collected a lot of stolen goods from murderers and swindlers. He only needs to deal with it a little, and he can sell it to some Taoist friends who are greedy for cheap. Lu Ming left the treasure pavilion and walked around the fairy city. After touching the divine talisman in his arms and making sure no one was following him, he arrived at a restaurant in the outer city. He went straight to the second floor and walked towards a young Taoist priest sitting by the window of the restaurant. Sitting opposite the young man, he watched quietly as he slowly ate spiritual food and drank spiritual wine. After a while, the young man put down the wine bowl in his hand and looked at the middle-aged goatee in front of him. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, no one can tell that this is a puppet. At the same time, Lu Ming could feel another vision, which was from the corpse puppet in front. It's hard to describe this feeling. It's like an extension of one's own will, and one can even vaguely feel the current state of the goatee corpse puppet. In the past, when he only had the soul clone, although he could fly and jump, Lu Ming felt more like he was controlling a drone. After the clone took possession of the core of the corpse puppet, it was as easy to control as an arm and a finger, and there was no sense of sluggishness in its movements, which made Lu Ming quite satisfied. But Lu Ming had a toothache when he thought about the refining process. Because there are not many corpses on hand, the quality varies between good and bad. The middle-aged goatee is the best preserved among them, and his cultivation level during his lifetime was also the highest. Even so, it is only the 6th level of qi refining. Because it was a dead corpse, after being refined into a corpse puppet, it was downgraded to the 4th level of qi refining. As a last resort, Lu Ming could only smelt all the remaining corpses to nourish the goatee corpse puppet. A lot of first-level materials were also added to this corpse puppet, and there was a method of refining weapons, using the corpse puppet as a magical weapon. Maybe it was the first time to refine it and I wasn't that proficient. In the end, the corpse puppet could only barely reach the level of the 6th level of qi refining. By adding spirit stones to the energy core, basic fighting techniques could still be achieved. However, due to the addition of spiritual materials, the physical body is comparable to the late 1st level body cultivation. The dead body is inherently deficient. You can't blame me for my lack of skills. Lu Ming made excuses for himself and made up his mind to find a Taoist friend at the 9th level of qi refining to become a living corpse in the future. The main reason is that the dead body has too much death energy, and the refining method is too evil, so there will be some evil energy on the corpse puppet. Moreover, after being forged by the 3 yin fires, it is also wrapped with strong demonic energy. Lu Ming definitely couldn't let the zombie go out for activities like this, otherwise he would be treated as a demon cultivator by the Fairy City law enforcement team. In desperation, Lu Ming could only spend some time learning a kind of talisman to purify evil spirits from the talisman inheritance he received. The 1st level mid-grade evil talisman. And made a large number of breath-containing charms and evil-reducing charms to use on the corpse puppets. As long as you don't use magic power or someone uses your spiritual sense to detect it, you generally won't be able to tell that it's a corpse puppet. But in this way, refining the puppet consumes too many resources. Calculated piecemeal, it cost at least 400 spiritual stones, which is almost as much as the price of a mid-grade magic weapon. Lu Ming was a little reluctant to give up casually. When he went to Jinbao Pavilion this time, he found out that its reputation was pretty good, but without seeing it with his own eyes, Lu Ming would not believe it easily. So he sent the corpse puppet directly to trade, and also to test the effect of the corpse puppet. The result was gratifying, and it also made Lu Ming decide to let the puppet do any dangerous things in the future. Although it hurt him to die, it was just a puppet after all. And he can free up more time to practice peacefully in the cave. Looking at the puppet in front of him, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Jingle. When the person was in a happy mood, he controlled the puppet to have a drink with himself. After leaving the restaurant, Lu Ming separated from the corpse puppet. Since the identity is cut, it is natural to do the best. The first thing is to let the puppet have a formal Fairy City identity. It's nothing more than spending more spiritual stones. Now that Lu Ming is rich and wealthy, he doesn't care about these spiritual stones at all. However, the puppet control distance was limited, so Lu Ming did not dare to stray too far away and followed behind from a distance. After the clone broke through to the late stage of qi refining, the control distance was about 5 miles, but after becoming the master puppet, this distance was greatly reduced. Perhaps it takes more soul power to maintain action. The distance is only about 2 miles. Once it is exceeded, the clone will lose contact with the original body. All subsequent actions are independently chosen by the clone, but this clone is Lu Ming, and there is no possibility of escaping from control. It's just that real-time synchronization of information cannot be achieved, and it requires entering the range or honest communication. However, it is completely sufficient for daily activities and will not affect too much. He controlled the puppet to leave the Fairy City and received an identity token as Han Feiyu. After everything was settled, Lu Ming decided to start completing his plan and find the technique. It was midday and the sun was shining brightly, but in the Fairy City with rich aura, I felt particularly comfortable. Lu Ming himself returned to the cave and began to retreat. After checking into the cave, his clone went out. After walking around for a while, we came to the stall square in the outer city of Fairy City. After a cursory scan, there are a lot more people than when I first came to Fairy City, and there are at least hundreds of stalls, large and small. Large-scale ones even require 3 or 4 people to take care of them, and all they sell are medium-grade magical instruments or talismans and seals. However, the quality is a bit shoddy, and some of the magic weapons are even broken, but the business is surprisingly good. Many people were fighting over a magic weapon, and if they weren't concerned about the rules of the fairy city, they would probably fight. This is the norm for casual cultivators. They have no resources and no background, and they can be like this for some scraps of copper and iron. Lu Ming felt that he was very lucky. If he didn't have the golden book, he would have become such a person. He didn't think about these things anymore, and continued to visit these stalls. He even ran into Dong Ping'an here. Seeing his sad face, Lu Ming felt a little funny. He asked Dong Ping'an to find strange things, but he didn't say what they were about, so the other party was naturally worried. In the past few days, he has visited several times and gave Lu Ming some collected information, but none of them were what he wanted. Look at how anxious the child is, Lu Ming thought in his heart. Is it a bit too difficult for Dong Ping'an? Why not let him take over Zhou Yang's job and sell talismans for himself? Although he is very rich now, he can't just sit back and eat all the money. And he also needs a stable income on the surface. Otherwise, after a long time, someone with an ulterior motive will definitely find that he is not right. But he didn't go up to greet him now. Dong Ping'an didn't recognize this body. He would tell him next time they met. And thinking of Zhou Yang, Lu Ming felt a little sad. According to Old Man Zhou's family, the beast tide swept the nearby market, and it was unknown whether he was still alive. I hope that kid is alive. Putting aside the complicated thoughts, Lu Ming continued to stroll. If you pass by, take a look. There is a treasure left by the foundation building cultivator. There is a lifetime of savings in it. It is said that there is also a foundation building pill. My fellow Taoist, I see that you have amazing bones and extraordinary talents. You will definitely be an extraordinary cultivator in the future. I have a method of reaching the golden elixir here, which is very suitable for you, selling ancient magical powers. Don't miss it if you pass by, first come first served. This is passed down from my ancestors. The shouting came, and Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound. Several casual cultivators shouted at the passing cultivators. It sounded more tempting than the other. However, the items for sale were so varied that he had a headache. He searched for a long time but didn't see any decent skills. Just like the cultivator who sold the golden elixir skills, he just sold one and took out another one from his storage bag. He was holding a yellowed booklet and trying to sell it. The first page had 4 characters written in a flamboyant style, De Ri Shangong. It looked like it was real, but... You are so careless. The ink on it hasn't even dried yet. I didn't expect that you could really fool people. In fact, if you think about it, you will know that the reason why there are so many casual cultivators is that they have no way to obtain resources. As for those famous heirlooms, 99% of them are fakes. They are specially used to deceive those rookies who are new and have no experience but want to get rich overnight. The same is true in the world of immortal cultivation. It's not that you can't find a bargain in the world of immortal cultivation, but it's very rare. Without the luck that defies heaven, the immortal items will be missed as ordinary items. But the bystanders are clear, while the parties involved are confused. There are always people who don't believe in evil and want to take a chance. At this time, a quarrel came from the stall next to them. Originally, Lu Ming didn't take it seriously, thinking that it was the group of casual cultivators fighting for the magic weapon. This kind of thing has been seen many times. But when he got closer and gradually heard it clearly, his face became more and more strange. Turning his head to look. In the direction where the noise came from, several monks were arguing with a stall owner, and there seemed to be signs of fighting. Listening to the surrounding discussions, it seemed that these people had damaged the stall owner's items, and now they were shouting for them to pay for it. Lu Ming, who had just squeezed into the crowd, saw several people pulling and tugging. Stop, you broke my treasure, and you want to just walk away? Don't talk nonsense, I didn't even use any strength and it broke. It's obviously your thing that has a problem. You still dare to quibble. Everyone come and judge. These people broke my ancestral treasure bottle, and now they are blaming it. Aren't they bullying an honest man? You are simply unreasonable. You are blackmailing. Lu Ming looked over. The stall owner was a thin middle-aged man. He looked very wretched, with a playful and treacherous look in his eyes. He was not a good person at first glance. The monks all looked exhausted, with scars of varying sizes on their bodies, as if they had just fled. Lu Ming didn't care at first, he just came to eat some melons. But he looked carefully. Oh, there are acquaintances. These people are 3 men and 1 woman, and they seem to be a family of 4. But there is an old man among them, and Lu Ming knows him. He is Old Man Zhou, who sells spiritual medicine in King's Hufang Market. Lu Ming has communicated with him several times and they have a good relationship. I didn't expect that he could escape from the beast tide and travel so far to the fairy city. Strength is one aspect, and luck is also good. But looking at the appearance of several people, it seems that they have encountered trouble. At this time, Liu looked at the people on the opposite side who were flushed because of anger, and he was extremely proud in his heart. Humph, you still want to fight me? Don't think about leaving until you empty your spiritual stones today. He is also an old actor, with a little calculation in his heart, but his face seems to have suffered a great injustice. He cried to the people around him with snot and tears. Fellow Taoists, please judge. I have been setting up a stall outside the market for decades. Although I am not well known, my character is obvious to all. How could I do such a despicable thing? That's right, Brother Li will not do anything to blackmail people. You don't want to pay, do you? Brother Li is a member of the Outer City Poison Dragon Gang. Fellow Taoists, please don't make mistakes. Suddenly, there were voices of support from the crowd. Liu was even more proud, but he bowed to the surrounding monks with a serious face. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for speaking up for justice. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Then he looked at Old Man Joe and the others, shook his head inside. I saw you were in such a state of desolation, so I kindly introduced you my healing base. I didn't expect you to be so bad-mannered. Not only did you break my ancestral vase, you even slandered me and blackmailed me. If you continue to be so unreasonable, I will ask the brothers of the Poison Dragon Gang to seek justice for me. Old Joe and his companions felt people pointing fingers around them, and even heard some dirty words. Their faces turned red. He couldn't help but cursed. What Poison Dragon Gang? Don't pretend to be powerful here, this is not a reason for you to blackmail people. Lu Ming also understood at this time. He had seen a lot of such blackmail on the internet before he traveled through time. I didn't expect that I could watch a live broadcast after traveling through time. Although he didn't know the cause, he was sure that Old Joe and his companions were wronged. Old Joe didn't know about the Poison Dragon Gang, but Lu Ming knew. Dong Ping'an mentioned it when he introduced the distribution of forces in the city to him. It is similar to the loose cultivator organization of Fu Xiuming in King's Hufang City. They hang around in the outer city all year round and bully these foreign cultivators. They earn profits by extortion, coercion, inducement, and even lending, and do things that are not worthy of being on the table. I heard that the leader of the gang is a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of Qi training. Although he is nothing in the fairy city, he is more than enough to gain a foothold in the outer city. However, Lu Ming has no idea of standing up to uphold justice. He just wants to be a bystander. His relationship with Old Man Joe is not to the point where he would abandon a carefully crafted puppet to provoke the Poison Dragon Gang. There are many cultivators who think like him. After all, these cultivators who surrounded him are not all fools. They know whether the stall owner is extorting or not. But they will not be the first to stand out. There is no benefit in helping, but it will cause trouble. The world of immortal cultivation is full of intrigues and such things happen everywhere every day. If you get caught, you can only blame yourself. Get out of the way. The Poison Dragon Gang is coming. At this moment, the crowd was in a commotion, and then they made way. Lu Ming looked over and saw a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears, leading several strong men with special lines on their faces. Tattoos, gangsters? Lu Ming complained in his heart. This gangster-like appearance was weird no matter how he looked at it. Especially the leader, he had a big belly, and his waist was as thick as two people hugging together. What a walking piece of pork belly. Seeing that this group of casual cultivators were afraid of him, Chowda did not hide the smug look on his face. It was just that there was too much fat on his face, squeezed into a ball, and his smile was very awkward, but the smug look could only be seen in his narrowed eyes. What are you doing? What are you doing here? Are you going to rebel? He spoke in a muffled voice and walked to Liu's stall with 3 steps. On that fleshy face, the small eyes narrowed and scanned the situation. Who is causing trouble in my Poison Dragon Gang's territory? At this time, Liu, who was smart, saw the middle-aged man coming over, and a flash of joy flashed across his face. He hurriedly ran to him, knelt down with a plop, and then accused the middle-aged man with tears. He also presented the broken treasure bottle as evidence. Master Chow, you have to make a decision for me. This man broke my ancestral treasure bottle. Not only did he not compensate for the spirit stones, but also slandered me for blackmailing him. I have been operating here for decades, and I have always been honest and have never engaged in fraud. Master Chow, you know that. I just want to seek justice, but he also said that I am a fox and a tiger. This is not taking you seriously. This big hat was put on, and the Old Man Joe was so angry that he trembled all over and almost died. You, he pointed at Liu and said you for a long time without saying anything. Chowda's face also sank when he heard the words, and the aura of the 8th level of chi refining came, staring at the old man Zhou and others and said, I, Chowda, hate people cheating the most in my life. You are so arrogant, it seems that you don't take me seriously. Old Zhou and others were oppressed by the momentum and their faces turned red, but they still hurried to explain. This Chow Dao. Hallmaster, don't listen to his nonsense, this person is simply confusing right and wrong. The bottle broke into 2 pieces as soon as I touched it. It was obviously broken a long time ago. He put it here to blackmail people. Chowda turned to ask Liu, and said with a righteous face, what he said is true. If you tell the truth, I will definitely deal with it impartially. Hallmaster Chow, this person is still quibbling. My treasure bottle has always been good, and many people want to buy it. You can ask several stall owners nearby, they can all testify for me. Liu cried even harder, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Yes, I can testify that the treasure bottle was still good this morning. How could it break as soon as it was touched? It was clearly broken by him. That's right, he looks righteous, but I didn't expect him to be so timid. Several stall owners nearby also sang the same tune, and they all felt sorry for Liu Yiming. It seems that no one has wronged you. The matter is very clear. You damaged the stall owner's things, so just pay the price. Don't worry, they dare not make a random offer with me here. Chowda did not give old man Zhou another chance to defend himself, and waved his hand to determine the matter. Lu Ming watched this scene silently. These people were all in the same group, and seeing how skilled they were, I don't know how many cultivators had been cheated by them. Old man Zhou was also unlucky. He could only swallow his anger when he encountered such a thing. He felt that the matter should be over here, and the follow-up was nothing more than paying money and apologizing. Unexpectedly, old man Zhou began to be stubborn. He pointed at Chowda and scolded him harshly. There are such dirty things in the bright and clear world. It's a waste of our hard journey. It seems that this fairy city is nothing more than this. As soon as these words came out, Chowda's face, which was originally smiling, became gloomy, and his momentum burst out again, pressing towards several people. Several strong men from the Poison Dragon gang behind him quickly surrounded them, also releasing spiritual pressure and staring at them with unfriendly faces. This group of people is finished. They will have a hard time if they mess with the Poison Dragon gang. It's a matter of spending money to avoid disaster, but they have to make such a fuss. Now it's not a matter of spiritual stones. Maybe they will lose their lives. Outsiders are like this, they don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The onlookers talked a lot, and the ridicule kept reaching the ears of old man Zhou and the others. Several people were overwhelmed by the momentum and turned pale. The middle-aged man who looked a bit like old man Zhou took a step forward and blocked old man Zhou with the teasing eyes of the people around him. He exuded the aura of the 7th level of chi refining, resisting the pressure from the surroundings. He clasped his fists to Chowda, his mouth full of apologies. My father is old and has said some nonsense. Please forgive me, master. When old man Zhou came to his senses, he knew that something bad had happened. He regretted his words. It was okay for him to get into trouble. He had lived enough, but he should not involve his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. He said tremblingly. Xiancheng. You can't do anything in Xiancheng. Why, are you scared? If you are old and confused, just go home and wait for death, but it's wrong for you to come out and make trouble. Manager Chow said with a fake smile, waved his hand, and asked the people who surrounded old man Zhou to retreat. Then he slowly walked in front of old man Zhou and said condescendingly, Fighting is prohibited in Xiancheng, but don't think I can't do anything to you. Then he looked at the monks around him and said loudly, as if announcing something. Our Poison Dragon Gang's leader Lu has already reached the state of great perfection in chi refining. I think he will be able to break through the foundation building in a few days. When that happens, our Poison Dragon Gang will be able to move into the inner city. Everyone, please consider it and do your best. Then he looked at old man Zhou and the others, sneered, and didn't say much, but the meaning was self-evident. This was originally a small matter, and there was no need to mobilize a large number of troops or even bring out the reputation of the gang leader. But Chowda deliberately used this matter to build momentum for their Poison Dragon Gang, to make these mudlegs more respectful of them. When Lu Ming in the crowd heard this, his eyes lit up. You should have said it earlier, isn't the foundation building power bank here? This profit-seeking guy originally thought that it was not good to show off, and a few chi refining cultivators were not worth standing up for old man Zhou. But after Chowda said this, he really began to be tempted. Pull a foundation building cultivator to the list, maybe you can also give the entire gang a gift. This is not wonderful. He no longer hesitated, stepped forward and said loudly. Break through the foundation, so what? Do you have to ignore the rules of the immortal city? You, the Poison Dragon Gang, really think you are the master of the immortal city? As he said this, he bowed to the top of the towering Tianqing Peak. Tianqing Jinren is grateful for the difficulty of practicing as a casual cultivator, and specially built the immortal city to protect us, not to let you pests disrupt the order. As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. Where did this reckless man come from? He is so desperate and licks like this. This is what everyone present thought. Lu Ming kept muttering in his mouth, completely ignoring Chao Da's murderous eyes. The Poison Dragon Gang is a cancer, a blood-sucking worm lying on the immortal city. How can such a person break through the foundation? I, Han Feiyu, will be the first to disagree. Boom! What a big dog guts, dare to talk about the leader, die. Chao Da's forehead veins popped up, he couldn't bear it anymore, and the momentum burst out, and he was about to kill this outspoken cultivator. However, before he could make a move, a faint voice sounded. Chao Da, are you going to rebel? Everyone was stunned when they heard the words, and looked in the direction of the voice, still complaining in their hearts. Who is this fool again? A team of black-armored monks came over, and the leader was wearing heavy black armor. Most of his face was covered by a helmet, but the eyes revealed from under him were extremely sharp, looking directly at Chao Da, who was furious, seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and he woke up instantly. He almost broke the rules of the fairy city just now. He glared fiercely at the guy who called himself Han Feiyu. It was this guy who deliberately lured him to take action, and his heart was worthy of death. The law enforcement team. Why are the law enforcement teams here? The leader is Yuan Han Yuan, the leader, a cultivator of qi refining great perfection. Don't they never care about this matter? As long as nothing major happens, they turn a blind eye. How did they alarm them? There was a lot of discussion around, but everyone tacitly stepped back and cleared the venue. Brother Yuan, how did I alarm you? Chao Da smiled, and now he was no longer as fierce as before. Please address me by my title during law enforcement. Yuan Hong looked businesslike. Yes, Commander Yuan. Chao Da's eyes were full of doubt, but he still changed his name. I have never seen Yuan Hong so concerned about this matter before. Could it be that this guy surnamed Han has some background? Yuan Hong didn't know what Chao Da was thinking. He had noticed the situation here before. But he didn't bother to care about these trivial matters. In the past, he used to be out of sight and out of mind. But seeing Chao Da was about to take action, how could he allow it? And what Han Feiyu said was right. This group of people are the cancer of Xiancheng, blood-sucking worms. As the leader of the Xiancheng law enforcement team, he couldn't stand this group of guys and had many conflicts in the past. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Han Feiyu and looked at the person in front of him. His face was ordinary, but his aura was very restrained, and his specific cultivation level could not be seen. Yuan Hong raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, what a brilliant method of gathering qi. Even his cultivation level of qi refining great perfection couldn't be seen through. Sure enough, how dare you stand out without some ability? He resisted the idea of using spiritual consciousness to explore. After all, the other party was not a troublemaker, and what he said was also nice. As the captain of the Xianqing law enforcement team, Tianqing Jinren was the person he respected the most. Hearing the other party praising Tianqing Jinren, he had a much better impression of this person. Tell me what's going on. Yuan Hong looked at Lu Ming and his tone was much softer. Lu Ming felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Yuan Hong. He was worried that his identity would be revealed. However, I didn't feel any strange movement in the Shan Yin talisman, and I felt quite relaxed at the moment. He raised his hands to Yuan Hong and accused with a righteous expression. Replying to your lord, it's the poisonous dragon gang who is passing off inferior products and using broken magic weapons to extort the hard-earned money of these poor people. Not only did they use coercion and inducement, but they also relied on the poison dragon gang to try to attack me. They simply ignored the rules of the fairy city and the majesty of Master Tianqing. Who doesn't know how to put a hat on someone? Lu Xiaoran sneered in his heart. Yuan Hong's mouth twitched when he heard this. Why did he feel that this person was not so honest? However, he saw what Chao Da did and couldn't fake it. He looked at Chao Da and his voice returned to coldness. Do you have anything else to say? Chao Da opened his mouth, wanting to explain. But the situation is stronger than the people. Before the gang leader breaks through the foundation building, rashly conflicting with the law enforcement team will only lead to more losses than gains. Now that he was in the wrong, he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach, but he remembered this grudge. Han Fei-yu, right? I will remember you. When the gang leader breaks through the foundation building, I will be the first to report this matter. I hope you can still be so sharp-tongued by then. He said viciously in his heart, but there was a flattering smile on his face. This matter was done improperly by our Dujiao gang. I apologize to several fellow Taoists. As he spoke, Chao bowed to Old Man Zhou, the others, and Lu Ming, and then took out some spiritual stones as compensation. Having been in the fairy city for so many years, he knows how to deal with people, and now he can get it back after losing face. Yuan Hong didn't say much when he saw him like this, and the other party was very proud of himself. Lu Ming didn't hold on to it unknowingly, and even gave all the spiritual stones given by Chao to Old Man Zhou. It was as if he only came forward to rectify the injustice for Old Man Zhou. However, this smiling tiger did have something, and he easily resolved this dispute. Those who didn't know better actually thought he was sincerely apologizing. Oh, you can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. Lu Ming sneered inwardly. I, who was in the cave, had already seen the names of Chao De and the people behind him on the Golden Book. Don't worry, let the bullets fly for a while. I hope your gang leader can break through quickly so that I can have 3 foundation building power banks to use in rotation. With 6 hours per person and a rotation of 2 days, there is only 1 spot left for a foundation building monk to get a table of mahjong. Then it will really be a perpetual motion machine. At least you don't have to worry about the lack of consumables before building the foundation. Chao De didn't say anything more, let alone any harsh words, and led his men away quickly. But the sinister look in his narrowed eyes flashed away. The stall owner also quickly packed up the items on the floor, hugged his ancestral treasure bottle, and followed dejectedly. When Yuan Hong saw this scene, he sighed and raised his hand to pat Lu Ming's shoulder. But there was a bang-bang sound of gold and iron coming from underneath the robe. Yuan Hong looked at Lu Ming in surprise. What kind of body is this? Lu Ming sneered, but opened his mouth to explain. I am a body refiner. Yuan Hong suddenly realized that it was not surprising. Although body refiners were rare, he had still met a few. However, it is still rare for someone to become as good as Taoist friend Han. If Lu Ming knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him. Isn't it rare? Apart from a layer of skin on the outside, the inside of the body is filled with magic weapon materials. When Yuan Hong saw that the matter was over, he wanted to leave, but then he thought of something and turned around to remind Lu Ming. This fellow Daoist Han and Chao De are narrow-minded and will retaliate for their anger. You should be more careful in the future. Lu Ming solemnly cupped his fists and thanked him. Thank you, Commander Yuan, for reminding me. Han will be careful. Yuan Hong didn't say much. He and Han Fei-yu met by chance, and he thought he was pleasing to the eye and spoke nicely, so he reminded him like this. But he has already exhausted his kindness and justice. As for what trouble he will encounter next, there is nothing he can do to help. Without further conversation, they said goodbye and led the team away. This guy is quite nice. Watching Yuan Hong leave, Lu Ming didn't think much. He was thinking about the poisonous dragon gang. Suddenly, Old Man Zhou's voice came from behind him. I would like to thank this fellow Taoist for speaking out to help us out. Turning around, he saw Old Man Zhou and his whole family bowing to him. It's inappropriate, Mr. Zhou is being polite. Lu Ming felt a little ashamed and quickly avoided it. He didn't deserve such thanks. He didn't have any good intentions at all, he thought it was more profitable. And he wasn't worried about anything happening to him at all, but that wasn't necessarily the case for Old Man Zhou. Now that Old Man Zhou and his family have gotten into trouble with local snakes as soon as they came to Fairy City, life may not be easy in the future. I don't know if you are free, but I would like to treat you to a banquet to express my gratitude. Old Man Zhou invited Lu Ming Dao. That would be troublesome. Lu Ming thought about it and didn't refuse. It wouldn't be a problem to keep talking here. He originally wanted to persuade Old Man Zhou to leave Fairy City, but after thinking about it he gave up. Although Old Man Zhou and his family were unlucky to meet today, who can say for sure that they wouldn't have met in another place? Individuals have their own destiny. Since you can't change the environment, you should find a way to adapt. Although Lu Ming and Old Man Zhou were not close friends, they were used in this matter. Chao De might transfer his hatred to Old Man Zhou. So he should try his best to restrain Chao De and not let him do evil. The few of them found a nearby tavern, ordered a table of spiritual dishes cooked with monster meat, and warmed a pot of spiritual wine. It was obvious that the few people were starving. They ate the dishes as soon as they were served. Chi refining cultivators cannot practice fasting, and usually they always have fasting pills for cultivation. It can be imagined that these people had a hard time on this journey to starve the immortals like this. I'm afraid the fasting pills were also used up, which made Lu Ming even more curious about how they got here. Among them, there was only one Chi refining level 7, and the rest were old, weak, sick, and disabled. When Old Man Zhou saw that Lu Ming did not move his chopsticks, he realized that he was a little indecent. He said to Lu Ming with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, fellow Taoist." Lu Ming waved his hand without showing any dissatisfaction. "It's okay, I'm Han Feiyu, may I know who you are?" Old Zhou slapped his forehead, then he remembered that he hadn't introduced them yet. "I'm so careless, I'm Zhou Yan, this is my son Zhou Kong, that's his Taoist partner Su Li, and my grandson Zhou Jiang." It turns out that old Zhou's name is Zhou Yan, and Lu Ming just knew it. I've never heard that he has a son or grandson before. Lu Ming greeted them one by one and said hello to them. After 3 drinks and 5 dishes, Lu Ming started chatting animatedly with Old Man Zhou and others, and gradually started to chat. Later, Lu Ming didn't even need to ask, he revealed everything about his boss. Lu Ming also knew something about them. Zhou Kong is a middle-aged rough guy. He probably inherited his father's business from his son. Like Old Man Zhou, he is also a spiritual farmer. However, he usually stayed in Lingtian and rarely came to the trading area. Naturally, Lu Ming had never seen him. However, what surprised Lu Ming was that his Taoist companion Su Li was a talisman master, and a first-level mid-level talisman master. Eats soft food. It's no wonder that Lu Ming thinks this way. Ling Gnome is considered to be at the lowest level among all the arts of cultivating immortals. As a talisman master, Su Li is considered married. But that was someone else's family matter, and Lu Ming didn't say anything. He was actually more curious about what happened behind Fangshi. Lu Ming fought his way out of the beast tide and was the fastest one. I don't know anything about what will happen next, and I don't know if these people know what Qingzhu will do next. However, seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Ming filled a bowl of spiritual wine for Zhou Kong and said casually, "Speaking of which, why do you guys look like this?" Zhou Kong picked up the wine bowl and drank it all in one gulp, then slammed the bowl on the table inside. "Hey, Brother Han, why do you think our casual cultivator's life is so miserable?" "Oh? Brother Zhou, is there something on your mind?" Lu Ming asked casually as he filled up the wine for Zhou Kong. "To be honest, we came here as refugees. The former city was hit by a beast wave, and the entire city suffered heavy casualties. Everything was trampled by the beast tide. Our spiritual fields, elixirs, including the belongings that had not been taken away, were all gone." The spiritual wine entered his organs, and Zhou Kong also began to feel a little drunk. He did not use magic to refine the spiritual wine. It seemed that drunkenness could make him forget his worries. "Brother Zhou, G people have their own destiny. Living is a good thing after all. It is better than being buried in the tide of beasts." Lu Ming comforted Zhou Kong. "What auspicious people have their own destiny. We were lucky enough to follow a senior and we were able to break through the encirclement." "Senior?" Lu Ming's face looked a little strange. Why did he feel so familiar? "Yes, that one is a famous murderer in our city. One person rushed into the formation, killing all the enemies in the beast tide, and tore a big hole in the beast tide. We took the opportunity to run out and wanted to express our thanks, but unfortunately the senior disappeared after leaving Fangshi." Lu Ming was silent. If he guessed correctly, this person should be talking about him. Lu Ming was a little embarrassed when he was praised in person for the first time. But he still asked what he wanted to know. What happened next? Why did Brother Zhou come all the way to Fairy City? "We originally planned to find a nearby market to settle down, but the beast tide swept through and some nearby markets suffered disaster. After all, this incident started because of our city, and other cities that got the news were unwilling to accept us. But what does this have to do with us? It's not the commotion caused by those high-ranking foundation-building monks." Zhou Kong scratched the head of his chicken coop a little irritably and continued. "It is said that 2 foundation-building monks discovered a monk's palace in a mine in the Yunwu Mountains. But he didn't expect that there was a golden elixir inheritance inside, and there was a newly mature green blood demon lotus growing in the deepest part." Blue blood demon lotus? This was not the first time Lu Ming heard about it. At that time, he controlled his clone and overheard the conversation between Zheng Tianming and Patriarch Morong. But then I was busy running around and forgot about it. The jade blood demonic lotus is a second-level top-grade spiritual object. It is of no use to human monks, but it is extremely attractive to monsters. It is a treasure that can purify their blood. But nothing happened at first, but because the two foundation-building monks fought over the power. Finally, he awakened a second-level monster deep in the mountain range that had developed intelligence, the Yunlei monster bear. The demon bear felt the aura of the green blood demon lotus and launched a beast wave. After hearing this, Lu Ming finally understood. No wonder the second-level cloud thunder demon bear was so aggressive. He dared to smell it. However, when I think about Zhang Tianming's evil intentions when he crushed the green blood demon lotus and sprinkled it, he wanted to destroy Fangshi. But he had new questions. Why are other cities affected? When he left, he clearly saw the cloud thunder demonic bear staring at the Morong family, so why did he spread the flames of war? It's not because of our foundation establishing master in Fang City. At this time, Old Man Zhou answered, with a look of resentment on his wrinkled face. In order to save his tribe, he ran out alone. The demon bear believed that the green blood demon lotus was on him and pursued him. All the cities along the way suffered as a result. We had no choice but to hide in the Yunwu mountains. We just got lost in the mountains and wandered around before we got here. But when it came to this, Old Man Zhou showed an expression of gloating on his face again. As far as I know, the senior who took us out ended up killing him back. Lu Ming? Could it be that I was narcissistic just now? Before he could ask questions, Old Man Zhou continued. He took advantage of Ancestor Jizhu's departure from Fangshi and the emptiness behind him to extract the souls of Ancestor Jizhu's clan members one by one. I heard they died miserably. Okay, not narcissistic, this is indeed him. However, due to information asymmetry, they mistakenly thought that Wu Daoran did not leave, but went back to take revenge, which was in line with their cognition. Without seeing his killing methods with their own eyes, it is hard to believe that someone can take someone's life from thousands of miles away. But Morong Laozu ran away, and I don't know if the Jindan Gongfa is with him. The original master in the cave moved his eyes slightly, and separated a wisp of consciousness to pay attention to the conversation over there. If there is a chance, you can try to get that Gongfa. Nowadays, it is very difficult to find a foundation-building Gongfa, and the value of the Jindan Gongfa is even more inestimable. He has the golden book in his hand. If he finds the trace of Morong Laozu, he may have a chance to plan something. But this is also a later story. Now it is better to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining as soon as possible. As for Old Man Zhou, there is no special news. He just complains to his clone. It is said that all crows are black, and you will find that they are all the same wherever you go. Lu Ming didn't care about this. He asked about the beast tide in Kingshufang City just to find out the reason. Although he had some guesses in his mind before, he was involved in it for no reason, which made him flee thousands of miles. If he didn't have the golden book, he might not have escaped, and he might have been a ghost under the hooves of the beast in the end. He was very vengeful. Favors can be repaid as appropriate, but hatred must be repaid, and it will be repaid every 2 days. Especially that Zhang Tianming, when he has the strength, he will also destroy his Zhang family. Lu Ming can understand the Morong family's choice to some extent. Who doesn't want the golden elixir method? But Zhang Tianming wants to overthrow the entire Fangshi for his own selfish desires. Don't worry, we'll play slowly. Lu Ming grinned and looked at the golden book. Bah, what are these things? Chada led the gang towards the poisonous Dragon Gang station, cursing along the way. The faces of the people behind him were also extremely gloomy. It was obvious that they left in such a dejected manner, which made them feel very unhappy when they were usually arrogant and domineering. Li Yu also looked unhappy. When had he ever been so angry? In his eyes, these casual cultivators are just a bunch of pigs, and their only value is to provide spiritual stones for their poisonous dragon gang. Today I really rebelled against Tian Gang and was humiliated in public, but I had no choice but to swallow my anger because of the law enforcement team. But Li Yu was very unwilling. A hint of gloom flashed in the triangular eyes on his face, making him look even more wretched and cunning. He trotted forward, came to Chao Da's side and asked respectfully. Hallmaster, these pigs are so lawless. They dare to slander our poisonous dragon gang. Should we just let it go? Humph, how could it be possible to just let it go? Chao Da snorted coldly when he heard this, then a trace of fear flashed through his narrowed eyes, and he pretended to be relaxed and said, If I hadn't given Yuan Hong face, I would have slapped that guy named Han to death. Li Yu felt contempt in his heart, but he still praised it. The hall master is right, that is to give face to the Fairy City law enforcement team. Then he suggested. But the law enforcement team can't always keep an eye on it. Weakened, Chada glanced at him sideways. He knew what Liu was thinking, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Thinking of Han Feiyu taking advantage of the situation to suppress others and causing him to lose face in front of many casual cultivators, he became angry. He, Hall Master Chao of the Du Jia gang, wanted to save face. If this matter ended so hastily, wouldn't it make people think he was afraid? Then how can he have the dignity to stay in Fengshe and manage these pigs in the future? However, he did not answer, but said seriously. Now is not the time for revenge. Everything should focus on the gang leader breaking through the foundation building period. By then, even the law enforcement team will have to give face to our poisonous dragon gang. He had already made up his mind. After the gang leader Lu Yunlong broke through the foundation building, he would severely humiliate Han Feiyu. You must let him know that sharp teeth and a sharp mouth are of no use. Big fists are the rule in the fairy city. The little chi refining monk is nothing more than an ant in front of the great foundation building monk. Chada seemed to have foreseen the appearance of Han Feiyu kneeling in front of him, kowtowing humbly and begging for mercy. Thinking this way, he suddenly felt much better and walked towards the poisonous dragon gang. Just when he returned to the poisonous dragon gang station, he noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. At this time, a large number of helpers had gathered in the station square. Each one was wearing a black standard robe with a totem of black dragon scales tattooed on their face. They stood neatly in the field with solemn expressions. On the high platform in the square were some senior officials of the poisonous dragon gang, including the guardians and deacons and elders. Looking at this lineup, Chada felt a thump in his heart. What big thing happened? At this time, a burly man with broad arms and thin waist, and strong muscles standing on the high platform noticed Chada, who had just entered, and quickly stopped him. Hallmaster Chao, wherever you go, I've been looking for you for a long time. Chada looked around and saw that it was Wu Qishan, the right protector of the Du Jiao gang. Seeing his unhappy expression, Chada instinctively thought that he had done something wrong. But before he could ask the question, he saw that Protector Wu had ignored him and was looking at all the monks in the square. Now that everyone is here, let me announce something. He stood on the high platform, looking down, but his tone could not hide his excitement. The gang leader has gone to the fairy city to rent a cave and is preparing to break through to the foundation building realm. Immortal City has already sent people to inform you that as long as the gang leader breaks through the foundation building, he will be the guest of Immortal City. And we can live in the inner city, no longer need to be stuck in the outer city. While below, the gang immediately exploded after hearing these words, ecstasy gushing out like spring water, but they could not keep calm. Ha! Our poisonous dragon gang will also have the power of a great foundation building monk. Now let's see who dares to look down on our poisonous dragon gang, and who dares to be disrespectful to our poisonous dragon gang. I didn't expect that I would be able to see the scenery of the inner city. Long live the gang leader! It's time for our poisonous dragon gang to grow stronger, and Chada's heart, which was still anxious just now, suddenly became excited, making him forget all his troubles. The gang is about to build a foundation. You really get whatever you want. Wu Qishan didn't say anything when he saw everyone like this. He felt the same way at the time. After everyone gradually calmed down, he said with a smile. It is a big deal for the gang leader to make a breakthrough. We, the poisonous dragon gang, should go to watch the ceremony and also support the gang leader. Cheer for the leader! Cheer for the leader! The crowd shouted loudly, and under the leadership of the guardians on the left and right, filed out of the station and headed straight for the breakthrough point. This mighty scene shocked many monks to give way and did not dare to stop them. Tianqing Immortal City has a special foundation building place for monks to break through their cultivation base. This place is located in a cave on the mountainside on the south side of Tianqing Peak. Not only is there a spirit-gathering magic circle inside, the spiritual energy is rich and close to the second level mid-grade, but there is also a strict protective magic circle outside. It is the safe retreat of choice for many monks who have perfected their chi refining skills. At this time, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around here began to gather above one of the caves, gradually forming a vortex of spiritual energy, which lingered on it. This movement attracted the attention of the nearby cultivators, and their eyes were all focused. What is this? Someone is building a foundation. Not long after, hundreds of chi refining cultivators gathered at the foot of the mountain. Among them, there were even cultivators in the 8th and 9th levels of chi refining. Everyone looked up. Such a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy, I wonder which fellow Taoist has broken through the foundation. You still call me fellow Taoist, but now you have to call me senior, which is really enviable. Don't be envious, I heard that the one inside is the leader of the Poison Dragon Gang, Lu Yunlong. Damn, how could it be Lu Yunlong? If he breaks through the foundation, then our lives as casual cultivators will be even more difficult in the future. I hope he fails to break through, and it would be best if he dies in there. The cultivators were envious and in awe, but more of them were jealous, and they talked about it. It was not until a group of Poison Dragon Clan monks wearing black robes arrived that everyone stopped talking. You little bastards, get out of the way. Don't block my way. Shouta kicked away a monk who was blocking him and walked over with a swagger. Although he was arrogant before, he was still restrained. But now, the monk who was kicked down by him had a red face, but he dared not say anything. He could only curse Lu Yunlong in his heart for failing to break through and dying. But his idea was destined to fail. I saw that the vortex of spiritual energy hovering above it was spinning faster and faster, and it had gradually begun to form a spiritual energy tide around the cave. A trace of spiritual pressure leaked out of it, oppressing many monks and making them breathless. Boom! The ground of the cave trembled slightly, and all the spiritual energy vortexes gathered on it were absorbed into the cave. The next moment, the door of the cave opened with a bang, and a middle-aged monk with a tough face wearing a black dragon robe walked out. Lu Yunlong was proud of his ambition at this time, and his aura was rising uniquely in the foundation building stage. He took a step forward and stood in the air, looking down at the people below who were still a little stunned. Congratulations to the gang leader for establishing the foundation of immortality. From now on, the immortal path will be evergreen and you will be free and happy forever. The first to congratulate the monks of the Poisonous Dragon Gang, Lu Yunlong successfully built the foundation, and they also followed the chicken and dog to ascend to heaven. Naturally, they were overjoyed at this time. Congratulations to the seniors for successfully building the foundation. There is hope for the future. I wish Senior Lu a long and prosperous path to immortality. Congratulations, Senior. On the field, the Baichi refining cultivators, no matter how complicated their hearts were, showed respect on their faces. They all bowed to Lu Yunlong and congratulated him. Haha, you guys don't have to be polite. Lu Yunlong laughed loudly, and with a slight lift of his right palm, an unpredictable force lifted everyone up. Seeing the odd looks on his face, Lu Yunlong raised a meaningful smile on his lips. After practicing for a long time, I finally broke through to the realm of foundation building today. This is a great joy, so congratulations. Hearing this, the eyes of the monks below lit up. After many seniors break through to the foundation establishment realm, they may feel happy and reward some spiritual stones to those who compliment them. Could it be that leader Lu of the Poisonous Dragon Clan is also going to start throwing away coins? So, I want to hold a small foundation building banquet. All my friends, please be kind enough to attend. Many monks' faces darkened, and they secretly cursed Lu Yunlong. As expected, dogs can't change their habit of eating shit, and they have become foundation building monks. They still have the same greedy and profit-seeking virtues. How much money do they have? They always worry about them so much. They also talked about honoring me in a high-sounding way, as if no one wanted to do it. And they know Lu Yunlong's virtue best, so they may not be able to remember who gave what gift. But whoever dares to go to the banquet empty-handed will definitely be resented. With the Poisonous Dragon Gang's bad behavior, they will not have a good life in the future. However, they only dared to scold Lu Yunlong's shameless behavior in their hearts, but they had to look flattered on their faces. Follow the instructions of the seniors, and the juniors will attend the banquet on time. Good. Not far from the place where Lu Yunlong made his breakthrough, a standard flying boat of the Celestial City Guards was quietly suspended in the air. There were dozens of black armored guards standing on it. The leader was a tall man wearing black armor. There was a ferocious beast head carved on the chest of the black armor. He gave people a strong sense of oppression just by standing there. This is also a foundation building monk. This person is the commander of the black armored guards of Tianqing Immortal City, Sikong Ming. Similarly, he is also the one who came to recruit Lu Yunlong on behalf of Immortal City this time. Hey, the dignified foundation establishment monks are still coveting the spiritual stones from a group of casual cultivators. It's really embarrassing for the foundation establishment monks. Looking at the scene below, Sikong Ming let out a sneer, obviously despising this kind of behavior. Dutong, shall we still recruit? A voice of inquiry came from behind, and Sikong Ming did not turn around, but said in a calm tone. We must recruit. The real person once passed down a decree that whenever there is a foundation building in the city, we need to recruit. Even if we don't look down on this person, we must do it. Then Si Ming said in a playful tone. I heard that you and the Poison Jiaogang had some conflicts during the day. Reporting to Dutone, it's not a conflict, just some minor contradictions. The person behind Si Ming is naturally Yuan Hong. The law enforcement team is affiliated to the Black Armored Guards of Immortal City. As the commander of the Black Armored Guards, Si Ming is naturally Yuan Hong's boss. At this time, he answered Si Ming respectfully and told everything in detail. Why, are you worried that the poisonous dragon gang will cause trouble for you? Then Si Ming was amused by his words, and he waved his hand to comfort Yuan Hong. Don't worry, our recruitment of guests is not to recruit the uncle to come back to support you. We just need to give him an identity for the sake of the stability of the fairy city. If they dare to push further, there will be no need for their existence. Then he said with some disinterest. Let's go. It's time for us to go. If we don't go, I'm afraid this idiot will make a lot of jokes. Instead of watching the show from a distance, Si Ming led the Black Armored Guards to make the flying boat fall down. Below, Lu Yunlong was surrounded by people from the poisonous dragon gang. He noticed the arrival of the flying boat and rushed forward to greet him, with a look of great anticipation on his face. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Lu for establishing your immortal foundation. You have a bright future. Si Ming congratulated Lu Yunlong with a polite smile. Thank you Daoist Si Kong. This gang leader just succeeded by luck, it's nothing. Lu Yunlong laughed loudly and said a few modest words, but he could not hide the high spirits on his face. Si Ming didn't care about this, he just came to complete the task. Without any intention of making any more pleasantries, he was ready to get straight to the point. Fellow Daoist Lu, I am here this time to congratulate you on the success of foundation building, and to invite you to join our Tianqing Immortal City and become a guest. But before Si Ming finished speaking, an inappropriate voice sounded in the field. Hey, isn't this Commander Yuan? What brought you here? I thought you were too busy to come and congratulate me. Chao De said in a gloomy tone, with a proud look on his face. He and Yuan Hong were not mortal enemies, but he was often defeated by Yuan Hong's law enforcement team. It's not often that he can be so proud of himself, and coupled with the depression accumulated in his heart in the morning, he couldn't help but stab. But after saying this, he felt refreshed, but he forgot that the occasion was not right. As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere on the field fell into dead silence. Yuan Hong's face was not very good, but since the commander didn't say anything, he didn't say anything either, and stood there without saying a word. Si Ming's face was also a little gloomy. He had just said not long ago that the other party didn't dare to do anything, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Si Ming looked at Lu Yunlong expressionlessly, with the spiritual pressure of the late foundation building period looming on his body, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boss Lu, it seems that you didn't manage your subordinates well. Lu Yunlong was confused at this time. What happened? However, he reacted very quickly, although he didn't know what the conflict between Chao De and Yuan Hong was. But this was obviously not the time to talk about these things, and he had to give Si Ming an explanation. He knew what kind of person Si Ming was, regardless of his status. Just the record of killing cultivators of the same level, Lu Yunlong couldn't afford to offend. He just broke through the foundation building stage, and didn't want to provoke such a ruthless person. He cursed Chao De in his heart as an idiot, and slapped him with his backhand. Although it was not very heavy, Chao De, who was only at the 8th level of chi refining, couldn't bear a slap from a foundation building cultivator. The fat body suddenly turned into a shadow and crashed into the mountain wall behind. After falling to the ground, he immediately spit out a large mouthful of blood, mixed with most of the broken teeth. Ignoring Chao De, who was wailing in pain on the ground, Lu Yunlong hurriedly smiled at Si Ming. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I made a fool of myself for the commander. Then fellow Daoist Lu should take care of his family affairs first, and we will discuss the guest official issue later. After saying that, Si Ming left with the Black Armor Guards, ignoring Lu Yunlong's somewhat dark face. On the flying boat, behind Si Ming, Yuan Hong asked hesitantly. General, is it okay to leave like this? Didn't the real person order, I'm in a bad mood now, leave him alone for a few days, otherwise he will really treat himself as a dish, figure out what his identity is first. The younger one is ignorant, so he should take the blame as the boss. Dissatisfied? You have to hold it in for him. Watching the Immortal City flying boat turn into a stream of light and disappear, although Lu Yunlong didn't show much emotion on his face, his slightly twitching face still exposed his extremely angry heart. A dignified foundation building cultivator was treated like this. But when he thought of the initiator of this incident, Lu Yunlong's eyes flashed with tyranny. But he did not stay here any longer. He would go back to the Poison Dragon Gang to discuss anything, otherwise it would be a joke. Lu Yunlong waved his sleeves, and a flying boat flew out and flew into the wind. The mana of the foundation building period surged, sweeping up several high-level cultivators of the Poison Dragon Gang on the ground and falling into the flying boat. Just as he was about to control the flying boat to leave, he caught a glimpse of Chowda, who was still wailing and rolling on the ground. Lu Yunlong's eyes jumped, and he ordered the left protector Wu Qishan next to him. "Drag that embarrassing guy to me." Wu Qishan had been silent since just now, fearing that he would say something wrong and offend the gang leader. At this time, he received the order, and he dared not delay any longer. He jumped off the flying boat and picked up Chowda and returned quickly. Lu Yunlong did not say anything else. He looked down with a gloomy look and saw that the group of casual cultivators were still here. He also saw the gloating eyes of some of them. I guess what just happened was seen by these guys. Today's incident was extremely embarrassing. With the bad behavior of these pigs, it goes without saying that they will spread the news. If possible, he really wanted to kill all the cultivators here. He snorted coldly, and the sound was like a huge bell, exploding in the minds of the people present, making the faces of the scattered cultivators pale and groaning involuntarily. After venting his dissatisfaction a little, Lu Yunlong controlled the flying boat to take off and fly away. There is a no-fly order in the fairy city, and cultivators are not allowed to fly in the fairy city, except for those in the foundation building stage. Lu Yunlong showed this skill in front of this group of people, which can be regarded as a reluctant way to save face. Below. Why are you pretending? You are so great at the foundation building stage. Why are you pretending to be so powerful? That's right. Just now, he didn't dare to say a word in front of General Sikongming. He only knew how to show off in front of us. You bully the weak and fear the strong. When you are defeated, you take it out on us. I think we should call you the Poison Dragon Gang instead of the Stink Bug Gang. Ha ha ha, what you said is very good. I think the Stink Bug Gang is okay. Seeing Lu Yunlong walking away, the cultivators below burst into laughter and talked about it, and there were constant dirty words. They were already disgusted by being invited to the so-called foundation building banquet. And the foundation building cultivators are high above, and it is rare to see them being defeated. The cultivators will not give up the opportunity to add insult to injury, and what happened here gradually spread in the city. In the main hall of the Poison Dragon Gang, Lu Yunlong was sitting in the first seat above, and below him, all the high-level members of the Poison Dragon Gang gathered together. But at this moment, everyone in the hall had a gloomy face. Because not long after they came back, they received a report from their spies. Rumors are spreading in the Immortal City, all of which are bad remarks against their Poison Dragon Gang. Hearing what the spies said, everyone was furious. These pigs are so bold. They dared to call us the Stink Bug Gang, which is a naked humiliation. Gang leader, this matter can't be let go. In my opinion, a group of casual cultivators who gossip about others should be arrested and killed as a warning to the monkeys. That's right, I can't swallow this breath. Many people in the Poison Dragon Gang were filled with righteous indignation, and they were all murderous, shouting that they wanted to retaliate. Bang! Shut up! Lu Yunlong's cold voice rang out in the hall, smashing the stone table beside him into powder with one palm. He was so angry now, and the good mood after breaking through the foundation building period had long gone. It was really inexplicable that it had come to this point. He had never felt so aggrieved before he broke through. He finally broke through and became a great cultivator of foundation building. He thought he could roam freely in the fairy city and become a guest of honor. As a result, it turned out like this. Not only did the guest official promised by the fairy city disappear, but he was also laughed at by a group of casual cultivators. Then he broke through in vain. Seeing that everyone was silent, he snorted coldly. I want to know what's going on. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. To be honest, they didn't know what happened. In the end, everyone could only turn their eyes to Chowda in the corner of the hall. Everything started because this person talked nonsense and angered Sikong Mingdutong, which led to the subsequent events. Lu Yunlong's eyes were cold, and he wanted to tear Chowda into pieces now. However, in order to find out the reason for the matter, he decided to give him a chance. Master Chow, you'd better give me a satisfactory answer, otherwise, feeling the gang leader's undisguised killing intent, Chowda shuddered and knelt on the ground, trembling. He knew that if he didn't explain clearly, he might be blasted into pieces by the magic spell that fell from the sky before he even walked out of the hall, and finally be judged to have committed suicide. Chowda trembled and told everything that happened in the morning. He explained in detail the cause of the incident and how he had a conflict with Yuan Han later. But he didn't notice the gradually stiffening face of Lu Yunlong at the top. He thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be like this? Just because of the arrogant words of a casual cultivator Han Feiyu, he, a dignified foundation-building cultivator, is now in such a mess? Lu Yunlong could no longer suppress the rage in his heart, and the pressure of the foundation-building period was released violently, bursting out with violent killing intent. Without listening to Chowda's nonsense, a large hand with condensed magic power suddenly fell and grabbed Chowda, who was still kneeling on the ground. Chowda's face changed wildly. No. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me, gang leader. Lu Yunlong's eyes were red, revealing a ferocious smile. What's the point of keeping you, a waste who can't do anything but always makes trouble? No. Bang! The mana palms suddenly clenched. Puff! A cloud of blood mist exploded in the hall, and Chowda's words of begging for mercy also came to an abrupt end. There was a dead silence in the field. No matter how arrogant people were at ordinary times, their faces were horrified at this time, and they wanted to escape from here right now. As for pinching Chowda to death in public, Lu Yunlong showed no care, just like pinching an ant to death. The existence of the Poison Dragon Gang is more of a tool for him to make money. Not to mention that it has been dispensable since he broke through the foundation building stage. Because of this idiot, he delayed his big things, then he deserved to die. Hall Master Chow was killed by Han Feiyu, a rogue cultivator, and unfortunately passed away. Lu Yunlong's tone was indifferent, but the words he spoke made everyone in the room twitch. But no one dared to refute the gang leader's words of confusing right and wrong. Instead, they all looked indignant and began to curse Han Feiyu, the troubled man, with a look of sworn hatred. Lu Yunlong didn't care what everyone thought, but looked down at the left and right guardians who were competing with each other on their acting skills. Protector Wu. Protector Duan. When the right Protector Wu Qishan and the left Protector Duan Tianya saw the gang leader calling them, their faces turned pale, fearing that they would follow in the footsteps of Chowda. But he responded quickly and agreed quickly. My subordinate is here. Go and capture Han Feiyu and all the monks involved. But the law enforcement team, Wu Qishan hesitated and wanted to ask a question, but Duan Tianya, the Zhou protector beside him, pulled his robe and whispered in his ear. Didn't you hear what the gang leader said? Hall Master Chow was assassinated, and we have a good reputation in finding the murderer. Besides, as the gang leader is a foundation-building monk, Immortal City will only turn a blind eye. Wu Qishan suddenly realized that he was a little scared. If he was stupid and failed to protect the gang leader, he would be crushed to death. He glanced at Protector Zhou Duan Tianya gratefully, and then bowed down with him to accept the order. Follow the gang leader's instructions. The subordinates will complete the mission. Well, I am going to retreat to stabilize my state. You can handle the follow-up matters yourself. Lu Yunlong didn't waste time here anymore, and disappeared in a flash. He didn't care much about Han Feiyu and the others. How could he, a dignified foundation-building monk, condescend to deal with a small chi-refining ant? Even to him, Chowda was more hateful than Han Feiyu and others. But these people must die. He just wants to let the group of casual cultivators know that foundation building cannot be insulted. In order to avoid being underestimated by others and thinking that he, Lu Yunlong, is a good person. But this is not a big deal to him. His cultivation strength is the basis for everything. If he were in the late stage of foundation building, even if he were a real Jindan, not only the group of casual cultivators would not dare to talk nonsense, but even Sikong Ming would not dare to treat him like he did today. Returning to the training room and feeling the aura of heaven and earth in the outer city, Lu Yunlong became even more disgusted. If nothing unexpected happened today, it is unlikely that he would have moved into the inner city by now, become a guest in the Immortal City, and enjoy the environment of the second-level spiritual veins. I even regretted killing Chowda so easily. He should have been tortured. Without thinking anymore, Lu Yunlong put aside his distracting thoughts and began to use his skills to absorb spiritual energy and stabilize his realm. However, not long after, strange auras came from the training room. The auras were strong and weak, ups and downs. The two monks guarding the training room looked at each other one more time. It seems that the gang leader is very angry this time and his mood has been affected. In the main hall, seeing Lu Yunlong leaving, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I was a little frightened when I thought of the gang leader's appearance of choosing others to devour. Guardian Duan, how can we find people in such a big city? Wu Qishan was a little undecided at this time, mainly because in his opinion, the other party would definitely choose to hide after offending the poisonous dragon gang. There are hundreds of thousands of casual cultivators in Immortal City. They only know their names and have never even met them. Finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Old Wu, how come you have become so stupid? There are so many helpers under your command, and not all of them are free laborers. We need to send them all out to find you. Even if you take a step back, if you really can't find it, then solve the problem for the person. Haven't there been a few of Chao Da's men who had seen Han Feiyu? As long as they die, who will know who Han Feiyu is? The gang leader just needs to establish his authority through this matter. He doesn't care who Han Feiyu is. When Wu Qishan heard this, he suddenly realized that he would not have been so stupid before, mainly because he had not recovered from the scene where Chao Da was pinched to death. Instinctively, he asked for help from Duan Tianya, the Zhuo protector who had just helped him. It has to be you. Then I'll listen to you. Let's pass the news on first and let the people below search for it. If you can't find it, that's fine. If you find it, you have to cook it carefully. If it weren't for this group of pigs, we would all be enjoying the hot food and drinking spicy food with the gang leader now. How could we still be so arrogant? Wu Qishan was a little unwilling. The opportunity to go further was clearly right in front of him, but now he still had to retreat to the outer city. They're all Chao Da's idiots who can't tell the difference between situations, but there's nothing to say even if they die. By the way, we not only need to find people, but also prepare a foundation building banquet for the gang leader. This time I have to let those mud-legged people bleed profusely, so I just treat it as a gang leader celebrating. Okay, do as you wish. Lu Yunlong, the leader of the poisonous dragon gang, has he broken through the foundation building stage so quickly? And, in the cave training room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the futon, looking at the names on the golden book in the void. Dong Ping'an had introduced the poisonous dragon gang before, and Lu Ming naturally knew the name of its leader. But his face looks a little weird now. Am I stirring up a hornet's nest? Why are there so many people on the list at once? Except for the second page that belongs to the Foundation Establishment monk. There are many monks listed densely on the first page. Wu Qishan, Duan Tianya, Wu Gui. At a glance, there are already about 100 people, and their cultivation levels are uneven. Is this the feeling of getting rich overnight? This is too cool. Lu Ming is now full of happiness, happier than when he picked up the spirit stone. This is a backup energy source. With so many people, as long as the skills are in place, it will be enough for him to rush to the foundation building stage in one go. But, why is Chao Da gone? Lu Ming was a little puzzled. He had the deepest impression of Chao Da. This was the first poison dragon gang cultivator on the list. But now there is no such person in the golden book. But this doubt did not last long, and the clone sent news. I secretly killed Chao Da? Now I am wanted by the poison dragon gang throughout the city? Lu Ming's mouth twitched. What is going on? But after thinking about it carefully, he understood that it was probably a play directed and performed by the poison dragon gang. But it's a bit cruel. A hall master of the 8th level of Qi refining was abandoned just like that. Lu Ming didn't think much about it. Anyway, he was looking for Han Feiyu, so he didn't care about Lu Ming, Li Cheng. However, Lu Ming still let his clone take Old Man Zhou and others to hide temporarily. Yeah, strategic retreat. Then Lu Ming closed his eyes and checked, Lu Yunlong, on the golden book. He activated several magic skills and began to practice. Foundation building cultivator, you can do your best. Anyway, there is still enough. Everyone in the golden book is a tonic for him, enough for him to squander. Suddenly, his body was like a bottomless black hole, greedily absorbing the little energy that surged from the void. In the cave covered by the formation, blood mist rose with him as the center, swallowing it into the body with every breath. As time passed, Lu Ming's breath began to rise wildly, and his cultivation level was heading towards the 9th level of Qi refining. Time flies and it is almost a month later. Lu Ming, who was practicing, was awakened by the fluctuations coming from the formation restrictions. Lu Ming was a little annoyed that his practice was interrupted. His eyes were filled with blood as he looked outside the cave. Through the light and shadow reflected from the cave's restriction, he saw two people standing in front of his cave. One of them is Dong Ping'an, and the other is a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a blue satin shirt. Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly as he remembered who this person was, Wang Hong, the steward of the rented cave in Immortal City. After all, 1 month has passed, and I have only paid 1 month's worth of spiritual stones. Is this a door-to-door payment for rent? It's rare that I have been practicing for so long, and I have lost track of time. Lu Ming had never practiced well in the Yunwu Mountains, and he was too devoted for a while. Without any further delay, he took a deep breath, sucked the blood mist rolling around him into his mouth, and then punched out a few chi-condensing talisman seals and dropped them around the cave. Finally, he used the turtle breath condensation technique to hide his breath, and then he opened the restriction and walked out of the cave. Seeing Lu Ming come out, Dong Ping'an hurried forward and said with some embarrassment, "Senior, I wanted to pay in advance, but I don't have that many spiritual stones with me, so I'll disturb your practice." Lu Ming waved his hand, not blaming him, and it wasn't his fault at all. He looked at the steward, took out some spiritual stones, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Manager Wang. I forgot the time while practicing. This is the rent for the next 3 months. He currently does not have a certain identity and is not suitable for renting an A and B level cave. Anyway, with the resources of the poisonous dragon gang, his need for spiritual energy is not that great now. It's good to stay here for the time being, but he still wants to know about the renting of A and B cave house." Lu Ming also made patches to break through the foundation building in the future, so as not to be thought that he had some chance. No one might care, but he still had to do what needed to be done. He handed the spirit stone over and asked, "Manager Wang, what are the requirements for renting Jiazidong Mansion?" Manager Wang accepted the spirit stone with a smile, secretly thinking that this fellow Taoist Li was really good at getting things done. The pile of spiritual stones just now was a total of 160. Excluding the rent, the extra 10 were obviously prepared for him. He did not believe that the monks could count the wrong number with their spiritual consciousness. But after collecting the spirit stone, Manager Wang would naturally not hide it. Then he came forward and whispered to Lu Ming in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Li Qing, in order to rent in Cave A and B, you need to have a certain status in the Immortal City, such as a guest minister in the Immortal City, or a monk who is good at alchemy and talismans. A-level caves have a second-level low-grade spiritual energy concentration, and a B-level cave has a first-level top-grade spiritual energy concentration. Moreover, these caves happen to be built on the nodes of the branches of the spiritual veins. Every once in a while, there would be a small spiritual energy tied at the nodes. Practicing here for a long time has been of great benefit to practice. Although it is not as good as the heaven-level caves and earth-level caves in the inner city, it is still very good." Heaven-level cave? Earth-level cave? This was also the first time Lu Ming had heard of it. Hey, these are too far away. These are caves that only foundation building monks are eligible to rent. Fellow Taoists don't have to worry about them. It's not that Manager Wang looked down on Lu Ming, it was extremely difficult for casual cultivators to build a foundation. He didn't think that this fellow Taoist Li was the future foundation building monk, so he didn't bother to explain so much. Lu Ming heard the implication, but he was not unhappy at all. You know better than anyone else whether you can break through, so there is no need to worry so much. However, he was not in a hurry to reveal his identity as a talisman master and rent a cave named A and B. Instead, you can use your clone to explore the bottom first. Maybe you can try opening a talisman and seal shop to test whether the water in Fairy City is deep. Manager Wang collected the rent and didn't stay long, so he said goodbye and left. Seeing Lu Ming's silence, Dong Ping'an thought he was a little angry at being looked down upon, so he said cautiously, "Senior, don't blame me. Important personnel in Immortal City have always been like this, but I believe that Senior will be able to successfully build the foundation in the future." "Ha, if you can speak, speak more." Lu Ming didn't care at all, but who doesn't like to hear good words? He looked at Dong Ping'an and asked curiously, "Why are you looking for me today?" Only then did Dong Ping'an remember the purpose of coming today. It was purely an accident that he bumped into Manager Wang. "Senior, I have collected a lot of anecdotes recently, some of which I think Senior should be very interested in." He took out an animal skin scroll from his arms, handed it over, and explained. Lu Ming took it and opened the scroll to read. It contained some information excerpted by Dong Ping'an. He listed all kinds of things in detail, ranging from trivial things to monks fighting. I also saw some information about the poisonous dragon gang. Many monks from the poisonous dragon gang have died mysteriously, and their gang leader is also suspected of being cursed and unable to come out of seclusion. When Lu Ming saw this, the corner of his mouth curled up, but he quickly covered it up. In the past month of training, he had beaten all the monks in the Qi refining realm, including several major foundation builders. Now that Lu Yunlong is still standing strong, it has to be said that the foundation is powerful. Even the foundation that has just been broken through is much more durable than others. But in this way, the poisonous Dragon Gang monks have too much time to take care of themselves, and the clones no longer need to hide, and can come out and move around. It can be seen that Dong Ping'an collected it carefully. If he didn't know Lu Ming's purpose, he would write whatever he wanted. Lu Ming looked quickly, and then he was attracted by two things. Rose Cultivator Trade Fair and Auction? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, becoming interested. Dong Ping'an explained. The Rogue Cultivator Fair is organized by a senior who is in the late stage of qi refining. We want to exchange whatever we need. The venue is in Jushin Pavilion in the outer city. If senior is interested, I can lead the way. Lu Ming was a little interested. Fairs for casual cultivators were very common, but high-level cultivators did not hold them often. He had heard of them before, but had never been there. Now he wanted to see them. However, he didn't agree in a hurry. If he wanted to go, he would do it as a clone, and he had to be steady. He then asked, "What's going on at the auction?" "That's a large-scale auction held every 20 years in Fairy City, 2 years from now. It is said that the foundation building skills and the foundation building spiritual object will be auctioned this time. There are even rumors that there will be a foundation building pill." Foundation building pill. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. What a good thing. I didn't expect that the foundation establishment pill would appear in the auction. After all, foundation establishment pills are usually in short supply and can be called strategic materials. No qi refining monk can resist its temptation, and once it leaks out, it will definitely be fought over by many monks. If you miss it once, you don't know how long it will take to wait for the next batch of elixirs. But it doesn't mean that you can't break through foundation establishment without foundation establishment pill. This is just a misunderstanding of many people. In ancient times, before the foundation establishment pill was created, wouldn't it be true that no one could build the foundation? Foundation building is the first pass in the immortal path. As long as you break through it, you will truly be extraordinary. In fact, as long as the foundation is laid firmly and the essence, energy, and spirit are perfect, you can try to break through the foundation. It's just that the assistance of the foundation establishment pill can provide some help during the breakthrough process. After all, spiritual power will be converted into mana during the 100 days of foundation building. In case of any accident, the foundation establishment pill can protect the meridians, which can be regarded as protecting the monk's future path. Although the difficulty of the second foundation building will increase exponentially, people still flock to the foundation building pill. Lu Ming actually didn't have much psychological pressure on foundation building. The reason why he wanted the foundation building pill was for extra protection. Even if you can't get the foundation establishment pill, don't you still have the foundation establishment spiritual item? Foundation building spiritual objects are the first choice of many qi refining Dzogchen monks when there is no foundation building pill. Different foundation building spiritual objects have different functions, but they can all increase the success rate of some monks to break through the foundation building. However, his interest in foundation building spiritual objects is not as much as that of foundation building techniques. He made up his mind that he would attend this auction. 2 years would be enough for him to break through to the 9th level of qi refining before the auction. When the strength increases, the clone will be in the light and the main body will be in the dark, which can basically eliminate most dangers. Putting down the scroll, Lu Ming looked at Dong Ping'an with satisfaction. This boy looked like Zhou Yang. Well done. This information is very useful. This is your reward this time. Lu Ming did not hesitate to praise Dong Ping'an after throwing 5 spiritual stones to him. Dong Ping'an took the spirit stone with a smile. 5 spiritual stones. Although for those great monks, they might not be willing to bend down to pick it up if it falls on the ground, but for him, it is a small fortune. He felt that the hard work for a month was worth it. Fellow Taoist, come and see the best elixirs. The elixirs are just out of the oven, don't miss it if you pass by. The ancient relics are selling at a low price. The visualization diagram of the foundation building method can be taken away for 10 spirit stones. Whoever can comprehend it will make a fortune. Come and have a look, sir. Do you want to go upstairs to listen to music? The clone Han Feiyu walked on the streets of the fairy city. The hawking sounds were endless, but his heart was firm and he turned a deaf ear to all kinds of temptations. So he chose to go upstairs to listen to music. He saw that those who sold the method were liars. Lu Ming despised him. But this group of beautiful girls has a different style. Lu Ming drank a little wine and watched the girls twisting their bodies hard. Suddenly, he felt a little disgusted with this body. I wish I had come earlier. At this time, he noticed something and turned his head. He saw a person coming towards him, with a face full of humility and flattery. Judging from his cultivation, he is only at the 3rd level of qi refining. Lu Ming looked at this person and saw that he was about 30 years old, wearing a white robe, with a flattering look on his face. He raised his eyebrows and asked lightly, "What's the matter?" The man came to Lu Ming with a bow and laughed. "Hello, senior. I am Zhang Yi, a cultivator from Jushin Tower. I saw that you were drinking alone, so I came. If you have something to say, please tell me." Lu Ming interrupted directly, making an impatient look. Zhang Yi looked embarrassed. It seemed that the person in front of him was impatient, so he didn't keep it a secret. There is an exchange meeting to be held in Jushin Pavilion, and all the participants are a group of seniors in the late stage of qi refining. I wonder if you are interested. Maybe there is something you like in it. Lu Ming was not surprised after hearing this. This was the purpose of his trip. After learning about the trade fair from Dong Pingan, Lu Ming planned to participate. It just so happened that he also wanted to see what the so-called exchange was like. He had often heard others talk about it before, but he had never been there. But he was traveling with his clone, so he did not call Dong Pingan. He just asked for relevant information and came here to wait. This person's invitation was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Seeing the other party's expectant look, Lu Ming nodded slightly. "Lead the way." He threw a piece of spiritual stone to him. Zhang Yi's face immediately showed a trace of joy, showing his flattery and flattery. Isn't it just for others to reward a little spiritual stone? Please. Zhang Yi made a gesture of invitation and took a step behind Lu Ming to guide him. When Lu Ming was brought to the door of a private room, the exchange is inside. Senior can go in directly. Zhang Yi clasped his fists to Lu Ming, and did not mean to go in together. Lu Ming did not care, and pushed the door open and walked in. After all, he was a clone, and he dared to go in even if it was a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. At this time, there were 8 or 9 monks sitting in the box. Some of them were wearing hats and masks to cover their faces, while some of them, like Lu Ming, showed their faces. That's it. I don't know how many of them have real faces. Most of them were emitting the fluctuations of the late stage of qi refining. Lu Ming, the highest one, felt that he should be close to the perfection of qi refining. "Hello, fellow Taoists. I heard that there is an exchange meeting here. I am sorry to bother you." Lu Ming bowed and greeted them, with a smile on his face at the right time. He. I am holding an exchange meeting here. The more fellow Taoists, the better. Fellow Taoists, you don't have to be polite. Please sit down first. The person who spoke was the one with the highest cultivation. He looked middle-aged and dressed like a mortal merchant. Lu Ming bowed and sat down. After another half an hour, seeing that the number of people was almost enough, the middle-aged monk stood up, clapped his hands, and began to talk about the opening remarks and rules. "Welcome all of you fellow Taoists to Jushin Tower to participate in the trade fair. It is my honor. The rules of the exchange fair are that you start with yourself, and you take turns to sell or exchange an item. If there is still a need for exchange at the end, please wait until the exchange fair is over and communicate privately." After that, the exchange fair began. "Then I will start with a brick to attract jade." The middle-aged cultivator took out a red spiritual grass and showed it to everyone. This is the red vermilion mysterious spiritual grass. Although it does not improve the effect of cultivation, its greatest effect is to restore the blood and qi of the peak period and maintain it for a year. The effect varies from person to person. I don't need to say more. You can understand the importance of this thing. It is a blessing for some Taoist friends who are exhausted. While the atmosphere at the scene also became hot because of the appearance of the red vermilion mysterious spiritual grass. All the people present were cultivators in the late stage of qi refining, and they were not young. Especially a few elderly cultivators, who came here just to try their luck. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man actually took out the red vermilion mysterious spirit grass, and the somewhat dead heart became hot again. A red vermilion mysterious spirit grass is more attractive to them than the foundation building pill at some times. After all, as the cultivators age, their blood and qi begin to decline, and their bodies gradually decay. The older they are, the lower the probability of breaking through the foundation building stage. I wonder how much it costs. A black-robed cultivator looked at the red vermilion mysterious spirit grass, and his heart was hot. The other cultivators were also somewhat tempted, and they all showed eager eyes. Lu Ming did not say anything, and watched the scene quietly. Sure enough, different circles bring a lot more good things. Lu Ming had heard Zhou Yang's talk about the casual cultivator trade fair before, but those who took out the early stage of qi refining were all crooked. Now, the difference is clear. However, this red vermilion mysterious spirit grass is useless to him. Qi and blood decline? Not possible. He is just a demon who sucks other people's qi and blood to cultivate, and he doesn't need to worry about the backlash of qi and blood. How could he still worry about insufficient qi and blood? But this kind of spiritual object may not be so easy to exchange. Lu Ming thought secretly in his heart. It was indeed not beyond his expectation. The middle-aged man shook his head and said lightly, "This thing can only be exchanged, not sold. Fellow Taoists can bid for some spiritual objects or elixirs and magic tools of the same quality. If there is one I like, we can trade." Several cultivators began to offer prices. "I will offer a bottle of qi refining late-stage cultivation elixir. A top-grade magic tool, plus 500 spirit stones." At this time, a cultivator whose face was covered by black mist made a hoarse voice. "I exchanged a piece of blood crystal stone for this red vermilion mysterious spirit grass. The blood crystal stone can extend the life of a qi refining cultivator by 1 year." No one bid after this, but everyone looked at the bidder with strange eyes. What a spendthrift, trading such a good thing! The middle-aged cultivator was stunned at first, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. "Deal." As if worried that the black-robed cultivator would go back on his word, the middle-aged cultivator quickly completed the transaction with him. When Lu Ming heard about the blood crystal stone, his expression froze and his eyes began to become weird. He was not unfamiliar with the blood crystal stone, which was a spiritual object that could extend the life of a qi refining cultivator by nearly a year. But this thing was not an innate spiritual object, but one that was cultivated after birth. Blood crystal is a special crystal that is condensed from the blood of living beings. It has a certain life-extending effect. However, blood crystals can only be used by monks in the qi refining stage, and it is useless for foundation-building monks to take more. Moreover, taking blood crystals to extend your life may bring bad luck in your old age. The evil spirit and resentment contained in the blood crystal is too strong. It is not only a life-extending thing, but also a poison. But to the monks who longed for longevity, resentment and evil spirit meant nothing. Same kind, the appearance of the blood crystal gave Lu Ming reason to suspect that this was a demon cultivator, or a demon cultivator who had massacred living creatures. But what Lu Ming cared about was not the blood spar, but the origin of the blood spar. Because of the secret method of condensing blood crystals, he also has. That is a secret technique recorded in the spirit-swallowing blood demon technique. But for him, it was too useless and he never thought of using it. So, this person also practices the spirit-swallowing blood demon technique and exchanges it for a spiritual grass that restores vitality and blood, in order to attack the foundation? Doesn't that mean that he probably has the foundation-building chapter of spirit-swallowing blood demon technique in his hand? Lu Ming thought of this and quickly lowered his head to hide his greedy eyes. Demon cultivator. Jia. What he lacks most now is the foundation-building technique, and it may also be the spirit-swallowing blood demon technique that perfectly suits him. Lu Ming now wants to capture this person and search for souls. He took a few quick deep breaths, trying to suppress the greed in his heart. This matter cannot be rushed, and the black-robed monk suddenly felt a chill on his back. At this moment, he seemed to be targeted by something terrible. He looked around vigilantly, then checked himself again, and found no abnormalities. He was sure that he felt wrong, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. My spiritual sense is so keen, but I am still a little anxious. Lu Ming's clone's out-of-body state at this time had just left a subtle imprint of the soul on this person, but the abnormality was still noticed. But fortunately, having a divine soul clone during the qi refining stage was still too buggy, and the other party didn't notice his little trick. After doing all this, Lu Ming did not return to his body immediately, but planned to observe closely the items that the monks would trade next. It's just that the puppet has lost control of the clone, and its eyes have become a little dull. However, no one in the venue noticed Lu Ming's abnormality, and the trade fair continued. At this time, a monk wearing a mask said in a hoarse voice, "This is the defensive power of the iron rhino armor that is comparable to the best magical weapon. In exchange for 3 body refining treasures, it cannot be lower than the first level top grade. Fellow Taoist, I have a golden Congo here which is also an excellent body refining elixir. Can I exchange it for your iron rhino armor?" A man dressed as a woodcutter asked with a smile. "No, one is too few." Seeing that everyone else present was indifferent, the masked monk could only sit back helplessly. Next is a beautiful woman showing a blue feather. This feather is as long as an adult's arm, with wisps of cyan luster flowing on it, and it looks very extraordinary. This is a feather that I accidentally obtained from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. It is suspected that the Demon King left it behind. It can be used to refine weapons, in exchange for a beauty pill. Fellow Taoist, this feather looks really extraordinary, but this feather alone doesn't have much effect. Even if you refine a weapon, it's not enough. At this time, a monk retorted. That's what a feather can do. Everyone was talking to each other, and I didn't know whether they really looked down on him or wanted to lower the price. Lu Ming didn't have much interest in it at first, but now he was only thinking about how to get the foundation building chapter of Spirit Swallowing Blood Demon technique. Just to avoid missing out on good stuff, I chose to use my clone to check it out. But when he looked over, he was suddenly stunned. In his soul's perception, he did not see the existence of this feather, and the female cultivator's hand was empty. He is now a clone, and his perspective is not normal. Once he is separated from the puppet, he relies more on his soul power to perceive. But during this period of time, the clone has been sacrificed and refined many times by the original deity, and the strength of the soul has already reached the level of chi refining perfection. But this way I still can't feel Ling Yu's presence. This feather seems to have the effect of shielding spiritual consciousness. The clone reintegrated into the puppet body, confirming that this was not an illusion. And this group of chi refining monks don't even have spiritual consciousness, so they can't play this role naturally. Lu Ming was a little moved. This was a good treasure for refining weapons. At this moment, he had many ideas, such as integrating Ling Yu into the zombie clone. Firstly, it can increase the strength of the corpse puppet, and secondly, it can block other people's spiritual consciousness or divine consciousness. Nowadays, the talisman can only suppress it, but it cannot prevent others from snooping. This has always been the biggest criticism of the clone. If you refine Ling Yu into a clone, as long as you don't use magic power, you don't have to worry about anyone discovering that it is a corpse puppet. As for the issue of using mana to expose it? Come on, you've already used your magic power, why are you so worried? As for the Zhuyan pill, he happened to have one on him, which was provided by fellow Taoist Yu Xia earlier. I changed it. Lu Ming threw a jade box towards the beautiful woman. After taking it, the beautiful woman opened it and took a look. She saw a pale pink elixir lying in it, and the fragrant elixir fragrance also filled the air. Is it possible? Can the beautiful woman got her wish and handed the feather to Lu Ming without any trouble? After Lu Ming took it, he carefully looked at it again with his soul power to make sure that he was not mistaken. Lu Ming was a little happy to find a bargain unexpectedly. He thought that such a thing would not happen to him as a non-chief. Lu Ming was not interested in the items brought out by the next few cultivators, so he did not participate. After another cultivator finished the transaction and sat down, it was Lu Ming's turn. The cultivators present all cast their eyes on him. Lu Ming was not afraid of the stage. He smiled slightly and stood up, bowing to the people around him. Then, he took out a jade box from the storage bag and slowly opened it in front of everyone. In the jade box, there was a white jade pill with 3 pill patterns flowing on it. In just a moment, the room was filled with a faint pill fragrance, and just a wisp of pill fragrance made people feel refreshed. The next second, Lu Ming said something shocking. Dear Taoist friends, this is the heavenly heart pill. I don't need to elaborate on its function. Everyone present was in an uproar. He did not hide his fiery gaze. Tianxin pill, a first-class top-grade pill, is also known as the Xinyan pill. It helps the spiritual consciousness to evolve into the divine consciousness, and it has a certain effect when facing the 3 levels of foundation building and the divine consciousness level. Tianxin pill is also the most popular pill for late-stage chi refining cultivators besides the foundation building pill. Such a precious thing, but someone took it out. Someone asked, I wonder what you want to exchange. This is also what the people present are curious about. What is it that needs to be exchanged for Tianxin pill? Lu Ming did not keep it a secret, exchange for an alchemy inheritance. Alchemy inheritance, is Taoist friend an alchemist? An old woman couldn't help but ask. This person first took out the Zhuyan Dan and then the Tian Xian Dan, and now he wants to exchange for the inheritance of alchemy. No matter how you look at it, he looks like an alchemist. And if this person is really an alchemist, everyone's attitude towards him will change, and some of their thoughts will stop a lot. It is difficult for casual cultivators like them to come into contact with an alchemist. It is beneficial and harmless to make friends with an alchemist. Moreover, alchemists have a wide circle of friends. If you offend an alchemist, you may offend a group of people. Originally, some of them were greedy when they saw the Tianqing pill, but now they have calmed down. If they can take it out here, they will definitely not be afraid of them snatching it. But everyone also frowned. Inheritance, or alchemy inheritance. I am indeed an alchemist, so if I want an alchemy inheritance, it is best to be at the second level. When you go out, your identity is given by yourself. Lu Ming's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat. He admitted it immediately and asked for the second level inheritance. He must be an alchemist in the future, so it makes sense now. Lu Ming had long wanted to obtain an alchemy inheritance, but unfortunately he never had the chance. This time he was just trying, it didn't matter if he had it or not. As for where the Tianqing pill came from, this goes back to King's Hufang City. The wind evil spirit among the two evil spirits of cloud and wind was found in Lu Ming's storage bag after being suppressed. It's just that I didn't know what it was before, so I kept letting it gather dust. However, as his horizons broadened and he saw more and more things, Lu Ming finally understood its function. However, since he could swallow the soul of a monk alive and grow, taking the Tianqing pill would be the icing on the cake, so he might as well trade it. Wow, when everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. It was difficult for casual cultivators like them to come into contact with alchemists, and now they wanted to make friends when they met. Fellow Taoists, is there anything I need? Lu Ming had no intention of wasting time, he was afraid of revealing his secrets by talking too much. Fellow Taoist, let alone the second level alchemy inheritance, we don't even have the first level inheritance. How about a new one, fellow Taoist? Seeing Lu Ming admit it, everyone put on smiles, but felt helpless at Lu Ming's request for exchange. I have a first level alchemy inheritance here. Although it is only the first level, it is better than complete. However, one Tianqing pill may not be enough. Add 500 spirit stones. What do you think, fellow Taoist? The beautiful woman who had traded feathers with Lu Ming before said I saw her taking out a wooden box with a jade slip in it. Lu Ming didn't rush to say anything after hearing this, but turned to look at everyone present. I glanced around and was a little disappointed when no one responded, but it was good to get a complete first-level inheritance. This is something that has been treasured by various families. Most of these monks were able to take it out because they discovered the caves of their predecessors or the legacy of their elders. But he didn't bother to care about this, it was already an unexpected surprise. So he no longer hesitated. Since no other fellow Taoist bids, that's all, etc. Lu Ming looked up and saw that the person speaking was the middle-aged monk who was also the initiator of this trade fair. He waved his hand, and a jade slip flew toward Lu Ming. How about taking a look at this first, fellow Taoist? Lu Ming was also a little curious. When he took it and took a look, he knew that it was an incomplete second-level alchemy skill. How come inheritances appear in piles today? Now it was Lu Ming's turn to be confused. What should he do? He wanted both. But there is nothing left in him that can be exchanged. Those magic weapons and talismans may be looked down upon by the other party. It's impossible to give away the puppet inheritance. After a moment of silence, he made a choice and chose the first-level alchemy inheritance. After all, it is complete, and he has not yet come into contact with alchemy. He will become a fat man if he eats it in one bite. However, he did not give up and completed the deal with the beautiful woman first. After sitting down, I started to communicate with the main person who was waiting outside, preparing to do something later. Time passed, and the trade fair ended shortly after, and everyone got up and planned to leave. At this time, Lu Ming controlled the clone to leave his body again and broke into the middle-aged monk's sea of consciousness with an arrogant attitude. The main body was not idle either. He cooperated from outside and activated the Yin Lotus Sun and Mother Twin method with all his strength, and began to frantically extract the soul power of the monks from the Golden Book and instill it into the clone. At the same time, it also brings a hint of the divine soul pressure from the Blood Demon Soul Refining Sutra. In the sea of consciousness of the middle-aged monk, he used the power of his soul to construct a virtual image of a majestic figure wearing a mysterious robe. He sat cross-legged, and the majestic power rushed towards his face. My little friend, please stay. When Lu Ming's voice rang in his mind, the middle-aged monk almost jumped up in fright. This is not spiritual sound transmission. The middle-aged monk is at the 8th level of Qi refining after all, so he knows best whether he has spiritual awareness. Feeling the pressure of the divine soul, the middle-aged monk's face turned pale. Is this foundation building consciousness? The middle-aged man was a little confused about the details of Lu Ming. He felt that it was divine consciousness, but it was somewhat specious. But he blamed it on his own shallow knowledge. He never expected that the exchange meeting of qi refining monks would actually attract foundation establishment monks. Are all experts so idle? As for the aura of the 6th level of qi refining on Lu Ming's body? Are you kidding me? Who doesn't know how to master the secret method of breathing these days? It makes sense for the senior to pretend to be the 6th level of qi refining, right? Well, that makes sense. He kept convincing himself. No wonder he was dismissive of many things before. The middle-aged cultivator muttered in his heart. It's not his fault that he made up his mind like this. Lu Ming has always been indifferent. Lu Ming didn't know that he had already become a dihua, he was just trying. Anyway, if he was exposed, at most he would die. As long as he was not embarrassed, then others would be embarrassed. After the trade fair, all the cultivators walked out of the Jushin pavilion, but each of them greeted Lu Ming in a friendly manner, and then left. However, the middle-aged male cultivator was waiting respectfully in the same place. Seeing Lu Ming looking over, he hurriedly greeted him. Junior Yang Li greets the senior. I didn't know that there was a foundation building senior visiting before, but I neglected the senior. Lu Ming waved his hand with the demeanor of a master. It doesn't matter, ignorance is not a crime, and this seat is also idle. Seeing that this foundation building senior was so easy to talk to, Yang Li breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't doubt that the person in front of him was a fake foundation building cultivator. He believed in his intuition. The soul-shaking pressure that made the soul tremble, could it be possessed by a qi-refining cultivator if not a foundation-building cultivator? Then he mustered up the courage to speak. May I ask if there is anything I can do for you? Lu Ming glanced at him, and Yang Li shuddered, thinking that he had said something wrong. Lu Ming was not trying to scare him. He was also afraid that if he failed to act, he would be exposed. At that time, he would probably turn red in an instant and get angry and attack. It would be no fun if the matter got out of hand. I am interested in your alchemy inheritance, but the Tianqing pill has been given. Hearing this, Yang Li's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the foundation-building cultivator in front of him wanted to bully the weak and rob him of his inheritance? Should he resist or not? However, the next words made Yang Li feel relieved. I will open the furnace to refine pills again in the future, and then I will give you 2 more pills. The meaning is very clear, give me the things first, and pay the reward later. Yang Li was still a little hesitant, either because he didn't trust her. Pooh, he just didn't trust her. Why, you can't trust me? Lu Ming's tone was calm. Yang Li was a little embarrassed, but he still said it bravely. Senior, don't blame me. I can trust you, but can I sign a Taoist oath contract with you? Lu Ming said nothing, just stared at him quietly. Yang Li was sweating on his forehead and felt extremely stressed. He regretted it a little. The consequences of angering a foundation-building monk would be serious. Although there are rules in Immortal City not to do anything, if he is really slapped to death by the senior foundation builder in front of him, Immortal City probably will not complain on his behalf. Besides, he's already dead, so even if Immortal City avenges him, what's the point? But when he thought about the preciousness of inheritance, he was still a little reluctant to give up like this. Fortunately, the dead silence did not last long. Lu Ming just remained silent for a moment and then said, "That's all, I won't bully you, Junior." Lu Ming thought very clearly. He was a white wolf with nothing, and the most important thing was to get it first. As for the Tao oath, he has never thought about breaking the promise, but he currently knows nothing about alchemy. It is still unknown when the Tianqing pill will be refined. I swear with my Taoist heart that I will refine 2 Tianqing pills for little friend Yang Li in the future. Well, I didn't say the specific date or when it will be refined, I have the final say. Moreover, I, the dignified foundation establishment monk, swore an oath. Why are you struggling so much? Don't be shameless. Yang Li naturally realized that the Taoist oath had a narrow meaning, but he did not dare to push it too far and quickly handed over a jade slip respectfully. Senior, this jade slip is an incomplete second-level alchemy technique. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction and took it without any courtesy. Some curious asked, where did the inheritance come from and why is it incomplete? Yang Li said embarrassedly, this is passed down from the family, but the family in the middle suffered a disaster and some of the inheritance was missing. This inheritance is of no use to me, I might as well exchange it for something to improve my cultivation. Lu Ming nodded, not sure whether he believed it or not. Anyway, he accepted this statement. As an expert, as long as you are qualified enough, there is no point in catching others asking questions. Lu Ming's face remained calm and he said to Yang Li, give me a messenger slip, and I will notify you when the elixir is completed. Yang Li hurriedly took out a message slip and handed it to the Foundation Establishment's senior. At the same time, I felt relieved. At least for now, the other party had no intention of breaking his promise. If I had known that dressing up as a foundation-building monk was so awesome, would I have been so miserable in King's Hufang? After Yang Li left, Lu Ming complained in his heart. What made him unable to hold back the most was that after he had made the oath of Taoism, the feeling in his mind disappeared. Yes, it just disappeared. Moved away by Jin Shu. The monks attach great importance to the inner demon oath and the Taoist oath. This is also a commonly used restraint method in the world of immortality. Once a monk breaks a contract, inner demons will breed, which will become a shackles when breaking through the bottleneck. But Lu Ming did not take the ordinary path. He had a golden book that could be called heaven-defying, and all the oaths backfired and were transferred. Now even if Lu Ming breaks the contract, there will be no inner demons arising. I am a good person from Lu, and I will not do anything that goes against my heart just for such a small gain. Although Lu Ming possesses several kinds of magic powers and regards monks as his nourishment, he is still very pure at heart and is very shameless towards such villainous behavior. And he really didn't think about breaking the contract, but he really needed to wait. The harvest from this trade fair is really great. Lu Ming felt the items in the storage bag and was very satisfied. A feather that can shield spiritual consciousness, and 2 alchemy inheritances. And right now, there is one more important thing. It's time to borrow some skills from fellow demon cultivators. Under his induction, the monk with the soul brand had already left towards the gate of the fairy city. Are you leaving the fairy city? It's just convenient for me. However, Lu Ming did not act in a hurry. He walked to a corner, where he was waiting. Lu Ming handed all the important supplies on his body to me, and then headed out of the city. I followed him, 2 miles apart, hanging far behind him, other side. After the man in black robe left the exchange meeting, he looked at the alchemist with great reluctance. He was a fat sheep. And he was a little regretful that he couldn't get the Tianqing pill, but he couldn't snatch it in the fairy city. Besides, he still has some unfinished things, so he can only figure out a solution in the future. He walked all the way out of the fairy city, summoned a strange bird from the spirit beast bag on his waist and carried him away quickly, straight to the Tianqing fairy city. After flying around in the mountains for half an hour, I finally carefully checked my surroundings to make sure no one was following me, and finally stopped in front of a mountain wall. He made a few seals with his fingers, and then walked straight forward, but there was no collision as expected. Instead, the surface of the mountain wall was like ripples of water, instantly engulfing the monk's figure, then disappeared, and then the mountain wall returned to normal. It seems that some kind of blinding trick has been used here. From the outside, it looks normal, but after entering the mountain, there is a different world. Inside is an underground cave. The monks walked all the way down and walked dozens of steps, and suddenly they were enlightened. This is a natural cave with flat terrain, but now it is full of bones. There is a pool of blood in the center, and a naked red-haired monk is sitting cross-legged in the pool. The blood vessels are bulging all over his body, and he keeps wriggling like an earthworm, as if sucking the blood in the pool. The blood light around him changes with each breath. The space is shaken by the breath leaking out. This is a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of Qi training. Brother, I'm back. The black-robed monk entered the cave and shouted excitedly to the man in the blood pool. The man in the pool slowly opened his eyes after hearing the voice, and his red pupils made him look a little more evil. He looked at the black-robed monk, and just as he was about to smile, he suddenly froze. He sighed, "Second brother, you are being watched." "What?" The black-robed man's face turned pale when he heard this. He knew that the person who could follow him all the way without being discovered was definitely not an ordinary person. The red-haired man immediately rushed out of the blood pool, carrying the black-robed monk, and flew out of the cave. Just as they came out of the mountain wall, they saw a figure standing outside, looking at the two of them with a smile. It was a handsome man, holding a magic weapon that looked like a chessboard in his hand, and a flying sword that flashed with dazzling green light was suspended on his side. At the same time, a strong spiritual pressure surged towards the red-haired man. "The Qi refining is perfect. Who are you?" The red-haired man was shocked. This man had strong magic power and his aura was not weaker than his. The young monk stood with his hands behind his back, with deep disappointment in his eyes. "You let me waste my cultivation time in vain, and the demon cultivator I am tracking down is a piece of trash like you?" Although the Poison Dragon Gang is a group of bugs, they are also people from my immortal city. Who gave you the courage to commit murder in my immortal city? The red-haired monk was confused. He understood every word, But why didn't he understand it together? Who else killed your immortal city monks? Are you sick? Are you from Tianqing Immortal City? Is there any misunderstanding here? I didn't kill your immortal city cultivator. The red-haired cultivator hurriedly explained that there must be a misunderstanding here. Your bloody aura is really disgusting. It's obvious that you are a demon cultivator who uses cultivators to practice. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Li Guanqi, the fifth disciple of Tianqing Jinren of Tianqing Immortal City. I am also the one who killed you. After the words fell, silver chains appeared inexplicably in the void around him. Before the red-haired cultivator could react, they had already intertwined into grids, like the phantom of a chessboard. The red-haired man felt like he had fallen into an unknown prison, and the surrounding space was blocked and locked. Spirit weapon. The red-haired cultivator was a little frightened. He was not afraid of fighting at the same level, but if the other party had a spiritual weapon, he would be a little unsure. The second-level spiritual weapon is aimed at the foundation-building cultivator. Even if the chi-refining cultivator cannot use too much power, it is still a dimensionality reduction attack. Sir, I only killed people from other markets, and did not provoke the people in your fairy city. The red-haired cultivator wanted to explain. He didn't want to fight with the person in front of him. Whether he can win or not is another matter. Just because the other party is a disciple of Jin Danjinren, he is not to be provoked. Li Guanqi curled his lips when he heard this. Humph, cunning villain, dare to quibble. And you are not allowed to kill people near my fairy city. The red-haired cultivator was a little stunned, and then he became furious. You Tianqing fairy city really think you are the emperor of the southern wilderness? Give me a way to live, and we brothers swear by our inner demons that we will never step into the fairy city for 1,000 miles, otherwise don't blame me for the death of the fish and the net. The red-haired cultivator said hatefully. Li Guanqi shook his head and spoke with a playful tone like a cat playing with a mouse. No, the fish will die, but the net will not break. You think too highly of yourself. You have been covered by my chessboard of heaven and earth. Even if you have all kinds of means to escape, it is useless. Humph, you are really arrogant. Let's see who is the real one. As he said that, a bloodlight suddenly rose from the red-haired man's body, dyeing half of the sky of the chessboard phantom red. The red-haired monk merged into the blood, and his magic power vibrated around him. His evil eyes stared at Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi, you and I have no hatred, why bother to force each other? Say it again, let us go. You talk too much. Do you want the remaining person to take the opportunity to escape? He. But I said, none of you can escape. Li Guanqi raised an arc at the corner of his mouth. He especially liked the feeling of dominating everything of others, which made him intoxicated. The red-haired monk saw that his thoughts were seen through, and he stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand immediately. A red bloodlight spread, like a sea of blood, overwhelming Li Guanqi. In the sea of blood, a thick blood python appeared, and the ferocious snake head opened its bloody mouth and bit Li Guanqi. Ha, little dour. With a disdainful sneer, Li Guanqi's green light long sword floating around his body suddenly swelled in the wind, turning into a green giant sword of dozens of feet, and fiercely chopped at the snake head that turned into the sea of blood. Puff! The ferocious snake head was cut off by a sword, and turned into blood in the air and merged into the sea of blood again. Weak. The magic power is frivolous, and the magic power is really a stunted growth. Li Guanqi shook his head and began to comment on the red-haired monk's skills. How dare you humiliate me like this, you are simply courting death. The red-haired monk roared and swung his right hand violently. The blood river carried an unpleasant and murderous aura, and blood spears condensed in the air and broke through the air. Swish, swish, swish densely packed, like a violent storm. Li Guanqi calmly cast spells one after another. The spells were like the scorching sun. Wherever they passed, the blood spears condensed by the bloody aura disappeared like white snow in spring. The Qingguang sword also instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters, split the blood river, and came to kill the red-haired monk. Wherever the sword energy passed, the boiling blood waves were visibly evaporated, and the blood shields condensed by the red-haired monk were also smashed one by one. Boom! In just a breath, the red-haired monk was knocked away by a sword and smashed into the ground fiercely. Li Guanqi looked indifferently, looking down at the red-haired monk in the cave below. Cough cough, the red-haired monk climbed out of the pit coughing blood. The difference in strength is too big. Although he is also a cultivator who has perfected chi refining, his magic power is mixed, not to mention that he can't even take out a decent magic weapon. On the other hand, Li Guanqi can take out a spiritual weapon at will, his cultivation is also quite condensed, and his magic is also at will. He is naturally not comparable to this cultivator who has the resources of Tianqing Fairy City. But he is unwilling. It's not easy to cultivate to this point. How could he want to die like this? These so-called righteous cultivators are not for the so-called justice at all. Just because someone offends them, they have to eliminate demons and defend the way. It's ridiculous. Click. A sound of a chess piece falling came. The red-haired monk felt the pressure all over his body suddenly increase, and his knees were about to bend unconsciously. He looked up with difficulty, and saw Li Guanqi holding a white chess piece and dropping it on the chessboard. Seeing him looking at him, Li Guanqi smiled and said, "Kneel down and beg me. I can consider letting one of you go. Dream on." The red-haired monk gritted his teeth to support himself and prevent himself from kneeling. He. I want to see how many white pieces you can hold on to. The chessboard is for trapping. The white pieces are for suppression. The black pieces are for killing. As he said this, the handsome young man picked up another white piece and prepared to drop it. The red-haired monk's heart sank, knowing that this time he might be in danger. He turned his head with difficulty and met his second brother's desperate and self-blaming eyes. The red-haired monk sighed secretly. He did not blame his brother for attracting the enemy. Perhaps this was the fate of their brothers. But he did not intend to surrender, but decided to sacrifice himself in exchange for his brother's chance of survival. "Ahua, I will find a way to help you open the barrier later. You run quickly, the farther the better." But before he finished speaking, he saw his brother looking at him with a determined face, and his heart jumped instantly, with a bad premonition. He saw blood rolling around his second brother, causing the pool of blood in the cave to pour into his body. He instantly swelled up like a balloon, his skin cracked, and blood kept oozing out. His face was painful and ferocious, but the seals in his hands kept moving. Finally, it seemed that he had completed some secret method. His aura was rising at an exaggerated speed. Chi refining level 8, Chi refining level 9. Boom! The aura broke through again. Chi refining perfection. No! The red-haired monk's eyes were bloodshot. He knew what it was. It was the blood sacrifice technique. Once performed, it would sacrifice the rest of his life, luck, and not entering the cycle of reincarnation in exchange for a sublimation. He was going to perform this, but his brother got there first. The moment the technique was completed, it meant that he had lost his brother forever. Blood and tears flowed out, making the red-haired monk's face particularly distorted. What a deep brotherly love! High in the sky, Li Guanqi stepped on the flying sword, but he looked like he was watching a show and was not in a hurry to take action. After the younger brother performed the blood sacrifice, his eyes were a little blurry, and he recalled the past of his brothers when they were young like a revolving lantern. Finally, he looked at his elder brother, without saying anything sentimental, but said solemnly, "Brother, don't let me die in vain, cough cough, run, don't come to seek revenge." After saying that, he turned into a bloodlight and soared into the sky. His whole body was covered with red light, and a dangerous and violent breath came from his body. He. Are you planning to self-destruct? But I said none of you can escape. Li Guanqi sneered. In his opinion, this was like a moth flying into a flame and meaningless. Pick up the black chess piece and drop it on the chessboard. Click. A black chess phantom appeared in the void and fell directly towards the bloodlight. Once it landed, it would be reduced to ashes. Boom! The bloodlight exploded and the blood mist filled the air. Sure enough, the ending was not beyond his expectations. Li Guanqi was very satisfied with his attack. Just when he was feeling proud, blood mists floating in the air suddenly entangled him like silk threads. What is this? Li Guanqi suddenly felt that a disaster was imminent. This technique was very strange at first glance. Even he couldn't help but feel all kinds of fear. He quickly took out a few amulets from his arms and was about to use them on himself. But before he could react, he saw the blood threads suddenly tightened. A voice also slowly came into Li Guanqi's mind. You should pay the price for your arrogance. Li Guanqi's eyes widened, and just as he was about to say something, the blood threads instantly entangled him into a blood cocoon. Under the severe pain, he felt that his vitality was constantly being worn away by the blood threads. Without his magic power to maintain it, the chessboard of heaven and earth also converged its brilliance, and the barrier disappeared. Although the red-haired man was very sad, he did not miss the opportunity that his second brother had fought for him. The moment the barrier disappeared, he rushed out with the secret technique of burning blood, and disappeared in a moment. The light in Li Guanqi's eyes gradually dimmed. Just when he was in despair, a jade pendant with the words Tianqing engraved on his waist suddenly shattered. Followed by a terrifying breath fluctuation, just the breath, the blood cocoon that had just made Li Guanqi despair suddenly shattered and dissipated in the air. There seemed to be a sigh between heaven and earth, as if regretting. Master, Li Guanqi called out with a weak consciousness, and then the whole person fell from the air. Now he is particularly miserable, his eyes are dim, and his originally handsome face is full of wrinkles. Qi and blood are depleted, lifespan is greatly reduced, and the road is almost cut off. Sensing his own situation, Li Guanqi is simply furious, and he now wants to catch the red-haired monk and eat his blood and flesh. He paid such a huge price for this move, and even used the life-saving jade talisman given by his master, but he only killed a cultivator of the 7th level of Qi refining. He was even more ashamed to face his master when he returned. He now regretted why he had teased the two, but it was useless to think too much since things had come to this point. Moreover, his own condition was also very bad now, and he had to go back to heal his wounds as soon as possible. Perhaps his master could help him resume his path. So he drove the chessboard of heaven and earth and flew towards Tianqing Fairy City. After he left, a man with a goatee on a tree several miles away from here had his eyes flickering, and his dull eyes became lively again. It's really a good show. Lu Ming controlled the puppet to watch the battle from a distance. He saw the terrible fighting power of the cultivators who had the background of the fairy city, and he couldn't help but yearn for it. However, listening to their conversation, the two demon cultivators seemed to have blocked the disaster for him. Is the fairy city so tough on demon cultivators? Lu Ming didn't feel much when he was in King's Hufang City before. I didn't expect that Xiancheng would actually send out real disciples to investigate. I have to pay more attention in the future. It's better for Wu Daorun to go online again. Alas, what a pity, he wanted to take advantage of Li Guanqi being killed by the blood cocoon to loot the bag. He was very greedy for the heaven and earth chessboard. Although he thought it was arrogant for this person to name the spiritual weapon Heaven and Earth Chessboard, it didn't prevent it from being a very powerful spiritual weapon, both offensive and defensive. It's a pity that Li Guanqi still has a backhand. Lu Ming can feel the pressure from miles away. It must be the method of Tianqing Jinren. I can only watch him leave helplessly, but looking at his half-dead appearance, I guess he is useless. Maybe I can plan his Heaven and Earth chessboard in the future. But since Li Guanqi's bag can't be looted, the remaining one can try, hee. Lu Ming felt the familiar breath of the technique and chased after it. A few hours later, in a valley far away from the battlefield, a flash of blood appeared, revealing the figure of the red-haired monk. At this time, his face was haggard and his body was shriveled. It was obvious that the side effects of the blood-burning secret technique were extremely terrifying, making his already unbearable body even worse. Now he just felt very tired, and his bones and meridians seemed to be crushed, which was very painful. The red-haired monk wanted to regulate his breath and heal his wounds, but found that his mana was disordered and he could not do it at all. After running for several hours, he was almost exhausted. No matter how strong his belief in survival was, he could no longer hold on. Finally, his eyes went black, and he fell headfirst into the valley and fainted. Half an hour later. Tread, tap, tap. There was a sound of footsteps in the quiet valley. Two figures came hand in hand, one behind the other. The clone stepped forward to check, while Lu Ming hid not far away, looking at the unconscious red-haired monk on the ground, with a trace of distress in his eyes. Why are you working so hard? What a good corpse puppet material, it's wasted. The red-haired monk is also reckless. Who dares to run for several hours using the blood-burning secret technique? Look, you've lost weight. The clone stepped forward to check and broke into the red-haired monk's sea of consciousness. It was discovered that not only had his blood and essence been consumed excessively, but his sea of consciousness had also been severely damaged and was almost exhausted. Is the blood-burning secret technique so cruel? Why don't I feel it? Lu Ming muttered. But then his face lit up with joy. Just sleep well and don't wake up. Lu Ming controlled the clone to suppress the red-haired monk's sea of consciousness, and only after making sure everything was safe, he stepped forward. Let me know what's on your mind. His eyes flashed with mysterious symbols, and his right hand gently touched the red-haired head. Blood Demon Soul Refining Sutra. Start up. A cup of tea passed. Lu Ming pinched the magic formula with his hands, and used the secret method of pulling silk to control puppets to inject mysterious runes into the body of the red-haired monk. In order to maximize the red-haired monk's strongest combat power when he was alive, Lu Ming chose to sacrifice him alive. Lu Ming felt that he was in pain and was a little reluctant, so he closed his eyes. The magic seal in his hand kept changing, and the runes merged into his body, locking his energy. Finally, the power of the soul turned into a series of silk threads, which began to entangle with him as the center penetrated into the red-haired monk's sea of consciousness, and outlined the control mark in his spiritual sea of consciousness. During this period, Lu Ming also took out a lot of spiritual materials and spiritual objects to nourish his body. Finally, he took out the blue feather that looked very extraordinary. The feather has the special effect of shielding spiritual consciousness, and it should have a miraculous effect when combined with the corpse puppet. The combination of the two, as long as they are not used casually, almost no problems will be found. As soon as he thought of it, Lu Ming covered the feather with the 3-yin ghost fire and began to sacrifice. But with the current strength of the 3-yin ghost fire, it took a full hour to refine it. It was just that the feather that originally flowed with green luster now turned into a ball of liquid with rising demonic energy. Without hesitation, Lu Ming injected it into the body of the red-haired monk. Then, after a dark red rune was imprinted on the red-haired monk's sea of consciousness and condensed, all the brilliance floating on the surface was restrained inside. When it was finally formed, the red hair had changed a lot. The red hair had turned into long black hair, and the shriveled body was also full. Now he is a middle-aged man with a resolute face, a strong nose, and a tall and burly figure. The clone drilled into it and entered the spiritual imprint. Suddenly, the perspective of the red-haired monk appeared in Lu Ming's mind. After moving for a while, he felt the huge power contained in his body, which made Lu Ming have the illusion that he could kill himself with one punch. He looked at his work with a burning gaze, very satisfied. The corpse puppet of living sacrifice is different. He also used a lot of his spiritual materials and spiritual objects, especially the feather that seemed to be of the second level. Lu Ming slashed with a blood-transforming magic knife, and the corpse puppet resisted it with just its flesh. In terms of physical strength alone, it is already looking down on the foundation-building cultivators. After all, most foundation-building cultivators are magic cultivators, not physical cultivators, but the attacks of ordinary chi-refining cultivators can't pose any threat to them. The physical strength of the corpse puppet is like this now, but it is only the physical strength. Although the strength is a little beyond the scope of chi refining, it has not reached the level of foundation building. Lu Ming tried the power of the spell again, a little disappointed, barely maintaining it at about the 9th level of chi refining. But it's enough. I, Zhao Tiancheng, am back again. Lu Ming controlled the puppet, put his hands on his waist and roared to the sky. Zhao Tiancheng, that is the real name of the red-haired monk, and the monk who sacrificed himself to severely injure Li Guanqi was his younger brother Zhao Tianhua. From his memory, Lu Ming not only got what he wanted, but also had a lot of new gains. First of all, the technique that he had been thinking about, Lu Ming was not wrong, the other party did have a foundation-building technique. It is called Devil Blood Spring Method, which is the same as the soul-swallowing blood demon art that Lu Ming practiced. It is a higher-level technique of soul-swallowing blood demon art, and can be practiced to the perfection of foundation building. Its evil degree is even worse, not only can it use the essence and blood of living beings to practice, but also can condense blood springs. Blood springs are equivalent to backup energy, which can not only be used for mana consumption, but also for healing. This reminds Lu Ming of a certain ancestor in the prehistoric world. The blood sea will not dry up, the river of Hades will not die, but in terms of the effect, there is a world of difference, it is simply not a dimension. Moreover, Lu Ming, who possessed the Golden Book, did not care about the consumption of mana, and there was no such thing as exhaustion of mana. But this did not mean that the Devil Blood Spring method was useless. Lu Ming's original body rarely took action now, and he usually walked outside as a corpse puppet clone. The corpse puppet clone directly consumed spirit stones when casting spells, and once the blood spring was condensed, it would be a humanoid weapon with super long endurance. If the Devil Blood Spring method made Lu Ming feel that his trip was worthwhile, then another gain made Lu Ming most happy. That was the method that his younger brother Zhao Tianhua sacrificed everything he had in the end and seriously injured Li Guanqi. Second level spell Devil Soul Entangling Blood Silk Spell, using lifespan as a guide, chanting spells, turning blood, flesh, bones and souls into demons, casting curses as a medium, ignoring any form of defense, and the spell is irreversible. And the more lifespans are sacrificed, the stronger the power, and the more realms can be cursed to kill enemies, but the effect will be weakened a lot. Outrageous. It's really outrageous. Kill yourself before hurting others. This was Lu Ming's first impression of this method. Ignore any form of defense, and the spell is irreversible is too overbearing. This means that once the spell is cast, the spell cannot be interrupted in any form. In simple terms, as long as the Devil Soul Entangling Blood Silk spell is used, the opponent may not die, but the caster will definitely die of exhaustion. Theoretically, the only way to interrupt the spell is to kill the opponent in advance. Once it is fully cast, the opponent can only bear it hard. Either the caster's lifespan will be exhausted, or the spell will be transformed into an evil silk and life will be wiped out, strangling the soul. If Li Guanqi had not been protected by Tianqing Jinren at that time, he would have been a corpse long ago. And the higher the level of the spell enemy, the more terrifying this spell characteristic is. I am invincible within the same level, and 1-for-1 above the same level. If it didn't have to cost me my lifespan, this would be a magical skill. It's a pity that it's a bit life-consuming. But we have many good brothers, and we don't lack life. After getting the Devil's Soul Entangled Blood Silk spell, Lu Ming suddenly felt invincible. What foundation building and what golden elixir? If he really gets angry, he'll kill them all. Although the power of cross-boundary curses will be weakened, it is based on the limited lifespan. He, Lu, has the most life. Sacrifice my brother's lifespan for 500 years, and I don't believe I can't kill a foundation building cultivator. He's arrogant. Lu Ming is arrogant now. But he also knows that this is the sequelae of regaining a sense of security. This is a curse. In the past, if the opponent was not on the list when using the Golden Book of Cause and Effect, he could do nothing. But now he is free from the shackles. He can directly produce and sell it himself, and use the life of the enemy on the list to curse the enemy. Even if you are not on the list, you can still use the medium to complete the remote curse. In the future, the clone will walk outside, and the real body will hide behind the scenes. If you can't beat the real body, you can attack again, and no one will know that it was him who did it. Today is really a fruitful day. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and Lu Ming did not stay for long. The road to foundation building has been opened, and the means of protecting the road are even more domineering. I can go back and practice in seclusion. It shouldn't be a big problem to rush to the foundation building in one breath. But if possible, it's safer to get a foundation building pill. Lu Ming didn't know whether the failure to break through the foundation building was a negative effect, and whether the golden book could be transferred out. If it doesn't work, he will have no place to cry. It's better to be steady. You don't have to use it, but you must have it. Because Zhao Tiancheng ran too far, Lu Ming spent most of the day to return to the fairy city. However, as soon as he entered the city, Lu Ming noticed that the atmosphere was different. Even the number of patrol guards in the city was twice as many as before. Lu Ming estimated that this was caused by Li Guanqi's injury, but he had no time to care about these things. After returning to the cave and opening the formation, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the futon. Although he gained a lot this time, there were more things to comprehend. Alchemy Inheritance, Devil Blood Spring Method, Devil Soul Entangling Blood Silk Spell. These are not things that can be comprehended in a short time. Even though he has now reached the 8th level of Qi refining, it still cannot change the fact that his qualifications are poor. I don't know if there are any skills or spiritual objects that can improve qualifications. No matter how many inherited spells there are, they cannot be exchanged for strength. Lu Ming thought so, and then shook his head. He was a little too greedy, so let it go. Without thinking about it anymore, Lu Ming began to comprehend Devil Blood Spring Method. Changing to a new cultivation technique early is also a preparation for building a foundation. Fortunately, the Devil Blood Spring Method and the Spiritual Blood Devouring Demonic Art have the same origin, so it won't take too long to change to a new cultivation technique. Outside world. The clone changed back to the middle-aged man with a goat beard walking outside. The corpse puppet Zhao Tiancheng that he refined is of great use. He is originally a demon cultivator, and he has a grudge against Tianqing Xianqing for killing his relatives. If he makes some noise in the city, he can blame him. At the same time, he can also do some shady things for Lu Ming. As for the name, it doesn't matter whether it's Wu Daorin or Zhao Tiancheng, it's all used to attract people's attention. Although the middle-aged man with a goat beard, Han Feiyu, has some grievances with the Poison Dragon Gang, at least his identity on the surface is not a problem. At this time, he was walking towards the General Affairs Hall of Tianqing Xianqing, with the purpose of opening a talisman shop in Tianqing Xianqing. One is to earn spirit stones and prepare for the auction 2 years later. The value of the foundation building pill is too great. Although he is now wealthy, he is still far behind those big forces. The second reason is to have an official identity, so that he can consider moving into the Jia-shaped cave house, and then he can go in and enjoy the good life. Thinking of this, he arrived in front of the General Affairs Hall not long after walking. There were many cultivators coming and going in the hall. Lu Ming saw some cultivators wearing Tianqing standard robes walking in the hall, and there were also many casual cultivators like him. It took some effort to arrange some spirit stones and figure out the specific process. Finally, he found Jin Gon, the manager in charge of renting and selling shops, in a side hall, but there were many people around him at this time. Jin Gon was seen dealing with various cultivators with a professional fake smile. It is my duty to serve you fellow Taoists, but the decision on renting shops needs to be made by the masters of foundation building. Jin is just a manager. I will do whatever the masters of foundation building tell me to do. Please don't make things difficult for me. We will make adjustments as soon as possible and provide you with suitable shops. Please wait patiently. After sending off the cultivators one by one, Jin Gon's fake smile on his face immediately disappeared. But he saw another person standing not far away, and his smile bloomed again. Lu Ming clasped his fists and saluted, and took the lead to speak directly to the point. Hello, Manager Jin. I am Han Feiyu, and I am here to rent a shop. Well, fellow Taoists, you don't know that there is a shortage of shops at present, and they need to be allocated. Lu Ming didn't want to be perfunctory, so he quietly stuffed a bulging cloth bag over and said solemnly. Manager Jin, how could you be so careless that all the things fell to the ground? Jin Gon noticed that he had an extra cloth bag in his hand, and when he heard Lu Ming's words, he immediately raised his eyebrows. He then took a good look at the middle-aged monk with a goatee in front of him. He weighed the cloth bag in his hand again, felt the weight, and the fake smile on his face became a little sincere. Then he changed the subject. Friend Han came at the right time, I just happened to have a few extra shops. Jin Gon didn't hide anything at this time, which was very different from what he said in front of everyone just now. The man was generous. Anyway, it didn't matter who rented the shop. And this person obviously knew the rules better than those monks just now, and gave spiritual stones as soon as he came up, which immediately raised his good impression. He invited Lu Ming to sit down, handed him a jade slip, and talked a lot. Fellow Taoist Han returned the money he found. He is an upright person. We hit it off right away. We are friends from now on. Jin Gon continued. If someone else asks, there will definitely be no money, but my friend is always available as long as you come. Thank you very much, Manager Jin. No wonder everyone says you are the most reliable. There will be no problem finding you. Lu Ming echoed. This kind of conversation full of commercialism made him a little uncomfortable. Human relations and interests, these immortal cultivators are more or less tainted with the smell of money. Just listen to what Jin Gon said before, don't take it seriously. Recently, a batch of shops have been vacant in the southwest area of the outer city. Coming out of the General Affairs Hall, Lu Ming came to the address of the shop. Looking at the many cultivators coming and going around, he nodded with satisfaction. It's easier to get things done if you pay. The shop is a 3-story attic, opened at the corner of an intersection, with a large flow of people, which is a good location. However, his shop is not the only one in this area. At a glance, there are 2 or 3 talisman shops. Ling Fu Zhai, Qing Fu Xiaozhu. The same industry is an enemy. If it is a normal business competition, Lu Ming will not do anything more. If they dare to have evil thoughts, then it is a good opportunity to test the power of the curse on them. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't care. He took out the token, opened the ban outside the shop and walked in. There is no plaque on the storefront now, and the interior decoration is also relatively simple. The space is not too big, and there is a counter about 10 feet long facing the door. There is a small door behind the right side of the counter. Lu Ming opened the door and took a look, and found that it was a lounge. There are a few simple wooden beds, and several tables, chairs, and benches. Is this the staff dormitory? Lu Ming joked and left the lounge and returned to the lobby. On the left-hand side of the door is the staircase leading to the upper floor. Lu Ming walked up the stairs. The second floor is the talisman-making room and the practice room, and the third floor is the bedroom. The bedroom looks much better than the lounge downstairs. It has everything you need, so there is no need to buy anything. After a quick look around, Lu Ming had a plan in mind. The first floor is used to sell talismans, the second floor is for making talismans and practicing, and the third floor is for rest. Without much delay, Lu Ming began to set up his own talisman shop. This is the first time in his 2 lives that he has his own business, and this experience is quite novel. It is not a hobby, Lu Ming still wants to make some achievements. Walking downstairs, standing in front of the gate, looking at the empty signboard, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. After a moment, he took out a piece of first-grade middle-grade spiritual wood and cut it into a suitable size. Then he engraved 3 large characters on it. Mofu Pavilion. The shop signboard was already ready. Then he spent half an hour to make the shop look brand new. A large number of various talismans were already placed on the counters around, from first grade low grade to first grade high grade. And these talismans were all the stocks that Lu Ming had drawn before, and now they were all put on. As his fighting skills gradually increased, talismans could no longer satisfy him. It would be useless if he kept them, so he could sell them instead of wasting them. Lu Ming also thoughtfully posted the introduction and price on each talisman. This price was not written randomly. Lu Ming had learned about the price of talismans in the fairy city. Although there are some differences, they are not much different, so Lu Ming took the average price of some of them. Moreover, the quality of the talismans drawn by Lu Ming is better than that of the other several companies. When doing business, the main feature is good quality and low price. Lu Ming has not thought about taking the high-end route. After all, the quality is here, and it is difficult for the opponent to imitate, and it is normal for the product to be overpriced. At the same time, the corresponding groups of the market are staggered, which is also to prevent the opponent from using tricks. However, he carefully considered it and felt that it was unnecessary. And there is another problem that needs to be considered. The talismans will be sold out one day. Then the problem of talisman drawing is in front of us. Although Lu Ming can continue to draw, the time cost is a bit high. Unless the clone does nothing in the future, he will change his job to make talismans and work part-time as a shopkeeper. But this is impossible, and the existence of the clone will not be very useful. Although the clone cannot practice to improve his cultivation, he needs to cultivate the spells himself. He has not forgotten the idea of super long endurance, and the blood spring cultivated by the devil blood spring method cannot come out of thin air. The clone cannot transfer the side effects, it can only be done through the original body. So he must practice the skills to condense the blood spring through real killing. In terms of time, he may not have so much time to draw talismans and manage the store. I still need to find someone to help me look after the store and sell talismans. Lu Ming already had a candidate in mind. That is Old Man Zhou's family. Lu Ming is skilled and bold, he is not afraid of the Poison Dragon Gang, and dares to walk in the fairy city openly. But Old Man Zhou and his family are miserable. They have been hiding for a month, and they have no source of income. The less spiritual stones they use, the less they use. Moreover, Zhou Kong and his Taoist partner Su Li are also famous talisman masters. Although they are only first-level middle grade, they can also help Lu Ming share some of the talisman-making work. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out a talisman, which was the sound transmission sound exchanged with Old Man Zhou before. Lu Ming said a few words to it, told them about his opening a store, and invited them to come. It depends on you whether you dare to come. Taking back the sound transmission talisman, Lu Ming thought to himself. If Old Man Zhou and his family were scared, then Lu Ming would not bother to pay attention to them. Isn't it easy to find someone to look after the store? Fortunately, Old Man Zhou and his friends knew how to seize the opportunity and accepted Lu Ming's invitation. Not long after the communication, they arrived in front of the store. Looking at this 3-story attic, Zhou Kang's eyes showed envy. Look at them, how comfortable their lives are, and they even opened a store. You know, the land in the fairy city is very valuable. Look at myself again, I am so poor that I don't look like a cultivator. For a moment, Zhou Kong felt that the gap between people was greater than the gap between chi refining and foundation building. However, their family was still very grateful to fellow Daoist Han, who was a benefactor who helped them in times of need. Lu Ming noticed someone coming outside the door and walked out leisurely. Then he almost laughed out loud. Several people now looked sneaky, wearing black robes and hats and masks. He was still looking at them secretly in front of the store, looking suspicious, and he didn't look like a good person. He thought he could hide his identity in this way, but he didn't know that it would attract more attention. Lu Ming saw several passers-by looking at them from time to time. He didn't greet them outside and led them in. Thank you, Brother Han. My family will remember your help this time. Old Zhou and his friends bowed to Lu Ming as soon as they entered the door. Lu Ming didn't pretend to be polite. He introduced the other party and thanked him generously, and then said, "The Poison Dragon Gang is now in a difficult situation, so you don't need to be so careful. And since you are already employed by the Mofu Pavilion, I will also provide you with corresponding protection. At least in my store, no one dares to touch you." Lu Ming said this very domineeringly, but he was indeed confident to say so. And the Poison Dragon Gang is also his next target to deal with. Don't wait until they come to your door before you know how to drive away the annoying flies. Zhou Kong and his companions were relieved when they saw Lu Ming's confident look. Although they didn't know how capable this Taoist Han was, the fact that he could open a shop in Xiancheng was enough to explain something. After thanking him again, Lu Ming began to introduce the relevant matters in the shop to them. At the same time, he also took a look at Su Li's talisman skills. It can't be said to be bad, but it can be said to be acceptable. However, it is more than enough to draw a first-level low-grade talisman. It is better for Lu Ming to draw the middle-grade or even high-grade talismans himself. Then he discussed the salary and benefits with them. Old Joe said at first that he didn't want any money, and just asked Lu Ming to provide food. But Lu Ming didn't want that. Free is the most expensive. If he worked for him for free, he would owe him a favor for nothing. Lu Ming didn't lack spirit stones, so it was no problem to pay a few people. And benefits are the best way to maintain a relationship. But Lu Ming didn't mean to give more, he just set performance indicators. At the end of the month, the performance will be settled, and if they meet the target, they will be paid 10% of the monthly income. As for the talisman master Su Li, the same is true. She needs to complete a certain number of talisman drawings every month. And when the talismans she drew are sold, 20% of the income will be given to her. The shop provides talisman paper, spirit ink, accommodation and a place for cultivation. However, in the Mofu Pavilion, they are only allowed to go to the second floor, and Lu Ming plans to keep the bedroom on the third floor for his own use. Although Lu Ming will not really use it, there are still rules. Is it possible that he, the owner of the shop, is also asked to sleep outside? Wouldn't that be against Tiangang? Hand over the matter and let the Zhou family take charge of the opening. Lu Ming went upstairs by himself. He planned to draw a new batch of talismans in the next few days. Try to ensure that the middle-grade talismans and high-grade talismans will not be out of stock. The reason why he was so anxious was that after finishing these, he would have to switch accounts and do something else. Half a month later. In the talisman making room, Lu Ming stuffed another spiritual stone into the chest of the puppet. This consumption is simply disproportionate. It seems that the matter of the blood spring cannot be delayed any longer. The mana consumed by drawing talismans these days all comes from the support of spiritual stones. Lu Ming gradually realized that the cost expenditure was a bit high, and the net profit in the end might not be as much as he imagined. Ultra-long endurance should be put on the agenda. After completing the last talisman, Lu Ming did not continue. In the past half-month, he has refined a lot of first-level middle-grade talismans, such as the Vajra talisman, the Gangjin sword talisman, the Flame explosion talisman, etc. And he currently only knows 3 first-level top-grade talismans, the Water Prison talisman, the Water Cover talisman, and the Ice Blade talisman. These are no longer of much use after his cultivation is sufficient. Picking up the talisman, Lu Ming walked downstairs. Just seeing the scene in the store, Lu Ming couldn't help frowning. The lobby was deserted, with only a few people inside, and they left after a short look. It was quite different from other talisman shops he had seen. Although it was not crowded, it was not so bleak. Zhou Kong noticed Lu Ming coming downstairs at this time, and hurried over. Brother Han. Shopkeeper. He originally wanted to call him Brother Han, but thought of his father's warning. There is no order without rules. Since you are living under someone else's roof, you must not cross the line. You must know your position and call me shopkeeper during your duty. So he changed his words temporarily. Lu Ming did not care about these, but asked, "Why are there so few customers in the store?" Lu Ming was a little suspicious whether Zhou Kong and his friends did not know how to do business, and he might have overestimated them. "Shopkeeper, it should be like this when the store is just opened. The main reason is that we are not famous, and many cultivators still prefer to go to familiar stores." Zhou Kong smiled bitterly. He was also anxious when he saw the business in the store. After all, their salary is linked to performance, and they can earn more if they sell more. His father, Taoist partner, and even his own son went out to attract customers for this matter, but the effect was not satisfactory. So he thought that it was because the store had just opened, and perhaps when the reputation improved in the future, there might be more customers. After all, as the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. Lu Ming walked out of the store and took a look at Ling Fu Zhai and Ching Fu Xiaozhu not far away. There were monks coming and going, which formed a sharp contrast with the deserted scene of Mo Fu Pavilion. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. What Zhou Kong said was indeed reasonable. Reputation is very important. I don't know how long the other party has been in the fairy city, and there must be a lot of repeat customers. For a new store, when the prices are similar, monks naturally prefer to go to familiar places. Even if the quality of the talismans in Mofu Pavilion is better, who knows if you don't come in? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's mouth curled up. He took out a piece of wood from the storage bag and wrote a line of words on it. Opening promotion, 20% off for all items, bold, there is a discount when you enter the store, only 3 days, miss it and wait for a year. First come first served for exquisite talismans. After writing, Lu Ming looked at it carefully again, and after confirming that there was no problem, he handed the wooden board to Zhou Kong. Hang it in the most conspicuous place in front of the store. Zhou Kong was a little confused. What kind of tricks is the shopkeeper? Seeing that he didn't move, Lu Ming patiently explained. It is true that good wine needs no bush, but the premise is that someone can smell it. The cultivators are a group of sophisticated egoists. It is better to give up the profits than to reason with them. Zhou Kong is not a stupid person, he understands these reasons. It's just that in his concept, giving up profits is equivalent to cutting flesh. In fact, it's not just him who thinks so, most of the immortal world is like this, it has become a normal state. Especially those cultivators who own shops, when they have their own industries, they think they are superior in status. After a long time, he got used to being high and mighty, and his attitude towards casual cultivators was, buy if you want, get lost if you don't. Give a profit? You must be kidding. Lu Ming didn't think Zhou Kong was pedantic. If he didn't want to make money quickly, he could just wait and see and gain fame. After all, cultivators have a long lifespan, and there is no worry about the impact of the internet on the business of physical stores as before the time travel. Lu Ming patted Zhou Kong on the shoulder. Do as I say, don't think about how much you lose, small profits can lead to more sales. Although Zhou Kong was still a little reluctant, he didn't refute Lu Ming. But he still asked, Boss, will the original price be restored after 3 days? He pointed to the words Lu Ming wrote on the wooden board. Lu Ming smiled slightly, did not answer, but took out a few more wooden boards of the same kind and began to write. The last 3 days, the big sale, 20% off for the whole store, all 20% off. Buy early and enjoy early, no discount if you come late, first come first served, don't miss it if you pass by. Clearance sale, regardless of cost, no one left, limited quantity, limited time, super value, come and buy. The boss and my Taoist partner ran away. At this time, Zhou Kong was stunned. It took a long time to come back to his senses. He also figured it out. It was meaningless to go on like this. If you can't sell a single piece, then what's the point of talking about profit? Maybe there will be improvements in the future, but how long will it be? 1 year? Or 5 years? Talismans that cannot be sold are no different from waste paper. Only when they are converted into spiritual stones and put into pockets, they are valuable. He now admires this shopkeeper Han very much. He did not expect that the other party, as a talisman master, is also so proficient in making money. So Zhou Kong clasped his fists to Lu Ming. Shopkeeper is a great talent. Lu Ming waved his hands and did not think anything of it. Although he was not a salesperson before he traveled through time, he had seen too many routines. There was a store downstairs from him, and people had been jumping off the building for 20 years. Even after he traveled through time, he was still jumping off the building. Although he knew it was a routine, some people just fell for it. Moreover, in the world of immortal cultivation, such things have not happened before. After seeing these, those cultivators had to buy as much as they could. However, this routine is extremely easy to learn. I believe that other stores will use it soon. But Lu Ming doesn't care. As the first person to try it, he may have made a lot of money by then. Moreover, considering the nature of those people who look down on casual cultivators, they may have to hold on for a while. By the time they can no longer hold on, the customers have already been snatched away by him. By then, when the consumption habits are formed, it may not be so easy for them to snatch them back. As for jealousy, or some evil thoughts to use tricks. The same thing. Do business honestly, it's good for you, me, and everyone. If you dare to have evil thoughts, then he will also use tricks, the master's method of playing for you. It depends on whether you want money or life. At worst, I will turn the table over, Lu. Han Feiyu is the least afraid of death. Lu Ming actually had the idea of testing the depth of the water in the immortal city. After all, some cultivators in the immortal city have complicated relationships, and they may beat the younger ones and come to the older ones. But if not, then he will have to pick on the weak ones. Then Lu Ming taught Zhou Kong some sales tactics, and then returned to the 3rd floor, and told Zhou Kong not to be disturbed. Back to the 3rd floor, he arranged some small precautions, and then the clone left the body. He activated the pulling silk puppet technique to leave a trace of divine thought on the corpse puppet, so that it could maintain basic operation. After doing this, the clone left the Mofu pavilion and headed towards the cave area of the immortal city. Just now, the original body received news that Lu Yunlong of the Poison Dragon Gang would hold a foundation building banquet in 7 days and invited many casual cultivators from the outer city. Everyone knew what he was planning. Although they secretly scolded him for being shameless, the cultivators who received the invitation did not dare not go. However, this time the Poison Dragon Gang targeted low-level cultivators, mostly cultivators in the early and middle stages of qi refining. And by chance, Dong Ping'an was one of them. After he got the news, he came to report to Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Yunlong was still in the mood to hold a foundation building banquet, Lu Ming planned to join in the fun and ruin the place. So he asked Dong Ping'an to leave the invitation card and prepared to let the clone go for him. But the clone didn't notice that. On the street he just flew over, a few people gathered together and whispered, pointing at Zhou Kong who was hanging a sign in front of the Mofu pavilion. "Is this the newly opened Mofu pavilion?" One of the fat middle-aged men said in a muffled voice. "Ha, I don't know which young man dared to open a talisman shop here without knowing the rules." Another tall and thin man in gorgeous clothes sneered. "The customers around here have long been divided up by several of us. How can he make money as a newcomer? I bet he won't last more than 2 months. I bet he will have to close down and leave in a month. Look at what's written in front of his door. 20% off for all? It's really ridiculous. Let's go, you clown, giving profits to casual cultivators, you are really useless. It's really boring." The few people talked and laughed, and didn't take the Mofu pavilion to heart. They didn't think that the Mofu pavilion could pose any threat to them. But when they separated, they spat in the direction of the Mofu pavilion. This scene happened to be seen by Zhou Kong who hung up the wooden sign, and a trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. "Laugh, let's see how long you can laugh." The morning light was just breaking, but the sunlight could not shine into the cave. It was dark inside, like a beast that opened its mouth to choose its prey. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened. The blood on his body surged, and finally all of it was swallowed into his body. The demon blood spring method has been successfully transferred to practice. I need to get a batch of resources to rush to the perfection of qi refining in one breath. Lu Ming whispered to himself, and the scarlet light in his eyes became restrained. At this time, the clone also rushed to the front of the cave. Lu Ming waved his hand to open the cave restriction, and the clone slipped in. There was no communication, nor was there any need for communication. The two of them shared the same consciousness, and they knew what to do when they were in sync. Lu Ming took out Zhao Tiancheng's corpse puppet from the storage bag, and the clone returned to the body. This time, when I went to Lu Yunlong's foundation building banquet to cause trouble, I used the identity of Zhao Tiancheng. Both Lu Ming himself and the clone needed a large number of cultivators as advanced resources. The people of the Poison Dragon Gang were the best choice. But the appearance of Li Guanqi before made Lu Ming know that he could not kill wantonly in the immortal city. Therefore, Zhao Tiancheng, who was seeking revenge for his brother, had a good excuse to make some noise. Poison Dragon Gang's base. Outside the training room of gang leader Lu Yunlong. "Gang leader, we have heard about the news of the Yuan Dingling liquid. It is in the Ji family business company of Xianchao, but the price is a bit high. We may not be able to afford so many spiritual stones." Wu Qishan, the right protector of the Poison Dragon Gang, stood respectfully outside the door of the retreat room, reporting to the inside with a bitter tone. After a long while, a somewhat weak voice came from inside. "Go and try first, then wait a little longer. After the foundation building banquet, the spiritual stones should be enough." "Yes, I will do it right away." Wu Qishan took the order and left. After he left, the door of the retreat room opened with a bang, and Lu Yunlong, wearing a black dragon robe and with a tough face, walked out. At this time, he no longer had the arrogance he had when he broke through the foundation building that day. His somewhat pale face showed his weakness. "Look, he has lost a lot of weight." Lu Yunlong looked gloomy and felt very depressed. He had been seeking the truth for 60 years and had suffered a lot, but even when it was difficult, he had gritted his teeth and got through it. He recalled what he had experienced during this period, and even as a foundation-building cultivator, he was a little overwhelmed. If a qi-refining cultivator wants to break through the foundation-building stage, he must lay a solid foundation for the 3 levels of essence, qi, and spirit. But he had already broken through the foundation-building stage, and the 3 had long been transformed, so there should be no hidden dangers of unstable foundation. As a result, for some reason, problems with the three levels of essence, chi, and spirit began to occur without any signs since a month ago. First, the chi and blood began to wither and decline, and then the power of the soul gradually decreased, and the mana of the foundation building stage became even more superficial and mixed. Although it was not too serious, it continued. What made him most unbearable was that this strange symptom would occur every 2 days. Whenever he thought he was about to get better, the strange symptom would occur to disgust him. After more than a month, his realm, which had not been stable to begin with, began to show signs of decline. He went through a lot of hardships to break through the foundation building, and even spent half of his life savings to buy a low-quality foundation building pill. If he fell back, he might never have the chance to break through the foundation building again in this life. This was really hard for him to accept. Moreover, he was supposed to be high and mighty. If he fell back because of an unstable foundation, he felt that he might as well die. Lest he become the biggest joke since the construction of the immortal city. No, perhaps no one in the entire cultivation world could surpass him. Although he was keen on fame and fortune, he didn't want to become famous in this way. So he began to look for ways to stabilize his realm, and he didn't even bother to care about the affairs of the Poison Dragon Gang. He also knew that someone was targeting the Poison Dragon Gang, and the gang members were dead and injured, and it was already a mess. But he had no time to care about these things. These people were not as important as his own path. Fortunately, he found a solution, which was the Yuan Dingling liquid, a second-level spiritual object that could stabilize the realm and lay a solid foundation. Unfortunately, breaking through the foundation has already consumed a lot of resources. Now there is no more spiritual stones to buy the foundation building liquid, so he came up with the idea of using the foundation building banquet as a cover to make money. But he didn't dare to go too far. Some cultivators in the late stage of chi refining have complicated connections in the immortal city, and there may be other foundation building cultivators standing behind them. If he was in his prime, he would not be afraid, but his current state is not suitable for making enemies. So he can only make those younger generations suffer and continue the path for him. Lu Yunlong. Xianchaoji family business. The top power in the southern wilderness, even in Tianqing Xiancheng, opened extremely luxurious shops. Wu Qishan looked at the magnificent building in front of him, and envy flashed in his heart. Look at them, how magnificent! Then think about yourself. I thought I could rise to heaven with the help of the gang leader, but now my life is worse than before. He sighed secretly, put away the resentment in his heart, pretended to be calm, and stepped into it. The hall of the business was surrounded by a large number of shelves and counters, and many cultivators came and went. My fellow Taoist, what do you need to buy? At this time, a male cultivator came over, and his aura was no less than Wu Qishan, who was at the 9th level of chi refining. The male cultivator's attitude was not respectful, but he was not negligent either, but the arrogance in his expression could not be concealed. Wu Qishan felt a little unhappy, but he had to endure it when he thought of what happened, and just said in a light tone. I am Wu Qishan, the right guardian of the Poison Dragon Gang. I am here to discuss something with you on the orders of the gang leader. Please inform your shopkeeper. The male cultivator's eyes narrowed when he heard this, knowing that he could not handle this matter. Please wait for a moment, Wu, the guardian. I will go and inform the shopkeeper. Without further delay, he gave a few simple instructions and hurried to report. Not long after, the male cultivator came back and took Wu Qishan to a separate room on the 3rd floor. He knocked on the door gently and then pushed it open to enter. In the luxurious room, the first thing you see is elegant and exquisite decoration. Behind the rosewood table in the center, a middle-aged man was sitting. At this time, he was looking at the scrolls on the table and reviewing them, and he ignored Wu Qishan's arrival. Although he was somewhat ignored, Wu Qishan did not dare to act rashly. Although the other party did not deliberately release his aura, the strong sense of oppression still made Wu Qishan bend down involuntarily. I am Wu Qishan from the Poison Dragon Gang. I am honored to meet Senior G. The only person who could make Wu Qishan, who was at the 9th level of chi refining, so odd was a foundation building cultivator. This person was the foundation building cultivator sent by the Ji family of the Immortal Dynasty to garrison in Tianqing Immortal City, and also the head of the Ji family business, Ji Yuding. Poison Dragon Gang? I know you have been here before. Was it for fellow Taoist Lu? After a while, it seemed that Ji Yuding had finished reviewing the scroll. He put it down and slowly raised his head. To answer Senior Ji, I came here to discuss the matter of the Yuan Dingling liquid. Wu Qishan answered respectfully, and his bent waist never straightened up. Ji Yuding had a half smile on his face. Negotiate? What are you talking about? Ji's company is doing business. I didn't say I won't sell it to you. You know the price. One bottle of yuan building and dingling liquid costs 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. You can take it away now if you pay. Wu Qishan cursed Ji's company for not following the rules in his heart. Ordinary yuan building and dingling liquid costs only a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. Now it wants 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is simply an astronomical figure. Isn't it raising the price? He still looked bitter and stammered. Senior Ji is joking. How can we get so many low-grade spirit stones? Don't take yourself too seriously. I'm not joking. I still say the same thing. If you have money, take it. If you don't have money, go back to where you came from. Ji Yuding spoke lightly. Although his tone was normal, he almost said that if you don't have money, you can get out. Wu Qishan was a little anxious. This time he came not only for the task assigned by the gang leader, but also for the opportunity for the gang leader to restore his realm. Although he didn't know what happened to the gang leader, he could get a glimpse of the situation from the purchase of the yuan building and dingling liquid. He said hurriedly, I wonder if I can owe you some spiritual stones on credit, so that we can get the yuan building and dingling liquid first, and the gang leader can pay it back soon. Haha, you want to get something for nothing? How big is Lu Yulong's face, dare to tease me like this? Ji Yuding showed a sarcastic look on his face, and the momentum of the foundation building period slowly pressed down. Wu Qishan only felt that he was drowning in the sea, breathing was not smooth, and his bones were crackling. However, this feeling of suffocation did not last long, and Ji Yuding withdrew his momentum. He looked at the pale Wu Qishan and said slowly, It's not impossible to owe. Wu Qishan showed a happy face, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. But our Ji family doesn't lack spiritual stones. Hearing this, Wu Qishan's heart sank, but he still didn't want to give up this opportunity, so he hurriedly said, Please tell me what conditions you have. If the conditions allow, I can make the decision and agree. Ji Yuding looked at Wu Qishan with a smile. How about this, let fellow Taoist Lu become the offering of my Ji family chamber of commerce. We will not only provide yuan building and dingling liquid, but also give a high salary. This, Wu Qishan was a little embarrassed, he knew that Ji Yuding was not as generous as he appeared. The several major Jindan forces in the southern wilderness seemed to be in harmony on the surface, but in fact they were scheming for resources behind the scenes. They all wanted to annex the resources of the other party's territory and use them for themselves. Once you become his offering, it is almost like standing in line. Qi refining cultivators may not have this concern, but Lu Yunlong, as a person from the Immortal City, is also a foundation-building cultivator even if he has not yet become a guest official, and his position is very important. However, compared to the path, the stance may not be that important, but this matter is not something that he, a Dharma protector, can decide. After careful consideration, Wu Qishan suggested, This matter is serious and I cannot reply immediately. I must go back and report it to the gang leader, who will make the decision. Ji Yuding never thought that the other party would agree. I was about to send people back, but after thinking about it, I decided to go there myself. It's not that he likes Lu Yunlong very much, but he wants to determine whether he is worth his investment. He naturally knew what the yuan building spirit liquid had to do. If Lu Yunlong hadn't had anything happen to him, he wouldn't have been so anxious. If Lu Yunlong had just some minor problems, everyone would be happy. Although the value of yuan building spiritual liquid is high, the Ji royal family can still afford it. Changing to a foundation building offering can be regarded as driving a nail into the fairy city. The deal is still worthwhile. But if it's more serious, you have to weigh whether it's worth it. Giving it to a waste is worse than feeding it to a dog. Since you are not qualified to make the decision on this matter, then I will personally discuss it with fellow Taoist Lu and let's go. After that, Ji Yuding stood up and walked out. Yes, senior. Wu Qishan responded and quickly followed. After leaving the Chamber of Commerce, Ji Yuding wasted no time and let Wu Qishan show him the way, using magic to coerce him to fly to the poisonous dragon gang's headquarters. But as soon as they set off, news spread here. Tianqing Fairy City. In a mansion in the inner city. Si Kongming, the commander of the Black Armored Guards, looked at the jade slip in his hand with an uncertain expression. Why did Lu Yunlong get involved with the Ji royal family? Originally, he wanted to show off Lu Yunlong and then invite him to become a guest in the Fairy City. But later it was reported that something went wrong in Lu Yunlong's cultivation, but he didn't believe it at first. But Lu Yunlong has never come forward to refute the rumors, and there are some problems within the Dujiao gang and there is a lot of commotion, which makes him a little suspicious. However, it was reported a few days ago that the Poisonous Dragon gang was going to hold a foundation building banquet for Lu Yunlong and would invite monks from all over the world to participate. Si Kongming thought that Lu Yunlong had recovered, and he planned to join in as a reward, and by the way, he brought up the matter of being a guest. Unexpectedly, there was news of interference with the Ji royal family. I hope you don't know how to appreciate me. Si Kongming crushed the jade slip into pieces. Now it remains to wait and see what Lu Yulong's position is, so let's leave the banquet at this point. Anyway, he won't go to attend again, and he also wants to let some news out. He can't let the Poisonous Dragon help make the banquet a success. The banquet was attended only by casual cultivators. Let's see how Lu Yunlong can get on stage. He wanted Lu Yunlong to understand that establishing a foothold in the fairy city depends on whose face it is. And he was not without things to do. Something happened to Li Guanqi, the fifth disciple of Tianqing Jinren. Others may not know it, but he, as the black armored guard of Immortal City, knew it very well. This incident made Jinjin furious and ordered him to catch the fish that slipped through the net. He also sent his men out of the city to search for him, while he stayed in the fairy city. It's just that there has been no news for half a month. He originally wanted to wait until the foundation banquet was over before going there in person, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Immediately, Si Kongming turned into a stream of light and flew out of the fairy city. Ji Yuting brought Wu Qishan all the way to Lu Yunlong's retreat. At this time, a formation-like curtain had risen again, covering the entire courtyard. A first-level top-grade formation, it's really shabby. Ji Yuting showed a look of disdain on his face. This kind of formation can be easily broken by a foundation-building cultivator like him. However, when he thought that Lu Yunlong had just broken through the foundation, it was normal that his foundation was weak. Moreover, there might be something wrong, so it's not an exaggeration to say that he is the poorest foundation-building cultivator. It's understandable. However, Ji Yuting did not choose to force his way into the formation, otherwise it would be a provocation and a declaration of war. At this time, Lu Yunlong inside also noticed that someone had arrived, so he withdrew the formation. He acted very single. The person who came was a foundation-building cultivator. If he really had bad intentions, this formation couldn't stop him. Fellow Taoist Ji, please come in and talk. Although Lu Yunlong's voice was calm, and even showed a foundation-building spiritual pressure. But Ji Yuting always felt that there was a sense of bluffing in it. He raised his eyebrows. It seems that there is a real problem. However, Ji Yuting did not hesitate, and was not worried about any danger if he went in. He had absolute confidence in his strength and stepped into it. Wu Qishan waited quietly outside and did not go in. Not long after, Ji Yuting came out with a smile on his face. Ignoring him, Ji Yuting turned into a stream of light and flew away from the Poison Dragon gang. Although Wu Qishan did not know what the two talked about, it was obvious that Ji Yuting had achieved something and was in a good mood. Wu Protector, you go to prepare for the foundation building banquet. After a while, Lu Yunlong's voice came out, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Wu Qishan wanted to ask, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say it out loud, and obediently took the order and left. In the training room, Lu Yunlong looked at an ancient scroll in his hand with a complicated expression. This is the thick earth contract he and Ji Yuting made. Lu Yunlong will be the worshipper of the Ji's Chamber of Commerce in the future. Although that is the case, for Lu Yunlong, this so-called contract is better to be called a contract of selling one's body. As for whether it will offend the Immortal City, he can't care so much now. Wu Qishan guessed correctly that the Tao is what Lu Yunlong values most, and he will get the benefits first. And it is not without a little room for transformation. If he can pay off the debt of spirit stones within the specified time, he can also find flexible employment. As for breach of contract? Lu Yunlong has the intention but not the courage. This is a second-level contract, and the binding force is stronger than the heart demon Dao Oath. If he really breaches the contract, he will be punished by heaven. And he dare not breach the contract. The Jindan force is not a joke. If he still wants to stay in the southern wilderness to make a living, he must rely on the other party. So he is now more eager to plunder spirit stones from the group of casual cultivators. Thinking of this, he sent a message to Wu Qishan again. This time, not only the casual cultivators in the city will be invited, but also the casual cultivators outside the city will be invited together. Whether it is active or passive, just come. It would be wrong if you don't give some gift money when you come. Lu Yunlong, he wants to earn money while standing. Pick up the storage bag left by Ji Yuding and take out a white jade porcelain bottle from it. Open the bottle stopper, and there is a square of green spiritual liquid inside. The fragrance overflowing from it makes you feel comfortable all over. This is the spiritual liquid for building the origin. With it, I can stabilize my realm and never have to suffer this bird's anger again. Lu Yunlong's eyes were excited. He held the jade bottle tightly and resisted the idea of swallowing it now. Now is not the time. After the foundation building banquet, I will be debt-free and light. Then I can retreat well. Time flies, and a week has passed. Night. An ancient building stands in the outer city. This is the largest restaurant in the outer city of Tianqing Ferry City, named Zuixinlu. The restaurant has a total of 9 floors. At this time, it is as bright as a palace, with dazzling lights. At this time, the lobby on the first floor of the restaurant was crowded with many cultivators. Lu Ming's puppet clone also came here. He didn't disguise himself now, and his face was Zhao Tiancheng's. He mixed into the crowd and looked at the scene in front of him. In the hall, there were pavilions, and small bridges in flowing water. And each floor was surrounded by many private rooms, one layer after another. Many beautiful female cultivators dressed in cool clothes walked through them. There were also servants standing in front of the door, listening to orders. Is this a restaurant? Isn't this a club? Lu Ming felt that his eyes were opened, and he had the illusion of returning to heaven. Not only him, but the cultivators around him were also country bumpkins entering the city, looking around and whispering. How extravagant! As expected of a foundation building cultivator, the show is so grand. TSK, you have no vision. This is worthy of the status of a foundation building cultivator. I don't know what you are so happy about. You can't even afford spiritual rice, and you still care about this. That's right, you should think about how much gifts you want to give. Alas, I'm afraid that if this happens, you will have to tighten your belt again. Everyone was talking, and Lu Ming listened to it quietly. It looked luxurious and the show was indeed grand, but it was just an illusion. Lu Yunlong didn't have the strength to book the entire Zuaxian building, and the banquet hall was on the 5th floor. As time passed, the crowd went up one after another. When entering the banquet hall, Lu Ming was stunned, and the others behind him were also stunned. And the people in front of them had already been stunned. There was nothing in the luxurious banquet hall, and it was empty. There was no table, not even a chair. There were quite a few monks from the poisonous dragon gang, about 40 or 50 of them, but they all stood with grim faces to maintain order. On the high platform, a simple wooden table had been set up. A poisonous dragon monk sat behind it and recorded the gift list one by one. Whoever came would sign on it. You don't want to act anymore? Lu Ming felt that he still underestimated Lu Yunlong's face. What the hell is this, a foundation banquet? This is obviously to raise funds for charity. What Lu Ming didn't know was that Lu Yunlong didn't want to be so disgraceful. However, other forces in the city came one after another, saying that they either had something to do or that it was inconvenient. Some forces even refused directly without giving any face. Anyway, everyone has the same idea, not coming. This made Lu Yunlong very angry, and most of his ideas of receiving gift money fell through. If you still have to spend money to treat these mud-legged people to dinner, then what is the purpose of Lu Yunlong's banquet? So now it looks like this. I showed my cards and stopped pretending. Just pay the money when you come. Want to have a meal? Go ahead and dream. It's not clear who gave it anyway, but whoever didn't give it will be clearly remembered. Lu Ming felt a little annoyed. Could this guy not even show his face? Although it was okay if he didn't come, he could take the initiative to come, but he always felt that it was a bit awkward. Fortunately, Lu Yunlong was not so shameless. After all, he was celebrating the foundation building. It was approaching the hour of high. I heard a voice outside the door. Poison Dragon Gang, the foundation building true cultivator Lu Gang leader is here. The banquet hall, which was originally a little chaotic, suddenly became quiet. One by one, the cultivators stood up straight and looked towards the entrance of the banquet hall. I saw a middle-aged man wearing a black dragon robe and with a tough face, guarded by the Poison Dragon Gang cultivators, walked in. Lu Yunlong strode through the gate and walked towards the platform. I don't know if it was a deterrent or a show-off. From the moment he entered the door, the spiritual pressure of the foundation building period was looming in the field. It made everyone retreat along the way. He came to the high platform, and Wu Qishan, who was following him, quickly took out a chair from his storage bag and placed it behind him. Lu Yunlong sat on it with a big horse and a golden sword, looking at the cultivators below, with a rather arrogant attitude. Lu Ming was embarrassed to see it from below. Is it that as long as I am not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed? The chairs were all brought by himself, and no one knew what he was thinking. Is it possible that I overused it and damaged his brain? When Lu Ming was secretly complaining, Lu Yunlong above spoke. Breaking through the foundation is a great joyous event. Thank you all for coming to support me. As soon as the voice fell, the Poison Dragon Gang cultivators in the field shouted together. We congratulate the gang leader for forging the immortal foundation, and from now on, the immortal path will be evergreen. Although the cultivators in the field were unhappy and felt that the Poison Dragon Gang leader was not doing things properly, they did not dare to delay it this time, and hurriedly saluted and congratulated respectfully. Congratulations to gang leader Lu for building the immortal foundation, and from now on, the immortal path will be evergreen. Congratulations to gang leader Lu for building the immortal foundation. The voices were mixed, and with so many people on the field, it seemed noisy. Lu Yunlong looked at this scene and felt a little dissatisfied. But he also knew that he had gone a little too far and was a little inhumane. But so what? He was originally a great cultivator who had built a foundation, and letting these mud legs come was to give them face. Besides, as long as he stabilized his realm, there might be hope for further progress in the future. Who would dare to say anything about him at that time? Giving up face in exchange for spirit stones, this deal is worthwhile no matter how you look at it. After everyone below finished congratulating, Lu Yunlong winked at Wu Qishan beside him. Wu Qishan immediately understood, but he felt that every cell in his body was resisting. Gang leader. We will be punished for doing these things. Even though he was not a good person and had done evil things such as burning, killing, and looting. But he thought he could not be as shameless as the gang leader. But now he had to bite the bullet and announce it. Fellow Taoists, since you have met the gang leader, you should also express your gratitude. It is not important what gift you give, but the intention is the most important. Please move to the high platform and come one by one. The gang leader will remember each of you. Well, very direct, no beating around the bush. The faces of the monks off the field were extremely ugly. I thought that at least I could have a full meal after spending money, and I would have something to brag about in the future. I was invited by the Great Monk of Foundation Building. Have you been to the celebration banquet of the Great Monk of Foundation Building? Bumpkin, I have been there. I am not bragging to you, but I had a meal with the Monk of Foundation Building back then. They went through these words several times in their minds. What about now? Who dares to say this? If they say it out, they will be laughed to death. I heard that you went to attend the foundation building banquet, and you gave gifts but didn't even have a bite of food? This is simply a nightmare. If they could, they even wanted to cut off this memory and turn around and leave. But the situation is stronger than the person. Didn't they see that the monks of the Poison Dragon Gang were eyeing them covetously? Whoever dares to leave now will definitely be hated by these grandsons. Everyone came forward one by one with their heads down, and came to the monk who recorded the roster. One by one, they took out the gifts they prepared very reluctantly. Spirit stones, elixirs, spiritual materials, magic tools. But these are a group of low-level casual cultivators. What good things can they have in their hands? All they took out were some crooked melons and cracked dates. But our gang leader Lu didn't despise them at all, and accepted them all. Anyway, he could sell them in exchange for spirit stones in the end. But the monks are not fools. Knowing that there is no bargain to be taken, why rush to give it away? Except for the first few who didn't have a sample, they honestly took out their family assets. The cultivators who started later became cunning. They gave less anyway, so they gave less. So the atmosphere in the field became weird. The less spiritual stones they gave, the worse the pills they gave. Some gave one spiritual stone, some gave inferior pills, and some gave broken magic tools. Lu Yunlong's originally smiling face turned gloomy. How could he not see the little thoughts of these peasants? However, he had expected this situation and made corresponding preparations. Although he looked down on this group of people, when they were really pushed, the rabbit would bite. So he couldn't threaten them openly, so he killed the chicken to scare the monkey. He also winked at Duan Tianya, the left protector on the other side. After receiving the instructions from the gang leader, Duan Tianya made a gesture to his subordinates. The subordinates left in a hurry after receiving the order. These small movements did not attract the attention of others, but Lu Ming saw them. He was a little curious about what Lu Yunlong was going to do. Not long after, the subordinates who had just left came in with a few people. Lu Ming didn't care much at first, but when he saw the people who were brought in, his face sank. He never thought that he would meet him here. Zhou Yang. Lu Ming has been in Tianqing Fairy City for almost 2 months, and there has been no news from Zhou Yang. And he didn't know how Zhou Yang was doing. He guessed that either he didn't come, but went to another market, or died in the beast tide. It was a pity at first, and I almost forgot about this kid, but I didn't expect to meet him here today. However, Zhou Yang's condition was not very good at this time. His body was bloody and his hands and feet were limp. It was obvious that his hands and feet were broken, which was extremely miserable. Lu Ming was a little angry. Zhou Yang was the person who had been with him the longest, although he gradually became of no help to him later. But because of him, Lu Ming had an extremely easy life in King's Hufang City. Moreover, this kid was obedient, sensible, and smart. Although he caused some trouble, it was reasonable and he even followed Lu Ming's arrangements. If it weren't for the long journey, Lu Ming wouldn't mind taking him to Tianqing Xiancheng. Later, Zhou Yang proposed to continue to follow him, and Lu Ming asked him to come to Tianqing Xiancheng by himself, which did not dispel his thoughts. I didn't expect him to come, but on the day of the second meeting, he looked like this. In the past, Lu Ming treated him as a chess piece, and he would just throw him away if he couldn't violate the rules, but now he doesn't want to do that. He already has the strength to protect himself, and Lu Ming will no longer sit idly by and watch such a subordinate. P.S. I will not participate in the battle, fellow Taoists, rest assured. Everyone in the field also noticed the situation here and looked over. Seeing the Poison Dragon Gang monks dragging in several bloody people, many monks were confused and didn't know what the Poison Dragon Gang was up to. Report to the gang leader, these little thieves spread rumors outside and tried to disrupt the gang leader's celebration. But they have been captured by us, please make the decision. Hearing what his subordinates said, Lu Yunlong pretended to be surprised. Oh? What do you mean? Don't frame good people, otherwise I will only ask you. I dare not, this is absolutely true. According to our investigation, these people instigated their companions to humiliate the gang leader with a small gift. I suspect they are people sent by other forces to disrupt the situation. The Poison Dragon Gang monk had a serious face and spoke clearly. Lu Yunlong sat up straight, his tone was a little stern. Is this what you call evidence? How can you jump to conclusions? Didn't Wu Protector say it clearly? The gift is small but the sentiment is great. I don't care whether the gift is large or small. It's not easy for casual cultivators. They are willing to come to my foundation building celebration banquet. How can they be judged by the amount of gifts? If people know this, they will think that I am bullying the weak. Put them down quickly. Lu Yunlong looked distressed. In fact, he knew clearly that these people were casual cultivators with no money and no background. He caught them from outside. It's most appropriate to use them as a chicken to scare the monkeys. After all, killing the chicken is not important, and the purpose is to scare the monkeys. Although he is shameless, the rules of the Immortal City are here, and it is impossible to threaten these casual cultivators openly. Just need to warn them, smart people will naturally know what to do. As for the stupid ones, what happened to these people is a living example. You may not have money, but if you give too little gift, then it is your fault. Who can say anything when you label him as a spy of other forces? Besides, who really cares about these things? It's just a few casual cultivators who died, no big deal. This son of a bitch is picking on us. This is the common thought of many cultivators in the field. Who can't see that there is something wrong with such poor acting skills? The Immortal City is made a mess by this group of talents. It's not easy to be a casual cultivator, and they still exploit them as much as they know. But everyone is helpless. Even if they can see that this is acting, so what? A dignified foundation building cultivator has started to play tricks, which is already very respectful. If you still dare to complain, then you are ungrateful. Boss Lu said it well. At this time, a cheering sounded in the crowd, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Where did this grandstanding person come from? A middle-aged man with a resolute face, a strong nose and a tall and sturdy figure came out. Lu Yunlong also looked over curiously. There was no such part in the script. But it was not a bad thing for this person to be the supporting actor. Lu Yunlong was in a good mood. Look, isn't this smart guy here? This person clasped his fists towards Lu Yunlong and then said, who doesn't know the good reputation of the gang leader in the Immortal City? The gang leader is willing to invite us to participate in the foundation building banquet. It is a face-giving and a joy for the people. But the gang leader gave us face and we must know how to promote it. We can't let those scoundrels ruin the gang leader's good mood. Ha ha ha, good. Lu Yunlong clapped his hands and laughed. Joy for the people? This sounded comfortable. This is a talent. I will definitely include his son in the gang in the future. Lu Yunlong was moved by the heart of loving talents. However, he was happy, but those casual cultivators were a little unhappy. Does this make you look good? Bah, I'm ashamed to be associated with this person. Some people were disgusted, while others regretted it. He secretly cursed himself for not taking the initiative to express his position, so that he might be able to show his face in front of the foundation-building cultivators. The middle-aged man ignored everyone and said loudly, I, Zhao Tianshang, will set an example for you to know how to respect your predecessors. As he said that, the middle-aged man took out a black bell from his storage bag, lifted it up, and then put it heavily on the ground. Dong! A heavy bell sound immediately echoed in the hall. Looking at the ancient black bell standing in the field, the atmosphere was a little stagnant. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Is this a magic weapon? They instinctively felt a little weird and had a strange feeling. But they also felt that since this person was so flattering, the things he sent must be good. Unfortunately, their spiritual consciousness was too weak to judge what it was. Lu Yunlong was also curious, but his expression was a little strange after he scanned it with his spiritual sense. He didn't feel the fluctuations of the magic weapons prohibition, so why did it feel like an ordinary object? No, it should be that he felt it wrong. This should be the self-obscuration of the spiritual object. Maybe he has been too weak recently, the power of the soul has declined, and the spiritual sense has become a little less sharp. Lu Yunlong was a little unwilling to use his spiritual sense to scan it again. It's still an ordinary object. Come again. Hey! It's not showing up yet. After several times, Lu Yunlong's face finally became gloomy. He was sure that this was not a spiritual object at all, but a big bell made of ordinary iron. Don't ask how he knew it, just poked it lightly with his spiritual sense just now, and there was a hole in the bell. If this is not ordinary iron, what is it? He felt like a clown, being played like a monkey. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yunlong's gloomy face and knew that he had finally come to his senses. He looked at Lu Yunlong as if he were a fool and sneered. Gang leader Lu, I will give you a bell, do you like it? Boom Shu Zi, you dare. Lu Yunlong was already a little annoyed, but when he heard this, he was like a ignited powder keg, and he couldn't hold back any longer. This person made a pun. This was not a farewell to him, but a farewell to him. Others in the field also came to their senses, but before they could gloat over the misfortune, a huge surge of spiritual pressure came over them. Many of the monks present were low-level monks. Wherever they could bear it, many people immediately fainted with blood spurting from their mouths. There was a commotion in the hall. Some monks had keen spiritual senses and immediately secretly thought that something was wrong. I'm afraid things are going to change here, and people might die. Jiju's anger is no small matter. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. You should run away. Crazy, the leader of the poisonous dragon gang has gone crazy. Everyone, run away. If you don't run, you will die here. I don't know who shouted in the crowd, and everyone who was already nervous couldn't bear it anymore and rushed towards the door. Stop. Who allowed you to leave? Who dares to leave? Don't blame me for being rude. The poisonous dragons helped the monks step forward to stop him. Some of them had already sacrificed magical weapons, and some even activated spells. Fellow Taoists, the poisonous dragon gang is trying to kill people and silence them. If we don't get out, we will all die here. Asshole, who is fanning the flames? Wu Qishan was furious, but before he could find the person to speak out, suddenly, his spiritual sense went crazy, and he felt that he was about to be in disaster, but he didn't know what was happening. Wu Qishan couldn't understand what danger could threaten him with the gang leader, a great foundation-building monk here. Could it be that the induction was wrong? This was just the thought that came to his mind. A feeling of despair came over me. He found that the skin all over his body began to loosen, and he suddenly looked like a dying old man. But it wasn't over yet. He felt that his soul, blood and bones were beginning to melt. Literally dissolving. Start with the limbs first. Fingers, palms, forearms. Toes, soles of feet, calves. He watched helplessly as his body melted and finally disappeared, as if something had been wiped out of thin air. Wu Qishan's eyes were about to burst, and he wanted to use his magic power, but he was shocked to find that his dantian had disappeared. He lost the support of his legs and fell to the ground. No! Help me, Lord! Wu Qishan roared in despair. At this time, his scalp began to melt, and his face drooped like a melted candle, looking very terrifying. His eyeballs without eyelids protruded outward, and he looked at Lu Yunlong with pleading eyes, begging him to save him. However, when he saw Lu Yunlong's current state clearly, Wu Qishan's cry for help stopped abruptly. I saw scarlet threads floating in the air, which had entangled Lu Yunlong into a blood cocoon. Such a strange sight even made Wu Qishan temporarily forget about his own situation. His eyes were horrified, and the fear in his heart continued to rise. But he had no time to think. It seemed that Wu Qishan saw a scarlet rune spell condensed in the dark. The next moment, the body dissolves. The soul is extinguished. Wu Qishan has fallen. This scene frightened everyone in the room, and some of those with poor mental endurance were pissed. The screams sounded like the horns of a charging charge. No one wanted to stay in this weird place for a moment, so they rushed out in a hurry. They don't care about the poisonous dragon gang's liquidation in the future. Who cares about this when their lives are in danger? The monks from the poisonous dragon gang did not stop him. They just stared blankly at the scene, especially the blood cocoon. What no one noticed was that Zhou Yang, who was lying unconscious on the ground, had disappeared. In the blood cocoon, Lu Yunlong felt the blood on his body getting tighter and tighter. He was frightened in his heart, but mostly at a loss. He just saw clearly that the blood threads were flying out from Wu Qishan's body, coming towards him like a big net. Even though he was a foundation-building monk, he couldn't dodge and was directly wrapped into a rice dumpling. Under the induction of his spiritual consciousness, the blood threads not only acted on his physical body, but his soul was also gradually stained with blood threads. It made him feel like he was being restrained, followed by bursts of severe pain. Spell? Lu Yunlong was well informed and immediately realized that this was some kind of sinister blood curse. But what he was confused about was why Wu Qishan wanted to harm him. And through the blood cocoon, he could also hear Wu Qishan's cry for help. But the foundation-building monk was a foundation-building monk after all. After a moment of astonishment, he gradually regained his composure. Now it is not about worrying about who is harming him, but the need to get out of this state as soon as possible. However, Lu Yunlong could feel the difficulty of the blood curse and even began to erode his vitality, but it was not strong enough to kill him. With a fierce look in his eyes, the mana from the foundation establishment stage spurted out, arrogantly trying to tear the blood cocoon into pieces. The blood cocoon began to shake under this force, and the blood threads began to break. But Lu Yunlong's heart sank, and he found that he could only do anything to stop the bloodshot blood outside his body. However, the blood streaks in flesh, bones, and even the dantian of the soul cannot be dispersed with brute force. He tried various methods to break the blood curse, and finally found that he could slowly refine it with mana. However, he couldn't be happy. Because too slow. He initially estimated that it would take at least a year to completely dispel the blood curse on his body. But now that the crisis has arrived, he has no time to slowly refine it. And regardless of whether he can survive this crisis or not, in just 1 year, he doesn't know how much life will be taken away by the blood spell. How willing he was. Thinking of this, his expression turned ferocious. The only way is to catch this person and ask for the solution to the curse. And who this person is self-evident. It was the person who delivered the bell, Zhao Tianchang. Instead of refining the blood thread, he attacked the blood cocoon with all his strength. There was a buzzing sound. The blood threads broke like strings. Seeing that he was about to break out of the seal, Lu Yunlong was ready to catch the culprit and search for his soul the moment he left. However, before he could completely tear the blood cocoon into pieces, suddenly, Lu Yunlong felt a sudden impulse. In the invisible void, countless blood-threaded threads were born again out of thin air. Unfortunately, he was hit again before he could break through the blood cocoon from the previous round. After 2 rounds, he felt that the threads of the blood curse had penetrated deep into his bones, and had even begun to knot deep in his soul. Damn it! Bastard! Lu Yunlong's face turned pale in pain, and his eyes glared angrily. But he couldn't even speak because of the bloodshot wound. And he also felt a wave of weakness coming, his spirit was declining rapidly, slowing down his speed of breaking out of the seal again. And outside the blood cocoon, Duan the guardian is dead too. The monks of the Poison Dragon Gang looked at the death that was exactly the same as Wu Qishan with pale faces, and fear had filled their hearts. But they couldn't run away. Because someone didn't want them to leave. Lu Ming shook the halberd with demonic energy in his hand, and immediately blocked the door with his sword. He looked at the frightened crowd and grinned. At this time, there were already many corpses lying under his feet, all of them were members of the Poison Dragon Gang. For this blood feast, he prepared for a long time. But there is always a loophole. He thought that the demon evil soul entangling blood silk spell could directly kill Lu Yunlong. But Jin Shu pulled his hips and dragged his feet at the critical moment. Casting the demon evil soul entangling blood silk spell cannot select multiple people at the same time. Because this blood curse technique is essentially a power gained by sacrificing a single life. So it can only be used one by one. It has changed from full automatic mode to single shot mode. This is somewhat different from the idea of taking away a great monk with all the lifespan at once. But it's okay, it's not a big problem. If Lu Ming didn't want to get Lu Yunlong's body, he could directly sacrifice Lu Yunlong and curse himself with his life. And Lu Ming also discovered a wonderful use of the Devil Soul Entangling Blood Silk spell. The condition for using the Devil Soul Entangling Blood Silk spell is that a medium is required to complete it. That means that the medium and the recipient have a causal relationship. And the Golden Book happens to be a causal creation. So the Golden Book can be used as a medium to directly curse the people on the list. This is why Lu Yunlong saw that it was Wu Qishan who was attacking him with the blood curse line. Because Lu Ming cursed Lu Yunlong directly through the Golden Book, but used Wu Qishan's life to bear the cause and effect. In the whole process, he was not involved in the cause and effect, but Wu Qishan took everything for him. Now Lu Ming sacrificed Duan Tianya, the left guardian of the Poison Dragon Gang, and sealed Lu Yunlong again, just to delay time. Wait until he kills everyone in the field, and then slowly cook him. Now his body, although the magic power is only at the level of the 9th level of Qi refining, but the physical strength is comparable to the foundation building. Without the two left and right guardians of the 9th level of Qi refining, they are all chickens and dogs, and they can't even break his defense. Wiping the blood splattered on his face, Lu Ming smiled grimly. Don't be anxious, take your time. Then he rushed into the crowd like a wolf into a flock of sheep and began to kill. Half a minute later, the originally luxurious hall was like a purgatory, with broken limbs and arms scattered everywhere. However, there was very little blood on the ground. Lu Ming felt the majestic power in his body and showed a satisfied look. At this time, a sea of blood had risen behind him, and blood waves were rolling in it. The blood spring has condensed, but most of it is reserved for the main body. Let the clone suffer for a while, so that the main body can enjoy the blessing first. But, there are still a few of you. Lu Ming opened his scarlet eyes and looked at the remaining 5 Poison Dragon Gang monks. 2 old men and women, a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman, and a young man, a sense of déjà vu of a family of 5. Lu Ming has learned about the Poison Dragon Gang. The old woman is named Ruan Yao, the old man is named Yuan Zhe, and the middle-aged man is Zheng Qingyu. The beautiful woman is Tao Lin Fairy, named Tao Lingzhou, and the young man is named Qi Yuan. They are all the hall masters of the Poison Dragon Gang. There were originally 6 people. But when Chowda died, there were only 5 of them left. The 5 of them have different methods, and under the combined efforts, they occasionally hurt his puppets. Although the injuries healed in 2 breaths, it was also quite annoying. Lu Ming simply dealt with the small fish first and dealt with them last. Taoist, give me away to live. The old woman said tremblingly. Lu Ming didn't mean to waste time with them. After defeating this group, there was another big boss. Although the previous battle ended quickly, he was also worried that delaying too long would attract the law enforcement team. Lu Ming didn't want to run into Yuan Hong yet. He was a good brother. Kill. Blood escape technique. The blood escape technique of the puppet body directly consumes the energy of the blood spring behind. The feet flashed, and the figure was wrapped in blood waves, approaching quickly like a rainbow light. The black and red halberd light of more than 10 feet long flowed, and it slashed towards the old woman in front. How dare you! Seeing that Lu Ming attacked her first, the old woman was frightened, and then she was furious. Did he treat her as a soft persimmon? Shua, the halberd light fell, and the spiritual light shield around the old woman exploded first. The old woman was horrified and quickly raised the wooden stick in her hand to block her head. However, bang! After a burst of smoke and dust dissipated, the banquet hall was almost split into 2, and a deep halberd mark appeared in the center. The old woman and the wooden stick in her hand had been split into 2 pieces. 1 against 5, kill one first. Seeing such a devastating battle, Qi Yuan was shocked and hurriedly took out a magic shield from his storage bag. But looking at the figure holding the black magic halberd standing in the field, with black and red light flowing on his body, Qi Yuan still couldn't feel a little sense of security. Let's do it together. With a roar, the four people used various means to kill Lu Ming. This person has unparalleled combat power and a strong body. If they are defeated by him one by one, they will all die. Flying needles, talismans, magic swords, and a black banner wrapped with evil spirits instantly hit Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! A strong roar sounded, and the shock wave lifted the walls and ground around. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Lu Ming stood in the field, and the blood spring gathered behind him, constantly nourishing his body. His robe was tattered, but his body looked unharmed. I won't die until the blood spring dries up. Lu Ming grinned. Damn it, I can't hurt him at all. The charming voice of the Peach Forest Fairy became sharp, and a pink mist surged and attacked Lu Ming with a wave of her hand. Lu Ming had seen this method before. This should be poison gas. He also smelled a fishy and sweet smell at a close distance. But he is now a puppet body, with full resistance to poison, and he is not worried about being hit. He mobilized his spiritual power to disperse the poisonous fog, but unexpectedly, several flying needles flew out of the fog. His body turned into bloodlight, flashing and moving as fast as lightning. At such a high speed, the pink mist and flying needles could not catch up with his pace at all. Lu Ming also figured out that this fog also had the effect of concealing her figure. Fairy Taolin only needed to hide in it and attack secretly, which was impossible to defend against. He sneered. Perhaps this move was very threatening to other cultivators in the chi refining stage, but it was useless to him. He broke into the poisonous fog and locked Fairy Taolin's position in an instant. He injected mana into the magic halberd, and the 9-foot-long magic halberd slashed out a halberd blade and slashed towards Fairy Taolin. Feeling the power of this attack, Fairy Taolin sensed the danger. Just as she was about to dodge. At some point, vines appeared under her feet. The vines were tough and bound her tightly. Although it was only a momentary delay, it was enough to be fatal. The black halberd blade slashed down, shattering her protective aura, and the light reflected by the blood fountain shone on her desperate face. She opened her eyes wide and watched the magic halberd slash down. No! Bang! The pitiful and delicate face shattered, turning into a pool of red and white, splashing everywhere. Peach Forest Fairy, die! 2 late-stage chi refining cultivators were killed in a moment. Lu Ming turned and looked at the remaining 3 people, with a cruel smile on his face. Did you enjoy the fight just now? When he was fighting with Peach Forest Fairy, these 3 guys were just standing by, using all kinds of talismans, magic tools, and spells to greet him. Now that he has freed up his hands, it's time to settle the accounts. Is this guy really a chi refining cultivator? It's no wonder they thought so. Lu Ming was too weird, who has such a strong physical body of a chi refining cultivator. And they were not ordinary people, but 2 of their companions were killed in a blink of an eye. Chi refining cultivators don't have such terrifying combat power. They even suspected that Lu Ming was a Foundation establishment cultivator, teasing them. But now that things have come to this, it's a matter of life and death. No one can retreat. Don't hold back. Only by killing him can we survive. Qi Yuan said to Yuan Zhe and Zhang Qingyu. Don't fight him in a confined space, let's go outside. His body and speed are useless in the air. At this time, the upper and lower floors of the restaurant had already been penetrated, and there was a big hole at the waist of the 9-story building. Qi Yuan said as he flew out of the restaurant through the big hole on his sword. Yuan Zhe and Zhang Qingyu woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly controlled the flying magic weapon to the sky. Lu Ming just chuckled, and casually activated the sky-controlling talisman and stepped into the air. But when they all left, a sneaky figure came into the messy banquet hall. The man first took a look at the blood cocoon on the field, and walked up to knock it to feel the strength. He blinked, as if he felt that it was not safe enough. Then his expression began to become a little dull, as if he was communicating something. After a moment, countless blood-colored threads appeared in the void again, wrapping the blood cocoon layer by layer. There seemed to be painful groans and angry roars inside. But the blood cocoon was a little soundproof, and the visitor didn't hear it clearly, so he was too lazy to pay attention. Collect the corpses and clean up the battlefield. Come quietly, go quietly. Only a blood cocoon in the field made a muffled sound. He's coming. Stop hiding him, use your cards to kill him, don't let him go. Qi Yuan roared. Lu Ming's presence made him feel threatened by death. He regretted a little. Why did he come today? It was so terrible that one person killed dozens of monks from their poisonous dragon gang. And it seems that this is not the limit of this person, but that not all the people from the Du Jiao gang came today, and a large part of them stayed at the station. Otherwise, he would not dare to think about how many people this person could kill. And I don't know what weird means this person used to trap the gang leader. He is very eager to get rid of Lu Ming now. If he lets Lu Ming go, he will have trouble sleeping and eating in the future. It's impossible to stay in the fairy city for the rest of your life, right? No, this is the fairy city. This person is so lawless. Why haven't those law enforcement teams who usually like to meddle in other people's business come today? What he didn't know was that most of the law enforcement teams in the fairy city had already left the city, and even the capital commander Si Kongming was not here. However, the movement here attracted the attention of many people nearby, and everyone looked high in the sky. Who is so bold and dares to blatantly fight in the city? Are you tired of living? Humph, no one who doesn't follow the laws of the real person will have a good end. They will all die miserably in the end. Hey, aren't those the hall leaders of the poisonous dragon gang? Hey, there's something good to watch. There was no panic on their faces, and some even felt gloating in their hearts. In the fairy city, these monks may have a hard life and be bullied, but they don't worry too much about their lives. Because as long as Jindan Jinrun is still in the fairy city, no one can make any trouble. Everyone was talking about it, but it would not affect the fighting above. Shi Yuan flipped his left palm, took out his two high-grade flying swords, and used sword techniques to kill Lu Ming. Yuan Zhe, on the other hand, waved a triangular black flag with strange red lines painted on it, infusing it with spiritual power. He shook the black flag violently, and immediately 7 green-faced and fanged evil spirits rushed out, with gusts of sinister wind and fierce aura. The 7-headed evil ghost looked at Lu Ming as if he had seen blood food, and made a sound of joy and pounced on Lu Ming. Zheng Qingyu, who had a stern face, also took out several exquisite talismans that shone with lightning, and was quickly inspired by him. Boom! 9 thunderbolts shining with blue-purple lightning fell from the sky and struck Lu Ming straight away. This is the first-level top-grade talisman, Thunder Tribulation Talisman. The cold light flashed, and the flying sword broke through the sky. The ghost flags come out and the ghosts howl. The thunder shines and the talisman volleys into the sky. These 3 people used their killing moves to attack the enemy, and they vowed to completely kill Lu Ming. They couldn't think of any way Lu Ming could withstand this attack, not even with his tyrannical body. They don't believe in the nonsense about immortality unless the sea of blood dries up. Buzz! Lu Ming held up the blood fountain and formed a shadow in the sea of blood, but in the face of such a fierce attack, it still flickered. Finally, he let out an overwhelmed wail, and finally failed to hold on. It shattered, revealing Lu Ming's figure behind him. The 3 people in Shi Yuan looked excited. This person will definitely die. However, before the smile appeared on his face, he suddenly froze. In just one breath, the scattered blood mist coalesced into a sea of blood, wrapping Lu Ming in it again. Do you think I'm kidding? Lu Ming sneered. How is this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing that Lu Ming was safe and sound, several people were horrified and screamed. But Lu Ming paid no attention to them. Instead he pinched the spells with his hands and recited the spells orally. In Thunder Palm, come out. Boom! Boom! As the black thunder flashed, a jet-black thunder palm quickly condensed in mid-air, and then grabbed the ghost flag below. Yuan Zhe's entire ability is on the ghost flag. Feeling the power of destruction in the thunder, he must take back the magic weapon immediately. At this moment, Yuan Zhe's expression suddenly changed, and he felt that his sea of consciousness was rapidly drying up, giving him a splitting headache. At the same time, his whole body's mana was also rapidly decreasing, making every movement in his hand a slap in the face. Anaba lost the control of his master and gradually became scattered. Thunder falls. Boom! Black air steamed from the ghost flags, and the flags became torn. They let out bursts of mournful screams, and the 7 released evil spirits were also affected and turned into black mist and burrowed back into the ghost flags. Then, a black halberd blade appeared in the void. Yuan Zhe, who had lost control of Oni Banner, was unable to stand high in the air. He was in mental confusion, and his body suddenly froze due to his mana disorder. Puff! A line of blood went from his forehead all the way down to his chin and abdomen. As it fell, Yuan Zhe split into 2 halves and spilled blood into the sky. Go to hell! Go to hell! Zheng Qingyu, who was stimulated by this scene, lost his mind a little and kept throwing the talismans like crazy. Lu Ming, on the other hand, relied on his blood fountain and his strong body to withstand the talisman attack and rush forward. The magic halberd in his hand swept across, and terrifying power exploded, hitting Zheng Qingyu's chest with the halberd's face. A black and red bolt flashed past, the wind howled, and the demonic energy rolled. Bang! Click, click, click. The sound of bones breaking sounded. Along with the sound, a figure shot out. The powerful and heavy blow of the magic halberd fell on Zhang Qingyu, crushing half of his bones in an instant. Then he hit the ground hard, and all the bones in his body were shattered. His death was extremely miserable. At this moment, Qi Yuan was hurriedly using his sword to escape frantically. He had just taken advantage of Lu Ming being dragged by the two of them and ran away immediately. 5 people surrounded him, all his cards were revealed, and 4 of them were counter-killed. What else was there to fight for? This person cannot be killed at all. Unless the foundation building monk takes action, no one can break through the defense. He was completely desperate and just wanted to escape from here desperately. He wanted to escape from the fairy city and stay away from this murderous god. Fellow Taoist, why are you running so fast? Qi Yuan suddenly turned around and saw Lu Ming following him with a smile. So fast. Qi Yuan was horrified when he heard this. With a pop, he knelt down directly to Lu Ming on the flying sword, kowtowing and apologizing hurriedly. Now he just wanted to survive. Tao. No, senior, I can compensate you, many spiritual stones. Spare my life. Seeing Qi Yuan's appearance, Lu Ming felt bored and had no chance to beg for mercy again. The magic halberd swept across and cut through Qi Yuan's neck. The head flew high, and the confused look in Qi Yuan's eyes had not faded. Did you die like this? This means that Lu Ming doesn't know what he is thinking, otherwise he would definitely say it. No, you are still useful. The clone entrenched in the puppet opened its mouth and sucked in, and the power of the soul that had begun to escape from Qi Yuan was absorbed into the clone's body. Although there is no way to advance into the realm of clones now, it does not prevent him from condensing his soul power. After he breaks through the foundation building stage, he can use it as a divine soul tonic. Otherwise, it would be a pity to waste it. Lu Ming was used to being thrifty. Lu Ming quickly put Qi Yuan's body into the storage bag and quickly cleaned the battlefield. He originally wanted to go back and deal with Lu Yunlong right away, but at this time Lu Ming was a little undecided. Although not much time has passed since the fight, the monks are still traveling very quickly. What makes him very puzzled is that no one from the law enforcement team or the black armor guards is here. At the same time, no new names appeared on the list. I don't know what Jin Shu is doing. This situation is very strange, but Lu Ming has no time to study it. I saw a roar in the Zuatian building not far away. A golden knife light broke through the air, making a sharp buzzing sound of tearing the air, and came towards Lu Ming to kill. During this process, the knife energy continued to surge, and the power was also rising. Lu Ming stood in the air with the magic halberd in his hand, staring at the knife light. This was the first time he faced a foundation-building attack in the true sense. Although this man was weakened by the demon evil soul entangled blood silk spell, the sense of oppression was still strong. But Lu Ming wanted to try. Can he fight the foundation building? Since the immortal city doesn't care, then he will continue to fight. Anyway, all the benefits today have been obtained. And just now, while cleaning the battlefield, he has quietly handed over to the original body. Now he has nothing on him except this magic halberd and part of the blood spring. He is very single, and he is not afraid even if he dies. If the puppet is gone, it can be refined again. If the clone is gone, it can be reshaped. Lu Ming held the magic halberd in his hand, and wisps of black and red light began to linger around him. A blood fountain surged behind him, and a ferocious blood dragon roared out of it. Roar! The magic halberd was swung with turbulent power, and it faced the golden blade with unmatched momentum. The moment of contact, the violent mana exploded, and the black and red halberd light and the golden blade light shattered and collapsed. But the sharp power of Deng Jin that splashed in still cut towards him. The blood dragon rushed out from behind Lu Ming, and the ferocious dragon opened its mouth and swallowed it in one bite. The originally sharp Genjin power became unstable under the erosion of the huge blood evil spirit, and was finally crushed by the blood dragon. Even though he was injured like this, he still has such strength. It's true that foundation building cannot be underestimated. Looking at Lu Yunlong flying out of the building, Lu Ming's brows were a little solemn. He almost didn't win. This is just what he thought in his mind. If others knew, they would roll their eyes. He took the angry attack from the foundation building cultivator, but he was unscathed. Isn't that enough? I really don't know what he is pretending. Lu Yunlong now looks extremely miserable. His face seems to have aged for decades. His cheeks are sunken, his bones are bony, and there are even a few strands of white hair on his temples. But his bloodshot eyes stared at Lu Ming, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost condensed into substance. No one knows what he has experienced in this short period of time. The oppressive suffocation, the the pain that penetrates the soul, and the despair of watching his life slip away. Although the blood cocoon has been broken now, it is only an appearance. His inner flesh and soul are almost entangled by the blood curse thread. It is almost impossible to refine and break the curse. Unless a higher-level cultivator takes action, that is, Jin Danjinren, but he does not expect Tianqingjinren to help him. Another way is to use some natural treasures to cleanse the body and soul to remove the curse, and then supplement with things that increase longevity. Maybe it can be saved. You must know that the blood curse thread is absorbing his vitality every moment, and then feeding back to the curse to strengthen its power. If time is delayed for a long time, the power of the blood curse will become stronger and stronger, and he may not live for a few years. So now there is only one way in front of him: to catch this person, search his soul to get the method to remove the curse. But he is in a very bad state now, and his strength has dropped too much. He didn't hold back on the knife just now, but the other party still took it. So Lu Yunlong didn't plan to waste more time, and prepared to solve the battle with thunder. He was confident that he could take down the other party, even if he was not in good condition now. He just thought so, but Lu Ming was faster than him. The flying talisman could only last for a quarter of an hour, and Lu Ming also needed to fight quickly. Otherwise, the energy of the talisman was exhausted, and he would have no advantage. Sacrifice. The blood spring behind Lu Ming began to burn fiercely, and his face flickered under the interweaving of dark demonic energy and scarlet blood. A shrill roar seemed to sound around him, and the resentment and evil spirit condensed into substance and attached to the magic halberd. Feeling the power brought by the burning blood spring, which was continuously injected into his body, Lu Ming's power and momentum rose steadily. At the same time, in an unmanned corner below, Lu Ming himself also exerted his strength at the same time, urging various secret methods to transfer the side effects to Lu Yunlong. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, the gap in strength between the two sides gradually widened. Die! In the sky, Lu Ming turned into a black and red demon shadow and rushed towards Lu Yunlong. The magic halberd seemed to be the power of opening the sky, and it fell towards Lu Yunlong. The dark halberd light broke through the air, tearing the air and making a whimpering sound. Rampant! Seeing that Lu Ming dared to take the lead, Lu Yunlong's face was extremely ugly. He felt extremely aggrieved. If he was at the peak of his strength, he would never have suffered such a humiliation. Moreover, he had just broken through the foundation building stage, and his foundation was not enough, and he couldn't even take out a spiritual weapon. Feeling the halberd of the magic halberd, Lu Yunlong looked solemn, and tightly grasped the golden long sword in his hand to resist. But at that moment, Lu Yunlong's face suddenly changed, and the damn abnormality attacked again. His energy was rapidly consumed, and he felt weak, and even his mana was delayed for a moment. In this moment of delay, the magic halberd had already fallen. In a hurry, Lu Yunlong could only try to resist with the golden big sword. Boom! In an instant, Lu Yunlong only felt an unstoppable terrifying force coming, and a substantial ripple visible to the naked eye spread out. The whole person flew out with a bang. Because of the fast speed, Lu Yunlong even pulled out a series of white sonic boom shock waves in the air. In the blink of an eye, he fell into the city and disappeared. Buildings collapsed along the way, dragging a crack on the ground. There were roars, the ground shook, and smoke and dust rose. The monks below were stunned, all of whom were shocked by this scene. What happened? They seemed to see Lu Yunlong flying out. Isn't Lu Yunlong a foundation-building monk? How could he be so vulnerable? The two of them just fought a move and were evenly matched, which was shocking enough. Why did the situation suddenly change and become one-sided? Everyone looked at the figure standing in the sky, surrounded by black and red light and shadow. The burning blood fountain behind him reflected the night sky, and the magic halberd behind him pointed obliquely downwards, like a demon god standing in the sky. At this time, they just came to their senses, and they were so scared that their livers and gallbladders broke, and they fled in panic. This terrifying might, even the aftermath of the battle could cost them their lives. Now there was no mood to watch the excitement, this person was simply lawless. Lu Ming did not delay, fell from the sky, and rushed into the ruins. At the same time, the original body once again cast the demon soul entangling blood silk spell, and once again sacrificed 5 late-stage chi refining cultivators of the poison dragon gang to bind and entangle Lu Yunlong. The clone landed and picked up the blood cocoon, turned into a blood-colored stream of light and rushed out of the city. All the benefits have been obtained, it's time to slip away. Not long after he left, a team of cultivators arrived late. Looking at the mess around, Yuan Hong's face was a little ugly. But he didn't say anything. This kind of battle was no longer something he could participate in. The defense in the city is now weak, and the remaining black armor guards and law enforcement teams are not many, and they are scattered far away. It was a bit late when the news was received. Now the commander is not there, and the remaining foundation building cultivators are in the inner city. The message was sent not long ago, and there was no time to rush over, so he can only watch the other party slip away. However, he had already reported it to General Ming, so he would be back soon. After the war, riots continued. Some monks tried to fish in troubled waters and took the opportunity to rob various shops. Yuan Hong was already very angry. Looking at this group of monks who were afraid of the world being in chaos, his eyes were filled with killing intent. If I can't take care of that person, why can't I take care of you? The monks from the law enforcement team swarmed up and suppressed the monks who were causing trouble everywhere. Lu Ming himself took advantage of the chaos and quietly retreated. The clone has already taken people out of the city, so there is no need for him to stay here. Back in the cave, Lu Ming opened the restriction and got in. The goatee puppet was already waiting inside. Lu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief after returning to the cave. Today's incident was a bit big, and in the end it was unlikely that it would attract the attention of Master Jean Dan. But it had little to do with him. He never showed up from beginning to end. Everything was done by two puppets. The original plan today was to join in the fun. Use Zhao Tiancheng's identity to cause trouble and disrupt Lu Yunlong's foundation building banquet. If you can, try to kill Lu Yunlong. But he never expected that he would meet Zhou Yang at the banquet and be tortured to a state of disgrace by those bastards from the poisonous dragon gang. Lu Ming was a little angry at that time, even though he was not a good person, and he even used Zhou Yang as a pawn for a time. But after getting along for a long time, we still have feelings after all. He could do this to Zhou Yang, but others couldn't. It's just that at that time, Lu Ming couldn't protect Zhou Yang and escape at the same time. The monks from the poisonous dragon gang also guarded the door to prevent anyone from leaving. So I quickly brought the goatee puppet out of the Mafu pavilion. Then the inside and the outside cooperated. The clone controlled Zhao Tiancheng's corpse puppet, and the main body controlled the goatee puppet. Then he used the demon soul entering blood thread spell to sacrifice the right protector Wu Qishan of the poisonous dragon gang, cursed Lu Yunlong, and caused commotion in the scene. The frightened monk rushed to the door, and he took the opportunity to let the goatee puppet go in and take Zhou Yang away. Then Lu Ming, without any scruples, began to massacre the poisonous dragon gang. Finally, the goatee puppet returned to the scene to clean the battlefield and collect storage bags and monk corpses. Everything is interconnected, everything is within his plan. It's just that tonight, except for him who won, everyone lost. Needless to say, Zuaitian Tower, the 9-story ancient building, was fucked to the 8th floor. The poisonous dragon gang was even crippled, all the top brass died, and the life or death of the gang leader was uncertain. A block in the outer city was reduced to rubble, and the majesty of the fairy city was challenged. All victims, Lu Ming was speechless. He seemed to be quite capable of causing trouble. After withdrawing his thoughts, Lu Ming looked at the dull-looking goatee puppet in front of him. Then he looked at Zhou Yang, who was lying on the ground at his feet. I really don't know if you were lucky or unlucky to meet me. After checking Zhou Yang's injury, he found that he was seriously injured. The skin and flesh were rolled, the bones of the hands and feet were smashed, the internal organs were bleeding, and the meridians were severed. The worst thing is that the dantian is somewhat damaged and the road is in danger. It won't get better without a few years of rest. But it's a good thing if you can survive. If you can't die, you can continue to cultivate immortality. Lu Ming took out various healing elixirs and fed them all to Zhou Yang. Then he used his magic power to help him refine the power of the elixir. As the power of the medicine spread, it emitted a gleaming green light and began to penetrate Zhou Yang's broken body, repairing his injuries bit by bit. The skin and flesh began to heal quickly and scabbed, but the bone meridians needed time to warm up. Lu Ming didn't expect Zhou Yang to get better immediately, just to prevent the injury from getting worse. It took an hour for Zhou Yang's wounds to gradually heal and no longer bleed. Lu Ming asked the puppet to take Zhou Yang away. Lu Ming rented a cave as Han Feiyu, and it was just right for Zhou Yang to recuperate. Wait until he feels better before sending him to Mofu Pavilion. This can be regarded as returning to the old business. Zhou Yang used to be a handyman in the Fu shop, but Lu Ming would not take advantage of him. Although Zhou Yang can't do anything to help him now, he is still not short of food. Lu Ming now has an exaggerated amount of resources, and there is no shortage of his share. Now it's time to study you. In the void, the golden book slowly opened. Lu Ming stared at it, but his brows furrowed deeply. Why is no one on the list? It would be a bit too much to say that puppets cannot attract hatred and therefore cannot be listed on the list. The goatee puppet is a precedent, and it was through him that many members of the poisonous dragon gang got on the list. But if you have to say there is any difference between the two, there really is. Goatee was a robbery cultivator he casually killed when he was in the Yunwu Mountains. He was essentially a dead man. But there is something different about Zhao Tiancheng. He was made into a corpse puppet by Lu Ming. Although he is also a dead person, Lu Ming retains his most basic physical activities. Combining the Golden Book of Cause and Effect, Lu Ming had some guesses. Is it because he was sacrificed alive to a corpse puppet, so he is not affected by the karma? Or is it because Zhao Tiancheng is the karma, so it has nothing to do with him? Unless the Golden Book is broken, Lu Ming feels that this guess is pretty close. It is also possible that Lu Ming used Zhao Tiancheng's name when he caused trouble, while Han Feiyu made it up himself. However, this possibility is a bit small, but it is not completely unreasonable. Cause and effect are really hard to figure out. Lu Ming rubbed his forehead and felt that his brain was itchy. But if the guess is correct, then there will be a lot of room for maneuver. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. There is no causal link, which means that no matter how much trouble Zhao Tiancheng causes, it has nothing to do with him, Lu. Maybe you can escape some divination techniques. Although I have never heard of anyone knowing this kind of magic, I am sure that I will encounter it in the future. This is equivalent to putting several firewalls on yourself. Even if someone could figure it out, it could only be Zhao Tiancheng or other corpse puppets. He could just hide behind the scenes and practice quietly. But this will waste a lot of resources. It would be nice if I could see the name. When Lu Ming was thinking this, the Golden Book suddenly moved and started to tremble violently. With a burst of golden light, the Golden Book automatically turned its pages, and there was an extra piece of information on the title page. Puppet, causal body Zhao Tiancheng, realm, 9th level of Qi refining, skill, synchronize the main body, spell, synchronize the main body, PS, don't worry about this setting. It has no impact on the plot. It's just a patch. Because the people on the list will not disappear unless they die. So in order to prevent the protagonist from using a vest to cause trouble and affecting innocent people on the list, it is done after all. No one wants their relatives and friends to be implicated. Fuck. Lu Ming was stunned. He was just talking casually, but he didn't expect Jin Shuzhen to give feedback. Then Lu Ming's face darkened. I don't know how to take the initiative without asking you, right? It's a good thing he asked, otherwise wouldn't this be a waste of resources? But what is this causal body? After some research, Lu Ming no longer struggled with this. It was just a different name, so don't worry too much. He was more curious about what would happen to the Golden Book. As the thought came to him, the Golden Book began to turn the pages. The content was as expected, and a long list of names had already appeared in the book. Yuan Hongli Si Wang Wu. Lu Ming tried to select them, but the feedback he got was no different from before. He could still choose these people to be the robbers. The only difference is that once the causal body dies, all the causal entanglements involved with it will disappear. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. Cause and effect disappear after death. This has nothing to do with the identity of the clone puppet. If one day he dies and disappears, the names on the Golden Book will also disappear. But this way, you are much more flexible, and you don't have to worry about accidentally injuring your teammates by causing trouble. After all, once you are on the Golden Book list, unless the person on the list dies, the cause and effect will always exist and will always remain on the Golden Book list. As for the causal body, there are not so many worries. Even if someone is on the list, there is no need to worry. If the worst happens, just give it up and replace it with a clone. But I still need to do more experiments in the future to confirm whether my idea is correct. After settling a matter on his mind, Lu Ming temporarily put aside his thoughts and prepared to accept the loot. The harvest this time was quite rich. Looking at the storage bag left behind by the puppet before leaving, Lu Ming's face went numb with laughter. There are not only the storage bags of the guys from the Du Jiao gang, but also some money from casual cultivators. It's just that the scene was too chaotic and too busy to care for themselves, so no one paid attention to it. It's really easy for me. I just have to accept the money from these people. Once it was in his hands, it was his, and Lu Ming never thought about returning it. However, the money of these members is nothing, and the monks from the Du Jiao gang account for the majority. Although not many monks from the Poisonous Dragon gang came to this banquet, that was only for the entire Poisonous Dragon gang. Lu Mingguang's eyes were dry after killing him for half a quarter of an hour. The harvest can be imagined. Moreover, what Lu Ming valued was not only their family background, but the monks themselves were also a resource. The power of their scattered souls was condensed and collected, and their blood and energy were drawn out to practice their skills. Lu Ming planned to use the remaining bones to feed San Inyohua. This is the only second-level spell he possesses. At the first level, it didn't have much power, and it was basically used by him to refine weapons and make puppets. But once it reaches the second-level spell texture, its power is completely different. Lu Ming took out several storage bags containing corpses and took out the monks' bones one by one. After a while, a mountain of corpses was piled up in the cave. In the dark cave, this scene was very strange and terrifying. Lu Ming didn't care. With a flick of his finger, a faint green flame flew out and spread quickly as soon as it touched the corpse mountain. As time went by, more and more corpses were devoured, the green flames gradually became deeper, and the extreme high temperature even began to distort the air. Outside the city. Yunwu Mountains. Lu Ming's clone rushed dozens of miles with a blood cocoon before stopping in a quiet valley. Looking at the blood cocoon in front of him, Lu Ming could sense that the vitality in it began to gradually dissipate. I was too cruel. 8 late-stage qi refining cultivators were sacrificed before and after. Even if Lu Yunlong was a foundation-building cultivator, he couldn't stand such a toss. Lu Ming could see that the devil soul entangling blood silk spell of the same realm was almost invincible, and 1-for-1 was not a casual talk. It's just that the cross-boundary curse is a bit weak. After all, this is the difference in the essence of life. A cultivator of the 9th level of qi refining, even if he sacrifices everything, can hardly threaten the life of a foundation-building cultivator. Unless he is like this, the quality is not enough to make up for the quantity. Sacrificing life without scruples, ants can also bite giant elephants to death. But his original intention was to capture Lu Yunlong alive, and Lu Ming coveted his body. It's a pity that such a good material for a foundation-building puppet is now mostly wasted. I don't know how much strength it can retain after being refined into a corpse puppet. Lu Ming actually didn't hold much hope. Lu Yunlong was originally the weakest among the foundation-building cultivators. He was tossed around for so long, and his original strength was not much left, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be defeated by a qi refining puppet. But he was not disappointed. The other party's storage bag was still on him. As the leader of a gang, he should not be short of money. He didn't rush to touch the corpse. Lu Yunlong still had a breath. Just in case, it's better to wait until he is dead before looting. Sitting on the ground, Lu Ming waited quietly. 2 days later, he communicated with the master and learned that Lu Yunlong's name had disappeared from the Golden Book, confirming that he was dead. He rubbed his hands and planned to start looting without any worries. But soon he encountered a troublesome problem. Looking at the 3-proof coffin on the ground, Lu Ming rubbed his eyebrows. How to break this blood cocoon? The devil's soul entangled blood silk spell only teaches how to cast the spell, but not how to break it. Lu Ming tried various methods, including spells and chopping with the magic spear, but he couldn't do anything to the blood cocoon. The scene was frozen. What's the big deal? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long. With the death of Lu Yunlong, the blood cocoon lost its energy source and gradually began to dissipate. Among them, Lu Yunlong's body disappeared as expected, turning into a pool of pus and blood. After going through untold hardships to achieve the foundation, he thought he had changed his fate and transformed into an immortal, but he didn't expect to end up like this. Poor him, he didn't know why Lu Ming killed him until he died. In fact, if he hadn't successfully built the foundation, Lu Ming might not have targeted him. He sighed and stopped thinking about it. He picked up the storage bag and the lost magic weapon sword from the pus and blood, and began to count them on the spot. After erasing the mana imprint, all the items were poured out. There weren't too many things in it, and the number of spirit stones and elixirs was acceptable. Compared with the identity of a foundation-building cultivator, it even seemed a bit shabby. Lu Ming took out one of the small jade bottles and opened it to take a look. There was a light green, crystal-clear liquid in it, and it also exuded a faint fragrance. Hey, this is the second-level Yuan building in Dingling liquid? Good stuff. Lu Ming has already started to plan for the foundation-building realm, and he often pays attention to the second-level spiritual object. Yuan building in Dingling liquid, a rare treasure that can stabilize the realm, is not cheap. I didn't expect Lu Yunlong to have such a good thing. Did he use all his spirit stones to buy this? This is a bargain for me. Putting down the jade bottle, Lu Ming continued to count Lu Yunlong's items. Soon there was a new harvest, and Lu Ming took out a jade slip from it. Jinghong, a second-level escape technique, ignites essence, energy, and spirit in order to obtain a speed beyond one's own limit. It is another life-threatening technique, but it is just an escape technique. But after seeing the price, Lu Ming exclaimed that it was outrageous. The side effects are just as the name of the technique says, it is fleeting. It not only refers to speed, but also to life. After the extreme sublimation, the speed of breaking the limit will not take too long, and there is no doubt of death afterwards. If you don't use it, you may not die, but if you use it, you will definitely die. So who is practicing these techniques? Lu Ming didn't understand it very much. He felt that this technique itself had a big problem. Who would practice these techniques? Is it to prevent the enemy from whipping the corpse and run away to bury yourself? Fortunately, I am not a normal person. The so-called price of death is a joke. For other people, this escape technique is useless, but it is very suitable for Lu Ming to use. It just so happens that he also dislikes that the burning blood escape technique is outdated and can no longer keep up with his strength. It is still good to have one more second-level escape technique. Thinking of this, Lu Ming smiled slightly. In addition to this escape technique, there is also a second-level technique. Lu Ming took a look and found that it was a technique of gold, wood, and fire. It should be Lu Yunlong's main technique, but it is not very useful for him. But it is at least a foundation building technique, which can be kept, whether it is sold or traded. In addition to these two techniques and a bottle of yuan building and dingling water, the rest of the remaining items are nothing good. Ha! What is this? Lu Ming took out a piece of ancient yellow animal skin paper. I thought it was a treasure map, but when he saw the content on it clearly, his brows frowned. Ho-Tu contract? Offering to Ji's Chamber of Commerce? It seems that this bottle of yuan building and spirit stabilizing liquid was provided by the Ji's Chamber of Commerce. Did Lu Yunlong sell himself in exchange for a spiritual object? It seems that he was tortured so much before that his realm could not be stabilized. And judging from the content of the contract, Lu Yunlong was so shameless at this foundation building banquet because he was trying to make money. Do you want to pay off your debts quickly? You are quite crisis conscious and know that borrowing is risky. With a joke, Lu Ming's magic power shook, and the contract turned into dust and disappeared. It seems that Dong Ping'an said that the Ji's Chamber of Commerce was opened by the Ji family of the Xian dynasty. Now that Lu Yunlong is dead, I wonder how the Ji's Chamber of Commerce will react. Even for the Ji's Chamber of Commerce, which is a big family, it would be painful to lose a second-level spiritual object. Is he swallowing his anger and taking this loss, or is he thinking something else? Lu Ming smiled strangely. Maybe this is still a big fish. It just so happened that Lu Yunlong died and someone was needed to fill his vacancy. Tianqing Fairy City. A rainbow light shot through the sky at high speed from outside the city. Si Kongming stood in the sky, looking down at the broken block below that was penetrated by a ravine. There was no expression on his face, and there was no sign of happiness or anger, but the air squeezed by the spiritual pressure around him was a little distorted. I never expected that after just one trip, there would be a big problem behind the scenes. The massacre of monks and the foundation building battle have led to such a big change in the outer city. As the commander of the black armored guards of the fairy city, he cannot escape the blame. Master Tianqing has not yet intervened in this matter. First of all, he was hampered by the injury of his fifth disciple Li Guanqi. The second is that it is impossible for a real person to do everything by himself, so he is needed as the commander-in-chief to investigate the ins and outs of the matter and get the culprit who caused it all to be killed. Whether it is for the order of the fairy city or for himself, he needs to give a satisfactory answer in a short time. Si Kongming's mind was racing at high speed, recalling the intelligence collected by the law enforcement teams remaining in the city. Some were obtained from the mouths of casual cultivators who escaped from the Foundation establishment banquet, and some were obtained from the crowd watching the fighting. Lu Yunlong, Foundation banquet, gifts given by casual cultivators, mysterious monks, strange blood cocoon. Damn Lu Yunlong, can't you just calm down a little bit? Si Kongming cursed in his heart, as all the recent events in Immortal City, big and small, had something to do with him. Li Guanqi was severely injured by the demon cultivator because of his investigation into the mysterious death of a cultivator from the poisonous dragon gang. Ha! Demon cultivator? Si Kongming's eyes flashed slightly, remembering the strangeness of the mysterious monk who appeared at the Foundation banquet and the unpredictable means that could make people dissolve in the information. The most important thing is that weird blood cocoon. It seems that Li Guanqi was severely injured due to such means. If it weren't for the protection of the real person, he might have died. Did this person do it? This person and Li Guanqi have a sworn hatred for killing their brother, so is this revenge against the fairy city? Theoretically it makes sense, and the motivation is clear. The reason why Si Kongming came out of the city was to capture this escaped demon cultivator, but he didn't expect that this man would be so bold that he dared to return to the fairy city and commit crimes against the odds. But why did you choose the poisonous dragon gang? Si Kongming had many questions in his mind. But now that the person involved is alive and dead and his whereabouts are unknown, the clues have been cut off. However, he remembered the message in the jade slip he had received before leaving Fairy City. Lu Yunlong is involved with Ji's Chamber of Commerce, and there are only a handful of forces in the Fairy City who have channels to know his whereabouts. As soon as he left his front foot, something happened behind him. He wouldn't believe it if it wasn't premeditated. Ji's Chamber of Commerce and the Ji family of Immortal Dynasty, are you responsible for this? Si Kongming's eyes gradually turned cold as he looked towards the area where Ji's Chamber of Commerce was located. Thinking of this, Si Kongming did not hesitate and flew straight towards the Ji Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. Whether it is or is not, we have to find out. He came all the way to the top of the Ji's Chamber of Commerce, his aura unbridled, and he looked like he was coming with bad intentions. Everyone in the Chamber of Commerce turned pale under the overwhelming momentum, and many customers thought something big was about to happen. After all, it was not long ago that monks fought in Immortal City, which also affected many comrades. They didn't dare to watch the show anymore and join in the fun. They fled the place in a hurry like frightened birds. Fellow Daoist Sikong, what does this mean? Ji Yuding dodged and came to the air outside, facing Si Kongming from a distance. Fellow Daoist Ji, do you have to give me an explanation about the matter in the outer city? Si Kongming looked indifferent and said in a calm tone. However, his aura has not calmed down, and he has the attitude of getting into a fight if he disagrees. Fellow Taoist, are you joking? What does this have to do with our Chamber of Commerce? You are probably looking for the wrong person. Ji Yuding's eyes flashed slightly. He had heard a little bit about what happened in the outer city. At that time, he felt gloating about their misfortune and wanted to see their jokes. But now that Si Kongming came to his door, he still felt a little guilty. Although this matter has nothing to do with them, the person involved, Lu Yunlong, is somewhat involved with them. Therefore, he instinctively thought that Si Kongming's appearance of raising an army to accuse him was because of Lu Yunlong's incident. But when Si Kongming saw his appearance, he confirmed his suspicion even more. He sneered and said, Fellow Taoist, no matter what, Lu Yunlong is from our Immortal City. Do you want to start a war with our Tianqing Immortal City by doing this? I want to remind fellow Taoists that this is Tianqing Immortal City, not your Immortal Dynasty Ji family. Really? Ji Yuding's expression changed uncertainly. Although the Ji Imperial family of the Immortal Dynasty was not weaker than the Tianqing Immortal City, it was even better in terms of background. But as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If they really want to break up with Xiansheng, they will definitely suffer. Moreover, Ji Yuding felt that Si Kongming was making a fuss out of a molehill. This kind of method is not uncommon in games between big forces. Today you win over my worship, and tomorrow I will bribe your guests. So when he went to meet Lu Yunlong, he never thought about hiding his whereabouts. Moreover, he also had the disgusting thought of Tianqing Fairy City. Regardless of whether Lu Yunlong agrees to become a worshipper of the Ji family, he is giving immortality to the city. But what Ji Yuding couldn't figure out was that it was just an offering. Is that so? Why did it escalate to the point of starting a war? Ji Yuding's momentum weakened by 3 points when he thought about it. After looking at the rioting crowd below, I felt that it was not a problem to continue to stay outside. Ji Yuding couldn't figure out the purpose of Si Kongming's visit. Maybe he came to demand compensation or something else. But if he makes any excessive demands and makes him unable to stand down in public, wouldn't it mean that he loses face? Fellow Daoist Sikong, please come in and have a chat. Ji Yuding made a gesture of invitation to Si Kongming, and lowered his posture slightly. Si Kongming snorted coldly, and seeing that Ji Yuding showed signs of submission, he did not force him too much. He also wanted to know what the Ji family intended, so he did not refuse and went into the Chamber of Commerce with Ji Yuding. The two of them went to a luxurious box on the top floor together, and then the formation restriction was opened. No one knew what the two people talked about inside. Half an hour later, Si Kongming flew away from here, but unlike the indifference when he came, there was a hint of smile on his face. In the private room, after Si Kongming left, Ji Yuding looked at the content reported by his subordinates, and his face was gloomy and almost dripping with water. Bang! He crushed the jade slip in his hand. Damn Si Kong Ming, you dare to deceive me! How could he not know now that Si Kong Ming did not come for Lu Yunlong at all? He just misunderstood. The trouble in Xiancheng has nothing to do with the Ji family. But the matter is done, and it is a fact that they are involved with Lu Yunlong. Now it is yellow mud falling on the crotch, it is shit if it is not shit. And people have to bow their heads under the eaves. In order to satisfy this greedy guy, he can only divide some of the Chamber of Commerce's interests as compensation to Xiancheng. You are a waste who fails to succeed but fails to succeed. Ji Yuting now regrets why she went to Lu Yunlong in the first place. Now I have gained nothing, and I have to take the blame for nothing. Yes, taking the blame. Based on the information collected by his men and Si Kong Mingxing's actions at the Chamber of Commerce, Ji Yuting had already made a solid guess about this incident. This Zhao Tiancheng appeared out of nowhere and targeted the poisonous dragon gang. They held a great foundation banquet, killed many poisonous dragon gang monks, and finally captured Lu Yunlong. Later, Si Kong Ming mistakenly thought it was the Ji family's fault. Even though Ji Yuting explained it several times, Si Kong Ming didn't believe it. To be precise, even if Si Kong Ming finally knew that Ji's Chamber of Commerce was wrongly accused, he would still insist that it was them who did it. If you can't find the problem, solve the problem creator. If you can't even find the problem creator, create a problem creator and then solve it. The people in the system have such bad hearts. Ji Yuting finally regained his composure after scolding Si Kong Ming countless times in his heart. He couldn't swallow this breath, and they couldn't bear this loss. Not everyone in our Ji family can kill anyone. No matter how you say it, Lu Yunlong is already a worshipper of their Ji's Chamber of Commerce. What's more, they also invested in the valuable second-level spiritual item Yuan building spiritual liquid in the early stage. Coupled with the interests that have been divided this time, even if Ji's Chamber of Commerce has a great business, it is inevitable that they will feel a little distressed. Moreover, what Ji Yuting is most worried about is being blamed by the real person of the Ji family, resulting in the loss of this iron rice bowl. Each of the 4 major golden elixir forces in the southern wasteland has established its own fairy city. The Ji dynasty also established their own Chamber of Commerce in these places, and also sent a Ji family foundation building monk to take charge. Mainly responsible for managing the order of the Chamber of Commerce and serving as a strategic deterrent. There are conflicts of interests everywhere, and the Ji family of Immortal Dynasty in Nuada is no exception. This kind of important position is even more of a lucrative job. While earning benefits for the royal family, you can also get a lot of resources for yourself. He also benefited from this, and his cultivation level has been rising steadily in the past 10 years. There are more wolves than meat, so there are many people eyeing this position. If because of this trivial matter, the ancestor of the royal family Jin Dan was dissatisfied and led to his resignation, Ji Yuting would have no place to cry. Ji Yuting hated Zhao Tiancheng even more than Si Kong Ming. He must catch this person to extract his soul and refine his soul to vent the anger in his heart. Other side. The Clone Han Feiyu Cave Mansion. Zhou Yang faintly woke up from his coma. Opening his eyes, he stared blankly at the cave wall above. After a moment, his pupils focused slightly. I'm alive? He muttered to himself, his voice dry and hoarse. As he woke up, memories came flooding back, and he remembered some things before he fell into coma. In his memory, he traveled all the way through mountains and rivers, and went through many hardships before arriving at Tianqing Fairy City. He thought that good days were just around the corner, but before he could go in, he was caught by monks who appeared out of nowhere and tortured him without saying a word. His methods were extremely cruel, and Zhou Yang felt that he might die here. I just don't know what happened after I fell into coma, but I am still alive. As if thinking of something, he immediately used his spiritual consciousness to look at himself and explore his physical condition. The hideous injuries on the outside have recovered. Although the meridians in his limbs are still painful, there are at least signs of improvement. Try to run the technique, and you can feel the stagnation of the magic power and the tingling of the meridians. Zhou Yang's face suddenly turned bitter. As expected, the Dantian meridians have been injured, and I don't know if there is still a chance to recover. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality. He thought he would definitely die this time, and being alive was the greatest luck. There was no need to expect too much. He barely pushed himself up to sit up and began to look at the scene in front of him. In the dark space, surrounded by rugged stone walls, the luminous light of the luminous stones made it impossible for him to see the surrounding scene clearly. This is a strange environment, but it seems to be in a cave. Vaguely, he seemed to see a figure in the field, a figure sitting cross-legged with his back to him. This person was sitting silently on the futon in the field. He couldn't even feel the breath of a living person, just like a dead person. Zhou Yang subconsciously activated the spiritual shield and looked at the man warily. As if he heard the noise, the figure turned around and looked at him, but the scene was too dark and Zhou Yang couldn't see the person's appearance clearly. "You, who are you?" Zhou Yang asked in a trembling voice. He was a little nervous at this time and was not sure whether he was out of danger. "Woke up?" The man spoke quietly, but when the voice reached Zhou Yang's ears, he trembled all over. These familiar words made him a little unbelievable. Zhou Yang asked tentatively. "Which, Senior Wu?" No answer was heard, only the man stood up slowly and walked out of the shadows. As he got closer, the faint light of the luminous stone revealed a very unfamiliar face to Zhou Yang. However, Zhou Yang did not panic and remained calm, because he did not know what the Taoist Wu looked like. "Why, can't you hear my voice?" The sound of words came, and when he heard the familiar words again, Zhou Yang was more sure of the identity of this person. It was Taoist Wu. "Senior, it's really you. Well, I didn't expect you to come." There was a smile in his words, and it was obvious that the Wu Daoren was in a good mood at this time. "I'm very curious, how did you get here?" Lu Ming took over the puppet and asked curiously. "Zhou Yang is only at the 3rd level of qi refining now. Qingzhou Market is thousands of miles away from Tianqing Fairy City. The Yunwu Mountains are not peaceful. How did he come to the Fairy City?" This is a long story. Zhou Yang calmed down his inner excitement and began to slowly tell his experience since he left. The front is similar to what Lu Ming learned. Some markets near Qingzhou Market were hit by the beast tide. But what happened later was a little beyond Lu Ming's expectations, and he almost laughed. It turned out that after the two separated, Zhou Yang recruited a team under the banner of Wu Daoren. Later, he began to gather cultivators who were displaced from other markets, and slowly involved a large number of teams. However, the journey was long, and the Yunwu Mountains were full of dangers. Besides, Zhou Yang's cultivation was not high, so no one thought he could reach Tianqing Immortal City. Some cultivators wanted to give up, but Zhou Yang gave them a rosy picture. He said that he had a senior who had built a foundation in the Immortal City as a great backer. Then he described the future to them, saying that Tianqing Immortal City was a holy place for casual cultivators, where they would eat spiritual food and drink spiritual wine every day, and could even lie on the spiritual veins and hug fairies to sleep every day. Don't say it, such nonsense, but some people really believed it. Following Zhou Yang, they rushed all the way to Tianqing Immortal City, but the cultivators also suffered heavy casualties along the way. When they were near Tianqing Immortal City, there were not many people left. Finally, they encountered the Poison Dragon Gang cultivators and were caught in one fell swoop. In the previous life, if Zhou Yang were in northern Myanmar, he would be a pyramid scheme leader. However, as the saying goes, misfortunes are often accompanied by blessings, and blessings are often accompanied by misfortunes. Fate is unpredictable, and cause and effect are uncertain. It is not easy for Zhou Yang to get to where he is now. Although he met the Poison Dragon Gang, he also met himself. Otherwise, in the vast fairy city, Lu Ming might not have noticed a young cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining. After all, he has now begun to aim at the foundation building, and it is difficult for him to pay attention to the low-level cultivators except for the few people around him. "Senior, did you save me?" After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he asked the question he wanted to know most. Seeing Lu Ming nod, he asked in a low voice. "Then do you know how the companions who traveled with me are doing now?" Although Zhou Yang gathered them for the purpose of sharing risks, it was also for his own safety. But it did not prevent everyone from getting along with each other for a few months. If possible, Zhou Yang did not want them to get into trouble. But Lu Ming was silent after hearing this. "Ah? Are there other people?" At that time, he only paid attention to Zhou Yang, and didn't care about the others at all. It was even more impossible to take them with him when he took Zhou Yang away. As for the fate of these people, you can imagine. The banquet hall was destroyed, and it is estimated that their relics can be found in the storage bag of the original body. Seeing that the Wu Daoren didn't speak, Zhou Yang's eyes were a little dim. But he didn't say anything, and he wouldn't blame Wu Daoren. It was a blessing that he could save his life, and others could only leave it to fate. Then he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Zhou Yang asked tentatively, "Senior, do you still need the magic skills now?" "Oh? Tell me." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. It seems that there is news about the magic skills? But he didn't take it seriously. Now he even has the foundation building skills, and ordinary magic skills are not in his eyes. And Zhou Yang's attitude still made him very satisfied. At least Zhou Yang still cares about his own affairs. Seeing that the witch Taoist was interested, Zhou Yang hurried to look for his storage bag. But he couldn't find it after searching for a while, and his face was bitter. He forgot that his storage bag had been taken away by the group of people. Senior, I lost my storage bag. Lu Ming also saw his embarrassment, but he was not angry, just slightly curved his mouth. It's not lost. After asking about the appearance of his storage bag, his consciousness returned to his original body. Looking at the worn-out storage bag in his hand, Lu Ming began to erase the mana imprint on it. It took little effort to open it easily. The spiritual consciousness probed into it and found that there were very few things inside. There were only a dozen spirit stones and a few talismans in sight. To be honest, if the spirit stones in it fell on the ground, Lu Ming might not even want to bend down to pick them up. Now he has so many spirit stones that he can't use them. In the past, he had to spend money to buy waste pills and materials for cultivation, but now the resources for his cultivation are basically based on cultivators. However, this is only temporary. After breaking through the foundation building stage, the resources needed will become scarce. It is impossible to hunt cultivators everywhere for cultivation like today. After all, foundation building cultivators are not cabbages. There will be places where they need to spend spirit stones. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Ming continued to look through the storage bag. Finally, he found a jade slip and a yellowed ancient fragmentary map. Originally, Lu Ming did not take it seriously, thinking that it was a magic skill that Zhou Yang accidentally obtained, and the grade would not be too high. But when he saw the content on the fragmentary map clearly, his eyes widened immediately. Although the fragmentary map is incomplete, and it should have gone through many years, the pattern on it has become a little dim. But it did not prevent Lu Ming from recognizing its content at a glance. What he saw was a figure wearing a lotus crown and sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform. His whole body was as holy as jade. He held up a jade bottle with his left hand. The Yin Lotus Seed and Mother Twin Method. No, this method should be called Golden Lotus Heavenly Mother Twin Method. It is a visualization method. Is this the visualization diagram? Lu Ming is very familiar with it. His own Yin Lotus Seed clone was born from this method. And this soul method was also obtained from Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang would not fool him with something that he had already given. Then, Lu Ming looked at the jade slip in his hand with some expectation. When Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness poured into it, a familiar yet unfamiliar method emerged in his mind. Familiar because this is indeed Yin Lotus Seed and Mother Twin Method. Strange because this is not just a first-level soul magic, but a real second-level skill. At the same time, in addition to nurturing soul seeds and giving birth to clones, this method can also plant soul seeds in the sea of consciousness of cultivators and control cultivators. After the soul seeds take root, sprout, bloom, mature and bear fruit, they will be harvested to feed themselves. Moreover, soul seeds also have a similar effect to soul seals, which is equivalent to a means of control. The more Lu Ming looked, the brighter his eyes became. It is really a case of searching for something without any effort. He had long wanted to find the subsequent second-level soul secret method, and once felt sorry that the clone could only be used in the chi refining stage. This Zhou Yang is simply a lucky star. But where did he get this method? Lu Ming remembered that when he was practicing the Yin Lotus Mother and Child method, a name appeared in the Golden Book. He remembered that this person was called Meng Yang. At that time, he suspected that this person's spreading of the soul path method was a conspiracy. And combined with the information of this jade slip, it is not difficult to see that Meng Yang spread the method in order to let other cultivators collect soul power for him to practice. Meng Yang only needs to wait for the flowers to bloom and bear fruit, and finally pick the fruit. He even has the idea of controlling the cultivators to do things for him. Unfortunately, he was later sacrificed to the clone by Lu Ming first, and the so-called conspiracy became a joke. However, Lu Ming was still a little worried. After all, he was a different way and did not practice completely according to the content of the method. Others used the soul of the cultivator as nutrients to cultivate the clone, while Lu Ming used his own soul to feed the clone, but just transferred the side effects. Although he also ate a lot of cultivators' souls after condensing the clone, it is still unknown whether there are any hidden dangers. Now, after reading the complete version of the Yin Lotus Mother and Child Twin Method and the visualization diagram, Lu Ming realized that he accidentally embarked on the right path. Moreover, he cultivated his own avatar based on his own soul, and it is the same body as his own consciousness, so there is no hidden danger. At the same time, his cultivation has no side effects, and the soul he eats is equivalent to being filtered, leaving only the most essential soul power. Delighted Lu Ming is in a good mood. The avatar is too useful to him, and he needs to do murder and arson, which is also the biggest confidence for him to sit on the Dioutai. Now there is a follow-up, at least in the foundation building period. Lu Ming can still hide behind the scenes without worry. We have to give Zhou Yang a raise. Lu Ming originally planned to arrange for Zhou Yang to go to Mofu Pavilion to recuperate. Now it seems that he can't treat him unfairly. Lu Ming decided that he would cover all the resources before Zhou Yang's foundation building. Anyway, it wouldn't cost much. Now Zhou Yang's cultivation can't keep up, and it seems useless, but maybe one day he will give himself a surprise? So, you found that skill in a cave in the Yunwu Mountains? Yes, to be precise, it was a corpse. Although it was decomposed when it was found, the death state felt very strange. There were no external injuries on his body, as if he died naturally. Moreover, this man seemed to be extremely unwilling to die. In that cave, there were all curse words carved with his blood. I looked through his storage bag, and this person his name seemed to be Meng Yang. Zhou Yang explained honestly. Lu Ming looked at Zhou Yang with a strange expression. Fate, wonderful beyond words. The relationship is really Meng Yang. As for whether he is willing to die, Lu Ming knows better than anyone else. However, Zhou Yang's ability is somewhat like that of a treasure-hunting rat. Senior, do you need me to tell you those curse words? No need to. After interrupting Zhou Yang's nonsense, Lu Ming began to explain the follow-up matters. Next, you go to one of my talisman and seal shops in the city to recuperate from your injuries. If possible, learn the talisman and seal craftsmanship. When you are almost healed, you can continue to work for me. However, your cultivation level is too low now, and you need to improve it as soon as possible. You should take these resources first. If you don't have enough, you can ask me to get them. With that said, Lu Ming threw over his storage bag. Zhou Yang raised his hand to take it, but the meridians in his arm throbbed, and he grimaced in pain. But he didn't pay too much attention to these, and now he was very excited. After listening to Senior Wu's words just now, he finally felt relieved. In fact, he could choose to settle in a city that was not affected by the tide of beasts, and choose to live the rest of his life mediocrely, or go with the flow and die. Why did he come to Tianqing Fairy City? He just wanted to continue to hang out with the Taoist wizards and strive for a bright future. Judging from Taoist Wu's intentions, at least he has not given up his idea yet. And it seems, maybe there are plans to train him? Focusing on the storage bag, there was no magic imprint, and Zhou Yang's spiritual consciousness penetrated directly into it. But when he saw what was inside, his expression changed. Senior, this. There are hundreds of spirit stones in just a rough sweep. There are also many spiritual pills, such as the spirit gathering pill and the Yuan building pill, which are suitable for the early stage of qi refining. Xinyuan Dan, Huangshan Dan in the middle stage of qi refining, and purple ginseng pill in the later stage of qi refining. The magic weapon is a combination of attack, defense, and escape. Although it looks a bit ghostly, it is at least a first-level mid-grade magic weapon. Don't blame him for being ignorant. The most spiritual stones he has ever come into contact with were obtained by selling talisman seals for witch Taoists. Now with a pocket of resources, Zhou Yang almost had a heart attack. Take it, you deserve it. But this is too much. Zhou Yang felt that it was a bit hot. The resources here were enough to keep him in the late stage of qi refining. He thought that coming to Tianqing Fairy City to seek refuge with the Taoist witches would bring him a happy life. After all, he had lived a good life in King's Hufang City. After the incident with the poisonous dragon gang, his ambitions have weakened a lot, and he just wants to practice honestly and do things for Taoist Wu. But having so many resources suddenly hit him felt a bit unreal. What makes him feel uneasy is that since the wizard can provide so many resources, it proves that the wizard is doing well in the fairy city. His own value has also been greatly reduced. Lu Ming didn't know what Zhou Yang was thinking, and he didn't think there were too many resources. The value of the second-level Ain Lotus, Child and Mother twins alone far exceeds the current resource value. And for such a loyal person to come all the way to join him, there is no need to treat him badly. If you don't lack resources, it's also a good choice to take out some and cultivate them. Moreover, Lu Ming also had his own thoughts. No matter how honest old man Zhou's family was, they were just outsiders. Although there is some friendship, leaving his store to them is not a good choice after all. He had no choice before, but now Lu Ming plans to let Zhou Yang intervene, learn slowly first, and then take over when he is capable. Lu Ming was too lazy to play any checks and balances. He just had a better choice. Of course, it would be safest to let someone familiar with him handle the matter. Moreover, Zhou Yang is more familiar with his methods and style of doing things, so there is no need to avoid Zhou Yang in some matters. Take it and heal your injury quickly. I still have something you need to do. Zhou Yang suddenly became excited when he heard that the wizard said that he had something to do. He quickly agreed. Other side. Inside the Mafu Pavilion. At this time, the inside is no longer as crowded as it used to be. As news of the discounts for purchasing talismans here gradually spread, more and more monks came and went. Old man Zhou and his family are busy every day. Although they were tired, they felt very happy and their days were getting more and more promising. Another day passed, and when the sun set, it was time to close the store. After sending away some monks who complained about not buying the talisman and seal, Zhou Kong closed the door. In the lobby, several people gathered around the counter, looking at the piles of crystal-clear spirit stones on the table, laughing so hard that they couldn't close their mouths. The shopkeeper is so awesome. He just used some small tricks to increase the customer flow. In just half a month, the net profit was as high as 800 spirit stones. If this trend continues, thousands of spirit stones will be recorded in a month. Zhou Kong said with admiration. With this brain, it's right for others to get rich. You should learn more. Didn't Manager Han teach you a lot of sales skills? Don't stand there stupidly every day. I didn't expect that our Zhou family, who have been farming for generations, can also enjoy a taste of wealth. Old Zhou also sighed. At first, he heard his son say that Han Daoyu asked for a price reduction, and he didn't quite understand it. But he didn't refute it. After all, the store belongs to others, and they can sell it however they want. It's just that as soon as the billboard for the grand opening promotion came out, the number of customers on the day was so large that he was shocked. It was also the first time for several people to encounter such a scene, and they were busy and confused. Fortunately, after a few days of adaptation, they gradually got the hang of it. Zhou Kong heard his father's teachings, but he didn't refute it, but nodded in agreement. But then he thought of the scene of the current booming business, and couldn't help muttering. The manager did teach a lot, but our business is so good, I don't think it's necessary to do it. Stupid. Old Zhou cursed with some regret. Don't look at the current Mofu Pavilion where cultivators are bustling about. It is undeniable that Manager Han's advertising slogan has made great contributions, but that was also due to the recent major events in the Immortal City. Those cultivators are prepared for danger in times of peace, so they are so impulsive in consumption, but after this period of popularity, their consumption power will be greatly reduced. And our way of selling talismans is too easy to copy. Other stores will probably use it soon, and then business will not be so ideal. We also need to plan ahead and not be lazy and follow the old ways. Although Manager Han took the majority of the profits, we can also get a lot of spiritual stones. Zhou Kong scratched his head a little embarrassedly and quickly admitted his mistake. My father taught me that I will find a way. Manager Han taught me a lot of skills. I will try one tomorrow. At this time, Suli, who had been silent next to her, suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two. Father, although there are many customers in the store every day, there is one thing we have to face. Our inventory of talismans and seals is almost out. I can't keep up with the sales speed by making talismans by myself, and I don't know how to refine those high-end talismans and seals. Shopkeeper Han has disappeared for almost a week, and I can't contact him. If we don't replenish him in time, it will be useless no matter how many customers he has. Hearing this, the two of them fell silent. They knew what Suli said was right. They were busy soliciting customers, but they forgot about the supply and demand issue. After a while, Old Man Zhou sighed and said, Shopkeeper Han should have his own plans, so let's sell them first. Suli could only nod helplessly when she heard this. She knew that the two big bosses in the family didn't pay attention to this matter. And her worries don't stop there. Suli thought for a while and reminded, recently, our income from selling talismans and seals has been too high. Even though other stores have been open for many years, their customer base is far less than ours. I'm afraid it will make some people jealous. Moreover, things have not been peaceful recently. There are monks who dare to take action openly in the fairy city. It is better for us to be careful. After hearing this, Zhou Kong and his son felt that what Suli said made sense, but they couldn't think of a better solution for a while. Unless they have a great foundation building monk sitting in charge, they can avoid some trouble. But a few people just thought about this idea, but they didn't have the extravagant hope. And you can't stop selling talismans just because you're worried, right? Colleagues are enemies, and they will be offended no matter what. There is nothing you can do about it, you can only take advantage of them. Su Li's worries are not groundless. This kind of shop that can make profits for casual cultivators has won the favor of many cultivators from the beginning. When the quality is the same or even better, everyone is naturally more willing to choose a store with a lower price. It's just that some people are happy and some are worried. Now, in a certain room, the lights were brightly lit, and several talisman and seal shop owners were sitting together arguing. In just half a month, the business of several of our talisman and seal shops has shrunk by 30%. How will this continue? One of them said, somewhat annoyed. Yeah, who knew that Mofu Pavilion would actually succeed in offering discounts and profits? It's good now. All our families have been affected, but the customer flow has been attracted by Mofu Pavilion. Recalling that half a month ago, they still laughed at Mofu Gu for being hopeless and a clown. Unexpectedly, in just half a month, the opponent's situation reversed. This is tantamount to a slap in the face. And the loss of face is minor, but letting them make less money is more uncomfortable than killing them. Looking at each other's prosperous business every day, it would be a lie to say that I am not jealous. Sigh, now some casual cultivators are starting to say that our talisman seals are too expensive. Someone sighed and told the information they had heard. Expensive? How expensive is it? It's been this price for so many years. We control the talisman and seal business in this neighborhood. Although there are no discounts, the prices are definitely fair. But there are some bad rules in Mofu Pavilion. How about we talk to the owner of Mofu Pavilion and bring him into the team, and together we can control the entire Fu seal market. Of course, this is just a temporary measure. The purpose is just to stabilize him first and prevent him from doing this again. When he joins us, won't he be at our mercy? One of them suggested. I've asked about it a long time ago. This boss is so eccentric that he hasn't shown his face in half a month. If you ask me, if you can't win, then join. I'm going to give it a try at a discount. How can this work? How many spiritual stones will you earn with the discount? You are obsessed with money. How long has it been? You are still worried about the spiritual stone. You have lost all your customers. Let me see who you want to cry to. Several people discussed it, but no one could convince anyone, and they finally broke up. Some of them were born in the fairy city, and they looked down on casual cultivators from the bottom of their hearts. Allowing them to offer discounts and profits is tantamount to cutting flesh and blood. But some people with bright minds feel that this method is indeed feasible, and it is not troublesome to copy this model. Small profits but quick turnover. As a businessman, you naturally understand this truth. Although you will make less money, you can't handle the large volume. The next day, the clone Han Feiyu came to the block where Mofu Pavilion was located. After calculating the time, half a month has passed, and it is estimated that the inventory of talismans in Mofu Pavilion should be running low. This time I came here to restock the store and also to show my face. As the owner of Mofu Pavilion, it would not be good to not show up for a long time. But along the way, he saw signs placed at the entrances of one or two Fuzhuan shops, with familiar slogans on them, which made Lu Ming a little bit dumbfounded. Hey, do you learn so fast? Lu Ming originally thought that these arrogant guys would still hold on and not let go. But in business, everyone can do it, so he just learned this little routine, and he didn't care much. Then he calmly came to the door of Mofu Pavilion. Before he could get close, he heard a burst of magical music. In the opening ceremony, 3 days of special offers are waiting for you. There are many discounts and benefits. Fellow Taoists, come and grab them. The devilish music and brainwashing words played continuously in a loop, making Lu Ming's face twitch. Is this still the world of immortal cultivation? There's no immortal flavor at all. Looking at the source of the sound, it was a fist-sized white jade stone. Sound recording stone. Who is so smart to come up with this? Lu Ming didn't remember teaching Zhou Kong these things. He only taught him some tricks. After all, he was not a professional salesperson and could only copy some routines from his previous life. But Lu Ming admired his ability to draw inferences from one example. At this time, the store was already crowded with customers. When Lu Ming walked in, he could still hear many cultivators talking in low voices. By the way, hasn't this shop been open for a month? Why is it still holding an opening ceremony? And when I came last week, it was the last 3 days, and it's still going on now. Why do you care about the last few days? You're the only one who talks too much. Besides, Isn't it nice to have a discount? It's much better than other talisman shops that squeeze us whenever they get the chance. That makes sense. This shop is really conscientious. They can think about us casual cultivators, unlike those profit-seeking guys. The quality of their talismans is not higher than theirs, and the prices are still very expensive. Let me tell you, other shops have also started to offer discounts, but they are still very stingy, only giving a 95% discount. Humph, of course I know, and they raised the price first and then gave the discount, really treating us as fools. Lu Ming was immediately happy when he heard these words. He didn't expect that he would become a conscientious merchant. But think about it, for him, it just increased the source of customers and increased revenue. For casual cultivators, isn't it a good thing? When all the big businesses join forces in the future, the independent cultivators will be the biggest beneficiaries. I am also seeking benefits for the independent cultivators. I am really a good person. Lu Ming sighed and walked into the Mo Fu pavilion. Looking around, he saw that Zhou Kong and the others were as busy as spinning tops and did not notice his arrival. Lu Ming didn't bother, walked to the counter, took out the talismans and sorted them into categories and started to replenish the goods. At this time, Zhou Kong, who had just received a customer, also noticed Lu Ming behind the counter. He was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up and he quickly came up to say hello. Shopkeeper, you are finally here. Well, let's go in and talk first. Lu Ming nodded and pointed to the small room behind the counter. The two of them got started, and Zhou Kong quickly explained in detail the store's revenue in the recent period. Then he took out a large bag of spiritual stones and placed it on the table. Shopkeeper, this is the total revenue of the store in half a month. Please take a look. Lu Ming roughly scanned it and knew the approximate number. There are about 1,000 spiritual stones in it. Well, not bad. Lu Ming wasn't too excited. The amount of spiritual stones the shop earned now wasn't enough to make him feel excited. After plundering the poisonous dragon gang, he is now extremely wealthy, and with his previous savings, his spiritual stones are now almost over 10,000. You can't spend it all, you can't spend it all. Seeing that shopkeeper Han's expression remained unchanged despite so many spiritual stones, Zhou Kong admired him even more in his heart. This is the person who does great things. Unlike him, when he saw so many spiritual stones for the first time, he could hardly move his eyes away. Lu Ming didn't know what Zhou Kong thought. Now he has no interest in spirit stones, and he often misses the days when he only had a dozen spirit stones in his body. After looking at the spirit stone, Lu Ming thought for a moment. Then he raised his hand to draw out a small pile and pushed it to Zhou Kong. You have worked hard recently, and the end of the month is coming soon. This is the share you deserve, so divide it now. Although it is only a small pile, it adds up to about 200 spirit stones. This was the remuneration that Lu Ming had promised in advance. Suli would get 20% of the profit from redrawing of talismans and seals, and Zhou Kong and his son would get 10% of the total sales. Even this made Zhou Kangel grin from ear to ear. When I was a spiritual farmer in the past, it would take me several years to earn this kind of income. Moreover, the growth rate of spiritual stones is extremely slow, the payment cycle is very long, and the risks are also extremely high. If there is an insect infestation or natural disaster, years of hard work will be lost. Now the pain is finally over. Zhou Kong was grateful to Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a benefactor. He wanted to thank Lu Ming, but was interrupted by Lu Ming. Who came up with the phonetic stone outside the door? Lu Ming asked curiously. I did it, I thought it would save trouble. Zhou Kong scratched his head in embarrassment upon hearing this, thinking that shopkeeper Han was dissatisfied. That's right. You just need to use your subjective initiative. I'm optimistic about you. He patted Zhou Kang's generous shoulder, praised him, and gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Hey, the shopkeeper taught me well. Lu Ming found that Zhou Kong was becoming more and more tactful in his work. The man who used to be so honest had now learned to flatter him. Sure enough, the world of cultivating immortals is not about fighting and killing, but it can also hone one's worldliness. Didn't bother with this issue. Lu Ming explained some things to Zhou Kong again. This time, the number of talismans and seals was relatively large, which was enough for them to buy for a while. Finally, Lu Ming said, a little brother will come to the store to help in a while. His surname is also Zhou, so please take more care of him. Zhou Kong didn't take it seriously and agreed with a smile. After Lu Ming left, Zhou Kong found his father and told him about the payment of the spirit stones by the shopkeeper. Old man Zhou was naturally happy, but when he heard that someone would come to the store in the future, He was a little silent. As an old man, he naturally guessed some things, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. They are now a family of 4 who have a shelter in Fairy City and can find a job, which is already a great blessing. It is not a good thing to expect too much. Looking at his heartless son who was still immersed in the joy of harvesting spiritual stones, Old Man Joe sighed. Simple, it's good. Outside Mafu Pavilion. In a wine shop, several middle-aged people dressed in Chinese robes sat together. They were the shop owners who had gathered together not long ago. Looking at the monks coming in and out of Mafu Pavilion, they had different expressions on their faces. There is envy, jealousy, and even more resentment. Damn it! Why do they have so many tricks? I've already imitated them and discounted them, but the response has been mediocre. I'll tell you if you can give me a discount, but you still don't believe me. Stop making sarcastic remarks. It won't be a problem if this continues. If you ask me, find a way to find someone to kill them secretly and directly solve the root cause of the problem. Then nothing will happen. The person who said this somewhat lost his mind and began to speak indiscriminately. Be careful. The law enforcement team has been acting like crazy dogs lately. They investigate people when they catch them. If you want to die, don't get involved with me. Then what should I do? If this doesn't work, that won't work. If you have a good idea, tell me. Okay, everyone, calm down. Do you want those mud-legged people to see our jokes? Seeing that there was going to be another quarrel, the owner of Ling Fu Zhai spoke out to persuade them. Only then did the few people who came back to their senses notice that because they had spoken a little loudly, they had already attracted the attention of the nearby monks. Lao Zhang, you usually have the most ideas. Please give me an idea. If it's appropriate, everyone will listen to you. The owner of Qingfu Xiaozhu spoke at the right time. Several people also looked at the shopkeeper of Ling Fu Zhai with expectations in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wenshan smiled smugly and said slowly. You guys are all confused. You know that Mofu Pavilion has broken the rules, why don't you make a fuss about it? Oh? Brother Zhang, what do you mean? Zhang Wenshan stroked his chin and sneered. Mofu Pavilion has set a bad example, and it affects more than just us. There must be many people who have been offended secretly. But now it hasn't affected them yet, and they are still waiting and watching. We just need to add fuel to the fire. What do you mean? Directly reduce the price. Didn't I reduce the price? You can all see the effect. This method is not feasible. Someone refuted, thinking that it was no different from saying it in vain. Zhang Wenshan glanced at the man and said unhappily. Are you lowering the price? I'm embarrassed to say anything to you. First raise the price and then give a discount, and give a 95% discount. The price has increased instead of decreased. Do you think that all the casual cultivators are idiots? They are smart. I mean, lower the price in a real way and stabilize our basic market first. As long as our price is low enough, those cultivators will know what to choose. Wouldn't that mean we will lose a lot of spiritual stones? The owner of Qingfu Xiaozhu was a little unhappy. This is only temporary. As long as we start to give discounts, this trend will soon spread to shops all over the Fairy City. And those shops that are unwilling to give discounts will definitely be affected by this. They will not resent us, but only the culprit of this matter. Borrowing a knife to kill? Oh, don't say it so harshly. We are just victims. We are innocent, okay.